Chapter 567, Qin Zhang. Operations Consultant? At your command, gulp, Feiyu's body trembled when he was questioned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He didn't even dare to look Qin Zhang in the eye. He felt a little guilty and regretful. After all, he never expected that things in Shangshan village would be so complicated. There were not just one kidnapping case but more than a dozen. Some people were even tied up with iron chains in a pigpen like animals. It was simply horrifying. Such a thing, once it gets out, regardless of whether Qin Zhang and his men were acting in self-defense, their local security will definitely become the target of public criticism. The most important thing is, in this situation, he is simply courting death by exaggerating. He will be in trouble if his superiors find out. Don't talk about him. The other Yunhai County security officers also had drastic changes in their expressions, looking at the Zhang family with eyes full of anger. How outrageous. 21st century, 2011. It's absolutely unimaginable that such a tragic incident could still occur in the north, where marriage is generally more open-minded. This moment, their eyes softened when they looked at leopard number 3. Damn. These guys were a little lenient. Why didn't they beat the entire Xia Zhang family half to death? Quan whispered to Feiyu, a captain. I think this is indeed a problem with the Zhang family. It should be considered self-defense. Yes. It was absolutely self-defense, and there were no injuries or deaths at the scene. Team leader, listen to this. The corners of Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. Nonsense. He didn't dare to continue asking whether it was self-defense. He was thinking about how to explain it to Qin Zhang. This case was already very complicated, and with someone as influential as Qin Zhang involved, he had no say in the matter of Feiyu. Mr. Qin, Qin Zhang, what are you talking about? He didn't care whether Feiyu had bad intentions or whether he just said those words out of anxiety. Yet he doesn't need to care about these. What he wants just an explanation. Today's matter cannot be as simple as just rescuing these people. He is afraid that some people will try to eliminate the impact and make a big thing small, or a small thing nothing, and let it go. Feiyu, he didn't know what to say, and looking at the chaotic situation, he didn't know how to give orders. He had never encountered such a difficult situation before. If he was not careful, Yunhai County would suffer. No, I can't handle such an incident myself and have to ask my superiors for instructions. Brush. He took out his phone and was about to report to his superiors. At the same time. Aside, while Feiyu was talking to Qin Zhang, Bai Meng was holding his mobile phone and quickly reporting the situation to Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked ecstatic. What did you say? Qin Cheng is safe. There were no casualties at the scene. Bai Meng, yes. The rescue of Qin Cheng was just a legitimate defense by the Black Dragon personnel against the Zhang family. However, the injuries were not serious and there is video footage of the scene. But Qin Cheng wasn't the only one involved in this incident. Qin Zhang also discovered more than a dozen other abducted women in the village. He recounted what had happened in Shangshan village, including the miserable appearance of the abducted woman, the fact that all members of the Zhang family were currently under control, and the fact that the local security was at a loss, and so on. Moment, Wang Feng cursed over the phone. Damn it. How dare the local authorities detain someone this ruthless? If Qin Zhang does nothing wrong, it's just the Zhang family who'll get beaten up, right? Even if this matter were to be spread to the sky, no one would dare to make a fuss about it. Don't worry. I'll immediately coordinate with the Public Security Bureau of the neighboring province. If they can't handle it, we'll do it. Wait for the call. It was obvious that Wang Feng meant to get to the bottom of the matter. Bai Meng was not surprised at all. Sanjiang was in turmoil overnight, both in the black and white worlds. How could such a big disturbance be caused and the case be dismissed when there was reason and evidence to support it? This matter, not only do we have to give an explanation to Qin Zhang, but we also have to give an explanation to all the entrepreneurs who come to Songjiang to invest. The other side, Feiyu was about to take out his phone when Bai Meng came up to them with the phone in hand. Who's Li Long? Ah, me. The deputy captain next to Feiyu nodded subconsciously. Brush. Bai Meng handed the phone to the other party. Let you answer the phone. Li Long answered the phone. Yes. Yes, okay, I understand. I will follow the instructions of Team Bai and, Advisor Qin, okay, bang. Li Long hung up the phone with a complicated expression. His superior's direct superior asked him over the phone to turn the case into a joint report between two locations. He was not surprised that the matter involved an important figure in the northern province, and the fact that they directly dispatched the heavyweight security officer Bai Meng to come over showed how seriously they took the incident. So, the northern province was afraid that they would make a big deal out of a small matter and take over forcefully, so the local security naturally could not refuse. But what really shocked him was that his superiors directly suspended Feiyu and asked him to take over, and he followed the arrangements of Bai Meng and Qin Zhang throughout the process. Bai Meng understands. What the hell is Qin Zhang? Qin Zhang, appointed by the superiors as the operational consultant for this trafficking case? No. Are you kidding me? He doubted it was fake. It's clear it's not fake, he first said to Feiyu. Captain? Your superiors told you not to worry about this matter for now. Go ahead and let me take over. Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. How could he not know the meaning of this sentence? He was suspended and would most likely suffer the consequences. For a while that he was filled with endless regrets. It really is. Why are you talking so fast? This is the end. The other side. Li Long ignored his expression and went straight to Qin Zhang and Bai Meng. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, he said bang, he saluted, Advisor Qin, team bye. From now on, the Yunhai security team will follow your orders. Bai Meng gave Qin Jiang a look. Qin Jiang had already understood the general situation and was not surprised at all. After all, it was not his first time as a consultant. Yes, this scene, but it completely stunned everyone else. The Zhang family watched as Feiyu, the savior who had descended from heaven, was not only violently criticized by Qin Jiang but also suspended from his job with just one phone call. Now, the person who took over, Li Long, actually saluted Qin Jiang directly and demanded to obey his orders. No, who is Qin Jiang? Is it so impressive? The Leopard 3 and others breathed a sigh of relief but were also collectively shocked. At this moment, they realized even more clearly how awesome Qin Jiang was. He truly had his feet on both sides of the Songjiang River, and he was completely different from the thugs like them who were so scared of Feiyu that they had to take a detour. For a while, looking at Qin Jiang, I don't know what words to use to describe it. I can only recite silently, awesome class. 666. When Guyong got under the helicopter, Sister Hong and the others felt like the sky was falling. Finished, it's completely screwed. It fell into Qin Jiang's hands again. Phew. A few people were so frightened that they looked towards the distance frantically again. Peng Tao couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a top boss in Northern Province. Wow, his methods are beyond our imagination. One phone call and it's all done. It's all gone, don't talk about them. Even the security guards were stunned by their captain's actions. Qin Jiang. Consultant Qin, no, who was he? There is such an awesome person in Songjiang. Only the Black Dragon personnel remained calm from beginning to end. They were not surprised by this. Isn't it normal for their brother Jiang to be so awesome? Just a consultant, basic operation. Don't be silly. Now Li Long asked again, what should we do next? Bai Meng looked at Qin Jiang and said, you are more familiar with the situation here, so you make the decision. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience focused on Qin Jiang again. Chapter 568, all arrested, the entire clan suffers. Collective begging for mercy? Now, Qin Jiang ordered, all members of Shangshan village who were involved in the trafficking should be arrested and brought down to the mountain for questioning. Bai Meng also nodded, yes. Count the buyers of abducted women and arrest them all, yes. Li Long nodded without hesitation and waved his hand, arrest. Wow, a large number of security officers rushed forward and there was no need for them to be classified. Just when the abducted women were rescued, the Zhang family's buyers had already jumped out and shouted, and these people had already been isolated by the Black Dragon personnel. Soon, dozens of Zhang family members were handcuffed by the police, and they screamed frantically, why are you arresting us? Is there any law in the world? We are just trying to buy a wife, you are colluding with each other, and bullying us ordinary people. It's unjust, wife, they're arresting your husband, you're just watching helplessly. Am I treating you badly? How many times do I beat you in a year? What good will it do you if I get arrested? What about our son? Are you going to let him be a fatherless child? A member of the Zhang family shouted at the abducted woman holding her child. Wow, the kidnapped woman looked troubled. Whoa, the child in her arms cried out. At the same time, the old man and the old woman cried out, you spendthrift woman, ask yourself if we've treated you well? You ate 13 pumpkins while you were pregnant, 13, and now you're trying to harm my son. You can leave, but leave the child with the Zhang family. You're such a nuisance. You can't arrest my son. The woman held her son in her arms, tears streaming down her face. She didn't care about the Zhang family and was even willing to watch them die, but she cared about her child. Not only her, the other women with children also had a change of expression, and were hesitant to speak. Right at this moment, Qin Jiang, arrest those crying old men and women as well. They are also the culprits of the purchase. Don't think you can escape sanctions just because you're old, yes. The crowd stepped forward and continued to torture people, and the old men and women screamed even more miserably. Qin Jiang continued, not only the buyers, but also all the others who participated in the interception and assisted in the imprisonment must be arrested. He looked at the girls and said loudly, my name is Qin Jiang. Listen to me, from now on, I guarantee your personal safety. I also promise that if you're willing to raise the child, our company will guarantee you custody and future employment. Now, I want you to reveal who participated in the kidnapping, beating, and imprisonment, or who participated in the capture during the escape. This time, I will give you justice. Listen to this. Li Long's eyes flickered. He knew that Qin Jiang was really going to get angry and even wanted to wipe out Shangshan village, although since ancient times, the law has not punished the masses, but it depends on the situation. Some things weigh only 3 taels without being weighed, but they can weigh more than 1,000 pounds when weighed. Qin Jiang is personally responsible. Given the other party's connections and Bai Meng's attitude, this matter may be the focus of both parties, and even be treated as a typical case of human trafficking. So, the Zhang family will all suffer. He didn't say anything about it. Even he thought Qin Jiang was right to do so, not to mention that even Feiyu thought Qin Jiang was not wrong at this moment. These people must be severely punished. He looked at the abducted girls and said, don't worry, the public security will explain to you. Sunning spoke first, that person, and that person, they all participated in the arrest, starting with Sunning, and with the assurances from Qin Jiang, Feiyu, and others, the girls no longer hesitated and began to point fingers. He, and a few of them, all joined in the capture. One of them even hit me with a stick, that one too, and that one, pointing and pointing. The whole audience fell silent at first. The handcuffs brought by the public security are a bit insufficient. Second, it basically refers to all the members of the Zhang family. This is truly a crime committed by the entire village. Is that outrageous? Outrageous, but it's not outrageous. The whole village has the same surname, and every time someone escapes, the whole village searches for someone to catch them. After a few times, there are rarely any uninvolved people. Brush. Li Long couldn't help but look at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang waved his hand, and Wang Tao took out a bag of dead dog and handed it to Li Long. Use this, just strangle the person's two thumbs in reverse to control them. Li Long, Sigma, surprised face. No, you are quite professional, bro. Is that what I was saying? I was clearly saying to arrest the entire village, wasn't I? But seeing Qin Jiang's indifferent expression and Bai Meng's lack of reaction, he could only pick up the dead dog and throw it to the security guard, grab them all and take them away. 20 minutes later, 70 to 80% of the Zhang family were handcuffed and strangled. They tried to resist but failed due to the huge disparity in numbers. They could only curse and vent their anger. Tread. Old man Zhang broke free from the crowd and rushed towards Qin Jiang. Brush. He was controlled by two Black Dragon personnel again. Old man Zhang, you're so cruel. My Zhang family is not blessed enough to be attached to you. Well, take everyone away. Let's just forget about this matter today. We'll go to the mountain village and accept it. Other Zhang family members refuted. I can't admit it. They want to take my wife away. I don't believe they dare to arrest us all. If you have the guts, shoot me. At worst, I'll still be a hero in 20 years. Old man Zhang looked at the indignant crowd and said, look at what you've done to us. Stop it. Ha. Qin Jiang was so angry that he laughed. These people, I still think I was just trying to scare them. I don't know whether to call it stupid or dull. He didn't even bother to argue with them and said coldly, forget it. Remember this, every single person in Shangshan village who was involved in the trafficking incident, no matter who they are or how many people there are, will be sent to prison to cry. I, Qin Jiang, said this. Bai Meng shouted at take away. Wow, a large number of security personnel and Leopard 3 cooperated to forcibly lead the Zhang family members down the mountain. At this point, the Zhang family members finally became a little panicked and scared. They always felt that they were at home nearby in the mountains, but they felt insecure when they went down the mountain. Could it be, if they were all caught and taken down the mountain? Suddenly they started shouting. The only remaining members of the Zhang family who had not been caught also rushed up to stop them from going down the mountain, and were then arrested for obstructing public order. Until they were all captured, no matter how stupid the Zhang family members were, they knew that the real action was going to be taken, which meant that what Qin Jiang had just said would come true. They're all going to jail, prison. To them, it is a scary word. In the movies, people are beaten in prisons, and now the whole family and even the whole village are imprisoned. Isn't it, the annihilation of the whole clan and the whole village, unable to stop begging for mercy? We were wrong. We shouldn't have gone against you. We are all miserable people, please spare us. We just want to continue the family line. It's all because of old man Zhang. If you want to catch us, just catch him. To this, Qin Jiang was indifferent. Do they really know they are wrong? No, they just know they have to pay the price. Please support us. Free gifts. Chapter 569, No Pity. Qin Jiang's influence now, not to mention Qin Jiang. Even Fei Yu couldn't help shaking his head and became even more angry at these villagers. Sometimes you can't do anything just because you are ignorant, and you don't always have the right just because you are in majority. Is it pitiful that the whole village was arrested? Not pitiful. If they want pity, then aren't the girls they bought pitiable? Who could have had a wonderful life ruined in an instant and accept such a thing? Fei Yu looked at the dumbfounded girls again and felt even more ashamed. Why did he subconsciously make the decision for these villagers? Even though he didn't know there were so many abductors in the village at first, he still did it. He walked over to Qin Jiang and whispered, Boss Qin, I apologize for my attitude just now. If he were not in Qin Jiang's position of power, he would really like to express a sincere apology for his reckless behavior just now. To this, Qin Jiang nodded calmly. No forgiveness, no blame either. He could tell Fei Yu wasn't a bad guy. His actions were consistent with his status. In his position, he couldn't control the situation without being overbearing. Forming some professional habits was inevitable and normal. But knowing was one thing. There were some things he wouldn't let go of easily, otherwise, he wouldn't have questioned the other party like that just now. It doesn't matter right or wrong, just a different stance. Well. Fei Yu couldn't help but sigh. He was not dissatisfied with Qin Jiang's attitude. Instead, he thought it was normal. Then he didn't think about it anymore and followed the other security guards into the main force. Zhang Long shouted, form a formation and lead these criminal suspects down the mountain. He also warned the Zhang family, you are all criminal suspects now. Anyone who dares to escape will be considered a fugitive. Anyone who continues to resist will be considered an assault on public order. Each one is a serious crime. I hope you will take care of yourselves. He looked at the abducted women and said, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, help these ladies get down the mountain safely. Two female security guards stepped forward to comfort the abducted women and told them that everything was safe. Now, Bai Meng looked at Qin Jiang and said, leave it to us from now on. We promise to give you an explanation. Also, I have something to tell you. The suspects who kidnapped your sister Qin Qing on my road have been apprehended. They're a middle-aged man and woman, the same two people you provided the clue to. According to their initial account, they chose to kidnap him on the orders of Tiger Power Wang Xian. They were originally going to sell him south, but because they felt the hassle was too much, they sold him to Sister Hong and the others. But I think there's something fishy going on. Tiger Power? Qin Zhang's eyes flickered twice. Something strange? It must be strange, the other party is in a sensitive period. Even if Wang Xian is an idiot enough to do such a thing, the senior management of Huwei will not let him go right at this moment. Qin Qing suddenly unbuttoned his clothes and said to Qin Jiang, I turned on the video when I was arrested, so it should have footage of the entire process, but I don't know exactly how much was recorded. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Meng, Fei Yu, and Zhang Long were all stunned. What? Record all the kidnapping scenes. It was simply a perfect chain of evidence for a crime, and their eyes changed when they looked at Qin Shang. Bai Meng, as expected, Sister Qin Jiang has inherited her cautious personality perfectly. She records everything she does. Fei Yu, no? What on earth does this black dragon do? Why is he recording everything he does? Qin Jiang looked at Qin Qingdu with a slightly fixed gaze. It seems everyone can make progress. Obviously, after such a long time in the milk tea industry, Qin Sheng is no longer the naive girl from the village. Qin Zhang, Wang Tao. Export the video and send a backup copy to Bai Meng. Yes. Wang Tao took the button and started to export the video. This kind of video equipment is something that Heilong must carry with him. When he came to Shangshan village this time, he brought all kinds of equipment with him to prevent unexpected situations. Soon, the video was exported and sent to the security personnel. Bai Meng said to Qin Jiang, there are too many people involved in this case. I guess we'll have to set up a local investigation team. Qin Sheng needs to go down the mountain to record a statement. Don't worry, I will accompany you throughout the process and nothing will go wrong. This case, I will be one of the deputy leaders of the investigation team, and I guarantee there will be no favoritism or abuse of power. Qin Xing can leave as long as he gives a confession. Qin Jiang looked at Qin Wei, Qin Yi, and Su Lang and said, the three of you and Qin Shang will stay and record your statements. The three nodded. The three of them had long recovered from their anger and sadness. They had no idea what to do in such a big situation. Qin Zhang's words were like an imperial decree, so they would naturally obey them subconsciously. Qin Jiang looked at Bao San and the others and said, everyone, please go up the mountain and help find Qin Shang. Your reward will be transferred to you soon. The big guys like Leopard 3 and Type 99 rifle waved their hands hastily. What are you talking about, Brother Jiang? What's the point of paying or not paying? Brother John's order, who dares not to listen? That's right. As soon as the Black Dragon order is issued, there will be mountains of swords and seas of fire. Even if there is a frying pan in front of me, I will be killed if I blink my eyes. Who dares not listen to Brother Zhang's words? They kept complimenting Qin Jiang. They don't care about the reward at all. Even if their life is difficult, they don't need that little money. What they care more about is getting in touch with Qin Jiang, the big boss of the northern province. If Qin Jiang dares to nod, they will even bow down and submit to him. Therefore, everyone patted their chest to show their loyalty. This scene, Fei Yu and Zhang Long were shocked and couldn't help but frown. What is shocking is that Qin Jiang, a young man who is obviously only in his early 20s, has such influence in the underworld. Frowning, this is not a good thing for public security. It's even a bit tricky. Fortunately, Qin Jiang's expression remained unchanged in the face of Leopard 3's loyalty. Instead, he said, hiring someone and paying them is perfectly natural. It's a perfectly normal business practice. As soon as these words were spoken, Fei Yu and Zhang Long breathed a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, just business behavior. Bai Meng's face was calm. He didn't think that the cautious Qin Jiang would be involved with these local thugs. Let's not talk about these hooligans. There are so many local hooligans in Songjiang who are crying out to join the Black Dragon, but they can't do it. Leopard 3, Type 99 rifle and others were extremely disappointed. They still wanted to fight for it, but seeing Qin Jiang's cold face, they were speechless and could only sigh silently. They knew that this situation was already very good, and if they continued to argue, the good impression they had just accumulated might disappear. It seemed like a grand scene for them to go up the mountain, but they didn't provide any substantial help. Why would they need bicycles? More, don't even mention any good feelings, in case you make Qin Jiang angry. Good things turn into bad things. Qixi festival becomes the 7th day, ignore their changes of mind. Qin Jiang looked at Bai Meng. I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to Songjiang first. Bai Meng nodded, don't worry. Qin Jiang, let's go. Wow, a large number of Black Dragon personnel quickly boarded the helicopter. Tread, Qin Jiang just stepped on the pedal. Sudden, there was a noise again from behind. Chapter 570, the whole village is taken away, rumors resurface. Wow, old man Jiang actually broke through the blockade and ran over. There were too many arresting officers and not enough security personnel, so old man Jiang took the opportunity to rush in and no one reacted for a while. He was caught by the police just halfway through the charge. He struggled frantically and looked at Qin Jiang and shouted, why are you targeting our village like this? Are we wrong? This mountain village is poor, and if we don't buy a wife, we can't continue the family line. Does that mean our village will die out? We just want to reproduce. Is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it natural? You guys are colluding to bully us. Doesn't that mean our village will be destroyed? Xin Jiang looked at the frantic old man Jiang without any sympathy, only cold indifference. A village that survives by crime has no reason to exist. Shanshan Village. It should have been destroyed long ago. Old man Jiang was dragged back forcefully, and upon hearing Qin Zhang's words, he started cursing in anger. Qin Jiang, you are slaughtering the whole village, massacre the village, tread. Qin Jiang boarded the helicopter without replying, massacre the whole village, if you say to kill, then kill, bang. Bang. Bang, boom, rumble. The propellers of 3 helicopters roared as they flew diagonally into the sky and headed straight for Songjiang. Below, Bai Meng looked at the helicopter flying into the sky with his eyes flashing, and his intuition told him, this matter is not over. Songjiang, big things are about to happen. Shaking his head, he said to Qin Sheng and the others without thinking too much, let's go. Let's go down the mountain. At the same time, he said to the police officers, pull out those people from under the helicopter. They are the repeat offenders in this case. Sister Hong and the others looked at the police rushing over with no joy on their faces. In their opinion, Xin Jiang had just become the commander, so what was the difference between falling into the hands of the police and falling into the hands of Qin Jiang? For a time they were devastated and hopeless, they wanted to run. But Gu Yong was so exhausted after running for a long time that they all lay down, tired, destroy it. Bai Meng and Zhang Lon led the team down the mountain and left. Along the way, the Zhang family members begged for mercy one after another, have mercy, let us go, Zhang Laodang, it's all your fault. Not to mention your son, our entire village has no next generation, woo-woo. We are all miserable people. You can't arrest us. It's too dark, Leopard 3, let's go too. What a shame. We missed out on this golden opportunity to make friends with this black dragon. Why Bazi, be content. You can't just climb up to such a big shot. At least you can make him familiar and earn some money. That makes sense. It wasn't a wasted trip. Not only did I make some money, but I also got to see the legendary Qin Jiang with my own eyes. He's truly a legend in Songjiang, so impressive. Not really. He looks the same age as my son, but I don't even have the guts to speak in front of him. Get down the mountain. Qin Jiang has great abilities and can cause any big scene, but we don't have that ability. Gathering so many people here could easily lead to trouble. Let's disperse. More than 10 minutes later, the once bustling mountain village became unusually quiet. Only a few elderly men and women with mobility issues and a bit of dementia were left sitting on rocks, mumbling something. After a while, boom, boom, 7 or 8 motorcycles came up the mountain from all angles. They were all sent by various forces from Songjiang or the northern province. That night, Black Dragon orders were issued continuously and the public security took various major actions to search for people. All forces knew some information to a greater or lesser extent. Qin Zhang's sister is missing, and they may be abducted and trafficked. Then, when they learned that Qin Jiang had mobilized a helicopter to leave, they were even more shocked. They quickly inquired about the direction he was heading, and all the information was summarized as Shanshan Village. Then, all the major forces sent their personnel nearby to the mountain to check the situation. Fuck, isn't Shanshan Village a remote place? Why are there so many motorcycle tracks on the broken mountain road? There are also footprints, so densely packed. How many people are there? There must be thousands. What happened on the mountain? For a moment they were confused and shocked. Most of them had no idea the reason and had only suddenly received an order from their superiors to go to Shangshan village to check the situation. A bald man patted his head and said, no? You don't know anything about it? I don't know. What's the matter? From what you said, you know? Tell me, what's going on in Shangshan village? Why are there so many motorcycles going up the mountain? Yeah. The higher-ups even asked us to investigate. Do you really know what happened? A few people who didn't know were asking, while those who knew didn't say anything. The bald man said proudly, of course I know. He didn't keep anyone in suspense. Black Dragon, you guys know, right? Nonsense. Songjiang legend. A faction founded by top boss Qin Jiang? What do you think he does? Bald, of course it's related to him. As far as I know, someone kidnapped Qin Jiang's relatives. That night, Black Dragon issued several orders and the police were mobilized on a large scale to search for them. Then a helicopter flew from Songjiang to this mountain village. What? Those who were not in the know were all shocked. No? Who is crazy? Even that Black Dragon is easy to mess with and kidnap his relatives. Could it be that they kidnapped him to this mountain village? I heard that people in mountain villages have the habit of buying wives. Good guy. Really good guy. Now, they were beyond shock, they were simply terrified. Someone swallowed. No? A helicopter went up the mountain, and there are so many tire tracks and footprints. What do you think? What could be happening on the mountain now? No one answered. They couldn't imagine what would happen to a mountain village if that big boss got angry. No conversation along the way. They rode motorcycles to Shangshan village, which was in a mess but empty of people. Some people wondered, where are the people? Didn't they say there were 100 to 200 people in Shangshan village? Where did they all go? Someone replied, it's so chaotic here, something big must have happened. Look, There's blood on the ground. Someone looked around. Hurry up and look. The crowd searched everywhere in the mountain village and finally saw a few old men and women sitting on the bluestone slabs in the middle of the village. A man looked at them and asked, "Where are the villagers? Why are there only a few of you left? What happened?" No one answered. The man asked again, "I'm asking you a question. What happened just now? Did someone come?" Still no one answered. "Nah," someone said speechlessly, "there are only a few people left in the village, and I didn't expect that they all have Alzheimer's disease. What can we learn from this? How can we explain this to the higher-ups? They say the village is deserted, and we don't know what's left. Wrong. What are they mumbling about?" He found that although the old man and the old woman didn't speak, they were mumbling something all the time. Swish. 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 Several people subconsciously leaned forward to listen, and the next moment their eyes widened. Just listen. The old man and the old woman kept muttering, "Xinjiang, massacre of the village, Xinjiang, massacre of the village." Chapter 571, Fame spreads far and wide. The matter is not over yet. The pursuit of the murderer, Tianxian. What? The eyes of the gangsters were filled with shock and disbelief. Bang! One thug even fell to the ground on the spot, but no one paid any attention to him. That now point two words kept popping up in their minds: Xinjiang, slaughter the village. Xinjiang, slaughter the village. Gulp. Gulp. The thugs kept swallowing and couldn't speak, and they really didn't know what to say. A long time, only then did the thugs react. Massacre the whole village? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? This is the 21st century. Not ancient times. Who could massacre a whole village? Who would dare to massacre a whole village? Is this bullshit? The other thugs nodded. They also didn't believe this statement. Not to mention that this horrific incident was too outrageous. Even though the entire mountain village was empty and in ruins, there were no broken limbs. After they asked several old men and women again. Pity. The old man and the old woman were all confused and just kept repeating those words. Those who were not confused had all been taken away for interrogation. What should we do? A thug said speechlessly, "There's no point in asking this." One thug replied, "What can I do? Just tell the truth." Then several thugs took out their phones and started reporting the news to their superiors, telling the truth. What messy footprints at the foot of the mountain. What a mess on the mountain. What the old man and the old woman said. Xinjiang, massacre of the village. Then it was the turn of the major forces that received the news to be confused, at the same time. Accompany these thugs down the mountain and tell the situation on the mountain to several nearby counties. All of a sudden, a large number of versions have been circulated in the vicinity. What about Xinjiang's sister being taken to the mountains? In a rage, Xinjiang mobilized tens of thousands of people to massacre Shangshan village. What about Xinjiang passing by Shangshan village and feeling that this place was an eyesore? So he sent people to wipe out the entire village. What Xinjiang? Anyway, each one is more outrageous than the other. It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. Even after the Public Security Department issued a notice and some villagers from Shangshan village returned to the mountains, the rumors did not completely disappear. After all, who likes to hear rumors that are not outrageous? In fact, everyone knows that it is highly unlikely that such a thing will happen. What era is this? But that doesn't stop some people from exaggerating and talking about it as a topic of conversation when they're drinking. 3 people make a tiger. Therefore, this also caused Xinjiang's reputation to spread wildly in parts of several counties in neighboring provinces. And even, there is already a hint of stopping the babies crying. Of course, this is all later. Rumble. On the plane at Lihao, Zhang Qi and others were wearing noise-canceling headphones and using equipment to view the button video given by Qin Cheng. Suddenly Zhang Qi pointed at the screen. "Stop, here." The screen is paused. I saw a man in a baseball cap opening the trunk and looking at Qin Cheng inside. Swish. Swish. Zhang Qi quickly zoomed in on the video with his mouse, and the man's face became clearer and clearer. Li Hao stared at the man's face with a slightly fixed gaze and blurted out, "Nanmalu, pockmarked." He recognized the man in the peaked cap. It's not that the other party is not cautious enough. In fact, this pockmarked man is already very cautious. He wore a baseball cap the whole time and did not communicate with the trafficked middle-aged woman. This is why the security department caught the middle-aged man and woman but did not ask the real mastermind behind the scenes. They didn't know who the mastermind was and only thought that it was Wang Xian who sent someone to order it. This was also done intentionally by Ma Zi and others from the very beginning. He treated the middle-aged men and women as pawns and used them, always making them believe that Wang Xian was the mastermind. Pity, no matter how he thought about it, he never imagined that the unconscious Qin Qing had a miniature video recorder on his body, and when he lowered his head to open the trunk, his face was exposed. So take a complete picture. Now, Qin Jiang also looked towards the video recording location. Li Hao pointed at the man in the baseball cap and said, "Brother Jiang. The video shows that this man just communicated with the person who kidnapped Qing Jia and gave her some money. He's clearly one of the masterminds behind the kidnapping. Qin Jiang, you know him?" "Li Hao, I've met him twice. He's not from the Huwei group, but an important figure in the newly established Tianxian group in the southern district. He used to hang out on South Road, and since he has pockmarks all over his face, he's nicknamed South Road Pockmarked Man." Skydive. Qin Jiang didn't look surprised at all. In his analysis with Zhu Zhang, the Tianxian group had already been listed as a possible target. Qin Jiang gave the order directly, send a message to Zhu Zhang, asking him to capture Ma Zi as soon as possible and get the important information. He will know how to handle the rest. Yes. Li Hao nodded and quickly conveyed the information. Brush, Qin Jiang looked at the sky outside with a cold expression. Tianqian Group. The work of Old Man Long? It shouldn't be? Is there someone else behind it? Or is there something wrong with Old Man Long's team? No matter what the situation is, since you dare to play dirty with me, don't blame me for being cruel. That's right, the kidnapping incident doesn't end here. It is enough to just eliminate the buyers, traffickers, and Shangshan village, but the mastermind behind the scenes has not yet been dealt with. Even if Qin Zhang turned Songjiang upside down today, what would it matter? If he didn't stir things up, I'm afraid many people would have forgotten Qin Zhang's origins. Furthermore, he is right. Who is he afraid of? He doesn't even dare to make a fuss even when there are reasons and evidence. Why does he ask his brothers to come into his house? He might as well ask his brothers to be humiliated until they die. Creek Villa's grandpa Qin's parents, and Qinwei's wife were waiting anxiously, and Xu Zhang also sat there without saying a word. Ahead, Bai Lu, Sun Yuan, and Feng Lin also sat and waited. Qinwei's wife, it's been almost 2 hours, why is there still no news? No one answered. Grandpa Qin, wait. Xiao Jiang will definitely be fine, don't worry. Mrs. Qinwei curled her lips. How could she be at ease? She was her own daughter, but she didn't dare to say anything. Buzz, Zhu Zhang's phone rang and he answered it. After a moment, he hung up the phone and said to Feng Lin, take your men to South Road to arrest a man named Ma Zi. Li Hao will send you photos and other key information later, yes. Feng Lin stood up and turned away without hesitation. Zhu Zhang looked at Bai Lu and said, Bai Lu, please contact the Public Security Department and be ready to contact them at any time regarding this incident. Clear. Bai Lu nodded to Zhu Zhang. Sun Yuan, you must immediately investigate all the information about Tianqian Company. The more detailed the better. Sun Yuan, understood. After arranging everything, Zhu Zhang looked at Grandpa Qin and the others and said, don't worry, everyone. Qin Qing has been rescued by Brother Jiang and is unharmed. He is currently assisting the police in taking a statement and will be able to return to Songjiang safely this afternoon. Chapter 572, Trouble in Songjiang again, Arrest Ma Zi and Night Owl, Feng Lin, Cole, Grandpa Qin and Qin's parents all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not show any panic throughout the whole process, it did not mean that they were not worried. Qin Shang also grew up under their care. This girl has had a good character since she was young. All the other brothers and sisters stayed away from Qin Zhang, but she was the only one who didn't care. If something really happened to her because of joining the Black Dragon group, Qin's parents would not be able to accept it. Woo woo woo. Qinwei's wife sat there crying of relief. Grandpa Qin didn't scold him. Sometimes emotions need to be vented. South Road, Skydive Bar. Ma Zi walked in with a gait of a master, and the security guards and service staff at the door greeted him. Brother Motzi. Brother Motzi. He has a high status here. Brother Motzi. A charming woman quickly came over. Why are you here so early today? Bang, Ma Zi slapped his butt hard. I came to see you, enchanting woman. Oh, you are bad. Ma Zi laughed heartily and pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the man's arms. Spend it, enchanting woman. Brother Ma Zi is so domineering. Ma Zi came to the second floor of the bar. More than a dozen people watching over the place were playing cards. When they saw Ma Zi, they all stood up to greet him. One of the younger brothers said, Brother Ma Zi, did Brother Zai just leave with the main group? Are you going to? He poked upwards. The other brothers also looked expectant. Maz said proudly, the time is ripe. All the younger brothers were excited of Brother Zai is finally taking action. Those old guys should have stepped down long ago. Uncle Long is old, and Brother Zai should be in charge of Longfei Group. Uncle Long still wants us to work on the construction project. What's so good about it? Hanging out with laborers every day is not as good as eating, drinking, having fun, and playing with women. As long as Brother Zai gets promoted, we can also make further progress. Unfortunately, we are left behind. They couldn't help but imagine that once Brother Zai came to power, their capable subordinates would also be promoted. At the same time, he regretted not joining the main force to force the palace with his brother, which was definitely a merit of following the dragon. Not just them. Maz was so excited that he couldn't sleep last night and had fun with a woman all night. Now his calves are cramping, but he is still excited. The reason why Zygo was able to force Uncle Long to abdicate so smoothly this time was because he had received financial support from Menglan. He was a major player in the kidnapping of Qin Cheng, and he was the only senior executive in the entire Tianqian group who knew about it and was responsible for its implementation. It can be said that he is now Zai Ji's absolute confidant. Zygo told him yesterday to stay at home and wait for him to take over, and he will be the new elder of Longfei Group. The promotion is about to be realized. You know nothing. Ma Zi said to his somewhat annoyed younger brother, Tianqian Group is our route. Let me tell you something, when Brother Zai takes over, he will integrate Longfei Group into Tianqian Group. From now on, there will no longer be Longfei, only Tianqian. So this is the base camp. The fact that you are allowed to stay and look after the base camp is a sign of absolute trust. The younger brothers were ecstatic again, then he flattered Ma Zi even more enthusiastically. Everyone can see that Brother Zai has attached great importance to Ma Zi during this period and he will surely be successful in the future. Ma Zi felt like he was floating in the air due to the praise. He smiled and said, follow Brother Ma and I guarantee you'll have 9 meals a day in 3 days. By the way, is anyone causing trouble? Little brother, with you protecting me, who would dare to cause trouble? But, Brother Ma, listen carefully to the wind outside, outside? The wind is strong, Ma Zi was startled. What do you mean? The younger brother was puzzled. Brother Ma, don't you know? Ma Zi, know what? Younger brother, Black Dragon, click. Ma Zi had a bad feeling. He played all night last night without contacting the outside world. In addition, no one in the Tianqian company knew the reason for Qin Shing's kidnapping, so they did not notify Ma Zi. Seeing that Ma Zi really didn't know, the younger brother was even more surprised. Oh my! There was a lot of commotion last night. It was said that Qin Zhang's sister was kidnapped, and the Black Dragon City issued a wanted order. The whole Songjiang community, both the black and white, was shaken overnight. He quickly told the story. Wow, Ma Zi's face changed drastically. He didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Black Dragon reacted in just a few hours. No, isn't the plan perfect? He didn't expect Su Lang to exist, and he didn't expect that day would be Qin Zhang's family dinner party. Brother Motzi, what's wrong with you? Brother Motzi, why are your legs shaking? Several younger brothers were surprised. No, it's okay. Ma Zi feigned composure and muttered to himself, don't panic. Even if Qin Zhang discovered it earlier, he might have been sold south. The plan wouldn't be a complete failure. Besides, even if Qin Shang is found, it wouldn't matter. I haven't shown up from beginning to end. If anyone wants to suspect someone, they should suspect Wang Xian. What does he have to do with him? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, he continued to comfort himself, and at the same time he went to the side and took out his cell phone to call Zygo Beep. The phone you dialed is turned off. He called other senior executives to contact AZ, but unfortunately, all their phones were turned off. Today, AZ was going to force Uncle Long to abdicate, and for fear of leaking information, he had asked all core members to turn off their phones under his complete surveillance since last night, so they could not receive any information from the outside world. This, Ma Zi was so anxious that he was running around in circles. Right at this moment, there were quarrels downstairs. Hey, what are you doing? Who let you in? You can't go upstairs. Stop, someone come, someone is here to mess things up. Wow, the faces of the younger brothers on the second floor were extremely angry. Fuck. You dare to come to Tianqian to mess things up? Let's see who is so bold. Why are you pretending to be so awesome? Damn. Brothers, grab your weapons, this is a chance to make a contribution. Let me see who it is. What's going on? They quickly took out machetes and batons and rushed towards the stairs, still cursing and swearing. Yes, as soon as they rushed to the stairs, all the brothers stood there as if they were under a spell. Then, step back step by step, grass. Seeing them retreating instead of advancing, Ma Zi, already anxious, could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, what are you doing? There's a ghost at the stairs. Why are you all retreating? Mama. One of the younger brothers pointed ahead, unable to speak clearly. There is, dark, night, waste, get out of the way. Ma Zi put down his phone and walked over. Let me see who dares to come to Tianqian to make trouble. He stopped talking halfway and couldn't open his mouth, and his body was also stunned. Even the phone slipped from my hands. Boom. All this happened because a group of young men in black formal attire appeared in front of them. The young man leading the group, with a slightly long face and a slightly pointed nose, was the head of the Black Dragon Transport Hall, Night Owl, Feng Lin. Chapter 573, The Truth is Revealed, The Culprit, Azai Gulp, Trample. Ma Zi's body couldn't stop shaking and he stepped back, looking at Feng Lin with eyes full of fear. To be clear of Feng Lin, as the head of Heilongjiang's two major heavyweight institutions, the Ministry of Transportation, Feng Lin is well known in the underworld. There are hundreds of transport personnel under his command, a large number of heavy-duty trucks and vans, and transportation is often carried out at night. Nickname, Night Owl, anyone who sees him on the street should call out. Brother Xiao, the most important thing is that the other party is the boss of the Black Dragon Group. What does the Black Dragon Group want to find him for? Could it be, the truth is revealed? Why, he was terrified and turned around to flee. A Black Dragon employee next to Feng Lin said directly, Brother Xiao, it's him. He is Ma Zi. Tread. Feng Lin stepped forward with a cold expression. Ma Zi. Good. You are so kind, yet you dare to plot against Heilong. You even dare to kidnap Jiang Ji's sister. You were so bold. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Tianqian brothers, Sigma, surprised face, Sigma degree, Motzi, winky face, **, he turned and ran, ordering his fellow thugs, quick. Stop them. Stop them. He knew the truth had been exposed and Black Dragon would never let him go. He had no choice but to hide in the house and wait for rescue. He could contact Brother Zai. If all else failed, he could call the police. Pity, he just took a step out, bang, a strong hand pressed on his shoulder, making it difficult for him to move and causing him excruciating pain. It hurts, brush. He took a look. Subconsciously he discovered that all his subordinates were standing straight against the wall with their heads down, pretending not to see odd nonsense. They are going to be successful. Don't try to get yourself killed. Can they provoke the Black Dragon? Not to mention Brother Zai. Even Uncle Long at his peak couldn't be compared to the current Black Dragon. Besides, just now, a quick glance at the stairs showed that the area below was densely packed with Black Dragon personnel. What the hell is there to resist? Grass. Ma Zi cursed inwardly and was about to hit back, bang. Fong Lin grabbed his palm with one hand and pressed him against the wall with his backhand. It hurts, Ma Zizi screamed. Brother Xiao, brother, his arm is broken, is it nothing to do with me? I don't know what you were talking about. How dare I provoke Black Dragon, how dare I kidnap Brother Zhang's sister, Brother Xiao? You must have made a mistake. Really? I don't have the courage. I'm telling the truth, I didn't leave the house yesterday. I brought it here at home, my brothers can all testify. He quickly came up with a pretext to clear himself of suspicion. Yes, the next moment he shut up, Fong Lin handed the phone to him, and a video was playing on the phone. His face was captured extremely clearly in the video, as was his own words. Impossible, Ma Zi couldn't believe it, she was clearly unconscious at the time, and her phone had been found long ago. She didn't have any video equipment on her? How could she have filmed it? How could it be? He couldn't understand why he was filmed, and then he felt like the sky was falling. He was originally very excited about his brother's trust in him to do this thing, thinking that it was really possible to use this to provoke a fight between Black Dragon and Tiger Wei and then reap the benefits, but when the truth was exposed and he fell into the hands of the Black Dragon, his excitement turned directly into despair. He didn't dare to think about what would be waiting for him. Sink into the river, no. Sinking the river would be too easy for him. Would he be made to suffer a fate worse than death? When I think of the various tortures portrayed on TV, and the various horrible things in Legends crash, he peed. Oh shit, Fong Lin angrily let go of his hand and took a step back, bang. Ma Zi collapsed in the urine, unable to stand up. His mind was blank and his legs were shaking, he looked completely terrified. Fuck. Fong Lin lowered his head, covered his mouth and nose, and cursed at him. You F*** king, you thought you had some courage to do such a big thing, but in the end, this, whoa, Ma Zi's face was filled with tears. Brother Xiao, it really has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders. It was Brother Zai. He insisted on making me do this. He is my eldest brother, how dare I disobey him? I really advised me not to provoke the Black Dragon, saying that Brother Jiang and Brother Xiao are both top figures and would be ruined if we provoke them, but Brother Zai refused to listen. What can I do? I'm just a minor supporting role, Please tell Brother Jiang, spare me, I'll do anything. He kept begging for forgiveness and his body was shaking. Fuck. Fong Lin said, stop crying. I'm asking you this, why did your brother suddenly think of kidnapping Sister Qing? What's going on? Ma Zi didn't dare hesitate and told everything. It was Meng Lan? Not long ago, he came to Tianqian Group to find Brother Zai, saying that he wanted to cooperate with Brother Zai and invest 50 million yuan as long as he kidnapped Sister Qing. Then Brother Zai decided to do it and put the blame on Huawei Group. Meng Lan, Fong Lin frowned. Maz, Meng Lan is from the overseas Meng Group. He seems to be targeting Meng Yu, and by the way, he is also greedy for the milk tea business of the Black Dragon Group. The Meng family overseas? Fong Lin's eyes narrowed slightly before he scolded and asked doubtfully, where are the others, AZ? Be clear, this place is the headquarters of Tianqian Group. Logically, there should be many important people here. He brought a lot of people with him when he came to catch Motzi because he was afraid of accidents. But when he came in, he found that there were only 2 or 3 cats and kittens in the entire Tianqian bar. Not to mention AZ, there were no other important people, only Ma Zi and his 20 or so younger brothers were left to guard the place. Something is not right. Maz, Brother Zai went to Long Fei Group. He received 50 million yuan from Meng Lan to establish connections at Long Fei Group. Is he planning to force a confession from Uncle Long and take over the position himself? Long Fei Group, force Uncle Long, take the position yourself. Fong Lin thought about it and understood the whole story. It was obvious that this guy first formed an alliance with Meng Lan to kidnap Qin Chang and frame the Huawei Group, and then used the funds given by Meng Lan to bribe the veterans of the Long Fei Group to take over. He even planned to sit back and watch the fight between the 2 tigers after he came to power, and reap the benefits when Black Dragon and Tiger Wei fought to the death. Damn it, he even dares to plot against the Black Dragon. He is really courting death. Fong Lin, are you done? Ma Zi nodded. Fong Lin stepped forward and tried to grab Ma Zi by the collar, preparing to take him downstairs and hand him over to the police. Ma Zi thought he was about to start to attack himself. No. I am still useful. I know the secret of Brother Zai, I have evidence of his crimes, and I also have evidence of the crimes of Longfei Group. Don't kill me. Fong Lin was stunned. I thought I had just caught someone unexpectedly, what a surprise. Chapter 574, Complete Evidence. Revenge is inevitable, Xinjiang, Code People. What evidence? Fong Lin looked at Ma Zi and asked, tell me quickly. Where is it? Ma Zi pointed upstairs and said, it's in the safe in Zai Ji's office upstairs. Fong Lin, go. Ma Zi didn't dare to resist and followed Fong Lin upstairs to get the safe. It wasn't that he was unkind, but the pressure from the Black Dragon Group was too great for him to breathe and he didn't dare to resist. Besides, it was impossible for him to follow and rebel against Uncle Long if he was really loyal. It can be said that most of the senior executives of Tianjin Group were traitors, otherwise they would not have withdrawn after learning that Uncle Long was going to establish an engineering group and join forces with Brother Zai to force him to the throne. As for those younger brothers were even more frightened and trembling, they hadn't expected that the kidnapping incident that caused a stir last night was done by Zaigu. Now they no longer think about rising to the top, but just hope that the Black Dragon Group will not target them, otherwise they will die without knowing how they died. Even though they knew that if they could hold Fenglin back at this moment and snatch the evidence away, it would be a great achievement. Get on top, at your fingertips, but what to do after taking the throne? Being destroyed by the Black Dragon, count the birds, it doesn't matter who you serve as my younger brother. If Tianjin Group fails, I can just switch to another group. Life is the most important. Upstairs. Ma Zi opened the safe and took out a large number of documents and handed them to Fenglin. I accidentally saw this password. Without this password, the safe cannot be opened and will self-destruct. Fenglin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the contents of the document. Tianqian, Long Fei, no matter what your purpose is, if you have provoked Black Dragon and Brother Jiang, then you will all die. 10 minutes later, Fenglin took Ma Zi away and sent some people to capture Meng Lan, while quickly reporting the situation to Zhu Zhang. The arrest of Meng Lan was also very smooth. Meng Lan had been under the surveillance of the Tianjin Group for a long time, and with the traitor Ma Zi around, he was captured easily. Meng Lan, no. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? I'm a businessman, an overseas businessman. Bang, Lunan slapped him in the face. Hi, your grandmother's legs, you bastard. Don't think I don't know you are from the overseas Meng family, no. You should be from the overseas bastard family. Dare to plot against Brother Jiang, you are ruined. Wow, Meng Lan was so scared that his legs went weak. How did you know? Tianqian is a bunch of bastards. They are trying to trick me. He thought AZ had sold him out, but he didn't expect that AZ was also sold out. On the helicopter, Buzz, Qin Jiang received the general news report from Zhu Zhang. Tianjin Group, Longfei Group, Meng Lan, forced the emperor to abdicate and take the throne. The snipe and the clam fight. Qin Jiang was not surprised by the information. In fact, this situation had been predicted long ago. AZ. Qin Jiang murmured, Old Man Long is so old that he can't even keep an eye on his people. Although you didn't provoke me, if your people provoke me, then they will all die. Brush, Qin Jiang called by Meng, no? So what? Qin Jiang, the culprit behind this has been found. Tianjin Group's boss sent his henchman Ma Zi to do it. The middle-aged woman only had a gun. The overseas Meng family is also involved. He told the story again. Silence, so quiet, Bai Meng didn't know what to say. He had just come down the mountain and arrived at the temporary office. Before he could interrogate Shangshan village, Qin Jiang had already caught the murderer behind the scenes. To know who was the professional after all. The next moment he heard even more shocking words. Qin Jiang, my people also found some criminal evidence about the Longfei Group, and Zhu Zhang has passed it to you. Evidence of Longfei Group's crimes. Bite, he received a message on his mobile phone. He looked down at the contents of various documents in his hands with shock. This could not be said to be a piece of criminal evidence. These evidences were enough to completely crush the Longfei Group. It was definitely an extremely serious case for public security. Longfei Group had begun to transform before the public security crackdown, and all kinds of means were hidden. Therefore, public security continued to target Longfei Group but never found any evidence. Even people at his level knew that the public security had arranged undercover to enter Longfei, but so far nothing had been found. The higher-ups had planned to investigate the Longfei Group as a long and arduous task, but now Qin Jiang directly sent him a large amount of evidence. There is this evidence, Longfei. It's time to close the net. Sudden, Bai Meng realized that Qin Jiang's call to him was definitely not just to give him evidence of Bai Meng. What are you going to do? Qin Jiang, someone is messing with me. If I don't fight back, I will be despised. Anyone who touches me will be killed by my own hands. Bai Meng, I want to ask my superiors. Qin Jiang, waiting for your call. Bang, Bai Meng hung up the phone and quickly called Wang Feng. What? Wang Feng stood up excitedly. You said that Qin Jiang not only found the culprit of this kidnapping, but also found evidence of Long Fei's crime. Bai Meng, yes. The evidence is complete, and we can close in on the Longfei Group. Wang Feng, okay, the kidnapping incident had a huge impact, especially when Song Jian was in the process of attracting large-scale investment. It could be said that the higher authorities had already inquired about the matter and asked him to solve the case within 48 hours. Half of the 48 hours have passed. He didn't dare to sleep and kept urging his subordinates to speed up the process. However, the trafficking couple knew nothing about anything and insisted that Wang Xian asked them to do it without any evidence. In this case, he couldn't arrest Wang Xian directly and could only ask his subordinates to investigate Wang Xian's recent movements. Finally, everything is revealed. Skydive, Long Fei, put the blame on others. Good. Very good, Bai Meng. Qin Jiang wants justice. Wang Feng was stunned, then he realized, this kid is trying to show off his power. Yeah. He must be afraid of something like this happening again. Okay. This isn't a violation of the rules. The old rules are, you'll be the overall commander of the capture of Long Fei, Qin Jiang will be the operations consultant, and the Black Dragon personnel can assist with public security work. but they don't have law enforcement powers and aren't allowed to use any traditional methods. Bai Meng, yes. Wang Feng, you are going to make another contribution, how enviable. Bai Meng, I will always be your soldier. Wang Feng, hang up the phone. Bai Meng looked at the sky outside. Xinjiang. Ever since I met him, he has contributed so much. To be honest, I owe him a lot, but he sacrificed his sister for me. Fuck. What was he thinking? He said to Fei Yu and Zhang Long, leave this to you too. I need to go back to Songjiang first. Finished. Bai Meng quickly flew to Songjiang on a security helicopter. At the same time, quickly notify Qin Jiang. On the helicopter, Qin Jiang looked calm when he received Bai Meng's message. Wang Tao looked at Qin Jiang and asked, Brother Jiang, what are you going to do next? We can't just give up. Qin Jiang looked outside in the direction of Songjiang and uttered two long-lost words in a cold tone. Coder, Chapter 575. People from all departments gathered and all parties were shocked. Okay. Wang Tao nodded excitedly. Immediately it delivered the order quickly. Creek Villas bang. Zhu Zheng closed the fan and looked at Qin's parents and said, Grandpa, Uncle and Aunt, I'm going out to do good things. Grandpa Qin, you are busy. Qin's parents, as long as we know Qin Cheng is safe, Zhu Zheng looked at Bai Lu and said, talk to the uncles and aunts here. He did not forget to wink at Bai Lu. Bai Lu rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. When approaching Zhu Zhengdao, I'll leave 50 people for you to look after the villa. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Bai Lu nodded seriously, don't worry. There will be no problem with me here. She didn't brag. Not to mention that with 50 little brothers guarding her, no one could break in. Her identity was not a secret among the top leaders in Songjiang, who dares to play dirty tricks in front of her. As for those small and medium-sized forces who didn't know her identity, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Qin Zhang's villa. Zhu Zhang walked out of the villa and came outside. There are quite a few Black Dragon personnel stationed there. Zhu Zheng shouted, pass on Brother Zhang's order. Everyone, each unit must send out their elite troops to assemble on Tianbao Avenue. Welcome Brother Jiang, destroy Long Fei. As for Tianchen Group, he was too lazy to say, Xiao Calamy was not worthy of the Black Dragons. Collective dispatch, Feng Lin alone was killed by him. To be honest, Long Fei is not important enough for the Black Dragon Group now. But the kidnapping of Qin Cheng is too sensitive, so Black Dragon must strike hard. Under orders, under orders. All the Black Dragon personnel responded in unison. At the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement and impatience. They also knew that Qin Cheng was furious because of being kidnapped. Now that they knew that the culprit was Long Fei and AZ, how could they not be angry? Finally, now is the time to explode. Bang, a younger brother quickly opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz S, and Xu Zheng got in and said, let's go. In the entire Black Dragon Group, only Qin Jiang and Zhu Zheng could sit in the back of this car. According to one person, Sizhou was also qualified, but unfortunately he couldn't get in at all. Boom, boom, a large number of convoys quickly set off from the Creek Villa. At the same time, the various Black Dragon units are frantically contacting personnel administration, dispatch personnel. Prepare vehicles immediately. Zhang Ji's order, set off. Meet at road. Transportation department, remove 3 trucks for me. Zhang Ji's order, load people, the security department has them all. Zhang Ji's order, code them. All of a sudden, the Black Dragon Group was in an uproar from top to bottom. Zhang Ji's order, it is the highest order in the Black Dragon Group. Given the current status of the Black Dragon Group, ordinary people can no longer receive such orders. Usually, each management department issues its own orders. Even if they don't know what is happening, it is definitely a major event and no one dares to delay. Heilong Night Market, even during the day it is still crowded. Zhang Wei and Yang Shui were strolling around the night market. Zhang Wei couldn't help but get excited when he saw the bustling Heilong Night Market. Yang Shui was not interested at all. Compared to this lively scene, she preferred high-end shopping malls, but she still smiled at Zhang Wei on the surface. Zhang Wei, I heard that this Black Dragon Night Market was opened by Qin Jiang. Zhang Wei, yes. It was opened by Brother Jiang. This is where he started his business. I didn't expect it to be so prosperous. Yang Shui, you're the 4th in your dorm, so you're pretty popular, right? Is Qin Jiang very nice to you? You're going to join the Black Dragon after graduation, right? Did Qin Jiang assign you a specific department? Zhang Wei, I'm not sure about what's going to happen after graduation, but joining Black Dragon is no problem. I haven't decided on a specific department yet, I'll decide when graduation is approaching. And last night I did Brother Jiang a favor, and he said he'd give me a reward. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. It seems, Zhang Wei and Qin Jiang still have a relationship. The reason why she chose to contact Zhang Wei was because of this relationship. She didn't ask for much. She just wanted Zhang Wei to be a middle or senior manager in the Black Dragon Group in the future and get the original shares. She heard that as long as she had those shares, she would be able to achieve financial freedom once the company went public. Think of this, she decided to seize Zhang Wei's potential. As long as she could be patient for a while, she could achieve financial freedom, so why not do it? Yang Shui accidentally touched Zhang Wei's hand. Brush, Zhang Wei felt as if all the pores on his body were open. He could also see some of Yang Shui's intentions, but he just didn't want to care. He even subconsciously talked to Yang Shui about some of Qin Zhang's things in the dormitory, deliberately expressing that Qin Zhang and he were good friends. Yang Shui, what kind of person is Qin Zhang? Is he really the underworld boss that the legend says he is? Zhang Wei, no. Brother Jiang is quite approachable. Black Dragon is also a legitimate company. Those things about coders fighting and even the sinking of the river are just legends. Yes, he had just finished speaking. Suddenly someone pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed in shock, fuck. Look, Brush, a large number of people looked forward. A large number of people in black uniforms rushed out from the Black Dragon Management Department, and countless vehicles started up at the same time. Boom, boom, swish. Swish. Swish, a large number of Black Dragon personnel jumped into the vehicle holding black umbrellas, and the vehicle set off without stopping. Not 10, dozens of cars. Hundreds of people boarded and set off. The shock was beyond words. This scene, it shocked many people. No. What's going on? Such a big scene? What are so many people going to do? The last time I saw this kind of scene was at the beginning of the year, when Washington collapsed. So what's the big deal? Who dares to offend Qin Zhang, this fierce god, and cause great trouble? Many stall owners couldn't help but sigh. Yang Shui? Zhang Wei, Omega, no, this is the good guy you were talking about. Is the legend fake? No, that's true. On the contrary, it's a bit low-key. At the same time, security department. Quick. We have them all. Brother Zhang's order, go. Quick, if you don't get on the bus within 10 minutes, your bonus will be halved. If you don't get on the bus within 20 minutes, you'll be detained for observation. Get in the car. Ministry of Transport, Engineering Department. The grand scene shook the entire Songjiang, and countless leaders of various forces were scared half to death. One by one they yelled madly, I just feel like something's wrong. Black Dragon issued a wanted order last night and is now mobilizing a large number of people. He must be serious. Find out who has offended him. Have any of his men offended Black Dragon recently? I will stand up to anyone who provokes the Black Dragon. If one of them dies now, then the whole family will suffer. No, I have to find a place to hide. For a time, all the forces were in danger, fearing that some of their subordinates would be so foolish as to offend the Black Dragon. Many leaders of the forces even hid themselves as soon as they received the news. It can be said that with Qin Zhang's order die in less than half an hour, Songjiang can be called a major earthquake. Chapter 576. The three members of the Gu family were surprised. Qin Zhang, go first, Hui, at this time. But if you look down from a high altitude, you can see there are more than 100 cars. Hundreds of cars from all directions drove towards Tianbao Avenue and quickly met halfway. Convoy, the scale is getting bigger and bigger. Dozens of units, hundreds of units, hundreds of units, this time. All major departments went out to fight, and even though the time was short, there were still less than 1,000 people gathered. Tianbao Avenue, the Maserati was driving slowly. Mr. Gu and Gu Chuan were sitting in the back, and Gu Xiaodong was driving in the front. Ji Chuan, Grandpa. You've bought the land in Songjiang and met with the leaders. It's almost time to catch up with some old friends. When are you planning to leave? Mr. Gu, what? You want to chase me away, Gu Chuan, just ask. Mr. Gu, have you figured out what business Qin Zhang is planning to do with the land he bought these past 2 days? Gu Chuan, it's not about building a shopping mall. Mr. Gu, nonsense, you say? I'm not in a hurry to leave. I've been busy with other things these past 2 days and haven't caught up with Brother Qin. I owe him a lot. I have to repay these karmas. Otherwise, my luck will be bad. Gu Chuan rolled his eyes. Superstition. Mr. Gu, let's find a time to have dinner with the Qin family. We can become old friends in the future. Gu Chuan, I'm not going. Gu Xiaodong also said, I won't go either. Mr. Gu scolded, drive your car. You have no right to speak. Who asked you to go? Gu Xiaodong, old Master Gu, you don't even want to go to a family dinner with a close friend. What's the matter? Isn't your last name Gu? Gu Chuan, you don't have to use a surname. Mr. Gu Chuan, do you want to be friends with all of Mr. Qin's sons and descendants, or do you only want to continue with Qin Zhang's line? Why don't you say a word about Qin He? I know what you're thinking, but I don't have any feelings for him? Old Master Gu said, how could I not be interested? Qin Jiang is a good-looking boy with a great temperament. His domineering style is rare in modern times, and he has his own set of business strategies. He seems to have good fortune. The most important thing is that I had an agreement with his grandfather, and you two are also the result of his parents' orders. Gu Chuan, I am not your tool to fulfill your promise, nor am I your mascot to reshape the Gu family's fortune. Old Master Gu, but I swore a promise in front of our ancestors. If it weren't for Old Master Qin, there wouldn't be your father, let alone you. The master said that the bell must be tied by the person who understands it. Besides, if it weren't for the fact that you two are suitable and Grandpa can bring you together, you two would be a powerful combination. If he just makes the milk tea well, he can create a market value of tens of billions. With this kid's ability, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him manage all the Gu family's businesses in the mainland in the future. Then you can also, Gu Chuan, does he care about the Gu family business? Mr. Gu, I have a way to make him care, Gu Chuan, I don't care. I warn you not to use force against him, otherwise his methods will be very complicated, Mr. Gu, I have my own business methods. Besides, what methods does he have? What? How dare he play those tricks in Songjiang? As soon as these words fell, card. Gu Xiaodong in front suddenly stepped on the brakes, bang. Bang, Gu Chuan and Old Man Gu were almost hit in the back seat. Old Master Gu, fuck your grandma. Can you drive? What? Are you going to murder me to inherit the family business? Gu Xiaodong didn't answer but just pointed forward. Brush. Mr. Gu and Gu Chuan looked outside. See you, directly in front of us, there were countless black vehicles parked densely around Tianbao Square, including trucks. The convoy was endless, with at least hundreds of vehicles. On both sides of the vehicles stood a large number of young men in black suits with solemn expressions. There are more than 1,000 people. The densely packed trees standing there give people an endless sense of oppression. This is Black Dragon's people. Old Man Gu, Gu Chuan, and Gu Xiaodong immediately recognized the identities of the people in front of them. Heilun's dress is unique in Songjiang and even in the whole country. It is very iconic. Gu Xiaodong, what's going on? Why are all the Black Dragon people gathered here? Gu Chuan, something's wrong, something strange, Mr. Gu, it's not a small matter. Mr. Gu and Gu Chuan looked at each other. Moment, three big words appeared in their minds at the same time. Something happened. Gu Xiaodong pointed to the sky again. Look. 3 helicopters slowly descended onto the Tianbao Square. Bang. 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 A large number of people in black suits descended from the helicopter, and Qin Jiang emerged from the helicopter seat in the middle, surrounded by a crowd of people. See Qin Jiang come out. Brush. 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 Thousands of Black Dragon employees bowed their heads and greeted Brother Jiang. Then, surrounded by the crowd, Qin Jiang entered the Supreme Mercedes-Benz S-car, and the other Black Dragon members also got in. Boom, boom. The huge convoy quickly drove away into the distance. In the car, Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang. The villa has been arranged, and uncle and aunt have already gone to bed. Qin Jiang nodded. They stayed up all night to get the news that Qin Sheng was safe. It was abnormal for them not to sleep at their age. Zhu Zhang, Meng Lan has been arrested and handed over to the Public Security Department. Although I had suspected it long ago, I never thought it was the work of the overseas Meng family. Brother Jiang. I apologize to you for being too careless. His face was full of guilt. In his opinion, it was because he was not cautious enough and was only concerned about guarding against Hu Wei and did not take Tian Xian seriously that Qin Sheng was kidnapped. Snap. Snap, Qin Jiang patted his shoulder and said, Zhang. Nothing is absolute. Even if Zhuge Liang were reborn, he couldn't predict everything, let alone you and me. Qin Sheng won't blame you, the brothers won't blame you, and I won't blame you either, between brothers. No need to say more. Zhu Zhang nodded without pretense. He and Qin Jiang had long since reached a point where they didn't need to be fussy. He had just spoken from the heart, and continued, little minions, Ma Zi and Meng Lan have both been apprehended. As for the main culprit, Zai, he's at the Longfei group. He's planning to force Old Man Long out of power today. Qin Jiang, Old Man Long. Is old after all, Zhu Zhang, yeah. He couldn't even keep his own men in check, and let them expose his true secrets. They even dared to provoke us. Brother Black Dragon will not be able to swallow this anger unless he kills them all with this punch. Qin Jiang nodded. Yes, if this incident, which had caused such a big fuss, was to end here, not to mention how outsiders would view Heilong, his brothers would also be resentful, and it might even affect their morale in the future. This was why Qin Jiang chose to cooperate with the public security again. 1. Kill Long Fei to deter the villains. 2. Boost morale and keep climbing. 3. Raking grass and hunting rabbits. That's right, just hunt rabbits. Brush. Qin Jiang didn't look towards Longfei in the North District, but instead looked towards Hu Wei Group and ordered, don't go to Longfei first. Go to Hu Wei first. Chapter 577, The Tiger's Might, the 3 Gu family members shock, and Wu Yu's thoughts clear. Zhu Zhang certainly knew what Brother Jiang was thinking. Since we have formal powers to cooperate with the public security, why not take advantage of the situation to deal a blow to the tiger's power? As long as we put pressure on the other party, it will be easy for the other party to make mistakes at this critical juncture. Until then, you can let the other person drink a pot. Brush. Zhu Zhang pulled out his intercom. Brother Zhang's order, go. Tianshui Avenue. Tiger power, clear, clear. There were bursts of cheers coming from the intercom. Boom, the convoy quickly headed towards Tianshui Avenue, at the same time I and the Maserati. Ji Xiaodong? No. How come each appearance is more impressive than the last? This time he even took a helicopter. If this continues, the next time I see him, he'll be riding a rocket. This is too much of a show-off, right? Thousands of his followers were waiting in the square to greet him as he got off the plane. It's really outrageous. His face was filled with disbelief and absurdity. Helicopter IT was certainly not unfamiliar to him, as he had done it many times when he was in Hong Kong. Of course. Compared to Qin Zhang's appearance just now, he felt that the helicopters he had ridden in before were all fake. No, is it possible to be so pretentious just riding a plane? Later. Gu Chuan and Old Man Gu ignored Gu Xiaodong's outrageous behavior. They both knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Qin Zhang would never make such a big fuss. Mr. Gu, ask about the situation. Gu Chuan didn't waste any time and took out his phone to dial. What happened in Songjiang last night? Secretary, yesterday? Nothing happened yesterday. Wait, something really big happened. The entire Songjiang police are looking for someone. It is said that an important figure from Heilong has gone missing. Important people are missing. Ji Yuchuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a vague guess. Anything else specific? Secretary, it seems that the Black Dragon Group is making a big move and is frantically looking for someone. I don't know much else. I'll go and find out right away. He was just a secretary in the business world. He paid close attention to business matters, but he had no access to the underworld. It was only because the commotion last night was really a bit big. Otherwise, given his position, he would not have received any important information at all. He could only wait for the incident to develop further to find out the situation. Ji Yuchuan, no need. Bang. Gu Chuan hung up the phone and said to Old Man Gu, at the moment, we only know that an important figure from Black Dragon is missing. Black Dragon and the police have been searching for him all night last night. Missing? Kidnapping? Old Master Gu frowned and took out his cell phone to make a call. After he hung up, his brows relaxed, said to Gu Xiaodong, go. Follow Qin Zhang's team, Gu Xiaodong, Mr. Gu, what, follow, Gu Xiaodong, boom, he stepped on the accelerator and quickly caught up with the Black Dragon convoy. Fortunately, the Black Dragon convoy was long enough and had not traveled far, so he was not unable to track it. At the same time, Old Master Gu said to Gu Chuan, last night, Qin Zhang's sister, Qin Sheng, was kidnapped and taken away. She was eventually trafficked to a small mountain village on the border of a neighboring province. According to the latest intelligence, Qin Zhang has already taken a helicopter to rescue her. This case has been designated a priority. Gu Chuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He had learned a lot of important information from his grandfather's simple words. Qin Sheng was kidnapped. Who would dare to kidnap her? An ordinary person? Absolutely impossible? It's likely that some powerful forces behind this helicopter, proving that the incident was urgent. Black Dragon obviously put in a lot of effort. Key case, this proves that the higher-ups also attach great importance to this matter. Just think about it and you can guess how much impact the kidnapping of the sister of a local business tycoon will have on local investment promotion. So, she looked towards the direction of Qin Zhang's convoy. The people have been rescued. Qin Zhang's character will never give up. Now that such a big scene has occurred, he will, Mr. Gu, revenge. Gu Chuan, you plan to take a look. Mr. Gu, you have other important things. Gu Chuan, that's not the case. Mr. Gu, then let's see what he is going to do. And how is he going to do it? Gu Chuan didn't say anything. She was also extremely curious. How big a deal could Qin Zhang do if her sister was kidnapped? Songjiang, can he cause such a mess? The other side. Wu Yu was playing chess with an old man. Bang. Wu Yu was directly promoted to general. The old man's mouth twitched twice. Your chess skills have improved recently. Did you meet a famous teacher to teach you? Who can introduce me to Wu Yu? What do you mean by guidance from a famous teacher? To me, this is called a sudden enlightenment, becoming a master. Of course, he was too embarrassed to tell the other party that he learned chess from Qin Zhang. The old man didn't have a chance to respond to Wu Yu's boasting. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. After he hung up, he frowned and said, Qin Zhang is back, but he made a bit of a fuss. Wu Yu, how big is it? The old man said, hundreds of cars, thousands of people. That scene, what on earth is he planning to do? Wu Yu, what can we do? His sister was kidnapped, and his temper is a bit off. The old man said, why don't you worry, why don't you try to persuade? Wu Yu, what are you trying to persuade? It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Qin Zhang, but he knew that Qin Zhang was very cautious and wouldn't make mistakes based on principle. Even if he got carried away by what happened today, someone would stop him. Since that person didn't stop him, it proved that he was fine. What he is saying is just asking for trouble, old man. It seems that you think highly of him. Nonsense. Wu Yu rolled his eyes. Qin Zhang is here. The vocational college has a living signboard, and its employment rate has turned positive and there is room for improvement. It can be said that Qin Zhang's existence has raised the popularity of the entire vocational college by several levels, and he has been mentioned many times in high-level leadership meetings, and his career has been much smoother. He has it all planned out. Next year, vocational colleges can raise the admission scores. Then you can use this opportunity to start trying out comprehensive general undergraduate majors and the research points involved. As the saying goes, a university without graduate students is not a good university. Vocational college students also need to have dreams, right? Qin Zhang's presence is very important. With him as the chief young entrepreneur, many things will be easier to handle. Sometimes, what he lacks isn't resources or connections. Rather, it's a spark. If things go well, he might be able to make further progress in the next few years. Opposite, the old man could naturally see how much Wu Yu valued Qin Zhang. which made him very curious about Qin Zhang. He couldn't help but pick up his phone and send messages to his subordinates, asking them to pay attention to what Qin Zhang was going to do today. Ha! Wu Yu was stunned and looked down at the chessboard. No. Where's my cannon? The old man held the cannon in his hand, his face bewildered. Cannon? What kind of cannon, Wu Yu? Chapter 578, AZ is about to take the throne, the Black Dragon is coming. Longfei Group, 10 o'clock, Uncle Long came to the office in high spirits. Since the transformation, his spirits have been getting better and better along the way. I encouraged many staff members with nods and smiles, and many of them also changed. Most of the thugs who used to be thugs have been moved to the engineering department, and the newly recruited top students in the company's finance, human resources, and office departments no longer swear everywhere. Having top students as a motivator can also help the older brothers gradually change their mindset and stop them from dwelling on violence all the time. Now that we're old, wouldn't it be nice to just enjoy a quiet life? The more Old Man Long thought about it, the happier he felt, and his steps with his crutches became more and more steady. Office. Old Man Long stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and enjoyed the sunshine. It was a habit he had maintained recently. Standing in the sun made him feel very comfortable. Behind him, the secretary was reporting to him on the group's current business. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner while a cloud blocked the sun. Uncle Long frowned and said nothing, then turned back to his seat and said to his secretary, "If you have nothing else, go down." The secretary whispered, "Uncle Long. There's something else." "Something happened to Black Dragon last night, Uncle Long." "Black Dragon?" Secretary, "Yes. The sister of Qin Zhang, chairman of the Black Dragon Group, was kidnapped. Both the black and white gangs in Songjiang were frantically searching for her yesterday. Now it's uncertain whether they've found her. Yesterday, I saw Uncle Long sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you." Uncle Long's expression will soon return to normal after he was silent. He did not blame the secretary. It was he who warned his subordinates not to tell him too much about the affairs of the martial arts world in the future. Now Long Fei has left the martial arts world, so if he wants to leave, he should not ask about the affairs of the martial arts world. "You pay more attention," Uncle Long ordered. "After we find him, prepare a gift and send it as a token of consolation. Whether he accepts it or not is up to him." Secretary, understood. Moment, the secretary turned and left the office. Uncle Long sat in his office chair, looking out at the sky covered by clouds. It seems the transformation is on the right track. Even a cautious person like Qin Zhang has suffered losses from society. The shopping mall is still better and more stable. You can also enjoy the happiness of nature. What a wonderful era. Just as Uncle Long was sighing, below the group. Boom, 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 dozens of cars stopped. As I came with a large group of people from Tianjin Group. This scene startled the security guards at the door. Brother, they greeted each other subconsciously. What he waited for was Aziz waving his hand. "Take it down." Wow, a large number of younger brothers rushed forward and controlled the many security guards at the door who were in a confused state. Aziz, bald. You and your men will take over the group's security. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Okay, the bald man roared and led his men to take over the security system of the Longfei Group. The Longfei Group had already undergone transformation and the security of the headquarters was weak. In addition, since Azai was willing to win, it would naturally not be difficult. At the same time, Azai directly led the remaining people into the group. And many staff members were stunned by the sudden movement at the door. The secretary who had just come downstairs for inspection happened to see this scene and looked at Azai in confusion. Azai. What are you doing, fuck? A little brother came forward and grabbed his hair. Fuck. You're the one who called me Azai, you called me Zay. Secretary, it hurts, master, you are. Azai looked around indifferently. None of your business, just do what you need to do. If anyone is dishonest, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tiger Power Group. Since Wang Wei was arrested, the company has been managed by his wife Lin Yu, who was sitting in the office with a frown on her face. The elders on both sides also had solemn expressions. Black Dragon's matter. Such a big commotion. As his mortal enemy, how could they, the Huawei Group, not know about it? Kidnapping Qin Zhang's sister at this critical moment, isn't this courting death? The situation in Songjiang needs to be stable now. If we do this, there will definitely be thunder from above. Who is so arrogant? As he spoke, his eyes subconsciously looked at Lin Yu, wanting to say something but stopping himself. It was obvious that they all suspected Wang Xian. It seemed that only Wang Xian could do such a stupid thing, and he had reasons to do it. Lin Yu saw what they were thinking and immediately picked up the phone and called out, "Wang Xian, where are you?" "Wang Xian, I'm in the group." "Lin Yu, come to the office." Moment, Wang Xian came to the office in a carefree manner. "Lin Yu, let me ask you, did you know that Qin Zhang's sister Qin Qing was kidnapped last night?" Wang Xian, what? Qin Chang was kidnapped? Holy crap. God bless you. Is Qin Zhang just making a fuss? Etc. What are you looking at? Are you doubting me? Wang Xian also noticed that there was something wrong with everyone's eyes, and immediately guessed something and shouted. Lin Yu and the others looked at his expression and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief since it didn't seem like he was pretending. I hope it wasn't him. But the next moment, an elder suddenly received a call. After he hung up, he looked at Lin Yu and said, "The Public Security Department just called to investigate Wang Xian's recent travel history. What? The whole audience fell silent again. The public security department must have some evidence if they suddenly wanted to investigate Wang Xian, but it just wasn't enough. Bang. Lin Yu slammed the table. Wang Xian. Tell me. Was it you who did the kidnapping? You're still going to lie to me, Wang Xian, although I really want to do it, you lock me up and won't let me go out. How can I do it? It's really not me, really, I've been playing with women lately, how can I have time for this? He could see that the atmosphere was wrong but didn't dare to admit it. Besides, it had nothing to do with him. The interrogation lasted for more than 20 minutes after Wang Xian swore and vowed, and also because he had not left Huey Group during this period. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief again. An elder said, the public security department is probably just investigating the suspicion. Someone must be trying to lead us on. It's even possible that they are trying to divert the blame, one elder agreed. It's very likely that someone is trying to exploit our vendetta against the Black Dragon, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. These experienced people are naturally not stupid, and they quickly guess some possibilities. This, Lin Yu rubbed her temples, feeling a headache. She had relied on the power of the Lin family to intimidate the elders below her. Now so many things were coming up and she had no way to deal with them. When will the tiger come out? An elder said, it should be within these few days. The lower level officials have taken charge of the matter and it can't be implicated on Brother Tiger. There's no reason for the public security to detain him any longer. Lin Yu, well. Let's put this matter aside for now and deal with it when the tiger comes out. Just as Lin Yu was about to end the meeting, bang, the door outside was pushed open, and a little brother quickly ran in and yelled, oh no. It's over, the Black Dragon is coming to kill me. Chapter 579. The Black Dragon arrives, Tiger Wei panics. What? Bang. Bang. Trample, the elders were frightened and panicked after hearing this news. Lin Yu also stood up trembling with fear. What did you say? Swish. The younger brother pointed outside and said, brothers outside reported that the Black Dragon Group has gathered hundreds of vehicles and thousands of people and is heading towards our Huey Group. They have already reached Tianshui Avenue. Gulp, gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva continued to be heard. Several elders were surprised and said, oh no. What on earth is Qin Jiang trying to do? We didn't kidnap his sister, didn't he see that this was a setup? He actually gathered so many people. Could it be that something happened to his sister? For a moment, they were thinking about many things. They thought that Qin Jiang might be furious because his sister had an accident, and they, Huey Wang Xian, were suspected. So they gathered their men and attacked directly. This, do we want to perish together? Wrong. Do you want to destroy them? What to do? What to do? Several elders looked at each other and shook their heads. At present, the tigers' might is obviously not as strong as the Black Dragons. In addition, the morale of the subordinates is low. After Wang Wei, the helmsman, entered, then avoid a head-on collision if possible. An elder looked at Lin Yu and said, Sister Yu. Is there a misunderstanding that needs to be explained to Qin Jiang? We can't be someone else's punching bag, and we can't let others frame us. An elder nodded, right. It's not that we're afraid of Qin Jiang, but we really can't let others reap the benefits. Yes and, that's the reason. Several elders continued to speak. Obviously, they all intended to let Lin Yu explain to Qin Jiang that this kidnapping had nothing to do with their Huey. This normal, sounds normal, don't forget that Huey and Heilong have a feud. Huey's leader Wang Wei was arrested not long ago because of Heilong. Qin Jiang. Now facing Heilong's provocation, he not only dares not resist but takes the initiative to call to explain. This is completely an act of weakness. Can you explain? Lin Yu looked at the elder's expression, shook her head, and ordered, go contact Qin Jiang. I want to talk to him. Call. The elders all breathed a sigh of relief, but then they found that they could not contact Qin Jiang at all. Not to mention Qin Jiang, even other senior executives of Black Dragon would not answer the phone at all. Even if they called with an ordinary number and identified themselves, the call would be hung up immediately. This has a lot of meanings. Soon, a younger brother came running over in a panic and said, Qin Jiang's convoy is almost at our intersection. Boom, everyone in the room felt extremely depressed. Ah. Wang Xian said angrily, what on earth does Qin Jiang want to do? I didn't do it, but he still came here. He doesn't take Huey seriously at all? Does he really think Huey has no one? Damn, outrageous. Damn it. Where is the back door? The elders, grass, the first two sentences sounded like you were a human being. The last two sentences, what, you have to run, bang, Lin Yu scolded, shut up. She looked at the elders and said, now that things have come to this, what do you think we should do? Several elders looked at each other. They really didn't want to compete with Black Dragon, but that didn't mean they would tolerate Black Dragon shitting on their necks. They were all gangsters, so who was afraid of who? Besides, Huey has backers behind him, so no one knows how it will end if things really turn upside down. Bang, a certain elder slammed the table and shouted to dry. The other elders also nodded, we have to do it. Do you really think Black Dragon can do whatever he wants? Tiger Power is not afraid of him. Get some people. Get some people for me. Hey, come on, you can't let him bully us in our Tiger Power base. Dry. For a while, the crowd in the hall was furious. See this? Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and said, then I'll leave it to you all. A certain elder said, "We can handle other matters, but the morale of our brothers is really low. We need someone to boost their morale." Lin Yu, who? Swish. The elders looked directly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, equal smiley face. I know? Are you old men sick? He really wanted to refuse, but Lin Yu didn't give him a chance. Okay. Let Xiao Xian go. Xiao Xian. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can boost morale and stop the Black Dragon this time, then. I promise. After you succeed, I'll let you take over part of the power of the Huwei group. After these words were spoken, the corners of the mouths of several elders twitched and they did not say anything. Wang Xuan's eyes lit up slightly. Going out to confront the Black Dragon head-on would be very dangerous, but he didn't need to charge in the front. Could their tiger might really allow the Black Dragon to destroy it? Besides, they had the Lin family behind them. As long as we persist, there is a high probability that a simple fight between the two sides will attract the attention of the higher-ups and end the fight. By then, if Wang Xian spreads out, he will be able to confront the Black Dragon Qin Jiang head-on, a big boss-level existence. He, who dares not to give him face, Gu Chuan also has to look up to him a bit. At the same time, he can use this opportunity to gain the power and authority of a second generation young master who will not be looked down upon by others. Think of this. Wang Xian's face turned into excitement. Oh my god. Isn't it Qin Jiang? He dares to fight Hu Wei. I will make him come in upright and leave sideways. Let him see how powerful Hu Wei is. Lin Yu, go. Several elders followed Wang Xian away. At the same time, the Hu Wei group was shaken violently, and a large number of younger brothers rushed out and took out many hidden weapons and even guns, fully prepared, as if a powerful enemy was approaching. In the office, Lin Yu thought for a moment and took out her cell phone to make a call. Lin family villa. Ding-a-ling. The landline rang. Hey, little sister, what's going on? Lin Lauer answered the phone. Lin Yu, second brother. Where is dad? Sister Qin Jiang from the Black Dragon Group was kidnapped last night. The Black Dragon Group suspects Hu Wei was responsible and has gathered a large number of people to attack Hu Wei. I'm afraid, Lin Lauer frowned, such a big move. It seems that Black Dragon is serious. Don't panic. Black Dragon can't cover everything with one hand. Don't worry. I'll let the old man settle the matter with your contact and let him know that the Lin family is not easy to bully. Lin Yu, thank you very much, second brother. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin family villa. Lin Lauer hung up the phone but did not inform the old man immediately. Instead, he quietly lit a cigarette. The one in trouble was Hu Wei, not the Lin family. Let the bullets fly for a while. It was just the right time for Black Dragon to temper his fierce temper, and then the Lin family would step in to settle the matter, which would show the Lin family's ability. Thinking of Wang Wei's indifferent look at him, Lin Lauer became furious. After 2 cigarettes, only then did Lin Lauer go upstairs to explain the matter to Mr. Lin. What? Mr. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh no. Black Dragon is trying to use the opponent's force to counterattack. Chapter 580, the tiger is at its peak of power. Qin Jiang, push forward, now not in the Hu Wei group. Hurry, brothers, the opportunity to make achievements has come. We can't let other shit on our heads, fuck them. A large number of people rushed towards the door quickly. An elder in the rear looked at a young man and shouted, Tianhu. I told you to open the treasury and get troops. The young man, Tianhu, shook his head. I'm sorry, brother Zhang. Brother Hu had already told us before we went in that the vault could not be opened unless ordered by him or by Master Lin. The elder, Zhang Chong, said angrily, No? You are still saying this at this critical moment. The Black Dragon Group is about to arrive. Don't we have the weapons to calm the situation? Are you going to watch the Tiger Power Group being suppressed and beaten by the Black Dragon Group? Watch them be destroyed. Tianhu's eyes were complicated as he shook his head. I only follow brother Hu's orders. Without his approval, I can't do it. Zhang Chong, no. Why are you so stubborn? Tianhu didn't speak. Several senior elders came over and scolded Tianhu, but it was ineffective. Tianhu was Wang Wei's godson and was ordered by Wang Wei to be in charge of the Hu Wei arsenal. Except for him, these elders didn't know where the weapons were usually kept. Finally, seeing that time was running out, he could only give up cursing and ordered his men to fetch their usual reserve weapons. Outside, Hu Wei's men stood there with an extremely nervous and panicked look on their faces. After all of the enemy this time is Black Dragon, the legendary figure who even got Brother Tiger involved. Several elders brought Wang Xian out together. Zhang Chong shouted, Brothers. No matter how powerful Qin Jiang is, he's still a human being. Hu Wei has survived all sorts of hardships for so long, and he's seen everything. Brother Hu will be out soon. Tomorrow at the latest. After these words were spoken, the brothers were obviously relieved. Wang Wei was the backbone of the Hu Wei group. Zhang Chong continued, for this battle, each person will be rewarded with 500 cash, and the injured will receive 3,000. The cost of treatment will be fully utilized. Those who achieve success will be rewarded. To kill a mid-level Black Dragon employee is 5,000. To kill a high-ranking Black Dragon employee is 10,000. To kill Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, and the others is 100,000. Whoever can kill any of Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Seijiu today, no. Just give them a slap in the face. Bonus, 500,000. Wow, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly boosted. 500,000, just slap Qin Jiang and the other two in the face. Although it is extremely difficult, it is not impossible. This is different from asking them to kill someone. If they were really asked to kill Qin Jiang, they would not dare to do it even if they were beaten to death. Not to mention that several elders had just secretly issued orders, no killing allowed in battle, otherwise, in broad daylight, none of them could be held responsible. All they wanted was momentum, the opportunity to get promoted, make money and become famous in the northern provinces right in front of them. How can everyone not be excited? Bang! 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 Many thugs clenched their fists and prepared to fight. Brush, Zhang Cheng pushed Wang Xian out and shouted, "In this battle, young Master Xian will fight alongside you and the others. In this battle, there is no retreat. Trample." Wang Xian also shouted excitedly, "Brothers! Advance without retreat. Just do it, get your weapons, fuck," the Tiger brothers roared. Dry. One has to admit that Hui's rise to prominence is due to his own abilities, as there are many brave and combative people among his subordinates. This moment, the Tiger's might and momentum reached its peak. Not to mention the black dragon in front of him, he would dare to do it to anyone. Soon. Boom, 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 the roar of cars came from afar. Zhang Chang's face was stern. Here it comes. Wow, Hui and his men also saw the black dragon convoy, which was so huge that there was no end in sight. The pure black convoy, coupled with the rumors about Black Dragon and Song Jiang and his status in the underworld, gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. In the car, Zhang Qi said, "Brother Jiang, the Hui group is 300 meters ahead." Qin Jiang, press forward. Zhang Qi, understood. He took out his intercom and said, "Brother Zhang's order, press forward." Sizzle, there were bursts of replies coming from the intercom. Understood. Understood. Boom, the Black Dragon convoy rushed straight towards the Hui group. The vehicles in front were intimidated by the momentum and subconsciously made way to allow the Black Dragon convoy to pass unimpeded. At the same time, there were bursts of emotion. Wow. Where did this convoy come from? It's so huge? There are even trucks behind it. How many people are there? Something's obviously wrong. 4/8. Isn't this Qin Jiang's car? Wait. Qin Jiang's convoy came to this place? And it's so huge. If I remember correctly, the territory ahead is the Hui group. Black Dragon. Hui. Could it be? Not good. The driver's eyes widened and they stepped on the accelerator without hesitation to get away from the trouble, fearing that Heilong and Hui would fight and get splattered with blood. Rear. In the Maserati. Jiu Xiaodong, Grandpa, it's a bit chaotic up ahead? There seem to be quite a lot of people standing under that building, that location. Gu Chuan frowned. It's the headquarters of the Hui group. Why did Qin Jiang send the convoy here? Tiger Power Group, Old Master Gu also frowned. After receiving all the information, they immediately analyzed many possibilities. A kidnapping case. The Hui group had the lowest probability of being the perpetrator, and there was no need to deal with it at this critical juncture. But now Qin Jiang is leading a large army straight to the Hui group, and many things are unclear. Getting closer, 100 meters, 50 meters. Seeing the Black Dragon convoy approaching, the Hui brothers felt the pressure increasing. Fortunately, Zhang Chong and Wang Xian boosted morale in advance, otherwise they would have lost their composure in the face of this situation. 10 meters, this distance is almost right in front of your face. Just open the truck door normally and you will get a cold flash. Grass, Zhang Chong yelled. Brothers, Wang Xian suddenly interrupted Zhang Chang's flower, intending to take the initiative and yelled, "Don't hesitate. Come on. Fuck him." Wow, the Hui brothers rushed towards Qin Jiang's convoy, weapons in hand and howling, "Today I'm going to kill Qin Jiang, and make a name for myself in Song Jiang. If anyone stands in my way, I will kill him. If a god stands in my way, I will kill him." Kill, grass. Zhang Chong was stunned by Wang Xian's action, but he couldn't break the morale in this situation. He could not help but clench the machete in his hand and prepare to hold the line, while constantly observing the situation of Qin Jiang's convoy. What puzzled him was that the Qin Jiang team took the lead in charging in the face of the fierce attack but did not get off the car quickly to respond. Something is wrong. Yes, the next moment he stood there with his eyes wide open. It's not just him. The Hui brothers who were charging stopped on the spot as if they had seen a ghost, staring ahead with their mouths wide open. Just see. Chapter 581. A clean and efficient arrest. Qin Jiang, I was just passing by. Directly ahead. 3 security vehicles appeared, and more than 20 armed security officers quickly emerged from them. Zhang Chong? Wang Xian, wow, brothers, oh, what's going on? To public security, why did they come? And why did they come so quickly? They hadn't even started fighting yet and the police came, and why didn't the Black Dragon convoy just drive down the intersection instead of pushing up? No? Don't tell me you were just passing by. My pants are off. Do you want to do it? It's bad. Zhang Chang's face changed drastically. Fuck. Scatter quickly. The wind is strong. Retreat. The Hui brothers who had just shouted that they were the gods of killing no longer had any arrogance. Facing the black muzzles of the police's guns, they felt that there was no place to hide the machetes in their hands. Especially the Hu brothers who were holding guns in their hands felt cold sweat coming out of their backs. Run, I don't know which Hu brother shouted, and then hundreds of Hu brothers fled in all directions. Ahead, Wang Hu ordered, focus on arresting the ringleaders and those holding guns. Anyone who dares to resist with weapons will be shot to deter, yes. The police officers rushed forward quickly to arrest the man. The entire Hu building was in chaos, the sound of public security scolding. The Tiger Power crew screamed. Wang Xian cursed loudly. It never stops. This scene stunned the people nearby, who had no idea what was happening. The chaos soon subsided. Most of the hundreds of Hu brothers ran away, and the public security only captured 20 to 30 people. However, these 20 to 30 people were the elites of the Hu team. The most important thing was that several of them were holding heavy weapons and were targeted by the public security and could not escape. Now they were caught on the spot. They were caught red-handed. It's over. Zhang Chang's face turned pale. He knew what it meant to gather a group of people with weapons, and the charges could not be settled at all. Damn it, why did law and order come so quickly? He asked his brothers to take up arms in order to intimidate Qin Zhang first, and he also ordered the armed brothers to hide in advance and move away as soon as possible if necessary. It can be said that he did nothing wrong, but who would have thought that the security would arrive before Qin Zhang, and who would have thought that the security car was an inconspicuous pure black hidden model without a horn, and that Wang Xian led a large force to charge, leaving them no time to escape. In various cases, this creates such an embarrassing situation. Alas. Zhang Chang's face faltered for a moment, then he sighed deeply and took out his phone to type a message. All my money will be inherited by my daughter Zhang Fei. Bang! He threw his phone into the sewer at the back. Wang, who came to Zhangchong Wuzhen Chongkando, had already moved away at the first moment and was standing on the back steps to hold the fort, so he should have been able to stay out of it, but he didn't. Instead, he looked at Wang Hu and said, I am the organizer of this incident. Tell me if you have anything to say. Wang Hu, gathering a crowd to organize a large-scale fight? And possessing firearms? Do you know what crime that is? Zhangchong, no matter what crime it is. It was all organized and planned by me. It has nothing to do with Hu Wei. Wan Hu, some things are not unrelated just because you say they are unrelated. We will investigate, Zheng Chong, as you investigate. He knew that this matter would require a heavyweight to fight, otherwise the Tiger Power Group would be dragged into the water. Therefore, he had just made up his mind to resist. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, I didn't let Tian Hu start the military deployment. Otherwise, if there really was a large-scale display of firearms, I wouldn't be able to handle it even if I wanted to. Wang Hu didn't waste any words. Take away. Zheng Chong looked towards the Black Dragon convoy. The Black Dragon convoy stopped during the security arrest because the security vehicle was blocking the road. Wow. The rear window of the Supreme Mercedes-Benz S was lowered, and Qin Zhang's signature indifferent face emerged. Zhang Chong, Qin Zhang, you don't follow the rules, you're playing dirty tricks on me, you don't deserve to be a boss, you will suffer backlash if you do this. He was furious. How could he not know at this moment that all this was Qin Zhang's conspiracy, and the other party was clearly not here to fight Hu Wei? The purpose was simply to scare Hu Wei, and then make Hu Wei lose his composure and take out heavy weapons to resist. Thereby introduce public security and take down Hu Wei. I'm totally speechless. I was ready to fight you? And you turned around and changed your skin to catch me. It is said that the world is full of dangers and people's hearts are evil, but it's too evil. This moment Zheng Chong felt that he had wasted decades of his time in the underworld. Wang Xian was even more furious than him. He had just been at the front and his clothes were too conspicuous, so he was immediately pinned down. His only good thing was that he was only holding an ordinary baton. He was afraid that if he swung the machete too hard, it would hit him. Wang Xian yelled at Qin Zhang. You have no moral principles. If you have the guts, come down and fight me. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the people in the underworld? Qin Zhang, you are too outrageous. Qin Zhang, get down right now. I, Wang Xian, refuse to accept. I want to challenge you in a duel, Qin Zhang. He screamed heartbreakingly. It's a pity that Qin Zhang was extremely calm in the face of Wang Xian and Zheng Chang shouting. Isn't this a violation of the rules? What are rules? Putting aside the fact that he hadn't challenged Hu Wei to a duel, he was just passing by. What did it have to do with him if Hu Wei got caught by the police with a knife and a gun? Secondly, so what if it has something to do with me? Rules. Qin Zhang's rules are rules. Zhang Hu, the world is no longer the same as it used to be. The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing. The world of martial arts is about human relationships and worldly wisdom. What a shame. Zhu Zhang muttered as he looked at the scene. Tiger Power didn't deploy many weapons this time. They're probably just arresting a few people and finding a prominent figure to take the blame. With the Lin family backing them up, this incident won't affect Tiger Power's foundation. Qin Zhang, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we can catch rabbits by robbing grass. This time, Hu Wei suffered a big loss, which is enough for him to slow down. Zhu Zhang nodded. Tiger Power, with its massive size, wouldn't be completely overthrown by this incident, but it would certainly be severely damaged. Add to that the fact that Wang Xian had also been arrested, and you can imagine how demoralized Tiger Power must have been. The next time Black Dragon made a move, Tiger Power would be easily outmatched. Many of its followers simply didn't dare to fight Tiger Power. Some things become habitual after losing Zhu Zhang. After this incident, the Lin family behind Hu Wei will most likely come out. Hu Wei. It was obviously sent by the Lin family to scout ahead. Now that Hu Wei had been beaten half to death by Black Dragon, how could the Lin family still sit still? They will definitely show up. By then, even if Black Dragon really has a heavyweight opponent, Qin Zhang smiled and said, it's going to come sooner or later, isn't it? Xu Zhang also smiled. Wow. The car window slowly rose. At the same time, Qin Zhang's voice rang out, let's go. Next stop, Longfei Group. Chapter 582. Next stop, Longfei. Tracking and checking by all parties. Zhang Qi pulled out his intercom. Brother Zhang's order. Next stop, Longfei Group. Let's go. Boom. The Black Dragon convoy passed the security car and continued to move forward. Sitting in the luxury convoy, Qin Jian was in sharp contrast to Wang Xian and Zhang Chong, who were shouting wildly outside. No one had expected this situation. Many people had thought that Black Dragon and Hu Wei would fight, but who would have thought that Black Dragon was just passing by, while Hu Wei was either captured by the police or escaped? It's outrageous. No. Wang Xian was about to be caught and put into the security car and shouted, save me. I don't want to go in. Mom. Mom, he turned and shouted in the direction of the building. Unfortunately, it was useless and he was caught and put into the security car. Inside, he was still screaming heartbreakingly, Mom, save me, Qin Jiang, you're playing tricks on me, I'm not done with you, Qin Jiang. Soon the security car also whizzed away. Upstairs, Lin Yu looked down at Wang Xian, who was forcibly abducted, with a complicated look in her eyes. After all, he was her own son, but she knew that Wang Xian must be held responsible for being caught with weapons. Even if Zhang Chong took the blame, he would have to stay in prison for a while. She subconsciously touched her belly again. Besides, Wang Xian was not her only offspring. Whatever. Let him stay in there for a few days to sober up. Shake your head, Lin. You didn't consider these issues. The most urgent task was to resolve the chaos in the Hu Wei group, but she had no idea how to solve it. Veteran Zhang Chong was taken away and the other veterans also fled in the chaos. The remaining core personnel either ran away or were caught. I am the queen, shining with confidence. If you love, then, Lin Yu picked up the phone. Caller ID, second brother, Lin Lao Air. Grandpa told you to withdraw the Tiger Power personnel and ignore Black Dragon's actions. If they dare to rush to the building, report it to the public security. Lin Yu, has the security arrived yet? Second brother, did you report it? Lin Lao Air frowned. Was his sister really that smart? He hadn't expected her to know about this. If his sister was really that powerful, it would be much more difficult for him to swallow up the Tiger Power Group. Old Mr. Lin opposite heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his daughter was not completely useless and had made some progress. The next moment, Lin Yu's voice came from the phone. It wasn't me who reported it, but someone who came to catch Hu Wei. Lin Yu told the story on the phone. Silence. Lin Lao Air frowned. He wanted Hu Wei to suffer because he planned to suppress Wang Wei and annex Hu Wei at the same time. But that didn't mean he wanted to see Hu Wei being suppressed and beaten by Black Dragon and the Lin family also embarrassed. No? What do your men do for a living? They were even caught by the police? Don't you have any secret sentries? Useless, useless. Lin Yu didn't answer. She was caught off guard by today's situation. Ever since Wang Wei went in, Hu Wei seemed to be stabilized by her on the surface, but in fact, undercurrents were surging, and all kinds of messy struggles for interests were almost unstoppable. This is also the reason why they lost their composure after being easily frightened by Qin Jiang. Only Zhang Chong used all his strength, while the other elders seemed to be cheering happily, but in fact, bang, old Master Lin took the phone and said, tell me the details of the situation. Let Zhang Chong take charge first. What? Zhang Chong was also arrested. Yeah. That's good. If he can handle the matter, then things won't get too bad. Reconvene the elders meeting and call Tianhua to calm the situation. I will greet people in the market, and I will be the first to get the news if there is any situation. Tell the people below. The Lin family will not fall under the tiger's power. In the Maserati. Ji Xiaodong, good boy? What happened? Qin Jiang didn't even get out of the car, and Hu Wei was arrested. Mr. Gu and Gu Chuan also saw the scene, and both of them had complicated expressions. Ji Chuan, intentional? Just to scare the Hu Wei group? To make them lose their composure and then bring in the public security to break up Hu Wei? How sinister. Mr. Gu said, it seems his target isn't Hu Wei, but rather a sniper. It seems Hu Wei's roots in Songjiang are too shallow, and many things won't hold up. Gu Chuan nodded. Is Qin Jiang's strategy good? Not high, it was just a little unexpected, and if the Hu Wei group had been smarter or more informed, it could have been avoided. But the fact that Hu Wei still got caught proved that their network of relationships above was not very wide. Ji Chuan, given the situation in mainland China, the decline of a group like Tiger Power is inevitable. Old Master Gu, this is the general trend. Whether the Lin family can achieve success after completing half of the transformation is still unknown. It all depends on how the higher-ups react to this matter. Gu Chuan, Qin Jiang's path is quite good. At least he started out as a serious business. Those random rumors are just rumors after all. Old Master Gu, as long as he doesn't go astray, it should be fine. I've inquired about Bai Weigue, and he's very upright. The fact that he agreed to let Bai Lu work at the Black Dragon Group proves that many of his stories are groundless. But this kind of fabrication is even more interesting. He's clearly on the right path, yet he's become a social tycoon that everyone fears. Is this intentional? For a while, the two of them kept thinking about various things. At the same time, they could also guess that Qin Jiang had obviously reached some kind of cooperation with the public security today, otherwise Wang Hu would not have come at such a late time. Apparently, the higher-ups need to give an explanation to Qin Jiang, or to all the businessmen who come to Songjian to invest. Jiyu Xiaodong was completely confused. Grandpa, sister. What are you two talking about? What about raking grass to catch rabbits, routes, etc.? Where are we going now? I'm hungry. Bang, old Master Gu gave him a big slap. Follow. Let's go see who Qin Jiang's target is. Gu Xiaodong reluctantly nodded and started to catch up. At the same time, many people were still in shock as they looked towards the direction of Huey Group. Just now, the place was crowded with people as if a fight was about to take place, but in less than 10 minutes, people from Huey Group were either arrested or ran away. Instead, Qin Jiang left in a luxurious convoy. It's fucking outrageous. Soon, news of what happened to the Huey Group was reported back by tracking personnel sent by various parties. All of a sudden, all the forces were stunned by this situation. In their hearts, Huey fell inexplicably. At least he was not on the same level as Black Dragon. In several clashes between Black Dragon and Huey always ended in failure. Now the leader and his descendants were all arrested, and only a woman was left outside to take care of things. It's really not presentable. What surprised them even more was, since Qin Jiang's target was not Huey, then who could it be? For a while, let the people below continue to follow and check. A major event that will shake Songjiang is about to begin at Longfei Group. Chapter 583, in front of Longfei Building, Yinyu and Yuning's psychology boom, a celebrity nanny car was driving slowly on the road. I and the CAR.SU Yuning and Yinyu were sitting inside Yinyu. Finally, filming for this drama is over. I've been working non-stop these past few days and I'm so exhausted. Su Yuning, yes, I'm very tired. But I can't rest for a few days. I have to join the crew in a few days. Yinyu looked at him with great envy. It is even a question whether she can join the group next time, because she was chosen by the big boss but refused to follow his lead. She had worked so hard to get this drama, and she used all her own energy, but there is no clue about the next episode. At present, the agency is a little more lenient with her, but they just think that there is a possibility that she will agree once it is confirmed that he does not agree to be forced to accompany the boss under the unspoken rules. Then what awaits her will be ABAN.SU Yuning's career is booming. She is the center of attention in the crew, and her agency takes great care of her and does whatever they say. A comparison, she felt like a complete failure. Pity, who can blame him for having a big boss protecting him? Maybe Su Yuning is only respected in front of others, but who knows how much suffering she has suffered behind the scenes. Pa, Ginyu, what dark thoughts are you thinking about? She shook her head quickly. Su Yuning looked at her tangled expression and roughly guessed what she was thinking. She couldn't help but say, Xiao Ye. Don't think too much. I've already told Manager Zhang from Black Dragon about your situation. He promised to tell Director Qin about this matter. Yinyu was stunned at first. She really wanted to ask why the other party didn't tell Qin Jiang directly, but instead conveyed it through a third party. But then I thought, why should I let the other person speak? Maybe the other person has his own difficulties. Thinking of this, she put on a happy smile and grabbed Su Yuning's arm. It's okay. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, forget it. Also, my agency hasn't been particularly pressing me lately. I'll see if I can think of a solution when I get back. That's no big deal. I'll just be banned for a few years. After a few years, Yinyu, will still be a brave man, although he said he was optimistic, but I feel a little gloomy inside. The rising period is only a few years. It will be difficult for her to come back after a few years of silence. Moreover, the pace of updates and iterations is so fast now. As soon as she disappears, someone else will take her place. Who will still recognize her in a few years? This is why banning is so terrible for celebrities. After being banned, it is basically impossible for them to become popular again even if their contract expires. Bang! Su Yuning felt a little distressed when she saw Yinyu's dejected expression. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll go to the Black Dragon Group again. Yinyu, no need? Haven't you already talked to Manager Zhang? Maybe he has already said it, but Director Qin doesn't care about such trivial matters. Maybe Uncle Long is not afraid of Director Qin at all. Anyway, that's it. I don't want to get too involved with these big guys. I'm afraid I'll be forced to do whatever I want. Su Yuning also nodded. She asked herself that she had no close relationship with Qin Jiang, but she felt helpless. All the men around her kept their distance from her. Even the director did not dare to arrange any intimate scenes for her. Invisibly, she had been protected by Qin Jiang's reputation. The favor he owed her was to the point that she could not repay him. It was not something she could say was okay. The label of Qin Jiang is already on her and cannot be washed off. While the two were communicating, suddenly, Inyu's eyes froze, and she looked at a certain place outside, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Yuning, what's wrong with you, Inyu? Nothing. Su Yuning followed her gaze and saw that the opposite side was the Longfei building. Longfei, Uncle Long. Su Yuning thought that this group was the location of the boss who coerced. In Yue.no wonder, snap. Snap, Su Yuning patted Inyu's shoulder to comfort her, and at the same time said to the driver in front, don't pass by this location unless it is necessary. Take another detour. She knew that as long as Inyu saw the Longfei group building, she would naturally feel afraid. Unless the Black Dragon group comes forward and asks Uncle Long to let Inyu go, it will be difficult for the other party to resolve this knot. It seems, Su Yuning murmured, Manager Zhang didn't report the matter to Qin Jiang? Or maybe Qin Jiang didn't take it seriously at all? That's right. How could such a big shot care about someone like me, let alone Inyu? Just thinking about it, snap, the driver in front slammed on the brakes. Wow, the two men almost bumped into the car door. Su Yuning, Lao Zhang? What happened, Inyu? Was there a car accident? Ahead, the driver said, there is a convoy in front, fleet. Su Yuning and Inyu subconsciously looked outside the car, and the next moment they were stunned. Hundreds of cars of the same color were coming from the opposite direction, and the most dazzling one was the one in the center, the ultimate Mercedes-Benz S. Su Yuning asked in surprise, isn't that Qin Jiang's car? Is this Black Dragon's convoy? Inyu, what an impressive motorcade. Is this how a real-life overbearing CEO would travel? As expected. Reality is often more fantastic than television. This is truly stunning, Su Yuning, no. This huge convoy is definitely not a normal trip. Something must have happened. Inyu, what's the matter? Is there anyone in Songjiang who dares to mess with him? During this period of time, she occasionally inquired about some legends about Qin Jiang, which gave her a clear understanding. Big boss from northern province, tens of thousands of little brothers, behind the background, worth starting from 1 billion, anyway, he is a person who can walk sideways in the whole Songjiang. Who can offend him? Who dares to offend him? They. The driver pointed at the convoy, seems to be heading towards Longfei Group. Su Yuning and Inyu also discovered that the Black Dragon convoy was heading straight towards the Longfei Group. What is Qin Jiang doing at Longfei Group? Could it be? Su Yuning looked at Inyu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. No? What are you looking at me doing? I don't deserve it, who am I? Su Yuning looked at Inyu's confused expression and shook her head. What's the point? Inyu doesn't have such a big face. Even if Qin Jiang really wanted to stand up for her, it would only take a word. Can he come to Uncle Long in person to put pressure on her? Inyu, maybe they're discussing some business. Su Yuning nodded. The driver in front said, let's take another route to bypass the Black Dragon convoy, or wait until they pass before we go. Inyu said inexplicably, don't leave yet. Park the car in the vacant space downstairs of the Longfei Group building. I'll take a look at the situation. Su Yuning, yes. Let's go and take a look. Women are always curious, especially when it comes to top-notch beings who are connected to them. Good. The driver drove the convoy to the open space next to Longfei Group and observed the location. Chapter 584, Bai Meng arrives, dark clouds descend upon the city, and the city is pushed forward the other side. Boom, Bai Meng landed in a helicopter at a nearby square, where many security officers were already waiting. White team. White team. Bai Meng nodded without further ado. Where is Qin Jiang's convoy? A security officer, go to Longfei Group immediately. We can make it in time if we leave now. Bai Meng, this kid's pretty fast. He waved his hand and shouted, this operation's codename, Thunder. Speed is key. Remember, from now on, turn on the recorder. Our partner for this operation is Black Dragon. However, we're the ones executing the operation. Black Dragon has no authority. Understand, clear. Set off. Bai Meng got in the car and shouted. Boom, several black cars drove quickly towards Longfei Group, and yes, they did not take the security car. First of all, the plan to capture important figures of the Longfei Group must not be leaked, otherwise, given Old Man Long's cautious nature, he would probably run away. Secondly, they also have to prevent internal leaks. This is why we have to cooperate with Black Dragon more often. If we don't cooperate, catching Longfei Group is such a big thing that they can't do it. At least a large scale team must be mobilized. By then, everyone will know and it will be impossible to hide it. Cooperation with Black Dragon is more covert, and with Wang Feng in command, no information will be leaked. Soon, the security car drove in front of Longfei Group. This time, the Black Dragon convoy arrived just in time. Therefore, at Bai Meng's request, the security car was integrated into the Black Dragon convoy without any fanfare. Front. Luxurious Mercedes-Benz S.Sizzle, Zhao Shanhe's voice rang out from the intercom in Zhang Qi's hand, Brother Jiang. Brother Bai's people are here. Qin Jiang spat out 3 words. Beat it in. Okay, Zhang Qi picked up the intercom with excitement. Brother Zhang's order. Fight in. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Half an hour before Qin Jiang arrived. Ozai has arrived with his core team and has let his subordinates take control of the gate. Therefore, all the people guarding the door now are Ozai's people. A few minutes ago, Sudden. A young man rushed in from outside and ran quickly into the Longfei building, his face full of anxiety. Oh no. Something happened. He was stopped just as he rushed to the door. Young man, why are you stopping me? Doorman, stand back. Young man, I'm from the Dark Hall of Longfei Group. No, I'm from the engineering department now. I have something important to say. The doorman, stand back. Young man, something really big is happening. He was a member of the Dark Hall staff, and although he was transferred to the engineering department, he still did the same things as before. Therefore, he was ordered by his superiors to observe Qin Zhang's actions. At first, he found that Qin Zhang was looking for trouble with Hu Wei and watching the fun, but then he found that Halem was just passing by, and the next stop was heading straight towards Longfei. His keenness told him that there was a problem. He immediately reported to his superiors, but he couldn't contact the higher-ups. The phone can't be reached, even the landline phone can't be reached. To ensure a smooth transition to the top, Atsai blocked the signal and cut the landline lines in the Longfei building while he had someone take control of it, fearing that Uncle Long might have a backup plan. Cutting off all contact was the best strategy, and there were still some die-hard Uncle Long loyalists in the engineering department. What's going on with you guys? The young man looked at the security guards, a little confused. Why, the headquarters phone number is unreachable and cannot be contacted. Now the door is blocked and no one is allowed to enter. What exactly happened? Something is wrong. Something is absolutely wrong. The doorman said, you're not going to back off, are you? Arrest him. He must be a die-hard fan of Uncle Long. Swish. Swish, several younger brothers went up and held the young man down. Young man, who are you? Black Dragon's people? You arrived early? You, the doorman said, Black Dragon? What Black Dragon? Without waiting for the young man to explain, then they saw the Black Dragon convoy speeding towards them. Oh shit, Black Dragon. Black Dragon's car, oh my god, how many cars are needed? We're done, the Black Dragon army is coming, it's ruined, hurry, tell Brother Zai. Brush, one of the guys immediately pulled out his cell phone. Bang, the younger brother next to him said, are you stupid? No signal. No signal, do you understand? Go up and report. Ah, okay, the guy was so panicked that his phone fell to the ground and he didn't have time to pick it up, and he ran into the building. He's fast, Black Dragon is faster. The Black Dragon convoy didn't even stop. A bang. Bang. Bang, a large number of car doors were already opened. A large number of young men in black formal suits rushed out and rushed towards the building faster than the cars. Fuck. Stop. Stand still, stand at attention. Stand at attention, Black Dragon is doing his job. Squat down with your head in your hands, squat down. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen gatekeepers were controlled. At the same time, a large number of Black Dragon personnel swarmed into the Longfei building and collided with the rest of Az's brothers. Push forward all the way, no suspense. Zai's core followers looked powerful and domineering, but they all withered after hearing the word Black Dragon. Most of them did not dare to resist, and the remaining ones who dared to resist were instantly suppressed by the massive number of Black Dragon members. Bang, when Qin Zhang got out of the car surrounded by Wang Tao, Zhao Shanha and others, 2 rows of Black Dragon members had already been erected in front of the Longfei building. Trample. Trample. Trample, Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhang and Sijio formed an iron triangle, followed by middle-level managers such as Wang Tao and Feng Lin, and countless Black Dragon members behind them, like a dark cloud covering the city. Bai Meng led the security guards to hide in the crowd, and no one noticed them at all. Qin Zhang's appearance was so domineering that he completely attracted everyone's attention, including Aziz's younger brothers who were controlled by the Black Dragon. They didn't even notice him, but instead begged for mercy from Qin Zhang or Brother Zhang. I was wrong. Although I don't know what I did wrong. I just spent my days with Longfei, let me go. As long as you let me go. I am willing to follow you, and join the Black Dragon. Fuck. The accomplices who were begging for mercy were stunned. Are you begging for mercy? Why are you still eating and taking things? And joining the Black Dragon? If you can do it, then I can do it too, count me in. I'm willing to join the Black Dragon and be loyal to Brother Zhang. Qin Zhang ignored it. When he stepped into the main gate of Longfei building, he ordered, seal off Longfei building and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Push it up for me. Wow, thousands of Black Dragon personnel dispersed from behind, like an overbearing black cloud enveloping the Longfei building. At the same time, a large number of Black Dragon personnel pushed forward in front, surrounded by the crowd. Qin Zhang walked up the stairs one by one like a leisurely stroll in the garden, straight to the Longfei building, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, upstairs. Zai, who was feeling very proud, has no idea what he is about to face. Downstairs, seeing the Black Dragon pressing down on the building, countless people were also unclear about what was going to happen. Only the most handsome readers can guess what is going to happen. Please support. I have been incredibly busy these past 2 days, and I don't want to delay writing the library to think about the plot. My head hurts. Please give me some free gifts to support Xiao Bai. Chapter 585, Shocking Building, Focus from all sides, and the strongest fighter. What? Su Yuning, Inu, no, what did they see? The Black Dragon had actually surrounded the entire Longfei building, and judging by the scene just now, the Black Dragon personnel rushed in directly to control Longfei's people. Obviously, this was not the business cooperation they had expected, there was a big conflict. Su Yuning, this scene seems a bit like the rumored Black Dragon besieging Huaxing Group. No. It's even more shocking than that. Inu, is this targeting Longfei? Why, Su Yuning looked at Inu. Are you sure you didn't go to Qinjiang privately these past 2 days? No wonder she suspected this. After all, Heilong and Longfei clearly had no conflict, so why did Qinjiang make such a big show of surrounding Longfei with his men today? Furthermore, Inu happened to be involved with the Longfei group, so it was hard for her not to suspect that there was something hidden. Inu, she didn't reply because she really didn't know what to say, and she was even a little doubtful herself. Could it be that I was sleepwalking? But she quickly rejected this ridiculous idea and shook her head firmly at Su Yuning. It really has nothing to do with me, no. Do I need to explain this? Let me ask you, do I deserve it? Su Yuning, yes, what was so special about Inu that was worth Qinjiang making such a big fuss? Just based on her small amount of flesh, she was no better than himself. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Wait. Is it possible that Manager Zhang has already told Director Qin about you? And Director Qin asked someone to warn Uncle Long, but Uncle Long didn't listen, and then Director Qin thought Uncle Long didn't give him face, so he came to cause trouble for him. Inu thought about it and nodded. I have to admit, it is more reliable for Qin Jiang to come and cause trouble for Uncle Long for his own face than for Qin Jiang to come and cause trouble for Uncle Long for him. She still had some self-awareness, and it was obvious that the two of them were not aware of what happened last night. She was just a celebrity, perhaps paying close attention to all sorts of entertainment news, but she rarely knew about this kind of social news. Even most people in Songjiang were unaware of what happened last night. To them, it was just a normal night. At most, drivers who noticed the stricter road checks were leaving the city would check who was in their cars. But it was just a routine check. In the Maserati. Ji Yuchuan, Old Man Gu and the other two also saw Qin Jiang leading his men into the Longfei building. Ji Yuchuan, could it be that the kidnapping was done by that old man Long from the Longfei group? Mr. Gu, no. The information shows that this old man Long has already transformed the company. It is obvious that he has lost his courage and ambition. How dare he kidnap Qin Cheng and ask for trouble? Gu Chuan, that means the people under him are not clean. That's normal. Transformation is not that easy. Mr. Gu, Qin Jiang was able to make such a big scene, but the higher-ups didn't care. They probably just acquiesced. Gu Chuan, you mean cooperation? Old Master Gu nodded. They should be cooperating only because they have sufficient evidence of Longfei Group's crimes. And the evidence is most likely provided by Qin Jiang. That's the only way to explain it. Otherwise, the public security would have taken action long ago. Why wait until now? Let Black Dragon take action now, first, to calm Qin Jiang's anger. Second, to conceal the information from the public. Third, to give an explanation to these entrepreneurs who are attracting investment. Gu Chuan also quickly guessed the general situation. Ji Yu Xiaodong in front, no? Grandpa, sister, what are you two talking about? I don't understand a word you say. Gu Chuan, Mr. Gu, not only Gu Xiaodong. At this moment, the people sent by various forces outside to check were also shocked after seeing Qin Jiang rushing into the Longfei building. With their wisdom, they could guess that the kidnapping might be related to the Longfei group. The rest basically thought that Qin Jiang came to seek revenge. So the message spread a report. Latest news, Qin Jiang has surrounded the Longfei building and is leading his men to attack. Latest intelligence, Longfei group is Qin Jiang's target, and he's already attacked. We are continuing to track the news. It seems that the battle is going very smoothly and can be described as a smooth victory. They quickly spread the news, and all the bigwigs from all sides in Songjiang were shocked. First, they never thought that the kidnapping incident could be related to the transformed Longfei group. Second, they didn't expect that Qin Jiang would directly surround the Longfei building and lead his men to attack. It's going to be a huge uproar. At the door. A young man was moving quickly among the crowd. He was the one who had just come from the dark hall to report the news. Just now, when the Black Dragon group rushed up and there was chaos among the people, he took the opportunity to run out and did not dare to hesitate to avoid the first scene. Therefore, that's why he was not controlled by Black Dragon's personnel. He quickly came to a relatively open area, took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Tong. Something happened. The Longfei building has been surrounded by the Black Dragon's men. What? A burly man eating hot pot on a construction site stood up with a horrified expression. What's the situation now? Is Uncle Long safe? How many people are coming? Young man, thousands of people. The exact situation inside is unclear. But Qin Jiang led his men to attack directly, so the inside must be destroyed. Man, fuck. I get it. Bang, he hung up the phone and yelled, Asai, away. Uncle Long is in trouble. Quickly gather everyone. Go back to Longfei. As he spoke, he went to the training rack, pulled out 16 copper rings, and directly put them on his arms. Anyone who had seen him would definitely recognize him. He was none other than Uncle Long's top fighter, Iron Arm Boy. Known as the one with the iron arms that could split mountains and rocks, the heir of the Iron Wire Fist, Song Jiang's former top fighter. Unfortunately, he values force over brains, and his status in the group is not as high as AZ's, nor is he good at winning over others. Otherwise, he would be Uncle Long's first heir. Ahead. Two equally capable men rushed over with a large number of people. They were the double-flowered red stick fighters under Uncle Long, second only to the iron-armed boy in terms of strength, Wei and Akai. The three of them are currently in charge of the engineering department. Walk, TB Tong hurriedly took the two of them and drove back to Longfei Group with a lot of his younger brothers. Along the way, no one is talking and it's so depressing. Obviously, everyone was stunned by the news. Thousands of people from the Black Dragon Group surrounded the building and engaged in a direct conflict. In this situation, would it really be useful for them to go back? Could a few dozen more people change the outcome? Cannot, absolutely impossible. Bang, TB Tong clenched his fists. Uncle Long must not be in any danger no matter what. No one can let Uncle Long get into trouble. Not even Qin Jiang. If he dares to touch Uncle Long, I, Tong, will smash his head in even if it costs my life. Chapter 586, AZ's Rise to Power. The new leader. Let's talk about two things. When various situations occur downstairs. Upstairs, bang, the office door was kicked open. Wow, a dozen or so younger brothers rushed in with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, and quickly lined up on both sides of the door. Who? Uncle Long, who was resting with his eyes closed in his office chair, suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the dragon-headed crutch in his hand. He looked at the people rushing in with narrowed eyes. Who let you in? No one answered the crowd that poured in. Uncle Long's eyes narrowed and he shouted again. Who ordered you to? He could see that some of the people inside were familiar faces, obviously from the Longfei Group. In addition, there was no big movement outside, so it was likely that there was a problem inside. Two words came to his mind: upper position, forced to abdicate. The next moment, as Uncle Long watched, he saw a very cool figure walking in from outside with a smile on his face. The younger brothers on both sides shouted, "Brother's eye." Master. A's eye. Uncle Long locked onto the incoming figure and uttered two words. It's me. Azai looked at Uncle Long with a firm and defiant expression, no longer showing his usual respectful demeanor. At that moment, he stood there, looking down at Uncle Long on the chair, and felt the pressure in his heart disappear. Coupled with the collective shouts of the younger brothers on both sides, he felt even more refreshed. He thought to himself, no wonder Qin Jiang always makes such a big show every time he appears. It really feels good. It seems that I have to do this every time I appear in the future, so that I can look more impressive. He became more convinced that what he did today was correct. Not on top. He will always be just the younger brother. Not on top. He could never manage to look impressive. Not on top. He will always have to obey the orders of this old man, and may even have to transform himself into some crappy manager. What you want in society is to stand out, not a cement construction site. Pooh, is that what you should do in society? It's outrageous, Azai. Uncle Long looked at Azai with a look of surprise before he coldly scolded him. Do you know what you are doing? Uncle Long. Ajay came to the desk, leaning his hands on it, and stared straight into Uncle Long's eyes, filled with madness. You know exactly what I'm going to do. We were doing well out here, and you suddenly want to change. Ha ha. Change? How ridiculous. Yes. You've achieved success. You've eaten your fill, but what about your brothers? Have you asked for their opinions? Who is willing to give up? Can you just quit the underworld? Do you know how outsiders see us? They treat us like clowns. Those bosses who used to tremble when they saw me now don't even look at me. I don't accept it. Why can Qin Jiang dominate Song Jiang, but I can't? Brothers are here to get ahead with you, not to break cement with you. Did you know that? Now, Uncle Long was not surprised at first, but sat there calmly looking at Azai and said, So what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Azai couldn't help but feel angry when he saw Uncle Long's calm appearance. No, I am in power, forcing the emperor to abdicate, so you have this expression and attitude. Bang, he slammed his desk hard and shouted at the top of his lungs, What am I going to do? I want to rearrange the seats. I want to be the leader. Snap, Uncle Long wasn't frightened by Azai's expression or words. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. You don't think you can rearrange the seats just by taking control of the Longfei building, do you? The underworld has its own rules. You want to kill me? Azai, no. I want to hold a meeting of elders. He was not so arrogant as to kill Uncle Long, as the other party still had a lot of prestige in Longfei Group. Council of Elders. Uncle Long blew out a smoke ring. According to the rules of the Longfei Group, to rearrange the seats, at least 7 elders must be present. Do you have enough people? Is that enough? Aziz's eyes flashed with pride and confidence as he turned and shouted to the outside, Come in. Then 9 people slowly walked in from outside. Each of them was a heavyweight of the Longfei Group, exactly of the 9 elders of Longfei. Some of them are already in semi-retirement, but now they all come here during this period of time. Obviously, there is a problem. Uncle Long looked at the 9 people who came in, and his calm expression showed a hint of unnaturalness. His eyes changed when he looked at Azai, not anger. But, doubt and a hint of speculation, facing Uncle Long's gaze, the 9 people, some looked back coldly, some were relatively indifferent, and some were full of guilt. They were all wooed by Azai during this period. Some were originally dissatisfied with Uncle Long's transformation into a big boss, some were neutral and were urged by Azai's interests, and some were Uncle Long's loyalists, but they were caught by Azai and had to compromise. Sit. Azai waved his hand. Wow. The 9 people sat on both sides of Uncle Long. Azai pointed at the 9 people and looked directly at Uncle Long. Add you 10 elders and we'll have them all together. Is that enough? Uncle Long, enough. Azai, okay. He shouted loudly, I declare that from now on, Longfei Group Elders Council, begin. He winked at the elder on his left, ahem. The elder on the left coughed twice and said, Longfei Group was founded in 1991, and it has a history of 20 years. In these 20 years, the group has grown from a small bar to a large group with a market value of hundreds of millions. This is all under the leadership of Uncle Long. Uncle Long. He is the mainstay of Longfei Group. He first praised Uncle Long a lot. Of course, what he said was all true. To put it bluntly, the Longfei Group was founded by Uncle Long, but according to the rules of the underworld, the group belongs to everyone. Uncle Long is just the leader, but the leader of the Jianghu can be replaced. The elder on the left changed the subject, but Longfei Group has been struggling lately. We elders are well aware of this, and it's not Uncle Long's fault, but the times. The times are changing and progressing, while Longfei Group is regressing. The brothers below are complaining and disunited. Uncle Long, you are old and a little overwhelmed. Every generation has its own talents, and the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. He pointed at Azai and said, Azai. He is the leader of the younger generation of Longfei Group. Everyone in Longfei Group knows that he is Uncle Long's successor. So why not let the youngster take over sooner rather than later? This will also help lead Longfei Group back on the right track and even take it to the next level. He looked at Uncle Long and asked again, Uncle Long, what do you think? Uncle Long just scanned the entire room quietly without saying a word, which made the elders feel uneasy. Azai kept winking at several elders. The elder on the left continued, since Uncle Long has no objection, I declare the election for the replacement of the leader. He raised his hand. The new leader, I vote for Azai. Both sides, the other elders stopped talking and raised their hands. I vote for Azai. I vote for Azai. Soon, all 9 elders nominated Azai and Uncle Long didn't react at all. He just frowned as if he was thinking about something or struggling with something. Seeing this, the elder on the left made a quick decision. Voting is over. A full 10 votes, Azai got 9 votes. According to the rules of the underworld, from today on, the new leader of Longfei Group is Azai. Chapter 587 successfully ascended to the throne, Uncle Long's request. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Uncle Long. Everyone knows that how the power transition in Longfei Group will develop next depends entirely on the other party's reaction. Uncle Long compromised. Then everything can go on smoothly. Uncle Long doesn't compromise, that will definitely cause a huge incident. Bang. Azai clenched his fist slightly and stared at Uncle Long, his eyes full of anticipation and madness. This moment, he was prepared to take ruthless action if Uncle Long did not compromise. How could he retreat when he had come this far? He dared to do anything. No matter what was ahead, no one could stop him from taking the throne today. If he didn't advance, he would retreat. He didn't think he could escape unscathed if he retreated. He knew clearly that if Uncle Long didn't move, he would be killed. He had no way out. Uncle Long didn't say anything. He quietly tapped the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Boom. 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 Each time, all of this made the elders and elite younger brothers in the office tremble in their hearts. Uncle Long had fought his way up from the bottom, even though everyone in the office was against him, and even though Azai thought he could control everything. However, no one dared to underestimate the other. Call. Heavy breathing sounds echoed in the office. Just when Azai couldn't help but speak, all the younger brothers clenched their fists. See you, Uncle Long said, since it has been approved by the Council of Elders, then everything will proceed according to the rules. Wow, the whole audience was boiling with excitement. All the younger brothers were so excited that their bodies were shaking. Now Uncle Long had agreed with the decision of the Council of Elders. In other words, Zyga succeeded in taking the throne, and his direct descendants also succeeded in taking the throne. Future, they will become senior executives of the Longfei Group, social leaders, and even new veterans. How can I not be excited? The most excited one was Azai. Even though he thought he was fully prepared and had a countermeasure no matter how Uncle Long reacted, the forced confession went so smoothly and Uncle Long agreed directly, which made him unable to remain calm. Get on top, his son finally became the boss of Longfei Group, a position he had dreamed of when he first joined Longfei Group. He fought against TV Tong and others to get the position. This moment, Azai couldn't stop imagining himself leading the Longfei Group to rise, destroy the Black Dragon, overthrow the Tiger. Forge a soaring group. By then, he would be as powerful as Qin Jiang. No. He would be even more powerful than Qin Jiang. As soon as you go out, the whole world cheered, Master. The expressions of the several elders varied. Several elders who were coerced looked guilty and uncomfortable, and several elders from the neutral faction also felt uncomfortable. Even the elders who were already hostile looked unnatural. Although they have objections to Uncle Long's transformation, Uncle Long is the boss of Longfei Group after all. Now that he has been forced to abdicate, these veterans can't help but feel grieving. The elder on the left said solemnly, "Don't worry, Uncle Long. Although you have stepped down as the leader, you are still the founder of Longfei Group. All the benefits you enjoy today will not change." He looked at Azi and said, "What do you think, Brush?" The other elders also looked at Azi. They all knew that a new emperor would appoint new ministers. Uncle Long's abdication also meant that they, the elders, would soon be leaving the stage of history. Guaranteed benefits, this is the most important thing for them at the moment. They can give up their positions but they cannot lose any benefits. Good. Azi nodded without hesitation. A peaceful solution is the best outcome and the benefits should be given. He never wanted Uncle Long to get out immediately, he just wanted him to retreat to the second line. Furthermore, what matters in the underworld is brotherhood. You can get promoted, you can't kill the boss. He would suffer the wrath of his subordinates. If he dared to kill Long Fu today, others would follow suit and do the same to him in the future. If he didn't consider Uncle Long, he would have to consider himself. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing unless it was absolutely necessary. As I said, I was promoted by Uncle Long, and Uncle Long passed the position to me. Uncle Long is Uncle Long. Your treatment will remain the same as before, and you can always ask for anything you need in the future. He said all kinds of nice things. Uncle Long simply waved his hand to stop him from continuing, and looked at Azai and said, "Long Fei's transformation was the strategy one decided on, and I haven't changed it from the beginning to the end." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene changed again. Bang! Azai slammed his fist on the table. "Uncle Long? Are you trying to trick me, Uncle Long, playing tricks on you? Not worth it? You are someone I have high hopes for. I was going to pass the Longfei group to you, but you are obviously not planning to transform yourself with this behavior today. Since that's the case, the road leads to heaven, and we each go our separate ways." "Ah, Zai, what do you mean?" "Uncle Long, I can give you the leadership position of Longfei Group, but I have a few requirements." "Ah, Zai, what request?" "Uncle Long, first, the land and project that Qingjiao just acquired must belong to me and be independent." Ah, Zai frowned. That piece of land, the current key project of Longfei Group, is worth at least 100 million yuan, and he feels bad about giving it away, but on second thought, he had no intention of getting involved in the real estate industry. Even if he took over Longfei Group, he would subcontract the land, and the project price would only be worth tens of millions at that time. Moreover, there were people like TB Tong watching over there, and if he pushed too hard, he might get into trouble. As I nodded, "Okay. Uncle Long, second, anyone who is willing to follow me and join the construction project will unconditionally leave Longfei. Including the elders. Longfei Group must not cause them any trouble and must compensate them for their departure at 3 times their salary." Ah, Zai didn't hesitate. "Okay." He would have done this even if Uncle Long hadn't brought it up. Those people were obviously Uncle Long's die-hard fans, and staying in Longfei Group would only cause him trouble. He would have to replace his own team when he took over, and these veterans were especially annoying. It would be better if everyone left. Third, Uncle Long. Stop talking nonsense. Uncle Long stared at the other person's eyes with an icy gaze. 10 seconds, Ozzy bowed down and couldn't help but avoid looking at him. "Tell me. What's the third one?" "Uncle Long, destroy those things in your hands that shouldn't be in your hands. They are not your tools. They are time bombs that might explode at any time and kill us all." When these veterans came together, Uncle Long knew that it was impossible that they were only motivated by interests. Azai must have some evidence of crimes committed by the senior executives of the Longfei Group to threaten them. There's even something about him in it. This is logical, and given Azai's previous position in Longfei Group, he was able to collect this evidence. This is totally unacceptable to Uncle Long. What he needs to do is to lead his subordinates to transformation, so the things in Az's hands are bombs. No matter how well he transforms in the future, as long as those things explode, all his previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, it must be destroyed without leaving any trace of trouble, and for this he is willing to give up this leading position. Chapter 588, Zai just got promoted. "You told me the Black Dragon is coming? What?" Zai looked at Uncle Long in surprise. He was obviously surprised that Uncle Long knew that he had evidence of a crime, but he was not panicked. Having been with Uncle Long for so many years, he knew clearly how smart Uncle Long was. Otherwise, Longfei Group could not have been founded with bare hands. "Good." Zai nodded and looked at Uncle Long. "Anything else?" "Gone." Uncle Long waved his hand and said, "From now on, you are the new leader of Longfei Group. I will leave Longfei Group and only work on that real estate project. From now on, you and I will go our separate ways." He said this and stood up from his seat without any reluctance. One is, he is well aware of Az's methods. Since Az has been able to force the palace, he must be in control of the group. Even if his direct troops come back, it will be of no avail. His old brothers who are able to fight are already old, and those who have just joined in are in awe of him, but their interests are far less important to them. Second, he believed that in this way his real estate project could be completely separated from the Longfei Group and whitewashed, and he would lead the brothers who were willing to follow him onto the bright road and enjoy a beautiful life under the sun. "I'll go with you." An elder stood up. Immediately, the other 2 veterans also expressed their desire to follow Uncle Long. Azai naturally did not stop them but instead felt it was a double blessing. Trample, he walked towards the seat in front of him that he had always dreamed of and sat down with dignity. Bang, all of a sudden, he felt an infinite amount of energy flowing from the chair into his body, causing him to straighten his back. He looked around at the elders and the younger brother in front of him with a heroic spirit, and said loudly, "From now on, I will be the leader of Longfei Group. I will lead you to regroup and create new glory." The younger brothers shouted, "Master Zai is mighty. Master Zai is so domineering." Ha! Azai's laughter echoed throughout the office. Suddenly his smile froze, and he saw Uncle Long, who was walking near the floor-to-ceiling window, suddenly stop and look strange. Not only him and the other 3 elders who followed were also stunned. What's going on? There are so many cars outside? Zai. Has your Tianqian group expanded to this point? Impossible. How long has Tianqian group been established? How could they recruit so many people? Besides, how much are these cars worth? Can he afford them? What's the meaning? Zai was stunned by their expressions. What are you talking about? What car or not, don't do anything weird. He also moved closer to the floor-to-ceiling window and froze. All he could see was a dense crowd of people standing downstairs, surrounding the building. A quick glance showed that there were probably no less than several thousand people. Zai? He looked at Uncle Long in shock. Long. Uncle Long. You actually have such a trump card. How did you get so many people? At this moment, he felt hopeless and terrified. He thought that Uncle Long might be hiding a trump card downstairs. He could not help but yell, "Asen! Bring people to guard the door. No one is allowed to come in." As he spoke, he had a dagger in his hand and was about to rush towards Uncle Long, intending to capture the leader first. As long as he could hold Uncle Long in his hands, he would be able to fight no matter how many people came. Uncle Long glared at him. The temptation of being in a higher position has really blinded you. My trump card? You call thousands of people trump cards? You've been with me for so many years, don't you know the details of Longfei Group? Wow, Azai calmed down smoothly. Yes, he knew the background of Longfei Group very well. Not to mention Uncle Long's trump card. Even if the Longfei Group was combined, they would not have such a great ability to get thousands of people out. This is not called a trump card, it is called Foundation. So, what is going on? An elder gave an answer, and seeing his mouth open in disbelief, he said, "They are all dressed in black and wearing sunglasses. To be able to have such a scale, they must be Black Dragon's people." Although he couldn't see the license plate model clearly, he couldn't see the appearance of the people below, but judging from the fact that the people coming down were all wearing black clothes, and the scale of the place, one could guess who they were even with one's imagination. There was only one social force in the entire Songjiang that could do this, that is, Black Dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. What's going on? Why is Black Dragon suddenly here? And why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Why do you feel he's not friendly? When have we ever offended him? I remember Uncle Long always treated him with great respect. Yes. Longfei Group has already transformed and there's no conflict of interest with him, so why is he here? If there's any conflict, they should go to Huey. They were all extremely confused. Only Azai felt a slight tremor in his heart, muttering, "Could it be that the plan has been exposed? Impossible? I clearly did it perfectly. His sister was kidnapped yesterday? How could he react today? The people involved have already left Songjiang. Even if Qin Jian reacted as quickly as possible, he wouldn't be able to find out about it. Don't panic. Don't panic. There will definitely be no problem." At this moment, Uncle Long looked at Azai with an extremely cold gaze and said, "Did you commit the kidnapping last night?" Originally, he was quite happy when the Qingqing kidnapping case came out last night, not gloating. Instead, he believed that his transformation path was very correct, but now it seems that a black dragon is looming. Such a big fuss, such a huge scale. With his wisdom, how could he not guess that it must be related to the kidnapping case? He did not order his subordinates to do this, and the elders and other personnel under him could not do it based on their work style. Only the boy in front of him was the most suspicious. What? Kidnapping case, elders, equal smiley face. They looked at Azai in disbelief. How could they not know that the whole Songjiang was in an uproar last night? Moreover, they guessed that it was most likely Huey who did it to retaliate against Qin Jiang. They had planned to go back after the end of the day and enjoy the show, watching the fight between the dragon and the tiger. Why did it suddenly happen to me? Was I didn't. He firmly denied it, while internally screaming, "No. How can this be so outrageous? I just took over and you tell me the black dragon is coming? What should I do? Wait online? It's urgent." Although he was thinking a lot, he shouted directly to the stunned brothers at the door, "What are you standing here for? Go and see what's going on." But before the younger brothers could go out to see what was going on, they heard crackling sounds coming from outside, and bursts of shouts and pleas for mercy. "Oh my god, Black Dragon grandfathers, please spare me, this matter has nothing to do with me, I'm just a gatekeeper. Everyone, be quiet and squat down. If anyone dares to stand up, don't blame me for being rude, squat down." Something happened. Brother Zai. The Black Dragon's men are coming. There are so many of them. We can't stop them. We can't stop them at all. Brother Zai, help me, no. Aziz's face turned pale as he heard all sorts of noises outside and he yelled, lock the door quickly. Click. A clever guy immediately locked the office door, but before Aziz could breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment they heard the fierce roar of Sijo Badeo, scatter. Mount Tai is collapsing. Open it, boom. Chapter 589, Qin Zhang's intimidation, who called Aziz's panic, boom, of course, the entire office door was kicked in pieces, wow, a lot of debris rushed into the office, scaring away Long Fei's younger brothers guarding the door, then under their gaze, then a pair of large hands with palm leaf fans hit the broken door a few more times, and the entire door completely disappeared. That's right. The solid wood door simply vanished. No. To be more precise, it shattered into pieces. At this moment, everyone stared at the massive, faceless figure outside the door, resembling a brown bear, swallowing their saliva furiously. Sijo was nearly 2 meters tall, even taller with shoes on. The office door was only about 1.9 meters tall, so naturally, they couldn't see Sijo's head from inside, only his massive figure. Gulp, gulp, then a large number of Black Dragon personnel rushed in from outside the door, and Sijo also walked in from outside with his head tilted. The next moment, trample. Trample. Trample, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a young man in black formal suit and with an indifferent expression walked in surrounded by a crowd. It could be Qin Jiang or someone else. Qin Jiang. Some elders looked at Qin Jiang and stuttered a little. Although they had just guessed that it was the Black Dragon that came, they still couldn't remain calm when they saw Qin Jiang, the top boss in the northern province. A true legend exists. Outsiders may not be able to understand his achievements, but those of them who are already in the underworld know best how awesome Qin Jiang is. It can be said that he has completed the journey that took them decades in just over a year, and he has walked more steadily and farther than them. Bang! Uncle Long looked at Qin Jiang, his eyes flickering as he clenched the dragon-headed cane in his hand, as if he was thinking about something. Azai was a little panicked when he saw Qin Jiang avoiding his gaze. He subconsciously wanted to stand behind Uncle Long, but then he remembered that he was now the leader of Longfei Group and had to be in the front. Call, he kept encouraging himself, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's broad daylight. How dare Qin Jiang kill someone? Right at this moment. Opposite Zhao Shanha yelled, who the hell is calling me Azai? Get out here, damn, a younger brother who happened to be not far away from him subconsciously retorted, how can you talk to Brother Zai like that? Brother Zai is now the dragon of Longfei Group. As he spoke, he directly picked up the baton in his hand and prepared to point it at Zhao Shanha to scare him, but he only pointed halfway and said halfway at grass. Zhao Shanha took the initiative to meet the baton and kicked it, bang, little brother, Sigma_angle, he was shot out directly, and as luck would have it, he kept waving his hands around to steady himself, bang, a baton was swung and hit Azai in the face as he was cheering, Azai, ouch, fuck, my teeth, my face, he covered his face and cried out in pain, obviously he had just been hit hard by a stick. Zhao Shan had ignored his shouts and continued to look around, shouting, I'll ask again, who is? Azai? Damn it. How dare he kidnap Sister Cheng? I think he's really twisted and crooked. All the younger brothers, they were so frightened that they were trembling and dared not speak. Nonsense, although they are just gangsters, they dare to yell at anyone they want, but they have to choose their own people. The guy on the opposite side who just kicked his companion out is the big boss from Songjiang, Jin Sanshan, Zhao Shanha, the one next to it, Night Owl, Feng Lin, the bosses of the two major institutions of the Black Dragon Group. Don't even mention what you can do in front of them even if you are a big brother. What's more, swish. I couldn't help but look at the three people behind them, Black Dragon, Qin Jiang, Zhuge Zhuzhang, God of War 49, these three are top bosses who are more powerful than their eldest brother Zaiji's eldest brother Uncle Long. Not to mention daring to shout back, they wouldn't even dare to stand behind Zygo and help shout back. On the ground. Azai, who was holding his face and screaming, also saw this scene and couldn't help but secretly curse these guys for being unkind. He doesn't even stand up for his big brother at the critical moment. But he didn't want to think about how many of those who followed him to betray Uncle Long cared about friendship and only cared about interests. It can be said that no matter what happens to my brother, I won't take care of anything that happens to him. Azai didn't dare to speak or even make any unnecessary moves. He didn't dare to stand up and talk to Qin Jiang. Boom, boom, Uncle Long came out on crutches, looked at Qin Jiang, and said, Boss Qin. Is there a misunderstanding here? Can you tell me what it is? I will definitely give you an explanation. Zhao Shanha didn't kick Uncle Long. Firstly, Uncle Long was quite respectful of Black Dragon, and secondly, he was afraid of kicking the old man to death. But he still said angrily, did you misunderstand your mother? Azai is one of your men, right? Damn it. Don't tell me you didn't know about the kidnapping last night? It was him who kidnapped Sister Cheng. Explain? What explanation can you give? Uncle Long did not look surprised. After all, he had just guessed at this possibility, but the other elders were trembling with fear. Kidnapping Qin Chang, is this guy trying to commit suicide? You're asking for trouble yourself, but you can't let them get involved. Everyone knows that Qin Jiang, the Black Dragon, went crazy last night. Now he brought people to seal off the building, obviously to demand an explanation. If this matter goes wrong, it will be a disaster for the entire Lungfei group. By then, they won't be able to enjoy their old age. I'm afraid every day will feel like a year. Therefore, several elders scolded Azai. Did you really do this? Tell me. Did you kidnap Qin Qing, Azi? How could you do such a thing behind our backs? Azi, you are so bold. If you really did this, even if the Black Dragon spared you, I would still cut you into pieces. While scolding Azai, he tried his best to distance himself from the other party and wanted to keep himself out of it. This moment, how could Azai not understand the meaning of the words of these elders? They clearly asked him to explain it clearly. If he couldn't explain it clearly, he would probably be thrown away as a pawn. But what can he explain? How to explain? He could only stop screaming, revealing his bloody face as he looked at Heilong and the others, shaking his head frantically. No. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know. It wasn't me. Really? I have always been in awe of Heilong, Qin Zhang. President Qin is my idol. How could I do such a heartless thing? Besides, I have no reason at all. It really wasn't me. I wasn't even in the South District yesterday. I don't even know what happened. He looked extremely innocent. A few reluctantly loyal brothers also echoed, yes. Brother Zai was with us last night, playing cards all night. He didn't know. We didn't know about the kidnapping. Mr. Qin, maybe you have some misunderstanding. It really wasn't us who did this. I swear, if we did, we'd be struck by lightning, never to be reborn, or die. They kept swearing and cursing at Qin Zhang, not to defend themselves but because they really believed it. After all, they were not aware of the kidnapping incident. Chapter 590, Uncle Long, sacrificed the card to save the king. Qin Zhang, I want Longfei group to be buried with me. Listen to this. Several elders were stunned. They could feel that these younger brothers did not seem to be lying, otherwise they would not react so strongly. Logically speaking, if they were asked to do it, they would probably be panicked and at a loss, instead of doubt. Now, even Uncle Long frowned slightly. Could it be? I guessed wrong. This matter really has nothing to do with Azi. There must be some misunderstanding. He looked at Qin Zhang and said, Boss Qin, could you please clear up a few questions for me? The rules of the martial arts world are, you always have to provide evidence. Qin Zhang's eyes were cold and he didn't bother to talk nonsense. Bring it up. Wow, several younger brothers dragged in a young man with pockmarks all over his face. It was exactly, pockmarks, pock. Someone looked at Ma Zi in surprise and asked, aren't you at home? Why are you here? The others also looked surprised. Pock, they all knew each other. They used to be middle-level managers in Longfei Group and were backbone members in Tianqin Group. What does it mean that he was captured by the Black Dragon Group? At this time, Ma Zi ignored his questions and came to Qin Zhang tremblingly. Bang, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother Jiang. Grandpa Jiang and ancestor, it really wasn't me who kidnapped Sister Cheng, it was him. He pointed at Azi and said, he was the one who ordered me to do this, and asked me to keep it a secret. He said the fewer people who knew about it, the better. The purpose of the kidnapping was to let Black Dragon fight Tiger Wei, and then he would become the boss and reap the benefits. It has nothing to do with me, Master Jiang, spare my life, it's all Brother Zai, this bastard's orders. I have no choice but to obey. I don't want to. If two Black Dragon men hadn't dragged him away, he would have kowtowed to Qin Zhang and apologized, obviously extremely scared. Ever since Feng Lin was captured and forcibly brought here, he was terrified all the way and was afraid that he would be taken to the riverside. Fortunately, he was brought to Longfei Group for a confrontation. How could he dare to hesitate and put all the blame on Az in order to save himself? Finished. When Azai saw Ma Zi being arrested and saying those words, he knew that his plan would definitely be exposed. He was confused. Why? The plan was flawless and several firewalls were set up, so why was it discovered? And, it's been less than 24 hours, but he couldn't think about that right now. Azi looked at Ma Zi and retorted, you're slandering me. Ma Zi. I've always treated you well. We have no past or present grudges. Why did you frame me? Tell me, who ordered you to do that? You even dare to kidnap Sister Qin Zhang? I think you are courting death. Believe it or not, I will kill you. He stood up and prepared to rush towards Ma Zi. What the hell? Ma Zi shuddered with fear. Fortunately, Uncle Long had two people hold Azai back and he didn't rush out. In addition, Uncle Long had two people hold him back and he stopped because of the Black Dragon members staring at him. Seeing this, Ma Zi became even more unscrupulous, and to show his determination to break up with Az, he directly scolded him. I have been with you for so many years, and in the end you don't admit it. I really followed the wrong person in the first place. Don't you see your dogcock character? Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a fucking gangster? How many people do you have under your command? How dare you kidnap Sister Cheng? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. What kind of person is Brother Jian? He's a top boss, and you even plotted against him. Azai, he was so scolded that he didn't know how to fight back. He could only look at Uncle Long and shout, Uncle Long. Don't listen to this pockmarked guy's nonsense. I have nothing to do with the kidnapping, pity. Uncle Long didn't even look at Azai. He knew that Ma Zi had come out to testify, and Black Dragon had caused such a commotion. Adding to Azai's reaction, it was basically certain that it was Azai who did it. Besides, it didn't matter now whether it was Ozai who did it or not. What is important is, he wants to give Qin Jiang an explanation. Call. Uncle Long looked at Qin Jiang and said, Boss Qin. It's my fault for not keeping a tight rein on my subordinates. That's why this situation happened. Ah, son. You don't understand the rules of the underworld, violate the taboos of the underworld, and kidnap your relatives. You deserve to be put to death. According to the rules, I shall execute the addition of 3 and 6 strikes. If he is still alive, it will be left to you to deal with. Secondly, if you don't speak up, I'm also guilty. Tomorrow at noon, I'll come to your house and apologize. Spread the news to the entire martial arts world. Third, Longfei Group is willing to pay 30 million yuan in compensation to your sister as compensation for her emotional distress. Once these 3 points come out, Ozai, no, it wasn't me, Uncle Long, you can't do this, you can't. He looked terrified and felt like he couldn't breathe, his mind in a state of chaos. 10 minutes ago, he was the new leader who had forced Uncle Long to take the throne. He was full of vigor and vitality. 10 minutes later, he had become a prisoner and was about to be handed over to Qin Jiang for punishment with 3 cuts and 6 holes. Heaven, fall into hell, that's all. Several elders also looked surprised. They didn't care whether Ozai lived or died, but Uncle Long announced to the world that he was going to Heilongjiang to apologize, which was a great shame for the entire Longfei Group. But looking at Qin Jiang, who was only in his early 20s, they felt suffocated by his pressure. No one spoke. They knew that Qin Jiang had caused such a big fuss that it could not be solved with a small fight. He had to seek justice for his sister who was kidnapped and restore his face. Apparently handing over Ozai is to appease the Black Dragon's anger. Uncle Long's asking for forgiveness by carrying a thorn stick on his back is just giving the other party a way out. 30 million in compensation is real benefit. Is the cost high? Very big. It would take more than 1% for an ordinary person to give. But it is normal for Qin Jiang. It's the gap between people. Uncle Long looked at Qin Jiang. I wonder what Mr. Qin thinks. After saying that, he stared at Qin Jiang intently. Now, Qin Jiang also looked at Uncle Long. He had to admit that this old man was very wise. He could see the general trend and transform in advance. When the takeoff faced difficult problems, he was able to sacrifice the car to save the driver in the first place, even willing to put aside his pride and apologize for it. Pity, some things are done, just done. Since you have provoked me, it cannot be solved by paying a price. What he wants is deterrence, extreme shock. Everyone was so frightened that even if they wanted to fight with Qin Jiang, they would not dare to harm their families or cross the line. Under Uncle Long's gaze, Qin Jiang uttered 2 words, not enough, not enough. Uncle Long was stunned. The elder's gazes at Qin Jiang changed. Isn't this enough? Isn't he a bit greedy? What's the matter? Do you really think we, Long Fei, are made of clay? Uncle Long, does Director Qin have any other requests? Qin Jiang, I don't need what you just said. I just have one request. Before Uncle Long and the elders could breathe a sigh of relief, just listen. Qin Jiang looked around at Uncle Long and the others. I want the entire Longfei Group buried with me. Chapter 591, Uncle Long and Others, Arrogant. By Meng, you are now under arrest. What? Uncle Long, _Azai, degree, elders, Sigma LLLW, W, hashtag. They stared at Qin Jiang with wide eyes in disbelief, as if they suspected they had misheard. All dead. What does all dead mean? Could it be Qin Jiang wants to kill them all? Uncle Long narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Jiang seriously. Boss Qin, what do you mean? Qin Jiang, literally. Literally, that is, let them all die. Azai on the ground was terrified at first, but then he suddenly grabbed Uncle Long's thigh as if he had remembered something. Uncle Long. Can you see that Qin Jiang is clearly here to destroy us? What a ridiculous kidnapping. It's a complete frame-up. Maybe it was all staged by Black Dragon himself, Uncle Long. We can't just sit there and wait for death, Uncle Long. He quickly called out to Uncle Long, intending to use this opportunity to win Uncle Long over to his side. He was very afraid that Uncle Long would abandon him again. Once he was abandoned by the Longfei Group and fell into the hands of Heilong, he couldn't imagine what disaster he would face. How could he not seize the opportunity that he had finally gotten? Sure enough, the elders who had just yelled at AZ looked at Qin Jiang with unfriendly expressions. They also suspected that there was something wrong with Qin Jiang's visit today, and wondered if there was some conspiracy. Let them all die. What was he going to do? He was going to swallow up Longfei Group, just like he had swallowed up Huaxing Group, but they absolutely cannot accept it. For a while, his face turned slightly colder. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? Although Longfei Group is not as good as Black Dragon Group, it is not something that can be bullied by others. We respect you. You can ask for anything you want, but that doesn't mean you can just stand on our heads and shit on us. We're all gangsters. Do you understand the rules of the underworld? Ahead, Uncle Long just looked at Qin Jiang quietly without saying anything, although he is about to retire from the world, but that doesn't mean he has no ambition at all. He can give Qin Jiang face and he can also give in to Qin Jiang, but he couldn't just surrender and let Qin Jiang swallow Long Fei. Long Fei was his life's work. He could pass the throne to Ozai, but he would never tolerate it being taken over by outsiders. Now Qin Jiang looked at the shouting elders as if they were clowns. Talking to him about rules was bullshit, not to mention that he has never been involved in society in this life. Even in his previous life his rules had become hard fist. Money is everything. Among Long Fei's subordinates, only Uncle Long is treated well. Apart from him, the veterans and middle-level managers have long lost the brotherhood they once had, sharing happiness and difficulties. They have long been accustomed to enjoying themselves, treating their subordinates as labor and only caring about the core subordinates. Although this can maximize their profits, the subordinates below have long been fascinated by these big guys. Small things are okay, big news, hee hee. Just like today, when those younger brothers saw that it was Black Dragon coming up, hardly any of them dared to step forward, so Black Dragon was able to sweep across the battlefield so smoothly. Even on this level, Long Fei was not as good as Hua Shang, and Uncle Long was old after all. In his silence, the office has become infinitely depressing. Ha, ha, you can hear bursts of heavy breathing. The passage of time seemed to have stopped. Only a few seconds had passed, but it felt like a year. Buzz. Zhu Zhang glanced at his phone and nodded to Qin Jiang. Swish. Qin Jiang glanced at the entire audience and said coldly, Long Fei Group. From now on, there's no need for it to exist. All of a sudden Uncle Long noticed something was wrong and immediately looked at Qin Jiang and said, Qin Jiang. Are you really going to fight to the death with Long Fei? Why is it so? Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? In Songjiang, no one can destroy the Long Fei Group for no reason. He didn't lie. How could the Long Fei Group have stood firm in Songjiang for so many years without a backer? If Heilong really dared to destroy Long Fei for no reason, no matter who was behind him, he would pay a heavy price. A trump card, Qin Jiang. No matter what trump card you have, it's useless, arrogant. Zai looked at Qin Jiang angrily and said, Qin Jiang, do you really think you are invincible? I'll give you face and call you Mr. Qin. If I don't give you face, you. He stopped mid-sentence. Boom, suddenly, 30 or 40 young men in security uniforms rushed in from outside, led by Bai Meng. Swish. 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 Several security guards pointed their guns at Azai on the spot. Drop your weapons, hold your head and squat down, hurry up. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Azai was shaking slightly while holding the dagger, and he threw the dagger to the ground. A bang. At the same time, he sat down with his head in his hands, looked at Bai Meng and others and shouted, I am not a criminal, you came just in time, we are the victims. He pointed at Qin Jiang and the others and said, didn't you see how arrogant he was just now? He kept saying he wanted to destroy us. He told us all to die. Look downstairs, those Black Dragon people have surrounded the entire building. They simply don't care about your public security. You should arrest them. He planned to blame all the problems on Qin Jiang's people in order to clear himself. The other elders behind him also said, yes. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, we might all have been killed by this Qin Jiang. My dear gentlemen, please help us. This is too much of a bully. We were just doing business honestly, but Qin Jiang led so many people to surround our building in broad daylight, and kept saying he wanted to kill us all. For a while, they looked at Bai Meng and others and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In their opinion, Bai Meng and others were most likely nearby security officers who came to check out the commotion in Heilong Nong. Now that law and order has arrived, so, they will definitely be safe. The Black Dragon Qin Jiang is rampant. Could he dare to kill them in front of the public security? They even suspected that these public security officers were Uncle Long's trump cards, and that's why they kept telling people about Qin Jiang's crimes. Only Uncle Long looked extremely ugly. He could see that these public security incidents were obviously related to the Black Dragon, otherwise how could Zhao Shanha and others give way to him? Secondly, the Black Dragon's men have surrounded the entire building downstairs. If the security guards wanted to come and intervene, they should have shouted downstairs. Now there is no movement outside, and it is obviously a problem if the security guards come up directly. Uncle Long looked at Bai Meng and said, I wonder what the security officers are doing here. Long Fei Group guarantees its cooperation. Bai Meng looked at Uncle Long. You are the legal representative and chairman of Long Fei Group, Liang Long, right? Uncle Long, it's me. Bai Meng, you are suspected of organizing a criminal gang, murdering others, organizing assaults, and other crimes. You are hereby arrested. At the same time, he looked at the other elders. Song Kai, you are suspected of murder, intentional injury, and other crimes. You are now under arrest. Yang Kong. You are suspected of bribery, intentional injury, and other crimes. You are hereby arrested. Dan Wei. You are suspected of collusion. Soon, the bosses of the Long Fei Group in the office were called out one by one as if by the King of Hell. Chapter 592, Az suddenly attacks Qin Jiang. Shanha shows his unstoppable power. At last, Bai Meng looked at Az again with a cold expression. You are suspected of organizing kidnapping, murder, coercion, and many other crimes. You are now under arrest. He produced some arrest papers. Immediately, several police officers came forward with handcuffs, while the rest pointed their guns at Long Fei's younger brother. Click. Uncle Long's eyelids twitched unconsciously twice, and he felt despair in his heart. With his intelligence, how could he not guess that Bai Meng must have real evidence when he said these words? Otherwise he would never dare to arrest him so easily. After all, he also has a backer. As for where the evidence came from, it was self-evident. Zai. Apparently, he had hidden it to threaten the elders and collect it, and somehow Black Dragon got hold of it and turned it over to the police. He even roughly guessed some of the situation. Qin Jiang learned that Az had kidnapped his sister, so he ordered his men to go to Tianchen Group. By chance, he obtained the secret hidden by Az and handed the evidence to Jian. He then joined forces with Jian to destroy him. So a 1 is, being able to take revenge on Zai and Long Fei group has extinguished the anger of the Black Dragon group. Second, the name of the destroyed Long Fei group is used to deter those outsiders who want to do evil to him again. Bang. His hands gripping the cane were so tight that his fingers were turning pale, and he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart that he knew that Long Fei was finished. It's completely over. No matter how hard he tried to force Long Fei group back on track, he still crashed with the help of such stupid teammates. Is it funny? Very ridiculous. How ridiculous. Several elders' pupils widened. How is that possible? You have evidence of my crime? No. It's Z. You bastard, how could the evidence be exposed if you threatened us? What on earth are you going to do? If something this important could be found out by others, what are you doing? They also guessed the general situation in an instant. Z's head buzzed. He hid in the highest end safe and forcibly unlocked the self-destruct program with no key. Why was the safe still opened and the evidence inside obtained by the police, unless, he looked at Ma Z, fuck. Are you a bastard? Did you see my password? Do you understand the rules of the underworld? Big brother, I've been so kind to you. And this is how you repay me? Are you still planning on staying in this world? The look he gave Ma Z was as if he wanted to eat him. Maz subconsciously hid from the security and yelled, don't blame me. I can't help it. I told you not to offend Chairman Qin, but you insisted. How dare I disobey Chairman Qin's orders? What do you mean by being a gangster or not? I'm just redeeming myself for meritorious service. Just surrender immediately. Catch him quickly, he signaled the security to hurry up. He knew clearly what kind of person Zai was. Although he appeared gentle on the surface, he was actually very cruel in secret. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through the siege and become a leader among the young generation of Long Fei group. It all depends on being ruthless. Zai looked at the two security guards approaching with a grim expression and muttered, I never thought that Zai, who has been famous all my life, would be defeated here just today after taking office. I don't accept it, just wait. Wait until I come out. He raised his hands as if accepting his fate. The two security officers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just when the two security guards were 1 meter close to Az, who was kneeling there, slipped. His body was pushed forward more than 1 meter in the air and directly past the two security guards and came behind them. Then he pressed his legs down and bang, the whole person suddenly jumped up on the spot. A sharp dagger appeared in his right hand and he rushed towards Qin Jiang. Directly. Quick, too fast, it was so fast that no one could react. Qin Jiang, Zai looked at Qin Jiang with red eyes full of hatred. He knew that he could not surrender, otherwise, with all the crimes he had committed, he would never be able to get out of jail. He is unwilling to accept it. He started out as a street thug and joined Long Fei, climbing up step by step to where he is today. How could he be willing to die? Don't give up even in desperate situation. He wanted to fight for his life, take Qin Jiang hostage. As long as he could take Qin Jiang hostage, he could leave here. When the time came, he would ask the police to prepare a helicopter for him, leaving Songjiang and heading for the border, leave China, to Southeast Asia. He, Az, still has a chance to start over. Maybe he can make a comeback in the future. Even if he fails, he can drag Qin Jiang down with him and make his Az's life glorious. He is not convinced. Oh shit, stop. Stop. I shot. The security officers reacted and shouted, raising their guns to aim at Azai. But Azai's speed was too fast and too sudden. After all, he was once a member of the Long Fei group's double flower red stick, nicknamed Clay Dragon. This referred to his incredibly flexible and slippery body, allowing him to perform movements that were incomprehensible to ordinary people. This is also the reason why the two security guards did not react just now. Who would have thought that a person kneeling on the ground could pass through a gap less than half a meter wide out of thin air and at an extremely fast speed? Bai Meng reacts the fastest. The moment Ozzy moved, he had already raised his gun and aimed at Ozzy, who was flying in the air, ready to shoot. Even if he could kill Ozzy, he couldn't let him explode and hurt others, let alone hurt Qin Jiang, consultant for this operation. But he suddenly stopped shooting. It was because Qin Jiang remained calm and composed when facing Ozzy's sudden rush, and he didn't even show any fear and didn't even show any intention of dodging. Instead, many Black Dragon personnel on both sides shouted, "Protect Brother Jiang! Protect Brother Jiang!" At the same time, Zhao Shanhe, who was standing between Az and Qin Jiang, moved. He blocked Az's way forward with his body horizontally, his eyes cold. With his mighty Black Dragon double flower red stick here, how could he allow Long Fei's double flower red stick to act so recklessly? Court death. Zai swung the dagger in his hand and aimed it straight at Zhao Shanhe's throat, intending to kill him with one blow. At this time, he didn't care about life or death or killing. He just wanted to stay alive. Zhao Shanhe, who blocked his way, had to be killed directly. Many security guards were shocked when they saw this. Now, they didn't have time to shoot, and Zhao Shanhe blocked the shooting angle. The next moment, their eyes widened collectively. Zhao Shanhe raised his front leg straight up and kicked Azai in the chest. This kick, faster, more fierce, there was even a faint sound of breaking air. Azai subconsciously raised his remaining arm to block. Bang, this kick hit Azai's arm. Snap. There was a faint sound of bones breaking. The severe pain made Zi unable to stop screaming, but his strong will made him chop down the dagger towards Zhao Shanhai. Zhao Shanhai took a quicker step forward, letting the dagger miss, and at the same time, he lunged forward and struck. Boom! Zai's entire body was bent into the shape of a shrimp, his eyes bulged out, and he flew backwards. Swish! Zhao Shanhai raised his hand and grabbed the arm holding the dagger to stop the other person's figure, and smashed it down fiercely. A boom! The whole office seemed to shake. Uncle Long, equal smiley face by Meng, underscore, public security, W, degree O degree, W. Chapter 593 Uncle Long, no one can judge me, fall from the building. Now. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked at the scene in front of them. What you see just in front of him, he saw Zhao Shanha standing there with an indifferent and disdainful expression. On the ground, AZ's body was twisted and he was grimacing in pain, and he couldn't stop shouting, it hurts. He wanted to stand up but couldn't do it in a short time, and could only groan in pain. Quick, too fast, before anyone could react, Zhao Shanha had already snatched the sword with his bare hands, and then with a few clean moves, he took down AZI.No. We shouldn't say take down but suppress. Didn't you see that the guy on the ground couldn't even get up? Grab. Bai Meng was stunned. No. Throw. That's not right. Clean and neat, an instinctive reaction? That's fierce. If he was like this, the other security guards would naturally be even more surprised. They asked themselves, if they were Zhao Shanha, they would definitely not be able to react as quickly or as fiercely as him, not their cup of tea, but Zhao Shanha is too fierce. Uncle Long and others were also surprised. Zai, after all, he was once the double flower red stick of Longfei group. Although he relied on being ruthless, it doesn't mean he can't fight. At least he was considered outstanding among the younger generation of Longfei group. But he was killed instantly by Zhao Shanha after just one encounter. Longfei, Black Dragon, is the gap really so huge? Brush, everyone's eyes kept moving on Zhao Shanha and Qin Jiang. Is this the strength of the Black Dragon double flower red stick? Powerful, so strong. They didn't know that Zhao Shanha was born with fighting skills, otherwise he would not be able to perform the duties of security chief. Secondly, Zhu Zhang specifically ordered someone to involve a training supervisor. Whenever Zhou had time, he would go to the training supervisor for training, and Zhao Shanha and other senior executives would serve as sparring partners. At the beginning, Zhao Shanha and others were beaten every day and couldn't get out of bed. Later, Zhou gradually mastered the strength and was able to control the beating to only hurt Zhao Shanha but not to the point of being unable to get up the next day. Over time, not only did Zhou's combat effectiveness soar thanks to his terrifying comprehension ability, but Zhao Shanha, Feng Lin and others also saw their strength increase rapidly as they were beaten along with him, and they were much stronger than the ordinary double-flowered red sticks. Swish. Swish, several security officers quickly rushed forward and handcuffed the struggling man. Don't move, you dared to attack the operations advisor, your crime is even more serious. They were really angry. In such a situation where they were sure of winning, if Azai injured the consultant of this operation and even put his life in danger, then everyone in the audience would be held responsible today. Besides, they were not as quick as their employees in reacting, and were a little embarrassed to be on time. Therefore, 2 pairs of handcuffs were directly put on Azai. Trample. Trample, heavy footsteps were heard. Azai looked up and saw Qin Jiang looking down at him with eyes full of contempt. I gave you a chance, but you are useless, useless, useless? No. Zi yelled, Qin Jiang, I don't accept it. Qin Jiang, I will kill you. Qin Jiang, unfortunately, he was already exhausted from being beaten by Zhao Shanha, and now he was handcuffed with 2 hands and couldn't break free at all. He could only roar like a trapped beast, which had no deterrent effect at all. Instead, he looks more like a clown. Bai Meng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Qin Jiang was fine, and the culprit Az didn't seem to be in danger of his life. Everything is nothing. At the same time, the rest of the security personnel quickly went to arrest the elders and were about to complete the arrest. Sudden, Bai Meng's eyes trembled. Not good. Hide quickly. See you. All the other elders were arrested by the security guards, except for the one who went to arrest Uncle Long, whose face changed drastically. Now, Uncle Long suddenly reacted when faced with the security officers trying to arrest him. He raised his dragon-headed cane and knocked it downwards. A boom, whoosh. Whoosh, 2 black lights, carrying a sound of breaking through the air, shot out from the top of the dragon-headed cane and hit the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards also noticed that something was wrong with Uncle Long at the first moment. Coupled with Bai Meng's roar from behind, they subconsciously dodged to the side, but unfortunately they were still a step too late. Bang. Bang, 2 black lights hit the thighs of the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards screamed and fell to the ground. At the same time, Uncle Long did not take advantage of the chaos to escape to the door, but rushed into the office. No. The fallen policeman yelled, he's trying to run fast. Catch him. We can't let him get away. As he spoke, he struggled to get up and catch up. Pity, the serious leg injury made it difficult for him to stand up in a short time. Fortunately, the security officers reacted early. 2 of them went forward to check on the 2 men's injuries. The rest chased after Uncle Long. Among them, Bai Meng fearlessly rushed to the front line. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Stand. No. Quick. Stop him. Bai Meng's eyes were bloodshot. Ahead, bang, Uncle Long slammed his cane again. Whoosh, the black light rushed directly to a point below the floor-to-ceiling window in front and penetrated it on the spot. Snap, the floor-to-ceiling window, which was supposed to be bulletproof, cracked with dense cracks and turned into a foggy state after the sound of a crack. The next moment, Uncle Long turned around and gave Qin Jiang a deep look. There was no resentment or anger, only indifference. Qin Jiang. I've roamed the martial arts world for over 20 years. Whether it's Zhou Hua or Wang Wei, I have nothing but admiration for you. I hope you have a bright future and don't repeat my path. Swish. He opened his arms and felt the sunlight shining on him, looking at Bai Meng and the others and shouted, "My destiny is in my own hands. No one can judge me." Finished, the body jumped back directly. Snap, the already foggy French windows shattered under the impact, and Uncle Long's body flew out of the building along with countless fragments, plummeting downwards at a rapid speed. Swish. Swish, Bai Meng stretched out his hands to grab at the air, but he only managed to grab Uncle Long's crutch. He held onto the crutch and watched Uncle Long fall, his face grim. Although he wouldn't blame someone for resisting arrest, shooting at police officers, and then jumping from a building, he still blamed himself. I wish I had run faster, or maybe I'd noticed something was wrong with Uncle Long earlier, so it is very likely that such a thing would not have happened, but unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. Who would have thought that the crutch in Uncle Long's hand was actually a special firearm? Who would have thought that the bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window could be shattered by just one shot? Apparently, Uncle Long had anticipated that this day might come and had already made some preparations on the glass in advance. Uncle Long. Uncle Long. When several elders saw Uncle Long jump down, they all yelled desperately. Although they were dissatisfied with Uncle Long, they were still old brothers for many years. How could they accept watching him die? Even Azai's mouth corners trembled. Uncle Long. Why? Chapter 594, everyone downstairs was shocked to see someone falling from a building. Now, even Qin Jiang watched Uncle Long jump, his eyes narrowing slightly as he muttered, "A true hero. Knowing there's no way out, he's willing to face death head-on, eliminating all future troubles." Very few people throughout history have been able to do this. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. For ordinary people, living is an instinct, let alone for superiors like Uncle Long. These people instinctively want to continue living, even if it is just for one more day. This can be seen from the expressions of other elders. Although they are sad, no one struggles to agree with their intention. Boom, as a loud bang was heard outside, everyone in the office couldn't stop twitching. No one dared to go forward to take a look. This was the 16th floor, and there was no possibility of survival if you jumped from here. Afraid, everyone wants to fall into the batter. Fuck. Bai Meng couldn't help cursing as he looked down at the people below him. He quickly stood up and handed the crutch in his hand to the security guard next to him. "Keep this, it's evidence. Wang Chang, Ludong. You stay here and seal off the office. Set up a cordon around this glass. Don't let anyone get close to it, in case someone falls from here. Also, the things in this room are evidence and cannot be touched." The two sheriffs nodded. Bai Meng continued, "Song Kai. Check if there's any surveillance in this room. See what happened just now. Also, upload the body camera video. Make sure it's clearly recorded, clear. Bai Meng, everyone else, follow me downstairs to call an ambulance and rescue the suspect, clear." Although it is clear that Uncle Long will not survive, the necessary procedures must still be followed. While Bai Mengfeng hurriedly led the police downstairs and whispered to Qin Jiang as he passed by, "The arrest operation is over. We don't need you as an operations consultant here. You can leave first." Qin Jiang glanced at Bai Meng. He understood that the other party was clearly asking him to leave as soon as possible and not to get involved in Uncle Long's fall. Otherwise, with Qin Jiang's reputation, who knows what would happen? Even if the case has sufficient evidence and on-site video footage, rumors will always have an impact on people. Can rumors really be stopped? Qin Jiang looked outside. There must be a lot of people downstairs paying close attention to the situation. If Old Man Long doesn't jump, who knows what will happen? If Old Man Long jumps, there is no need for that anymore. Qin Jiang couldn't help but shrug. Bai Meng also reacted and smiled bitterly. "Well, anyway, you should leave first, Qin Jiang, okay? Bai Meng, I will inform you of any results here." Then he did not hesitate and quickly led people downstairs. Several elders, Azai and others were also taken down by them. Snort. Zhao Shanhe looked at Azai, who was being taken away, and said, "Fuck him, why didn't this kid jump down? I regret it now. I should have been more ruthless. I'll keep him out of bed for half a year." Snap. Snap. Zhu Zhang patted Zhao Shanhe's shoulder with his fan. "Why bother getting yourself into trouble for a dying man? He'll suffer if he goes in there." Zhao Shanhe nodded in understanding. Just now, Azai attacked Qin Jiang, so it was completely reasonable for him to come out and counterattack Azai with a hug and throw him to the ground. If he was more ruthless, he would inevitably get into some trouble, but is there nothing we can do about him now, huh? They don't need to do anything else, they just need to spread the word that Azai offended Qin Jiang and was arrested. So, waiting for Azai, and there will be a disastrous 6 months. As4, why half a year? 6 months from now, there will probably be no Azai in the world, brother Jiang. Sijou looked at Qin Jiang with some confusion and said, why did this old man Long jump down? I don't think jumping here is any good. He'd be smashed to pieces, which would be ugly. It would be better to let the police take him away. Qin Jiang, he doesn't want to implicate his descendants. Sijou, Qin Jiang, death cancels debts. This is not only a common saying in the martial arts world, but also recognized in Chinese law. He died before being tried. According to the law, none of his charges are established. For his family, they are no longer criminal relatives, and their future will not be affected. Although it is not a decent thing for him, it is a decent thing for his family. Sijou nodded, not quite understanding. Shake your head again. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not, let's go. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Azai, the mastermind behind Qin Qing's kidnapping, had been apprehended. The Long Fei group behind him declared, Uncle Long is dead. All the veterans have been apprehended. The entire Long Fei group ceases to exist today. There is no need to stay here anymore. Downstairs, several luxury cars were parked in front of the Long Fei building, and all the people sitting in the cars were big shots. After hearing that Qin Jiang came to Long Fei group, these bigwigs could no longer sit still and came over to check the situation. After all of this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime situation. A certain boss looked at the large number of Black Dragon personnel surrounding the Long Fei building and exclaimed in surprise, there must be thousands of people here. What a grand scene. As expected of the Black Dragon, they are making a big scene. Where's Qin Jiang? The younger brother pointed upstairs and said, the people we sent out said that Qin Jiang went upstairs half an hour ago. The boss looked up at the building and said, damn it. It's so high up and I can't even see what's going on inside. What do you think is going on inside? Is there going to be a fight? Qin Jiang is making such a big scene, something's bound to happen. No. Long Fei is about to fall. The younger brother didn't reply. Nonsense, he was just a little brother, what did he know? How could he guess what Qin Jiang was going to do? Not only this big boss, but all the other big bosses also thought that since the Qin family had caused such a big commotion, it must be no simple matter. They were probably here to destroy Long Fei. Old man Long was in trouble, however, some bigwigs said, not necessarily. Old man Long has been operating in Songjiang for such a long time, so he must be a master. Even if Qin Jiang is powerful, it will be difficult for him to be easily defeated. Yes, he didn't finish his words. Sudden boom, there was a loud sound of glass breaking from above, a head in the Maserati. Mr. Gu, Qin Jiang should have a result in half an hour. What do you think he will do? Gu Chuan, she was only halfway through her sentence. Boom, the other side. I in the nanny car. You tilted her neck and looked upstairs. Yu Ning, what do you think Director Qin is doing up there? He's so overbearing, is he having Uncle Long beaten up? Su Yuning, probably. No way. I can scare him, but I don't think I can use violence. He's just overbearing, and rumors can't be taken seriously. Boom, at the same time, the countless people who were watching downstairs all heard the sound of glass breaking from the roof and looked up. Just see. Chapter 595, Offending Qin Jiang and the Flying Man. See, the floor-to-ceiling windows at the top of the Long Fei building shattered. At the same time, a figure fell from the shattered space. Shit. Look, there's a person up there. Someone fell down from up there. Oh my god. How could someone fall from the roof? Was it so intense? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Wow, the crowd gathered below quickly dodged to the sides amid shouts. Then, under everyone's gaze, the figure fell straight to the ground in a parabola. Boom, the figure crashed into the ground with a loud roar. A lot of blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Many people watched this tragic situation with their own eyes and couldn't help but scream in horror. Some timid ones even collapsed on the ground. After all, a living person fell to his death in front of him, and most of his body was shattered. This kind of impact force was simply not something that ordinary people could bear. Not to mention those who came to watch the excitement. Even the Black Dragon members guarding downstairs were shocked and looked a little panicked when they saw this scene. People, how could he fall from the building? Who is it? Brother Jiang is upstairs. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon's eyes became even more panicked. Fortunately, someone immediately reacted. No. He is not wearing black clothes, and he has nothing to do with the Black Dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, many Black Dragon personnel breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a few brave people began to approach the figure to take a look. Outside, the big guys were also stunned by this scene. Although they were used to seeing life and death, things were different now. This was the headquarters of Long Fei Group. Qin Jiang had just led his men upstairs, but now a figure jumped down from the roof. It's hard not to make them think. Quick! A big man shouted, go forward and see who that person is that fell down. Not only him. These bigwigs also sent their men to check the identities of the deceased. At the same time, everyone below subconsciously looked up, because they were too far away, they couldn't see what was happening on the rooftop. They only vaguely saw someone standing in front of the French window, reaching out. This was the scene whereby Mang was about to rescue someone, but Uncle Long didn't catch him. Someone asked in surprise. There's someone in front of the French window. Judging from his posture, could he have pushed someone down? Someone said, it's very likely. Otherwise, how could a healthy person fall to his death from a French window? This is Longfei Group, the French windows must have been reinforced. Someone asked, is it that cruel? The fight upstairs has gotten to the point where someone is being thrown off. Who is the person who fell? Is it Longfei or Heilong? For a while, people kept speculating what had happened upstairs and the identity of the person who fell to the death. Most of them believed that the person who fell to the death was probably Heilong or Longfei's henchman, and that he was directly knocked out of the glass window because the fight was so intense. The probability of this happening is very high. In this era, the classic action movies on TV were all performed like this, with fights and people being thrown out of windows. There was even a classic action movie where someone slid down from the roof. Soon, as the elevator door opened, Bai Mang led the security officers down and rushed to the crash site quickly, and immediately drove away those who had gathered to check Uncle Long's body. Seeing the appearance of the police, those people were surprised but did not dare to resist and stepped back to make way. However, there were still some sharp-eyed people who saw the tattoo on Uncle Long's neck and shouted in horror, this tattoo? It's Uncle Long! Uncle Long! This loud shout stunned everyone. Some were wondering who Uncle Long was, while others' eyes widened in disbelief, while others felt a jolt in their hearts. Uncle Long, who is Uncle Long, who dares to take on these two words in the territory of Longfei Group? Only the leader of Longfei Group, but what was that person shouting just now? Could the person falling to the ground be Uncle Long, even though the bosses were collectively shocked when they heard the man in front of them shout, Uncle Long? How could it be Uncle Long? No matter how fierce the fight on the rooftop was, it wouldn't be enough to knock Uncle Long down. What happened upstairs? They couldn't help but look again at the Black Dragon personnel who had surrounded the entire Longfei Group. Besides, where did this security come from? The next moment, someone pointed at the building and shouted again, look, someone is coming out again. Wow, the crowd once again focused their attention in front of the Longfei building, and saw Qin Jiang striding out with Zhu Zhang, Sijio, and others. They did not look at the expressions of those people outside, but looked at the direction where Uncle Long fell to his death, and looked at the big boss who once stirred up the situation in Songjiang, who was now lying on the ground without a sound. At this moment, he vaguely saw himself in his previous life. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to start over and let him solve the problem of his dirty background from the root. He's completely dead. Xu Zhang said, looking at Uncle Long's corpse. He was also a great hero, and it seems that his future path is more correct than Huaxing's. If it weren't for that scoundrel Azai, maybe he really could, but it's a pity, everything is meaningless. Zhu Zhang felt a little sorry for him. Rivals are rivals. Respect is respect, but some people deserve a little more respect. Sijio, although he's quite old, he's quite ruthless towards himself. Unfortunately, he raised an ungrateful person. Not only did he fail to expand his business, but he ruined it all. Qin Jiang remained silent. Is it really all Azai's fault? Even without Azai, there might still be Ayun in Ahai. Who can predict the future? Besides, some things are not so easy to wash away, otherwise he would not be so cautious in this life. Only he knew that China would have strict laws and regulations in the future, and it would really come true. There is no black in the world. You have to pay for what you have done. The highest achievement in society, getting shot. Let's go. Qin Jiang didn't go to see Uncle Long again but took his men away. Xu Zhang waved his folding fan behind him. Zhao Shanha shouted, all Black Dragon personnel, retreat. Wow, the Black Dragon personnel who were surrounding the Longfei building retreated quickly towards the convoy like a tide. Wow, many people who came to watch the excitement quickly dispersed to both sides to make way for the people in the Black Building. At the same time, he looked at Qin Jiang and the others, his eyes flashing with fear as he looked at Uncle Long's body on the ground. Qin Jiang had just led his men up there for less than half an hour when Uncle Long fell to his death from the glass. Who would believe that there was no connection? Besides, even a fool could see that Qin Jiang had mobilized a large number of people to surround Longfei building today to hold him accountable, and now Uncle Long had fallen to his death. So, who was the culprit? It goes without saying, the same thought flashed through their minds, Qin Jiang, have someone throw Uncle Long down. Offending Qin Jiang, Flying Man, Chapter 596. Everyone speculated that the iron-armed boy attacked and killed Qin Jiang. Now, those big guys looked at Qin Jiang and Uncle Long on the ground with the same expression of surprise. They had thought that something big must have happened since Qin Jiang made such a big fuss. They even thought that the entire Longfei Group would suffer today and would follow in Huaxing's footsteps. But they didn't expect Qin Jiang to throw Uncle Long off the roof. Qin Jiang, I didn't. Don't make wild guesses, oh my god. A big boss rubbed his fingers together. This Qin Jiang is even more cruel than the legend says. Now he does this kind of thing in broad daylight without any hesitation? He is too arrogant. Is this really outrageous? How big of a background does he have? He thinks he can handle this. I'm not afraid of the people behind Old Man Long. He couldn't figure it out. Gulp, gulp. Gu Xiaodong kept swallowing his saliva and pointed at Uncle Long's body on the ground, then pointed at Qin Jiang. Could this be him? He was the one who got it down. He's in Songjiang. Is he that ruthless? Sister, didn't you say those were all rumors? How come this seems even more outrageous than the rumors? I'm not dreaming. He rubbed his eyes, but the scene in front of him didn't change at all. It was still so outrageous. Ji Chuan. She had no explanation and no way to explain. Even she suspected that Uncle Long was thrown down by Qin Jiang. Who could believe that Uncle Long would choose to jump off the building under such circumstances? No one would believe it if I told them. Old man Gu also frowned. Even if Qin Jiang has a powerful background, his backers shouldn't let him act so recklessly. It's unreasonable. If things continue like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. This is not a long-term solution. This moment, he looked at Qin Jiang, who was leaving, with a flickering gaze, and then considered the issue of marrying Gu Chuan to him. The other party's actions today are not a good match. Some things can be done and some cannot be done. Besides, it was in broad daylight and countless people were witnessing it downstairs. How could anyone suppress it? In the nanny car, Yu looked at Qin Jiang's open mouth and clenched his hands tightly. He left Uncle Long dead. She was a little incoherent. The moment before, she was looking at Long Fei's building nervously, and in the next moment, the Uncle Long who gave her nightmares was smashed to pieces in front of her. Who did it? Qin Jiang. Why, for yourself. Bang! He held Su Yuning's hand tightly. Yuning, don't you think it could be Su Yuning? No. Inu, but at this critical juncture. I'm afraid, Su Yuning, you don't deserve it. Inu, doesn't she deserve it? Right. She doesn't deserve it. Who is she? She's just a tiny celebrity. How could a big shot like Qin Jiang make such a big scene for her, even throwing Uncle Long off a building? Although both of them thought she wasn't worthy, their expressions were not normal. They both had the same idea in their minds. Qin Jiang would not throw Uncle Long down the stairs for Inu, but Inu might be the fuse of the incident. Just as the two guessed, Qin Jiang conveyed the message to Uncle Long, but Uncle Long did not take it seriously. Qin Jiang thought it was a loss of face, and then everything happened today. Then the culprit is still Inu. Inu, do you think Qin Jiang will do this to me? Su Yuning, I don't know. Inu, at this time, dozens of people got out of more than a dozen cars in the distance. They were TB Tong and other Long Fei's generals. Their cars were not far in front of the building, and they also saw Uncle Long on the ground. Although I didn't recognize him at first glance, I could guess who he was by listening to the conversations of the people nearby. Uncle Long. Uncle Long. Many brothers have sad faces. Grass. One brother clenched his fists and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by the Iron Arm Boy, who gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. The brother turned around and saw the Iron Arm Boy with red eyes, as if he wanted to eat people. Brother Tong. Iron Armed Boy, you can't go up. Don't you see the police? The police have already intervened in this matter. He couldn't figure out what was going on with his IQ, but after all, he had been in the business for so many years and could tell that something was wrong. Away pointed to a place not far away and said through gritted teeth, "Look. All the elders are here, including Azi." Kai said angrily, "This guy is going to kill us all, Black Dragon, this is too cruel." They all looked at Qin Jiang and others who were walking towards the convoy. Anyone could see that everything was related to the other party. Uncle Long was the one who threw him down. No, one of the younger brothers said, "We can't just let it go like this. We need to avenge Uncle Long. Revenge, revenge." They all gritted their teeth and said angrily. The iron-armed child shouted, looking at the situation, "Long Fei is finished. Revenge has nothing to do with you. From now on, you will find your own way out. Go back to the project department and sell anything valuable. Take the money and leave." "No. We won't leave, we are Long Fei's people, we will not leave, Life and Death Alliance, never leave or abandon." "Shut up." The iron-armed child scolded them directly. "What's the point of talking about life and death? You've already walked the path of prosperity with wives and children at home. Have you forgotten why Uncle Long asked us to transfer to the project department? It was so we could live a good life. Besides, only if you are all alive, our old brothers and relatives outside will not be bullied. You live not only for yourselves, but also for our brothers' families." As soon as these words were spoken, these brothers had conflicted expressions on their faces. They were the first group to support Long Chu's transformation, and naturally they were also the first group to be tired of the fighting and killing in society and wanted to live a peaceful life. They have genuine feelings for Uncle Long, but they also have genuine responsibilities to their family. Perhaps if TB Tong Tong hadn't said this, they would have died without hesitation to avenge Uncle Long, but Iron-Armed Boy had already said this, and they had already prepared themselves mentally enough to lose their momentum. Revenge. Who is the enemy? Qin Jiang. No matter whether they win or lose the fight with Qin Jiang, there is only one outcome waiting for them: death, and there is a high probability that they cannot win. After all, even Uncle Long and the entire Longfei group have failed. All right, the iron-armed child looked at them and said, "The security has noticed us. Please disperse, remember. If you have the ability in the future, please take care of the relatives of our old brothers. I will do my best to take all the blame for your crimes." Wow, the little brothers gritted their teeth and turned away. Only TB Tong, Away, and Asai were left. TB Tong did not try to comfort the other two, as they were in similar situations. Uncle Long was not only their leader but also their family and even their spiritual support. Revenge. These three must take revenge. Away. With just the three of us, no conspiracy or trick can defeat Black Dragon. Akai, only when a common man gets angry, iron-armed boy, that is to let Qin Jiang see long-faced double-flowered red stick. While saying, the three of them quickly crossed the crowd and headed towards Qin Jiang. Chapter 597, The Fierce Iron-Armed Boy and Zhao Shanha's Legs. Now, the three of them kept moving through the crowd like ghosts, especially the iron-armed boy, whose speed was astonishingly fast. The people who were knocked by him dodged the road ahead and just wanted to turn around and curse when they found that there was no one behind them. Asai and Away also followed very closely, and they moved forward in a completely V-shaped pattern. By the time the Black Dragon personnel discovered them, the three had already rushed to their front and immediately shouted, "Who? Stop! Where are you from? Stop! Wasn't I just standing there listening? Stop!" Their scolding not only did not stop the three men, but made them walk faster. The Black Dragon personnel also noticed something was wrong when they looked at the three people, especially Astro Boy's eyes, which were obviously wrong. Fuck. A Black Dragon member stepped forward to stop them. "Get out of here!" The iron-armed boy swung his left hand fiercely at the Black Dragon personnel. Bang! There was a sound like a heavy truck crashing, and the Black Dragon member flew backwards on the spot. He lay on the ground, unable to get up, and could only let out low, miserable screams. See this? Other Black Dragon personnel rushed forward. Fuck. A heart-wrenching kick, bounce leg, 9 heavens kick, but facing these charging Black Dragons, Tong Maguine could only wave his hands indifferently. Bang! 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 It was like a heavy truck driving through the crowd. All the Black Dragon personnel who blocked his way were sent flying backwards. The large number of Black Dragon personnel blocking his way did not slow down the iron-armed boy's progress much. This scene, it also attracted countless people's attention. Oh my god, what's going on? Why did that guy just rush in? So fierce, is he even human? He can send someone flying with one punch. At least some bones must have been broken. I feel like if he hits someone in the vital spots, he can kill them. Could he be the legendary martial arts master? For a while, countless people felt their scalps tingling as they watched the scene of the iron-armed boy charging, as if they had seen a ghost. Damn, what's the point of this for them? Is this still a fucking city? What? Want to play high-level martial arts? Hint, this book is purely urban, there will be no internal skills or techniques, purely urban. It's the iron-armed boy. A big shot recognized him and exclaimed, "He's still so powerful after all these years." The other big guys also recognized him. TB Tong is the best fighter under Uncle Long. With his iron wire fist, he beat the other red stick so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. Some people called him the most powerful man in Songjiang. It is rumored that his kung fu is top-notch even among all the schools and factions. "This is revenge," a big boss said. "I've heard that TB Tong and Uncle Long are like father and son. This is clearly revenge for Uncle Long. His actions clearly indicate a willingness to die." One of the leaders sighed, "Uncle Long is kind and righteous to have such a subordinate, but Qin Jiang is miserable." A big shot made a bet. "Do you think this iron-armed boy can beat Qin Jiang to death today?" No one replied, but that doesn't mean they don't wonder, can TB Tong defeat the Black Dragon alone? Definitely not, but if the iron-armed boy went crazy and ran towards Qin Jiang, it was possible that he would do so before anyone else could react. So, everything is possible. Many bigwigs were in turmoil. If Qin Jiang really died here today, it would be a big deal. Songjiang Jianghu, there will be earth-shaking changes again. Gu Chuan, Old Man Gu, and Gu Xiaodong, all the different expressions on their faces as they watched the iron-armed boy charging madly. Gu Xiaodong was shocked that there was such a fierce person in the real world. He kept his mouth shut. Mr. Gu was much calmer, as he had seen many capable fighters. Ji Yuchuan frowned slightly but showed no emotion. First, she believed that Qin Jiang would not fall into the hands of TB Tong. Second, theoretically speaking, he had no significant relationship with Qin Jiang. Emu screamed in fear, "There's a monster charging towards Qin Jiang. I hope Qin Jiang is okay." Su Yuning, he is so powerful, he shouldn't. Her tone was full of uncertainty. The strength displayed by the iron-armed child was really too terrifying. Oh shit, Bai Meng was also shocked when he saw the iron-armed child suddenly appear. "No! Is this going to end today?" Yell, "Hurry, go to the rescue." He was also surprised by TB Tong's strength and was afraid that something might happen to Qin Jiang, so he asked the security guards to go up with guns. Yes. 7 or 8 security officers rushed forward with guns, their eyes filled with surprise. They were already proficient in combat skills, so others knew better how terrifying iron-armed boy was. Such a person is considered to be the best in the system, and many people will not see him. When did underworld thugs become so powerful? Bang! The iron-armed boy knocked another Black Dragon member away. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout. "Stop!" Zhao Shanha kicked him from the side, and the iron-armed boy continued to punch him. Boom! The collision of fists and feet actually made a roaring sound. Trample. 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 Zhao Shanha was knocked back 3 or 4 steps by inertia before he could steady himself, and his entire right foot was numb. The iron-armed boy also paused, and looked at Zhao Shanha with a hint of surprise on his face that he could feel that Zhao Shanha was quite powerful, no matter how strong he was. The punch he just threw was not his full strength, but even a Saiyan away could not block it easily, but Zhao Shanha took it head-on. He also recognized the other person's identity, the guardian of the 3 mountains, Zhao Shanha, Black Dragon's double-flowered red stick. No wonder. Iron-armed boy muttered, "Black Dragon has such a reputation. It's true that there is no false reputation. Legend has it that there are 4 or 5 fighters like Black Dragon. Even if the remaining few are not as powerful as him, it is still enough to surprise people. Black Dragon. Black Dragon, he didn't think any further and didn't pay any attention to Zhao Shanhe. He just paused for a moment and then rushed forward again. I have to say that he chose the right direction, which was only more than 20 meters away from Qin Zhang's location. Even with the obstruction of the Black Dragon personnel, it only took him 2 seconds to rush to within 3 meters of Qin Zhang. Riri Zhao Shanhe ignored his numb feet and hit TB Tong on the back. Stop right there. At the same time, Feng Lin rushed over and killed TB Tong, trying to stop him from moving forward. Yes, TB Tong didn't even look back, as Asai and Awei were already rushing towards him from behind. The two of them followed behind the iron-armed boy all the way. Few Black Dragon personnel could react and attack them, and even if they did, they were easily dealt with. The two of them attacked Zhao Shanhe and Feng Lin brazenly. Ujin Sanshan, your opponent is me. Asai. Night Owl Awei is here, come and fight. Boom, boom. The 4 men collided with each other immediately, using all kinds of moves to hit each other's vital points directly, all of which were fighting styles that did not care about their lives. Ahead, the iron-armed child looked at Qin Zhang, who was so close, and yelled, Qin Zhang, die. Chapter 598. Qin Zhang's move, 18 moves of the Black Dragon. Brother Jiang. Protect Brother Jiang. The Black Dragon members roared wildly. Sijou became even angrier. Since he and Qin Zhang were not in the same car, he was not next to Qin Zhang. Faced with this emergency, he rushed over but was still 1 step away. The iron-armed boy has rushed to Qin Zhang, but Qin Zhang looked at the iron-armed boy rushing towards him with his eyes slightly fixed, without any fear on his face. Iron-armed boy, Uncle Long's top fighter. In his previous life, the opponent had also challenged him, and his iron wire fist was very powerful, but he was not afraid in his previous life. What's more, in this new life, his body is in peak condition. One side is Zhu Zhang raised the folding fan in his hand with a cold expression and was about to attack, but Qin Zhang got there first. He knew clearly that Zhu Zhang was no match for TB Tong. After all, he focused more on his brain. Even after 49 training, he could only fight against the double red sticks like Azi. He could not withstand the top existence like TB Tong, and might even be seriously injured by TB Tong in a few moves when he was furious. Bang! Qin Zhang clenched his fist and made a claw shape with his other hand. Tread, he took a step forward and faced the iron arm boy's attack head-on. Kill. Boom. The collision of fists made a loud explosion. The boy with iron arms, who was like a heavy truck, stopped after the collision, and Qin Zhang on the opposite side also did not retreat an inch. What? Iron arm boy looked at Qin Zhang, who had taken his punch head-on but hadn't retreated an inch, with astonishment in his eyes. He had definitely used all his strength in that punch, and it was delivered with momentum. Qin Zhang stood there and only took half a step forward to punch, which had too many hidden meanings. Without time to think, TB Tong swung his other fist towards Qin Zhang's head. The iron ring on his arm made a series of collision sounds, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, but he was fast, and Qin Zhang was even faster. At the same time he punched, his other hand had turned into a claw and went straight for TB Tong's throat. Brush. The boy with the iron arms felt a sharp pain in his throat and subconsciously moved back half an inch. Of this half inch allowed him to dodge the claw and at the same time made his arm, which was hitting Qin Zhang, half an inch shorter, kill. The iron-armed boy roared and threw another punch, giving himself a psychological hint that this time, even if faced with a fatal threat, he would not dodge an inch and would die together with Qin Zhang. In just a short moment of fighting, he could see that Qin Zhang's skills were extraordinary. He couldn't immediately tell how strong he was, and it was definitely not something he could defeat in a short time. The area was full of Black Dragon's men, and if those people rushed over, he would have no hope. There were also many armed security guards coming from a distance. He had to act quickly. Qin Zhang on the opposite side looked at TB Tong's eyes and guessed his general thoughts, but he was still not afraid. He continued to fight with TB Tong with his fists and claws, allowing TB Tong to punch as steadily as a rock and even take the initiative. No defense, only attack. Qin Zhang's moves hit the vital points and did not give TB Tong any chance to fight back, making it impossible for the opponent to die together. Bang! TB Tong put his fist to block his throat, and before he could throw another punch, he felt a slight chill in his lower body. Qin Zhang stretched out his claws and kicked directly. At the same time, his leg skills were much weaker. He barely raised his leg to block Qin Zhang's kick, but saw Qin Zhang's other kick hit his chest like a phantom. Boom. There was a loud crash. Brush. Trample. 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 The iron-armed boy was hit again and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. He felt that the blood in his chest stopped flowing and his brain was deprived of oxygen for a moment. Opposite. Click, click. Qin Zhang gently turned his neck twice and calmly adjusted his black formal suit. His feet were still in the same area as at the beginning, but there were a few more footprints under his feet. Quick, too fast, so fast that no one could see clearly. It seemed like everything just now took a long time, but from the time Qin Zhang and TB Tong fought to the end, it was only a few seconds. However, in these few short seconds, the two sides had collided countless times. At this moment, everyone stared at Qin Zhang and beat TB Tong back with their eyes wide open in disbelief. That's Iron Wall Boy, Song Jiang's most famous thug. It's no exaggeration to say that his iron fist could crack rocks and break monuments, but he was beaten back by Qin Zhang in just a few seconds. Are you kidding me? Is Qin Zhang so good at fighting? Is Qin Zhang a good fighter? Very good. He became famous during his time in the university town. He also fought with one punch at a time. However, there was a man named Seijo who was even better at fighting. No matter what kind of fight he encountered, Seijo would stand in front of Qin Jiang and help him solve it. As a result, Qin Jiang's strength was gradually forgotten in the university town Dai. In theory, in his previous life, Qin Jiang should not have been able to defeat TB Tong at this age. Unfortunately, TB Tong met Qin Jiang, who had been a human for 2 lifetimes. Decades of experience and some opportunities that Qin Jiang had encountered in his first life allowed him to learn many practical and high-end combat skills, which increased his strength exponentially. Even stronger than the peak of the previous life. In his previous life, when he had perfected his fighting skills, he was already old, his energy and blood could not keep up, and he had a hard time fighting. In this life, he had perfected his skills and was in peak physical condition. Simply put, buff is fully stacked. No. Is Qin Jiang so powerful? Is he even stronger than Iron Arm Boy? Wow, boom. This is really eye-opening. Is this the Black Dragon? So powerful, no wonder he can subdue these powerful generals under his command. It turns out he is such a good fighter himself. For a while they looked at Qin Jiang with even more awe. The Jianghu. They value personal strength more. In today's society, guns cannot be used easily. Otherwise, Iron Arm Child would not have made such a big name in Songjiang back then. Qin Jiang's current display of martial arts prowess made them even more awed by the Black Dragon boss. Old Master Gu looked at Gu Chuan. He also practices martial arts. Gu Chuan. I don't know, according to the intelligence he gathered, Qin Jiang started out as a fighter, but fighting might not mean he knew Kung Fu. The strength Qin Jiang just displayed was definitely not that of a street thug who casually fought. He was obviously a martial arts master who knew Kung Fu. The two represented completely different meanings. Even though the eyes of many people in Black Dragon changed when they looked at their brother Jiang, it was obvious that they did not know that their brother Jiang's strength would be so strong and awesome. In today's martial arts world, one can no longer become the boss just by being the strongest. Qin Jiang's ability lies in his personal charm, but the martial arts he just displayed makes him even more legendary. It's their brother Jiang, strong. Strong in all aspects, he has intelligence, force, loyalty, and credibility. What else can compare to him? I couldn't help but yell subconsciously, brother Jiang is awesome, brother Jiang is so awesome, brother Jiang is invincible. For a moment, the shouts were like a tsunami, making Qin Jiang, who was standing there, look even more majestic and domineering. Countless young people watched with their blood boiling, clenching their fists and imagining themselves as Qin Jiang. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Can you withstand this punch of mine that I've accumulated 20 years of experience in? So what if I'm an Iron Wall boy? Look at me, brush. Now, Bai Meng's eyes narrowed as he watched this scene, and he slowly uttered 5 words. 18 Hands of the Black Dragon. Chapter 599, Seijo vs. Iron Arm Child and 2 Ferocious Beasts. 18 Moves of the Black Dragon. How could Bai Meng, as a person within the system, not know this? In fact, he had even studied it specifically. However, for some reason, the higher-ups later issued a strict order not to learn this kind of martial arts routine easily. Not only is it difficult to practice, the moves are too brutal. It's okay if you meet someone who can fight back, but if you meet someone who can't fight back, a few of your moves can beat the person half to death in the true sense. Nowadays, even among the military security personnel, only a few people can practice it. He immediately saw that Qin Jiang's previous moves clearly had the shadow of the 18 Hands of the Black Dragon. Although there was something wrong with it, one thing was certain, that Qin Jiang had definitely learned the 18 Hands of the Black Dragon and was very proficient in it, even better than him. What's going on? Bai Meng frowned. Few people inside can learn this kind of thing. How could he know it? Could he know some retired boss? Before he could think about it anymore, Siyu the iron-armed boy roared again, Qin Jiang. Die. After stabilizing his body, TB Tong rushed towards Qin Jiang again without any hesitation, but this time, there was a bigger figure blocking his way. It was Seijo. Seijo looked at the iron-armed child with red eyes. You're looking for death. Even though TB Tong didn't hurt Qin Jiang just now, it was still a violation of Seijo's reverse scale. After all, TB Tong's moves were all lethal. What if he didn't dare to think about it? Seijo clenched his fists tightly. And you tightened your black shirt, making a cracking sound. Wow. The moment he raised his fist, wow, the black shirt on his body was mostly torn, and at the same time, he punched the iron arm boy fiercely. Anyone who dares to offend brother Jiang, die. Wow. Facing Seijo's charge, TB Tong's face was slightly stiff. He could sense the oppressive feeling from Seijo, unlike Qin Jiang. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Jiang's aura has become much more restrained, but Seijo is at the peak of his youth, and in a furious state, his ferocious aura is fully revealed. Even ordinary people can feel the pressure coming at them, let alone a master like TB Tong. However, TB Tong did not retreat and chose to charge forward as well, having already held the will to die. Today he must avenge Uncle Long. Even if he cannot kill the culprit Qin Jiang, he must kill a heavyweight figure to take the blame. Obviously, Seijo meets this requirement. Kill, kill. Accompanied by 2 loud shouts, the iron-armed boy and Seijo collided with each other like 2 ferocious beasts. The iron rings on the iron-armed boy's arms rattled, and the sleeves of his arms were shattered. Boom, boom, bang. Bang. Swish. Every time the two collided, there was a roar, which made the ears of people nearby hurt. Brush. The iron-armed boy threw a punch, and Seijo immediately raised his hand to block it and smashed it down hard. With a force release, he deflected the Iron Arm Boy's fist and smashed it into a car nearby. Snap, the car window shattered directly, and the boy with iron arms staggered a little. Seijo took the opportunity to hit him harder. Taishan lean, the copper tube in the Iron Arm Boy's arm vibrated, and he pulled back the car to use the force to avoid the collision. Boom, the car was hit by the 49th collision, causing a large dent in the body and the entire car to shake violently open. The iron-armed boy took the opportunity to smash Seijo's head with both arms, trying to smash his head into pieces. Kicked towards the sky. Seijo didn't even stand up, but squatted on one leg with his huge body and kicked back with the other foot. Bang, he kicked the iron-armed boy in the chest. Bang. Bang. Bang, the boy with the iron arm couldn't help but retreat 7 or 8 steps. At the same time, Seijo took advantage of the situation and caught up with him again to fight for a moment. The two men were like two ancient ferocious beasts, fighting each other crazily in the convoy. From time to time, vehicles were damaged and broken into pieces by the two men, and even the concrete floor had tiny cracks under their stepping. Although it was partly due to the developer cutting corners, it had to be said that the two men were much stronger than ordinary people. This scene, everyone was stunned. Everyone. Oh, degree. Just now, the iron-armed boy rushed towards Qin Jiang as if he was in an empty space. They just felt that the opponent was too powerful. Although the fight between Qin Jiang and the iron-armed boy was exciting, it was too short and no one could see it clearly. Only now they could see clearly the battle between Seijo and Taibatong. Every move and every style was so fast that it was dazzling. Of course, what really made them feel terrified were the destroyed vehicles in the ground. People can really smash a car into this state. People can really crush concrete floors. The collision between people can really make a sonic boom. This moment, they looked at Seijo and Taibatong and couldn't help but wonder, are these two still fucking human? It's not like the world will end and these people will fly, leaving them to run on the ground. The big guys looked at the two people's confrontation with their mouths wide open, with envy, surprise, and emotion. A general this powerful would shock a whole region, but unfortunately I don't have anyone as skilled as him. War God 49. I thought he was just spreading around the university town, but I never expected that. Write it down. I'll go back and look at it slowly. Those big guys were still so surprised. What's more, when ordinary people see this kind of scene, they feel that it is more exciting than watching the exciting fights on TV. After all, what is on TV is fake, while the scene in front of them is real and they see it with their own eyes. The feeling of facing it directly cannot be described in words. An old man gave the highest praise. Wow, this young man, wow. A young man sighed. I thought Taibatong was already powerful enough, but I didn't expect there was someone even more powerful. Whose general is this? Some international students exclaimed, Chinese Kung Fu, really, Chinese Kung Fu, awesome. Guchuan and Old Man Gu's expressions also changed slightly. They have seen many people who can fight, but it is rare to see someone as good at fighting as Taibatong and Seijo. This kind of fighting ability is definitely among the top in the martial arts circle. And both of them are barely in peak condition. Iron Arm Boy is older after all. Bai Meng was a little more indifferent to this situation. He was more surprised that Qin Jiang could use the 18 Black Dragon moves. After all, the destructive power that Seijo had demonstrated beforehand gave him an idea of it, and of course he couldn't help but feel emotional inside. Damn, the Rail Masters are among the people. These two tough guys are fully qualified for special recruitment. As long as they have great development prospects in the system, they will be more than qualified to be instructors at least. The security guards who rushed forward were stunned when they saw the complete fight between Seijo and Taibatong. It was not that they did not want to help, but they really did not know where to shoot. The speed was so fast that they did not dare to shoot and could only watch this wonderful battle in the settlement. For a while, the focus of the audience was on Seijo and Taibatong. Chapter 600, Seijo crushes Iron-Armed Boy. Anyone who dares to hurt you will pay the price. Boom, boom, 49. Iron-Armed Boy continued to fight fiercely, and both of them tried their best every time. Special Seijo. If you look closely, you will find that at the beginning, the eyes of the iron-armed child were red and crazy, but later on, the anti-Seijo became more and more crazy, and the power of his attacks became stronger and stronger. This is the special thing about Seijo. Others would become more and more exhausted as the fight went on, but he would become better and better. Boom, the iron-armed boy broke the car window again. At the same time, Seijo attacked Taishanko. This time, Taibatong's body was obviously slow for a moment, but masters often fight at this moment. Taibatong had no time to dodge and could only raise his arms to block. Boom, the huge impact force can bear the weight of the iron arms and bronze body. The iron-armed boy couldn't hold on any longer and flew backwards, retreating 7 or 8 meters before he could stand steady. His face flushed, which was a sign that his blood was surging up, and his throat felt a little salty. Trample. Seijo took a quick step forward to catch up and attack again. TB endured Seijo's full-strength impact and felt pain in his internal organs. His movements became slower and slower as he continued to fight with Seijo. A few seconds later. Boom, he was knocked out by Seijo. Then Seijo took the opportunity to rush forward again, not giving Taibatong any time to react. When masters fight, every second counts. Sympathizing with your opponent is the greatest cruelty to yourself. How could Seijo, who has been fighting on the streets for years, not to mention that the man in front of him just wanted to kill his brother Jiang? A snap, Seijo punched the iron arm boy's shoulder, causing it to crack. Shinwei, open the mountain. In the 49th position, step forward with one foot and push off the ground with the other foot, and infuse the chi, blood, essence, energy, and spirit in the body into the same position. This is the experience he has summed up during this period, which allows him to burst out stronger power in a short period of time. But if a real martial arts master saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked, because this skill has been passed down from ancient times to the present and is the most advanced. Summarized by countless martial arts masters and passed down from generation to generation. Seijo was able to figure it out purely by himself, and it seemed that he used it very smoothly. He is simply a super martial arts genius. Not good. Iron-armed boy felt a strong sense of danger looming over him. He didn't have time to think too much. He knew he couldn't dodge this move at all, so he didn't choose to defend. Instead, his eyes were fierce and he took the opportunity to directly strike out with the killing move of Iron Wire Fist. Qin Xiong presents his mace, boom, Seijo crashed into the iron-armed boy like a mountain splitting open, snap, the sound of bones breaking came from the iron-armed boy, and his body could not stop flying backwards. At the same time, his killing move also hit Seijo, but because his body leaned backward, he missed the vital part of the head and only hit Seijo above the chest. Bang, two red palm prints appeared above Seijo's chest, but he did not retreat a single step. However, if you look closely, you can see that his eyes turned red, not sure if it was out of anger or bloodshot. Bang, the iron-armed boy crashed into a car, snap, he slipped and fell to the ground again. He supported himself with his palms to prevent himself from falling, but he couldn't stand up. See this, Qin Jiang clenched his fist slightly and then released it. He was confident in Seijo's strength, but TB Tong was also a tough guy. He was afraid that Seijo would be hurt by the opponent's reckless fighting style, even if it was only a small possibility. Therefore, he had been concentrating on the fight between the two of them, fearing that he could take action in time if an accident happened. Fortunately, after all, Seijo's strength is much higher than TB Tong's. Defeated, the iron-armed boy was defeated. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva as they watched the iron-armed boy half-kneeling on the ground. The fight was so fierce and fast that they couldn't see the two men fighting clearly. They could only see the car window being broken and the loud noise made by the collision between the two men. Every move, it gave them a huge shock. They thought Seijo could win, but they didn't expect him to win so quickly. From the time the two started fighting to the end, it was probably only 2 or 3 minutes. In such a short time, Seijo beat the ferocious iron-armed boy to the ground, unable to get up. It's outrageous. I opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous to the extreme. However, they did not know that when masters fight, the battle will often end very quickly. In addition, the iron-armed boy was indeed not in his peak condition. As he entered middle age, his physical strength was a little bit lacking. The young and strong are the best. Seijo is that strong, and his overall strength is half a level higher than TB Tong's. The overall combination made the battle end so quickly. Seijo let out a deep breath and stepped forward again. Etc. Several security guards reacted and stepped forward to stop him. TB Tong must be guilty for injuring so many people in the street, but even if he was guilty, it was still the turn of the security to handle it. Seijo's beating of TB Tong could be considered self-defense, as the other party was also a cooperative unit. In addition, TB Tong was obviously trying to kill Qin Jiang just now, but now TB Tong could not even stand up, and Seijo would not be able to beat him to death. That would definitely cause big problems. Yes, Seijo pretended not to hear and continued forward. Looking at Seijo's terrifying eyes, several security guards couldn't help swallowing and felt a little panicked. Fortunately, the next moment, a call was heard. 4-9. Seijo turned around and looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, come back, tread. Seijo stopped and turned without hesitation to walk towards Qin Jiang, without even looking at TB Tong again. Call. Seeing the scene, several security officers breathed a sigh of relief. On the ground, TB Tong looked at Seijo, who turned away with a complicated expression. Defeated, I lost. He was not dissatisfied. The brief fight made him realize that even at his peak, he was no match for Seijo. Seijo. It's a monster. Ahem, he couldn't help coughing, suppressing the pain in his body and looking at Seijo. What kind of kung fu did you learn? Seijo did not answer. Kung fu. He had never learned any kung fu, only constantly summarizing his fighting experience and some force techniques he discovered by chance. This was something that Iron Arm Boy had vaguely guessed, but he simply couldn't believe is there really such a genius in the world? A martial arts genius born with supernatural powers equals a monster. 2 security guards quickly stepped forward and handcuffed him. He did not struggle or resist. First, the pain in his body left him with no strength at all. Second, his goal was that Qin Jiang could no longer achieve it, so resistance would be meaningless. Trample. 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 Seijo came to Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang took out a handkerchief from his pocket and looked at Seijo with some distressed eyes. Why bother? He could see that with Seijo's strength, he could defeat TB Tong alone without any injury, but in a rage, Seijo took the opponent's attack directly in order to defeat TB Tong. Although he would not suffer too much damage, he would feel uncomfortable for a few days. Hey, Seijo opened his mouth and smiled foolishly. The moment he opened his mouth, you could clearly see traces of blood flowing between his teeth, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he chuckled, it's okay. I'll make anyone who hurts you pay the price. Chapter 601, Double Flower Red Stick Contest. Complete victory brush. Qin Jiang handed the handkerchief to Sijou and gently patted his shoulder. No words, no need to say more. Regardless of past and present lives, the two have long regarded each other as their closest relatives, and rely on each other for life and death. In his previous life, his mental breakdown started when he turned into a vegetable at the age of 49. There are some things that you will never know unless you experience them, so he is so cherishing and cautious in this life. One side is Zhu Zhang also patted Sijou's shoulder with his folding fan. As expected of you, you are the Black Dragon God of War. You truly deserve it. This scene, not many people paid attention to it. After seeing the battle between Sijou and TB Tong ended, everyone subconsciously looked towards another battlefield there. 4 people are fighting fiercely, Zhao Shanhe vs. Feng Lin vs. Wei. In fact, the 4 people had been fighting at the same time that Sijou and TB Tong were fighting, but the noise caused by Sijou and TB Tong was too huge, so no one in the audience paid special attention to them at that time. Now that the battle between Sijou and TB Tong is over, naturally someone noticed the 4 people fighting. Fuck, there are still 4 people fighting. Wow, this is really awesome. Are these all martial arts masters? When did there become so many martial arts masters? Chinese Kung Fu. It turns out that every Chinese person has Kung Fu. I want to become your disciple. To be honest, the battle between Zhao Shanhe, Feng Lin, Akai and Wei is far more exciting than the battle between Sijou and TB Tong. The battle between Sijou and TB Tong is more inclined to the explosive rate, and the bombardment is completely a purely brutal style of fighting. Although there are some skills, they are not something that ordinary people can see, but Zhao Shanhe and his 3 companions are different. They are all top-notch double-flowered red sticks. Each of them has been honed in countless battles and has extraordinary strength. The gap between the 2 sides is not that big, therefore, the fight was lively and colorful, and every move was amazing, just like those martial arts movies and TV series that make people's blood boil. Certainly, it's much more realistic than martial arts movies, as Zhao Shanhe and others' fighting style is more inclined to be based on experience. It is not as flashy as shown on TV, but it gives people a shocking feeling of every punch. Chop punch. Whip kick. The rabbit kicks the eagle. Joshua Daigui, every move and every style is clean and neat, and there are also some insidious fighting styles that are amazing. Seeing this, one of the big guy's eyes flickered even more. Is this the battle between Black Dragon and long-faced top double-flowered red sticks? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the double-flowered red sticks of his own faction. Double flower red stick. No, what are you looking at me for? You don't think I can fight as well as them, do you? What kind of faction are they from? If I had that kind of power, I'd fight you. The boss still looked forward to asking, what would happen if you faced them? Are you sure? Double flower red stick, 37. The boss looked ecstatic. 3 points is not a low winning rate. Double flower red stick. They beat me to death 7 times in 3 minutes, and it's still 37. I still have 21. Boss, at the same time, the big guys in the audience all had the same guess in their hearts. Long-face top fighter, TB Tong, had already been defeated by Heilung's top fighter, Sijou, so who was stronger between their top 2 fighters, Shuanghua Hongdan? Would 2 of them die today? They looked at the security guards nearby and knew that it was highly likely that no one would die today. This was different from the fight between TB Tong and Sijou, where it would be difficult for the security guards to participate even if they were armed. However, for the battle between the top double-flowered red sticks, the threat of guns is still very useful. Many people have taken out their cameras and started filming the 4-player battle from all angles. Kill, Zhao Shanhe, you're courting death by attacking Brother Jiang. Come on. Chop. Chop. Split fist. Zhao Shanhe developed this unique skill through his own combat experience and Sijou's help. It concentrates all his strength into his fist in a short period of time, then uses a little inertia to strike out. It's incredibly powerful. Normally, this move would cause pain in the arm after a few hits, but Zhao Shanhe, in his furious state, clearly didn't care. Boom. Although Asai is also a top double-flowered red stick, he is facing the same situation as TB Tong and his body is no longer in peak condition. Although he has accumulated more years of experience and a completely reckless fighting style that can make him comparable to his peak condition, his overall strength is still a little bit worse than the equally reckless Zhao Shanhe. Plus, he also saw the scene of Iron Armboy being defeated, and his heart was filled with waves. So from the beginning, he fought Zhao Shanhe vigorously, but later he gradually fell into a disadvantage, and the situation was out of control. Under Zhao Shanhe's continuous attacks, he was completely passive and could only resist. Trample. Trample, take 2 steps back. Trample. Trample, take 2 steps back again. Zhao Shanhe, no wonder you're called Akai, you're a real dish. Come on. Get out of the way. We're all in this together, what the hell are you afraid of? Let's go head on. Who the hell doesn't touch my son? If you dare to offend Brother Jiang, I'll smash your brains out today. The sound is like a loud bell. Many people nearby were frightened by what they heard and felt their hearts twitch twice, not to mention Asai, who was sitting opposite him. He was already mentally unstable after TB Tong's failure, and Zhao Shanhe's words made him completely confused. Chop fist. With a heavy blow, a snap, there was a cracking sound from Asai's shoulder, and he staggered 7 or 8 steps and fell directly to the ground. Wow! Several security guards rushed forward, looking at Zhao Shanhe with extreme vigilance and expressions of surprise. The other side. Wei faced the same situation when fighting with Feng Lin. Feng Lin's fighting style was bold and aggressive, and his strength was not weaker than Zhao Shanhe. In addition, Wei's strength was not as good as Asai. Without any verbal provocation, Feng Lin kicked Wei out of the car at the same moment. Boom! The car shook twice and the windshield glass shattered directly. Wow! Several security officers also hurried forward to block them. Unfortunately, neither Zhao Shanhe nor Feng Lin pursued the victory. Both of them were no longer just double-flowered red sticks, but big bosses in charge of a region. Even if they were extremely angry, they still had their rationality. In this case, injuring someone could be said to be self-defense, but killing someone would easily cause problems. And besides, Brother Jiang was not really hurt. The security officers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After checking that Wei and Akai were not in danger of death, they quickly handcuffed them. So far, the battle is over. Sijou vs Iron-Armed Boy, complete victory. Zhao Shanhe vs complete victory. Feng Lin vs Wei, complete victory. Chapter 602. Don't you care? The sky in Songjiang is dark again, complete victory, a complete and utter victory. At this moment, those big guys finally understood why the Black Dragon rose so rapidly to. I don't know whether it's because of Qin Jiang as the leader, or because there are a large number of elite talents following him. Trample. Zhao Shanhe and Feng Lin came to Qin Jiang and nodded. Brother Jiang. Done. X2, Qin Jiang gave encouragement with a smile. Brothers don't need any praise? Just approval is enough. Wang Tao walked over and whispered to Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang, these 3 guys just injured 30 or 40 of our brothers. Fortunately, none of them are in danger of death, but a few are seriously injured and may need to rest for a year or 2. A trace of anger flashed across Qin Jiang's face. Brotherhood was the most important option for him in this life. Anyone who dares to hurt his brothers will die. However, TB Tong and others have been taken under control by the public security, and they will be subject to legal sanctions. They have been with Uncle Long for so many years, and with the status of Shuanghua Honggun, it will be difficult for them to get out for the rest of their lives. Qin Jiang, Heilun will cover all medical expenses for the injured brothers. During their recuperation period, their wages and benefits will be tripled, and an additional bonus of 50,000 to 200,000 will be given depending on the severity of the injury. After returning, you will be awarded points based on your contributions, and your department will assess you and your position will be promoted to a higher level. Wang Tao was stunned. So much, but on second thought, he realized that this was the first time that the Black Dragon personnel had suffered large-scale casualties. It was different from the previous minor fights. Even if they were injured in those times, they were only minor injuries. In the past, the enemies were 3 inches shorter than the Black Dragon and did not dare to kill them. The only difference is that this time the enemy they faced was Iron-Arm Boy, a top fighter who was determined to die and ruthlessly attacked. Many of the Black Dragon brothers suffered broken bones, and one of them even looked like he would not be able to recover without 2 or 3 years of care. It was hard to say what would happen to the rapidly developing Black Dragon in 2 or 3 years. No wonder Brother Jiang gave such a reward. Money, status, reputation. We can all guess that the brothers below will be even more excited when they hear about Brother Jiang's reward. Countless people couldn't remain calm as they watched the situation that had already been settled. Black Dragon, also strong? Is this really outrageous? Are double-flowered red sticks really that powerful? Are you kidding me? Gu Chuan and Old Man Gu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Chuan, I never thought there were so many capable fighters in mainland China. I thought they were only found in Hong Kong. Hong Kong was once in chaos, which gave birth to many awesome double-flowered red sticks. The mainland has never been that chaotic. Mr. Gu said, the mainland has its strengths. Apart from other things, Hong Kong cannot compare with it in terms of population. Even if there is only 1 genius in 1,000 people in Hong Kong, and only 1 in 10,000 people in the mainland, the population base can still be stacked up. It's obvious that Qin Jiang, Sijou, Zhu Zhang, and the people under them are all geniuses. A lot? A lot, but there has always been a shortage of geniuses coming together, and these teams all have one thing in common: if they don't fail halfway, they will have a bright future. However, the 2 of them still don't understand what Qin Jiang did today. Su Yuning and Yin Yu were speechless. The most shocking thing was that the Longfei elders and Azai were brought out by the police, so they basically saw the battle scene up close, and they were also very familiar with the fighting ability of Tai Bai Tong, Kai, and a WEI'd IT will be even more unacceptable. Iron Arm Boy lost? And he lost so completely? It looks like 2 of his ribs were broken. Are you kidding me? Longfei's 2 double-flowered red sticks were both crushed. Is the gap so big? Failed. Completely failed. No wonder Uncle Long wanted to change his ways. He regrets it so much. They regretted it. Why didn't you listen to Uncle Long completely? They looked at Azai angrily. Azai. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. You're so fucking sick. You're living a good life, but you insist on getting promoted. Now you're fine, right? Why would you offend Qin Jiang if you want to be in power? Thanks to you. Uncle Long is dead, and we are all finished. Azai opened his mouth but no words came out. Others regret it. How could he not regret it? If Qin Jiang hadn't been provoked, he might be standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Longfei building, enjoying the pleasure of power. If I hadn't provoked Qin Jiang, I would have had a celebration party soon, and maybe I could have had a good time tonight, but it's all over. He became a prisoner and his glory is gone. What awaits him will be the account restart. As for mixing in society, he never regretted it from beginning to end. Didi, beep beep, an ambulance drove quickly from a distance. Originally, he was called by Meng to rescue Uncle Long, but after arriving here, he turned to rescue Tibi Tong, Akai, and Away. Uncle Long could tell at a glance that there was no need to rescue them. On the contrary, Tibi Tong, Asai and Away were seriously injured. Although their injuries were not fatal, they still needed timely rescue. Meng quickly ordered people to cordon off the scene and collect evidence, and also sent Az and others to the security vehicle. Meng came up to Qin Jiang and the others, his gaze shifting between Sizhou, Zhao Shanhe, Feng Lin, and the others. Then, he looked at Qin Jiang with a complicated expression. Although he thought he could tell that Qin Jiang was extremely cautious and never crossed the line, he couldn't help but say, "You must lead them on the right path." He didn't dare to think about how scary it would be if someone like Qin Jiang was determined to go down the path of hell. Snap. Snap, Qin Jiang patted Meng on the shoulder. Let's encourage each other. Meng, goddamn, let's encourage each other. I'm reminding you not to commit crimes, okay? I, the captain of the Public Security Brigade, am here to encourage you. Damn it. Meng, although your men injured 3 people, we have records of this incident on the scene. Your group has been appointed by the higher-ups as an auxiliary team. While they don't have law enforcement powers, they have the right to retaliate against any attacks by criminals. Besides, no one was killed. Just take your men and leave. If there are any issues later, you may need them to take a statement. I'll handle the rest. Qin Jiang, okay. He also didn't let MOG take people away. Bang. Bang, Zhang Qi opened the door of the luxury Mercedes-Benz S. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhan got in, followed by Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, and others. Thousands of Black Dragon personnel followed suit. Seeing this, the iron-armed child lowered his head in resignation, while Akai and Awei were dissatisfied and shouted, "Why? Can they just walk away from beating people? Is there any law? My arm is broken. Isn't this considered a fight? Are you guys not going to do anything about it?" Meng scolded, "They were acting in self-defense, while you committed a crime intentionally. The two are completely different." Shut up. Away and Asai couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even Tibi Tong was a little surprised. They couldn't help but look up at the sky to know, what time is it? Is the sky in Songjiang so dark now? Chapter 603, the dust has settled. Outrageous rumors don't mention them. Even though Azai and the others knew that the police were dispatched based on evidence and that it was reasonable, legitimate, and legal, they still felt that it was getting dark. After all, in their opinion, if it weren't for Qin Jiang, Meng wouldn't have completely destroyed Longfei. They have people behind them. They also believed that Qin Jiang's men were more powerful than Longfei's men, so they were abandoned. Of course, they had no idea that the people behind them were in a state of panic and were ready to run away. Longfei had come into the public security site a long time ago, but they had never had any substantial evidence. Even those of them who were personally involved in the situation and knew some inside information were like this. Those big guys who didn't know the inside story kept swallowing their saliva, intimidated by Qin Jiang's deterrent power. This moment they looked at Qin Jiang sitting in the luxury car, and felt that he could turn into a mountain with no visible top, or turn into the sea with no visible bottom, and was unfathomable. Boom, boom, hundreds of cars started to leave. The total time from the time the Black Dragon convoy arrived to the time it left was less than an hour, but within this hour, Longfei, this enormous force that had dominated Songjiang for 20 years, collapsed. It had completely become a stepping stone for the Black Dragon. This day, let the whole Songjiang witness what it means. Frowny-faced Black Dragon emerges from the river. Now, Meng watched Qin Jiang's convoy leave, and watched criminals such as Az and Tibi Tong being escorted into the car. The information of Uncle Long's body on the ground has also been collected, and only colored strips are used to make a separation line on the spot. Call. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This trip is finally over. I haven't slept for nearly 20 hours since I learned last night that Qin Qing was kidnapped. Is 20 hours a lot? Not much. This was normal for his job, but too much happened in those 20 hours. Find the clues and seal off Songjiang. Upon learning that Qin Jiang had left by helicopter, he was sent to Shangshan village by helicopter for coordination. They arrested all the people in Shangshan village and rescued a large number of abducted women. They thought the interrogation was over. As a result, he learned that Qin Jiang had found the culprit and evidence of Longfei Group's crimes in Songjiang. He immediately returned by helicopter and accompanied Qin Jiang to capture Longfei halfway. Uncle Long chose to fall from the building on his own initiative, but he was not caught, which made him extremely annoyed. Just as he was dealing with Uncle Long's body, someone attacked Qin Jiang halfway and he witnessed a wonderful fight. One thing after another happened, making Meng feel that 24 hours was too long. Meng, if the story of these 24 hours were to be written into a novel, it would probably take dozens of chapters. I feel more tired than I have in a month. Fortunately, I finally finished everything. Although Uncle Long's accidental death was a bit unexpected, it was still pretty perfect overall. Shake your head. He no longer thought about these things and waved his hand. Team up. Bang! 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 More than a dozen security vehicles also drove away from the Longfei building. The area in front of the Longfei building, which was originally extremely bustling, has become much quieter. Only a few big guys' cars and people watching the excitement nearby are left. They look at the sealed Longfei building and the isolation line on the ground at the address where Uncle Long fell from the building with complicated expressions. Who could have imagined that the Longfei group, which had been so prosperous just an hour ago, would be shattered like this? One big boss lamented. Xinjiang's rise is inevitable, and no one in the northern province can stop it. Even Tiger's might won't work. Let's see what other tricks the Lin family behind him has yet to use. But none of this has anything to do with me. He looked at his younger brother in front of him and said, "Pass my order. No matter what happens, you must retreat 3 steps away from the Black Dragon in the future. Remember." I said no matter what. Ah, I see, the corners of my mouth twitched twice. Hee. Do you need to remind me of this? Even if there was no Longfei group, who in Songjiang would dare to provoke Xinjiang? These minions had already seen the Black Dragon group take a detour, still provoking. You're courting death, not to mention them. Even the younger brothers of Longfei group didn't dare to provoke Black Dragon. They just ran into Azai, a smart guy. That's why it was so easy for Black Dragon's men to fight? It was much easier than the public security. If you offend public security, the worst that can happen is that you will be arrested. If you offend Xinjiang, you will be drowned. Walk, the boss waved his hand. At the same time, the other big guys no longer lingered and made the same decision before leaving, to remind their subordinates once again not to provoke the Black Dragon, even though this seemed very cowardly. But being a coward is better than dying. Soon, the crowd of onlookers saw that there was nothing exciting to watch and left one after another. Needless to say, all kinds of outrageous legends about Xinjiang were also spread wildly as they left. What kidnapping was done by Uncle Long? Xinjiang was furious and brought people to the door and threw him down from the building. What? Xinjiang killed the entire Longfei because Uncle Long didn't give him face, and threw Uncle Long off the building. What about Xinjiang feeling that Uncle Long was displeased, and frightening Uncle Long so much that he jumped off the building? It can be said that the outrageous legend won't stop, it will only get more and more outrageous. Is Guxiaodong. Oh my god? This trip is really not in vain. No. I have to follow and see, said. He started the car and was about to catch up with Xinjiang's convoy. Bang, Guchuan hit him on the back of the head. Ji Xiaodong, benefit, sister? Why are you hitting me too? What did I do wrong, Guchuan? What are you going to do, Gu Xiaodong? Of course, let's go with Xinjiang's team to see what he's going to do. This is so exciting. Capturing Huwei, beating Longfei, and even the aerial trapeze, also, that fight just now, was so cool. You didn't see it. Swish. Swish. Those moves made my blood boil, sis. Do you think I should learn Kung Fu too, Wing Chun? Gu Xiaodong said. He performed a signature Wing Chun opening gesture. Bang, Guchuan hit him again. You're just wasting your time, go home. Grandpa is tired. Gu Xiaodong, why don't you go and take a look? Guchuan, what are you looking at? Today's events have come to an end. Black Dragon is unlikely to make any more moves. There's nothing more to watch. Gu Xiaodong, really? I don't believe it. Guchuan, I'll count to 3. Gu Xiaodong, let's go. Go home. In the nanny car, you looked at Su Yuning and asked, is this the Jianhu? Is this the new world? So scary. I feel like they can beat me to death in one blow. Kung Fu. Lao Wang, are all of you martial artists this powerful? Can you? The driver and bodyguard, Lao Wang, curled his lips and said, no. Don't bring me along if you want to brag. They can kill someone like me with one punch. Chapter 604, Xinjiang, my brothers and I share the Black Dragon. Damn it. Inu, I remember the person who introduced you said you were also a martial artist? You practiced, driver. I've practiced hard skills and have made some progress, but did you see that iron-armed boy just now? He's the one who charged into the Black Dragon crowd like a wild bull. He practices Southern Fist and Iron Wire Fist, and he's at the highest level. Someone like him could break my hard skills with just one punch. Speaking of Kung Fu, swish. Su Yuning also showed an interested look. This thing had been instilled in her mind since she was a child, especially with the various classic martial arts films of the previous generation. It reached its peak from childhood to adulthood. Which boy has not imagined himself to be a kung fu master like in the movies? Even girls have had similar fantasies, like a female knight. A chivalrous hero. They are equally intoxicating. Su Yuning, do you know what kind of kung fu Xinjiang just used? Inu, and that guy called Sijio, who's almost 2 meters tall, is so terrifying. And those few, can they fly over rooftops and walls, and move high up? Driver, you guys are making a movie. Halfway through his speech, he realized that the scene just now was indeed comparable to a classic martial arts film, which shocked even those who practiced martial arts, but he still shook his head. There are no martial arts masters, and there is no such thing as high-level fighting. They are just better than ordinary people in fighting. Kung Fu. Those people should not be considered Kung Fu. but fighting skills practiced to the extreme. Fighting skills, Su Yuning and Inu couldn't understand. Inu, it's not kung fu? You shouldn't have said that the one with the iron ring was a master of iron wire fist. How could Sijo beat him if he doesn't know kung fu? That must be a lie. Driver, kung fu, to put it simply, is just the fighting techniques summarized by our ancestors. Or you could understand it as them all knowing kung fu, creating their own kung fu. It's just that it's hard to form a system, and even harder to pass on. It's basically only suitable for myself. Generally speaking, people like them have to take many detours compared to those who study systematically. Often, many years of practice are not as good as 1 year of systematic study. Of course, their advantage is that once they become famous, they can be very intimidating. Listen to this. Su Yuning and Inu nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing their genuine interest, the driver continued, to be honest, Qin Jiang is quite capable. He's a master who has combined both abilities. When Qin Jiang was mentioned, the two girls became more interested and asked, what does it mean? How is it accomplished? Driver, although his attack was only for a short time, it was obvious that his moves were based on the 18 Black Dragon moves, but at the same time, there were many differences. I've heard from my teachers about this kind of people. They master a certain skill, then adapt it to their own circumstances, making it a perfect fit for them, leveraging their strengths to overcome their weaknesses. My teacher told me, if you see such people, stay as far away as possible and never get into conflict with them. For a while, the driver told some so-called rumors, which were nothing like what was in the movies, but they were very exciting to the two people who had no contact with the outside world except for filming. Moreover, they had just witnessed Qin Jiang and others taking action with their own eyes. A long time. Su Yuning murmured, 18 Black Dragon techniques, Qin Jiang, they're a perfect match for him. People like him are truly the son of heaven, seemingly without flaws. Inu came to her senses a little from her excitement and looked at Su Yuning worriedly. Yuning, what should I do? Su Yuning, don't panic. Maybe we're just imagining things, maybe it has nothing to do with you from the beginning to the end. Inu, I hope so, I'm just worried, what will I do then? I won't be able to resist a top boss like him, you said, I should disobey. You then, Su Yuning, Inu, Yuning. I was just kidding. You know me, I never bow to evil forces. Although she said so, it was obvious that her mental state had recovered a lot. It was obvious that her danger was not over. She had just transformed from Uncle Long to Qin Jiang, but why is it that she is extremely afraid when facing Uncle Long, but when facing Qin Jiang, Inu is afraid and also secretly expectant? It is beyond Inu's control. Even Inu couldn't help but think, instead of being threatened by more big men like Uncle Long in the future, it's better to commit to a big man like Qin Jiang. At least he is young, handsome, and domineering. Uncle Long, no? You treat them differently? Black Dragon Team, die in the car. Qin Jiang, keep the clear video of Old Man Long falling from the building and the clear video of the fight for your records. As usual, make 3 copies. 3 copies, the first copy is sent to the Public Security Bureau, 1 copy is kept in the Heilongjiang archives, and 1 copy is mailed to the post office. Although these images are definitely recorded by Bai Meng's recorder, the Public Security Department will also keep them on file, but Qin Jiang believes that it is better to be safe than sorry, and in this life, he will not take a wrong step. And no matter what he experienced in his past life or what happened to Old Man Long today, they all told him, there is no way out in society. It can be said that in this life, because of his stirring up of the storm, the society of Songjiang has undergone earth shaking changes compared to the previous life. Those social forces that had dominated for several years fell one by one. Huasheng, Longfei, Dedeo, the fate of the big guys is even worse. Zhouhua, Uncle Long, Qianhe. Wait. Qianhe, Qin Jiang, what has Qianhe been doing recently? Qianhe Oju Zheng couldn't help but think of this person, the only opponent worth taking seriously in the university town. Ahead, Zhang Qi picked up the intercom and asked, soon, Qianhe's message came through the intercom. Qianhe, it occupies a large territory in the Huapunu district in the northern area and controls many industries through means. Although it is completely incomparable with Heilong, it is also doing well. Moreover, these achievements were made while he was in a battle with Huwei. Even though most of Huwei's experience was involved in the battle with Black Dragon, Qianhe still seemed to be quite impressive. Qin Jiang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Qianhe, still messing around after all. Zhang Qi, Brother Jian, where are we going now? Qin Jiang, Hentaying Hotel. Privately booked. Treat all the brothers to a good meal, prepare a 2 million bonus to be distributed, and then give all the brothers an extra 2 days vacation. Zhang Qi, okay. On that day, Heilong once again booked a luxurious venue at Hentaying Hotel. After learning about the various benefits and compensation given by Brother Jiang to the injured, many brothers were so moved that they were speechless. Value friendship and loyalty, superb force, infinite charm, money paves the way, and a big brother who can bring you unlimited future. How could this not make them choke with tears? Countless brothers got drunk and laughed heartily that day. Qin Jiang looked at the happy expressions of his brothers and the familiar faces around him, all of whom were equally heroic. Bang! He raised his glass and shouted, my brothers and I share the Black Dragon. If you disobey this promise, you will fall into the underworld. Cheers! All the brothers shouted, if you betray Brother Jiang, you will fall into the underworld. Dry. Dry. Chapter 605, The Nightless City Project launched. Inu forced to play the tiger skin that night. Hentang Hotel was bustling all night. Qin Jiang also returned home with great pleasure. What could be more relaxing than having fun with his brothers? At the same time, Qin Jiang announced on the same day 3 days later, Heilongjiang Key Projects, Songjiang City that never sleeps startup. Outside world the big guys still don't understand. They saw that Qin Jiang and the public security department had most likely reached some kind of agreement, and that Qin Qing's kidnapping might be related to Long Fei. But for some things you can't just look at the process, you also have to look at the results. Now the result is, the Black Dragon suffered almost no losses. In their view, as long as the top leaders survived, it didn't matter. Many of Hui's top leaders were arrested, including the tiger's only son. Long Fei was in even worse trouble. Long Tu fell to his death, and the senior executives were collectively arrested. The Long Fei group was essentially dead. In what they couldn't understand the most was Uncle Long's death. How did he die? Qin Jiang threw it down. Yes. It must have been Qin Jiang who threw it down. Otherwise, who would want to die? Judge others by your own standards so they don't want to die. That night, Qin Xing also flew back to Songjiang, and Qin Wei and his wife hugged her and cried again. Qin Wei's wife plans to let her go home. Qin Xing flatly refused and continued to work the next day as if nothing had happened. Flying Fish Media IT is a local entertainment company in Songjiang, but it is not as big as Starlight Entertainment. IT is completely incomparable to Starlight Entertainment, which is growing stronger and backed by the Black Dragon Group. Card Inu's nanny car drove downstairs. The driver in front said, "Let's follow the old rules and enter through the back door, right?" Inu nodded. Originally, she was one of the most famous people in Feiyu Media. Not only did she have to enter through the main entrance, but every time she came back, there would always be someone waiting at the door to greet her. It was so hard, but everything changed after she was noticed by Uncle Long. Her uncompromising attitude gradually led to her being coldly banned by the company. She had less and less work, and people in the studio no longer cared about her. Most of them left the team. Even her posters that were originally hanging on the company's entertainment wall were taken down, with the reason being, she was updating. Although Inu still refused to compromise under the heavy blows, she was also traumatized. Especially every time she came back from outside, there were always some newcomers who mocked her. She could only choose to hide. It seems. Inu murmured, "I can go home and rest after I finish handing over my work this time. I don't know how long I will have to rest this time," she said to the driver in front, Lao Liang. "Following me will make you suffer. I guess you will be ignored by the company for a long time. I will transfer 10,000 yuan to your card. Don't think it's too little." "Driver, Ms. Yin. You're being so polite. Being a driver is my job, and I don't like that bullshit either. Don't lose heart, Miss Yin. Uncle Long is dead, so maybe the company will lift the pressure on you." Inu didn't reply. Will the company? Probably not. He knew that Uncle Long's death would greatly reduce the pressure on her from the company, but her resistance to the company's behavior also angered the company's top management, and he was afraid that there would be more trouble in the future, unless a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She had discussed a possibility with Su Yuning, that she might be the fuse of the Long Fei Group's demise. Although the two of them later thought this possibility was not very likely, could she use this to her advantage? Bang! Inu slapped herself hard on the forehead. Inu, what are you thinking about? You're just trying to bully others. Anyone can bully Black Dragon? You want to be doomed. Maybe you'll be thrown down from the building too. Just as she rejected this idea, the driver in front, Lao Liang, was about to drive to the back door of the company. The front door of Feiyu Media opened, and more than a dozen elite executives poured out. They rushed towards Inu's nanny car quickly, each with a professional fake smile on their face. Bang! The female director of the entertainment department of Feiyu Media personally opened the door of the nanny car and looked at Inu distressfully and said, "Oh, my baby, have you been working hard on filming recently? Baby, you seem to have lost weight. Baby, come get off," said. She stretched out her hand and prepared to help Inu get out of the car. Inu, she looked in surprise at the female director in front of her who kept calling her baby. She rarely saw this kind of smile on her face, and it was only seen when she was facing those leaders, but today, she actually smiled at herself like that, and the most important thing was that the other party was the big boss behind the media who banned her. Inu was stunned and didn't get out of the car. The female director looked a little embarrassed, and the other executives were also a little unnatural, but no one looked dissatisfied, and instead their smiles became even brighter. Female director, baby. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? I already know about your situation. It's all Lisa's, Inu's agent, fault. She actually didn't help you get various contracts behind my back and even threatened you. She blamed all the previous ban issues on her agent, as if she had only found out about it today. Female director, don't worry, she has been fired from the company, and the company has sent a blacklist to the entire industry. Inu. The female director continued, by the way. The company deeply regrets the injustice you've suffered during this period. She pulled out a contract. This is Feiyu Media's S-level contract, and it comes with a studio system. From now on, you can open your own independent studio under Feiyu Media. Feiyu Media won't promise you a certain amount of resources each year. You should be familiar with the general outlines of an S-level contract. After saying that, she looked at Inu and said, of course. Honey, it's normal for you to feel resentful. If you don't want to sign a contract with Feiyu Media, then the previous contract can be directly invalidated without any liquidated damages. We will also compensate you for the loss of not taking on any roles during this period, 3 million. Look, which one are you going to choose? Inu, seeing that she still didn't speak, the executives became extremely anxious. It turned out that they had also received the news about Uncle Long falling from the building and the rumors about Qin Jiang and others, but they didn't take them seriously at first until a young artist said she heard Inu mention Qin Jiang's intervention on the phone with her own ears. This settled Uncle Long's topic. In addition, they learned that Inu and Su Yuning were best friends, and Su Yuning was the legendary Qin Jiang's person. In other words, the events that shook Songjiang today might have been caused by Inu. Even if the possibility was small, would they dare to bet on it? No. They were truly afraid of ending up like Uncle Long. Furthermore, these days, bosses and celebrities are very popular. A scene has just been staged. Female director, baby, if you have any other requests, please feel free to ask. I will try my best to satisfy them. Inu never thought that she was not pulling the tiger skin, but the tiger skin was covering herself. It's outrageous. Chapter 606, Mr. Lin takes action. Wang Wei, you guys have a good connection. Follow up. Inu walked into the media company surrounded by the female director and other senior executives. The artists who had been sarcastic about her all came over to ask about her well-being. They no longer showed the same signs of mocking her as before and treated her like an ancestor. In the end, Inu chose to quit the media company. The female director and others did not stop him, as no one wanted to have another ancestor in their company. How should I face Inu then? What kind of artist is he if he cannot be exploited? Inu returned to her room to pack her things, her mind still a little confused. I'm leaving the media company now. Where should I go next? While he was thinking, boom, there was a knock on the door, and a middle-aged woman came in directly. It was her agent. As soon as you come in, without further ado, thump, the agent knelt in front of Inu. Sister Een. Ancestor Een. I was wrong. I really didn't know you had such a background. Why didn't you say so? If you had told me earlier, I would have given myself to Uncle Long, no, Uncle Long, and I wouldn't have forced you. You know I have no right to ban you. This is all ordered by the higher-ups. I'm just an executor. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. The agent burst into tears, terrified to learn of Uncle Long's death and its connection to Inu. Add to that the news that she'd been fired from the media company and faced the threat of drowning. How could she not be terrified? She came specifically to beg Inu to spare her life. Inu waved her hand. Go down. Broker a Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Go down. Where to go? Went downstairs. Give me a trapeze artist too. Fortunately, Inu said again, I will soon leave the media company and have nothing to do with this place in the future. I won't ask about the past, agent, you are so generous. I don't know what I would do without your forgiveness. Inu, you don't know what to do? I don't know what to do either, broker. Inu didn't explain. She really didn't know what to do next. Regardless of whether the cause of this incident was related to him or not, she had already invisibly used the tiger skin to pull the tiger skin, even though this matter was not initiated by her, but she benefited. The problem becomes very tricky. After thinking for a long time, Inu called Su Yuning for help. Outside, the agent walked out of the room and turned back to spit in a low voice. Mad? Little vixen? You're still capable of this? To be able to hook up with a big shot like Qin Jiang, damn. It must be because of Su Yuning's connections. That Su Tizi is really stupid to find an enemy for himself, or, one dragon and two phoenixes, hee. Stars who are glamorous in the eyes of outsiders are just playthings in the eyes of bigwigs. He has to drag himself into this. Why am I so unlucky? It seems I need to move to another city. She couldn't stay in Songjiang. Who knew if Inu would suddenly change her mind and cause trouble for her again? What would she do? Besides, she had already been banned by the media. No entertainment company in Songjiang would hire her, and no one dared to risk offending Qin Jiang. She can only choose to develop in other cities. Whether other companies dare to hire her is not within her consideration. Neither the media company nor Qin Jiang's reputation will affect other regions. She just needs to leave the northeast. Lin family. Old Master Lin narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to his second son's report, and stopped twisting his silk thread. Longfei Group. Old man Long fell from a building. Qin Jiang's methods are extraordinary. Lin Laoer, Dad, is Qin Jiang really that crazy? He dared to throw someone off a building in broad daylight after making such a big noise, and the public security department doesn't care? What do you think? Can we? Obviously, he wanted to ask if he could take this opportunity to make trouble for Qin Jiang, or even get him in Old Man Lin. Stupid. The police at the scene didn't care about this matter, which proves that Old Man Long's death had nothing to do with him. I met Old Man Long once before and he was a man of integrity. It's likely that his descendants took the initiative to jump. Qin Jiang has managed to get to this point at such a young age, so he wouldn't leave behind such a stupid excuse. I danced by myself. Lin Lauer was a little skeptical, but since his father said so, he had to believe it. Lin Lauer, Huey group was shaken by Qin Jiang this time and suffered heavy losses. I guess Wang Wei won't be able to get out in the short term. If this continues, Huey will be almost ruined. My sister can't control the situation at all, so why don't I take over? Old Master Lin glared at him and said, don't worry about Huey's affairs. Go and make an appointment for me to meet with the CEO of group. Lin Lauer, why did you ask him out? Mr. Lin, he also has a piece of land by the river, next to the land being auctioned. Tiger's might cannot be lost, otherwise what will the people following the Lin family think? Besides, the situation in Songjiang is a bit complicated. Let's continue to help Huey fight in the arena. Didn't you say that Qin Jiang will hold a groundbreaking ceremony in 3 days? Then the Huey group will also hold a groundbreaking ceremony there in 3 days, and send out invitations in my name. When the time comes, I will go there myself. Lin Lauer, Dad, is it really that serious? Mr. Lin, just go if I tell you to. Lin Lauer didn't dare to refute and could only leave. Old Master Lin clutched his bracelet and murmured, Qin Jiang. A rare young man, he's tough and has no flaws. We can't let the Lin family confront him directly. We have to let Huey grind him down. When he finds a flaw, we can kill him with one strike. As for whether Tiger's might would be worn out during the period of exploiting flaws, it was not within Grandpa Lin's consideration. In his eyes, there is only the Lin family. Prison. Wang Wei was sitting on the bed playing cards, with his younger brother massaging his shoulders behind him. With his status, countless people came to pay their respects and play cards with him to relieve his boredom. He had been eating and sleeping well these days, and had no worries at all. He didn't care about what was happening outside. He had no confidence in Lin Yu and his silly son, but he knew that as long as old man Lin was there, nothing would happen. There are little brothers flattering brother Hu. It's such an honor for me to sleep with you. I'll have something to brag about when I go out. Not so good. Every one of us who came in was terrified, but Brother Tiger was the only one who looked as majestic as ever. Brother Tiger is mighty. Haha, Wang Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had to say that he was worthy of the title of Big Boss and would not collapse mentally when faced with a little thing. At this time, the security officer outside walked in and said, 0538. Wang Wei. Your detention period is up and you can leave. Everyone looked at Wang Wei and congratulated him. Congratulations to Brother Tiger for breaking free from his chains and emerging from the mountains. Congratulations to Brother Tiger for breaking free from his shackles and being a tiger out of the cage. Haha, Wang Wei laughed even more happily. Then he strode out without taking anything, but before he could completely walk out, Wang Hu and a few others came in and looked at Wang Wei with a cold expression. Wang Wei, you are suspected of harboring firearms and other equipment. You are under arrest now. Go back. Wang Wei? No. This is a good connection. Chapter 607. Wang Wei. Fortunately, his son was also captured, the noble Qin Jiang. Wang Hu, go in and wait for the next review. Wang Wei, his expression was no longer calm and he no longer had the smile he had just had. How could he not know that something had happened outside? Bang! The prison door was closed again. Wang Hu left quickly with a few security guards. The prisoners looked at Wang Wei with embarrassment. They had just been congratulating him, but now not only did Wang Wei not get out, it looked like he would be detained for a long time. Moment, they came forward again. Brother Hu, don't worry. The security department must have made a mistake. They will let you out soon. Not so good. The people outside must have helped you, otherwise they wouldn't have let you go just now. Come, let's continue playing cards. Unfortunately, Wang Wei ignored their expressions and instead shouted angrily, get out. Get out of here. Are you all just laughing at me? Believe it or not, I'll make you suffer in their fate worse than death. Wow, everyone was afraid to speak and quickly hid in the corner of the room, appearing to be afraid and cursing inwardly. Damn it. You are the boss, but why are you not coming in? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? I think if you offend the Black Dragon, you might never get out of here. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. When you fall, although they cursed inwardly, no one dared to show it. After all, Wang Wei was the boss of the Huey group. Even if he was in dire straits, they couldn't afford to offend him. Even a random word could bring disaster to them. Wang Wei didn't pay attention to the expressions of the others, but murmured, it seems that something really happened to the Black Dragon group outside, suspected of harboring firearms. Security personnel found firearms in the Tiger Power group? How could that happen? No matter how stupid these old guys are, they won't show it unless someone is deliberately framing them. All of a sudden Wang Wei thought of Qin Jiang from the Black Dragon group. It seems, Wang Wei muttered, it must be Qin Jiang's doing. But since he was only arrested, there's no real evidence of my involvement. Someone should take the blame. This also proves that the case is not particularly exaggerated. Fortunately, I told Tianhu not to open the Hyogo. For a while, Wang Wei fell into deep thought, and his calmness disappeared. He would definitely not be able to get out in a short time. Worse things have happened in the outside world, and the Huawei group, without its own leader, is ultimately a little lacking. It would be good if Mr. Lin could intervene, but I'm afraid that if he doesn't care, the other old guys in the group will also be involved. If his stupid son were to take power, the Huawei group would be completely finished. Just when he was struggling, suddenly, several policemen came in with Wang Xian, and Wang Xian was still shouting, "I told you it had nothing to do with me, why don't you believe me? Let me go right now, I told you I have someone?" My dad, never mind him, but my grandpa, seeing this, Wang Wei was not surprised or worried, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this idiot was caught. Sometimes, being too stupid may not be a bad thing. You see, it means there is no possibility of causing trouble. Now, Wang Xian also saw that Wang Wei was surprised at first and then stunned. No? Why does dad seem so pleased when he sees him? What have I done to please him? Soon he ignored all this and looked at Wang Wei and shouted, "Dad! We were all tricked by the Black Dragon, shut up! If you continue to talk, you will be treated as a traitor." Wang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though I had guessed that Black Dragon was behind this, it was still hard to remain calm after hearing it with my own ears. "Qin Jiang, you were so nice, just wait for me. Once I get out, I'll show you what it means to be a tiger out of the mountains." And the others looked at Wang Xian and then at Wang Wei with complicated and intriguing eyes. Hee, it seems that Hu Wei is going to be finished. Wang Wei himself was arrested, and his only descendant was also arrested. Wouldn't the Hu Wei group be completely destroyed? They also heard Wang Xian calling Qin Jiang, so Qin Jiang was the cause of Hu Wei's current situation. Several people exchanged glances. "You see, I told you that the Black Dragon is more powerful than the tiger. Sooner or later, the tiger's power will be completely destroyed by the Black Dragon. After I get out, I will join the Black Dragon. Then I will see if Wang Wei still dares to show off in front of me and give him some face." After thinking for a moment, Wang Wei stopped thinking about it. No matter how much he thought, it was useless. He could only wait patiently until the trial was over and then think of a response strategy. "You guys play cards with me, okay? Brother Tiger, are you still playing Pao de Kwai?" Pao de Kwai, a northeastern poker game similar to Dodiju, but with 4 players. Whoever leaves first wins. Boom. Boom. "Come in." Bai Meng pushed the door open and came in. Seeing it was him, Wang Feng smiled and joked, "When did you learn to knock on the door, Bai Meng? My dad specifically taught me to be careful in what I do recently." Wang Feng nodded. "You have solved several major cases in succession, and you are very famous. Many people are watching you." Although the Longfei group was destroyed this time, the person in charge fell to his death. "Be more cautious, but speaking of it, you're really lucky. You've achieved merit much faster than I did back then, and it's all real work. No one can find fault with it." Bai Meng smiled. He solved important cases in more than a year: the murder case, the Huaxing case, the human trafficking case, the Longfei case, and so on. Each case was a chance to raise the bar for ordinary public security, and he accomplished all of this in just over a year. This is not even counting the large and small cases he solved: kidnapping celebrities for ransom, selling poppy shells, etc. Bai Meng couldn't help but think of Qin Jiang, as if these cases were closely related to him. Could it be? Is Qin Jiang really his benefactor? Shake your head. Bai Meng didn't think about it anymore, but reported to Wang Feng about the progress of Long Fei's case. It can be said that it went very smoothly. The case of the Huawei group is a bit tricky. Zhang Chong admitted all the charges, and with the Lin family's support, it is difficult to implicate Wang Wei. "Wang Feng, first examine it, and then we'll talk about the rest." A few minutes later, just as Bai Meng was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and said, "Oh right. I heard that the Black Dragon group will hold a groundbreaking ceremony on the land that was auctioned in 3 days. Groundbreaking ceremony? Wang Feng frowned. What kind of project is he planning to build there? Can there be any business there? Bai Meng, I don't know. Wang Feng, I need to report this to the higher-ups. This kidnapping incident has had some impact. They've held several meetings regarding the investment environment. I suspect they'll attach great importance to the groundbreaking ceremony, and there will be leaders to provide guidance. Bai Meng, no? What the hell is this guy's life? Chapter 608 Jiang Wei's mentality changes. Mengyu, Brother Jiang, I was wrong. Vocational College Dormitory 401. Luo Ping was reading the essay, while Jiang Wei was yawning out of boredom and looking at his phone screen from time to time. Luo Ping, why are you staring at your phone? You've been acting strangely lately. Jiang Wei, no, he looked a little guilty. His relationship with Yang Shui had been heating up during this period, but it was always just one step away from success. Although Yang Shui has always been enthusiastic towards him, she never allows him to have too deep contact. It's very confusing. I wanted to find Yen Hua to ask about the situation, but Yen Hua had been busy for the past 2 days and had not come back at all. As for Luo Ping, he was too lazy to ask, as the other party had no interest in relationships and had no experience to give him. Luo Ping, you can't keep going like this. You have to think about your future. Jiang Wei, way out? 2 words suddenly emerged in his mind: Black Dragon. The promise Black Dragon had given them was that he could be Qin Zhang's roommate and join the group without taking an exam. Most importantly, he could guess that the reason why Yang Shui favored him must be because of Black Dragon even occupying the most important part. Therefore, he plans to join the Black Dragon after graduation. Luo Ping looked at Jiang Wei and guessed his thoughts. I know you're planning to join Black Dragon. It's a good way out, but you have to remember that joining Black Dragon doesn't guarantee everything. Being John's roommate has both advantages and disadvantages. There's no telling how many people will be watching us. And Black Dragon is already a legitimate, large-scale group with its own operating logic. If you don't study hard, you'll have a hard time getting by. Zhang Wei nodded without comment. Luo Ping, if you really want to make a name for yourself, then study hard. You have plenty of room to develop in Black Dragon. As long as you perform well, you will be promoted. As long as you improve your abilities and status, it won't be difficult to find a girlfriend. Although he didn't know as much about Zhang Wei and Yang Shui's Yan Hua, it didn't mean he knew nothing. For someone like him who intends to work in the system, he must be good at observing people's words and expressions and seeing through their essence. So he immediately guessed the subtle relationship between Zhang Wei and Yang Shui. Zhang Wei thought that Yang Shui didn't confirm their relationship with him because he didn't do something well enough. In fact, Yang Shui was observing whether Zhang Wei had development potential, which was why she was hesitant to make a decision. But now that things have come to this, whatever Zhang Wei wants to do can only rely on himself. They were just roommates. That's all right at this moment. Bang, the door opened and Yan Hua walked in. He looked at Luo Ping reading his essay and said, "Lao Luo. You really don't consider joining the Black Dragon group? Brother Jiang is still very friendly to you." Luo Ping shook his head. "Benefiting the local community is my lifelong dream, and I want to pay for my dream." Yan Hua shook his head and said nothing more. He looked at Zhang Wei and said, "You are so lucky, Brother Jiang gave it to you." He threw a black leather bag to Zhang Wei. A bang. Zhang Wei took the bag and was startled. "What's that?" Then he lowered his head and opened it, his eyes widening. "Money. There are all $100 bills inside, 20 bundles in total, that is, 200,000. This." Zhang Wei looked up at Yan Hua with shock and confusion. "Yan Hua, didn't I tell you yesterday? The clues you provided helped Brother Jiang a lot, so Brother Jiang is rewarding you with a total of 200,000. A note: Zhang Wei only provided clues about the appearance of two people and did not provide any direct clues. The direct clues were provided by other gangsters, so according to the underworld reward, he was only given 100,000. However, Qin Jiang increased it to 200,000, which is very good. Gulp, 200,000. Zhang Wei stared at Urshuan for a long time without saying a word. He didn't take what happened yesterday too seriously, but who would have thought that just by mentioning someone I met yesterday, I would get a reward of 200,000 yuan. According to the current salary of workers, this amount of money would require at least several years of working without eating or drinking to earn it. Zhang Wei couldn't help but have an idea in his mind: there is no future in working. Earning a fixed salary is stupid, and 10 years of hard work will not bring as much benefit as one sentence. This moment Zhang Wei's mentality changed drastically. Luo Ping was also surprised when he saw the 200,000 yuan. After all, he was only a young man in his early 20s, but he was only surprised for a moment and then stopped paying attention, and didn't even ask Zhang Wei how he could help Qin Jiang. The scene made Yan Hua look at Luo Ping again. No wonder Brother Jiang thinks so highly of him. He looked at Zhang Wei again with a complicated look. Brother Zhang's evaluation of Zhang Wei can only be said, no evaluation of. He couldn't help but say, Brother Jiang said that being greedy for wealth isn't a good thing. You'd better send this money home. Didn't your family just buy a house and have a mortgage? Use this money to pay it off. Your parents will definitely be very happy for a long time, right? Zhang Wei nodded. You are right. He couldn't help but imagine how his parents would react after receiving the money. A few minutes later, Zhang Wei took the money and left the dormitory. Yan Hua and Luo Ping watched her leave. Yan Hua, I don't know whether getting this money is good or bad for him. Luo Ping, few people can withstand the test of human nature. I hope he can maintain his composure. Yan Hua, I hope so. I'm afraid. Bank. Zhang Wei handed the clerk 200,000 yuan and said, Hello, I'm here to transfer 200,000 yuan to my mother. Okay, sir, please wait. Buzz. Zhang Wei's phone rang in his pocket. He opened it and found it was Yang Shui sending a WeChat message. Oh wait, didn't you say you would do Brother Jiang a favor last time? What benefit did Brother Jiang give you? I'm planning to go shopping this afternoon. Do you have time? Zhang Wei was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the salesperson and said, Well, just transfer 100,000 yuan first, and return the remaining 100,000 yuan to me. Black Dragon Group headquarters. Boom. Boom. Meng Yu knocked on the door and walked in, looking at Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Si Zhou across from him. Just kneel down. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang looked at each other calmly, and basically guessed Meng Yu's situation. Si Zhou? Fuck. Is the ground so slippery? Lao Meng, are you okay? Meng Yu didn't answer Si Zhou's words, but looked at Qin Jiang and said, Brother Jiang. It's my fault. My grandfather warned me long ago that the Meng family might come to cause trouble, but I didn't take it seriously. If I had warned her in advance, Sister Chang wouldn't have been kidnapped. This is all my fault. Brother Jiang, punish me. Seeing Qin Jiang didn't say anything. He pulled out a dagger from his pocket. I know the rules of the martial arts world. 3 cuts and 6 holes. I'll do it myself. Brush. Si Zhou threw the apple in his hand directly. Bang. The dagger in Meng Yu's hand was smashed away on the spot. Qin Jiang. Meng Yu, who are you? Meng Yu. I'm from the Meng family. No. I'm the assistant to the chairman of the Black Dragon Group, Qin Jiang, and more, Mengyu, and, Qin Jiang, you are still my brother. There is no right or wrong between brothers. Only friendship matters. As long as you treat me as your elder brother and don't intentionally hurt our relationship, there's nothing wrong with that. Even a saint cannot guarantee a life without mistakes, let alone you and me. We should correct our mistakes as soon as we know them, without further explanation. Mengyu, brother Jiang, Qin Jiang, fuck, don't rub your snot on me. Time passes, 3 days have passed unknowingly, and the groundbreaking ceremony of Songjiang City that never sleeps has officially begun. Chapter 609, the riverside is bustling. Good things don't make a difference. Songjiang North Riverside, on the open space, there are many luxury cars parked here, and each of them is a well-known figure in Songjiang, including many top bosses from all walks of life, all because today was the day of the Black Dragon Group's project groundbreaking ceremony. Even though the Black Dragon Group had only released the information and didn't invite these bigwigs, they still came. First, Xinjiang's rise is unstoppable, and all the bigwigs in Songjiang are planning to make friends with him. Second, they were very curious about what project Xinjiang was going to do with such a large piece of land. Third, this kind of large-scale event is naturally also a good opportunity to come and make friends with other bigwigs. For a while, the big guys chatted with each other. Oh, Mr. Ho, I heard you've been traveling every day lately, and your career is going great, huh? Mr. Xia, you look great too, looking radiant. I heard you're getting married. Mr. Wang, I heard you started a project. As they chatted, they couldn't help but look at the huge open space next to the river, and the topic kept turning to Xinjiang River. Boss Ho, you are so powerful. Do you know what project director Qin is planning to use? Exactly. Such a large piece of land? He wants to build a villa? Or a shopping mall? Both are difficult. I'm really curious. I spent half the night yesterday trying to figure out what project he's working on. This piece of land doesn't seem to have much value to it. If it were a small shopping mall, maybe it could be revitalized, but with something this big, there's basically no chance of making any money. Boss Qin is a man of unfathomable depth. He shouldn't be underestimated. I hope his new business venture doesn't conflict with ours. As soon as these words were spoken, the other big guys also looked a little more serious. Almost all the forces that clashed with Qin Jiang died, and they all died miserably. The Washington brothers were sentenced to death. Uncle Long fell directly from the building. Wang Wei sings tears behind bars, each one is jaw-dropping. You say? A big boss said in a low voice. Will the old man Long from Longfei Group? No way. If it's really related to him, then for everything to be so calm, someone must be causing trouble. But old man Long can really jump off the building by himself. There must be something going on. My old man came back a few days ago and told me that old man Long seemed to have jumped off the building on his own. It's been filed with the Public Security Department. They exchanged their own speculations. Because the Longfei Group was a sensitive matter, and the Public Security Department was also carrying out a purge plan, many things hadn't been officially announced, leading to a lot of speculation from the outside world. Topics ranged from the demise of the Longfei Group to the destruction of Shengshan Village, and the imprisonment of Wang Wei's son. At last, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Qin Jiang was afraid that he was about to take over Songjiang society and quickly influence the entire business sector. Not necessarily. A big boss whispered, although Hu Wei was beaten half to death, he is not dead after all. Don't forget that Hu Wei has the Lin family behind him. Lin family. As soon as these two words were spoken, many bigwigs looked serious. Old man Lin is an absolute legend. Although he lives in a remote corner of Guanghua district in Songjiang, his control over the local economy is terrifying. Moreover, his sphere of influence has long held a great deal of say in neighboring provinces. Even the social forces in neighboring provinces basically follow old man Lin's lead. Songjiang is not within his sphere of influence. The Lin family's business empire is also very exaggerated. I dare not say too much, but it should be about 18 billion. Yes, it's scary, very scary. This was in 2011, when China's economy had just taken off. Hundreds of billions now were incomparable to the future. Coupled with Mr. Lin's social status, he was very famous in the 3 northern provinces. Yes. A big boss nodded. The Lin family can no longer sit still. Look over there, he pointed to an open space across the way, which was also separated by a barrier line. As far as I know. The boss continued, I don't know how the Lin family managed to get a piece of land here. Although the location isn't as good as the Black Dragon plots, it's not much different. The Hu Wei Group has been working on this piece of land in recent days, and it seems they're also planning a groundbreaking ceremony. Wow, many bigwigs started to make a commotion. Obviously, they had no idea about this matter. They were not on Mr. Lin's invitation list at all. The big guys who knew about it only got some information through their connections or some connection with Hu Wei. Suddenly, many big guys narrowed their eyes. Anyone who can make it in the business world or the underworld is a smart person. From the few bits of information they've gathered so far, they've concluded that the Lin family is going to stand up for Hu Wei, and their first step will likely be to challenge the Black Dragon Group's groundbreaking ceremony. Needless to say, the Huawei Group's groundbreaking ceremony is likely to take place today, and today, there's going to be some excitement to watch. Same, there are more than just these big guys gathered to Riverside, there were also many people who came to watch the fun. The Black Dragon groundbreaking ceremony was not hidden and many people knew about it. They don't know what the project is, nor do they know what business can make money in this place, they just came to watch the FU&I in the crowd. There are many vocational college students, most of them plan to join Black Dragon after graduation, so how could they not participate in such a major event for Black Dragon? Otherwise, they would have nothing to talk about in the future. Many onlookers looked at these vocational college students with envy. It is basically no secret that vocational college graduates can enter Heilongjiang grass. One middle-aged man was so angry that he hit the young man next to him on the neck. I should have asked you to apply to a vocational college. You had to repeat your studies to get into a third-tier university. You would earn more than 2,000 yuan after graduation. It's been 2 years? And you're still an ordinary employee? If you had gone to a vocational college, wouldn't you have a good position in Heilongjiang by now? Maybe you could be a small leader with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands, and I could also benefit from it. Youth, do you regret it? A little bit. He was actually accepted into a vocational college but didn't go, so he had to repeat his studies and get into a third-tier university. The result? Not only did the vocational college successfully become a top-tier university, but most importantly, graduates were able to join the top company in Songjiang, Heilong Group, and even a direct subsidiary of it. As long as they work hard, their future is bright, but is regret useful? Who could have imagined that a vocational college could produce such an incredible figure as Qin Zhang? It was not just this young man. Many young people were deeply moved when they saw this scene. A young man looked at the man next to him with a complicated expression. They were high school classmates. He had gotten into a key science and engineering university, while he had barely made it to a vocational college. As a result, he was still an intern after graduation, while he was already a regional manager in Heilongjiang, earning over 100,000 yuan a year with plenty of room for advancement. He couldn't help but mutter, could it be, I made a mistake studying science, snap. Snap, the man patted his shoulder and said, don't let your imagination run wild. A good 985 university is no worse than a third-tier university, youth. Chapter 610, Warm Man Jiang Wei? Tianwei Plaza groundbreaking ceremony now, countless people envy vocational college students. Similarly, the vocational college students also looked in a certain direction with envy, where there were 4 people exactly: Yan Hua, Luoping, Zhang Wei, and Yang Shui. Aside from Yang Shui, the other 3 were very well known at the vocational university, simply because they had once shared a dormitory with Qin Zhang, even though Qin Zhang rarely lived there anymore, but it does not affect the status of the 3. Everyone knows that the 3 of them will have no pressure to join the Black Dragon Group after graduation, and they will also be promoted smoothly thanks to their relationship with Qin Zhang. If they are considered the direct descendants of the Black Dragon, the 3 of them are the most direct descendants, and their existence is absolutely enviable. Yan Hua, it is said that he has half joined Black Dragon, and currently spends less time in Black Dragon than in school. Luoping, he is already doing very well in the student union and will probably become the vice president next year. He has a bright future. Zhang Wei, it is said that he made a small fortune from the Black Dragon Group, and there was a beautiful girl following him. How can one not be envious? It can be said that countless students secretly regretted, why didn't I choose dormitory 401? Zhang Wei, oh my god, so many luxury cars have arrived today, they all seem to be important people. Yan Hua, they are all senior leaders of famous Songjiang groups, or major suppliers and distributors. Zhang Wei, were they all invited by brother Jiang? Luoping, no. Even if the Black Dragon Group wanted to invite us, they would only invite a small number of top talents. The rest of us are basically here to make connections. It's rare to see a gathering of local bigwigs like this, and many people are eager to come. Zhang Wei nodded. So that's how it is. Xiaoxue, what are you looking at? He accompanied Yang Shui to visit many shopping malls in the past 2 days, and bought many luxury goods for her at Yang Shui's suggestion. Their relationship also progressed by leaps and bounds. This time, when he heard that they were going to attend the groundbreaking ceremony of the Black Dragon Group, he also followed them. Since coming in, Yang Shui's eyes had been on the big guys in the distance. Ah, nothing, Yang Shui looked away. What could she be thinking? Of course, she was wondering why she couldn't be with those people, but could only be with this ordinary man, Zhang Wei. Of course, she knew that in the eyes of those successful and famous people, she was nothing. She just had a good figure and her appearance was only okay. She is smart and knows what she can get. Is this the potential stock she's looking for? Currently, the only potential stock she can get in touch with and easily manipulate is Zhang Wei. Swish. Swish. She looked at Yan Hua and Luoping, 2 people who clearly had more potential than Zhang Wei. Too bad no one is interested in her. Yang Shui, brother Hua, do you know what Director Qin is going to do with this large piece of land? Build a shopping mall? Yan Hua, I don't know, he was not completely unaware of this. With his current connections in Black Dragon, he was already aware of some inside information. However, some things were confidential and could not be spoken out casually. Showing off too much would only bring trouble to others. Only those who can keep their mouths shut can achieve great things. After a while, Yang Shui looked at Zhang Wei and said, Wei, I'm going to the bathroom first. Jiang Wei, I'll accompany you. Yang Shue's mouth twitched twice. No need. There is a temporary iron house up ahead. Jiang Wei, then be careful. Yang Shue, warm man? Ha, the most useless thing these days is the warm-hearted man who has accomplished nothing. The warm-hearted man is worse than a dog, but she still smiled and said, "Away, you were so nice." She left with Jiang Wei's satisfied and happy expression, but instead of going to the bathroom, she turned around to avoid Jiang Wei's sight and headed to the place where the big guys were gathering. The probability was small. But that didn't mean there was no probability at all. Yang Shui was best at taking the initiative, potential stock. It's just a potential stock. Whether it can fully grow in the future is still unknown. It's easier to find someone in a higher position than this. Yan Hua frowned as he watched Yang Shui leave. Jiang Wei, you didn't buy the brand name clothes she was wearing, did you? Jiang Wei, it's not a big brand, just a coat and a bag. Xiao Shue said that all her colleagues at work carry this brand, and she would lose face if she didn't. Yan Hua, then she lets you buy it? Jiang Wei, she just said that during a normal chat with me? Yan Hua, where did you talk? Jiang Wei, the mall. Yan Hua, Jiang Wei, it's not what you think. It's not that Xiao Shue forced me to buy it. It's just that when we were shopping there, the service staff looked down on us and insisted that if we couldn't afford it, we shouldn't touch it. That's why I bought it. After all, we are Brother Zhang's roommates. Although we can't buy millions of dollars like Brother Zhang, we can't let others look down on us for 10 or 20,000. Yan Hua, haven't you ever considered that this is a trap? A trap set by Yang Shui, a trap set by the seller, or perhaps a trap set by both. Jiang Wei, no way, how could Xiao Shue collude with outsiders to deceive me? That service staff was really infuriating. Yan Hua, even if it's not a setup? What's your relationship with Yang Shui? Why did you buy her such an expensive bag? You could use the money to buy more things for your family, or buy yourself some nice clothes or a nice watch. Jiang Wei, what do men need those things for? Just wear ordinary clothes. As for the relationship between Xiao Shue and me, she kissed me yesterday. What do you think our relationship is? Yesterday, after he bought a bag for Yang Shui was so excited that she kissed him on the cheek. Yan Hua, what's the relationship? Lip friendship. Jiang Wei, the other side. Yang Shui tried to get in touch with those bigwigs and celebrities, but unfortunately they all ignored her. Her tactics worked in front of Jiang Wei, but in the eyes of those big men, she seemed a bit childish. As for those celebrities, seeing her carrying a bag worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan and wrapping the handle with a silk scarf, it was clear that she was an ordinary person and naturally ignored her. The silk scarf was wrapped to prevent sweat from corroding the bag. Yang Shui could only return empty-handed. Time passes. 10 o'clock in the morning. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by bursts of roars, a large number of convoys were seen rapidly approaching the open space by the river, and many people subconsciously became alert. Are you here? But soon someone noticed something was wrong. Look, this isn't Heilung's convoy. Look at the license plate. It's Huwei's. What is Huwei doing here? Many people were puzzled. At the same time, many experts had already guessed the general reason and did not express surprise. Soon, dozens of cars followed by a large number of transport trucks stopped diagonally opposite the Black Dragon open space. Then Lin Yu got out of the car with hundreds of employees, and behind them thousands of workers got out of the transport vehicle. The workers quickly came to the open space and started working. In a short time, a large red arch and two banners appeared. It says, Tiger Power, Tianwei Plaza Groundbreaking Ceremony. Chapter 611. Mr. Lin's face, the big boss from the neighboring province, comes this. At this moment, even ordinary people could understand the arch font erected by Huwei. Apparently, Huwei Group will also hold a groundbreaking ceremony here today, and it looks like a very large project. Oh my god. When will Huwei get a piece of land here? Why is he going to build a shopping mall? Choosing today to hold this groundbreaking ceremony is clearly an attempt to go against the Black Dragon. How dare Huwei? Many people looked confused. Previously, they believed Huwei could compete with Black Dragon, considering the two to be equals. However, with the Black Dragon Group's market value constantly rising and its successive major events solidifying its reputation in Songjiang society, Huwei's business empire has suffered setbacks. Furthermore, Wang Wei and his son were imprisoned. Therefore, in their view, Huwei is no longer worthy of being compared. One of the big guys said, the leaders and heirs of the Huwei Group are all in jail. Qin Jiang is at the peak of his career. The best strategy for Huwei is to avoid Black Dragon. But instead of avoiding him, he directly confronted him. What's wrong? He thinks he's stubborn. As expected, the old woman is in charge and the house collapses. Ha, several big men laughed softly. They naturally also knew that the temporary leader of Huwei Group was Wang Wei's wife, Lin Yu. Ha, it's time for the man in charge to fall. A middle-aged woman responded indifferently. Seeing this, the boss who was speaking looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. The other party was a famous female boss in Songjiang, who was superior to him in status, financial ability, and skills. At the same time, the strong woman frowned slightly when she saw Lin Yu directing people to tinker with the project. As a woman, she couldn't stand people making false promises, but that didn't mean she approved of Lin Yu. This head-on approach is undoubtedly stupid. Logically speaking, even if Lin Yu was stupid, she wouldn't do such a thing, unless She had vaguely guessed that it was probably the Lin family who came forward to get back at Hui. Not just her, many other bigwigs also guessed the situation. Really, just less than 10 minutes. Boom, a convoy of several luxury cars drove towards here quickly. The convoy passed the Halong project site and stopped directly in front of the open space opposite where Hui's project was located. Bang, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out of the car, followed by 4 or 5 bodyguards. Many bigwigs looked stunned and confused, and obviously did not know the man who got out of the car. However, judging from the car he was driving and his aura, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Han Yuan? One tycoon's eyes widened as he recognized him. He's a land tycoon from a neighboring province, chairman of group, in charge of more than a dozen famous shopping malls, and worth at least billions. What? Although the other bosses didn't know Han Yuan, it didn't mean they had never heard of the group's name, the 3 northeastern provinces. There are only so many forces with some power. Even if you haven't come into contact with them, you must have heard of them. It's just that the other party was not from this province's group, so they didn't recognize its identity at first. Lin Yu quickly stepped forward to greet Han Yuan. After a few brief words of reminiscing about the past, Han Yuan stood quietly by the river, overlooking Songjiang River. He looked very aloof and independent. Lin Yu on the side had an embarrassed expression, but she didn't dare to say anything. The other party didn't come for Hui's sake, but because of his own grandfather. Fortunately, the next convoy arrived quickly, and a big man from a neighboring province also got off the car. This big man only exchanged a few simple greetings with Lin Yu, and then came to Han Yuan to chat with him. 1, 2, soon, 30 or 40 bigwigs from neighboring provinces gathered near the Hui Group's project site, and they confronted the Songjiang bosses from the Black Dragon Group. Neighboring provinces? A Songjiang tycoon said, they are all prominent figures from neighboring provinces, including some business giants, many of whom are top figures in the 3 northeastern provinces. It seems, Mr. Lin has exerted his strength. The other Songjiang bosses also nodded, their momentum was involuntarily suppressed. Generally speaking, the quality of the big guys from the neighboring provinces was better than theirs. The non-northern province is not as good as the neighboring province. Instead, the Black Dragon Group's bigwigs all came voluntarily. They weren't part of Songjiang's top tier, and none of those bigwigs showed up. Xinjiang hadn't invited them either, so naturally, those bigwigs wouldn't have come all that eagerly. As for why Xinjiang hadn't invited them, sometimes standing up for you is a favor, and you have to repay it. Xinjiang wasn't bothered with that. This also made many people who came to join in the fun look slightly surprised. What's going on? Oh my god. Why is the Hui group across the way suddenly so lively? It looks like those who came here are all well-known figures. When did the Hui group have such a grand presence? No. Tiger power has been suppressed by Black Dragon. Besides, aren't all the Songjiang bosses here with us? They are obviously not from Songjiang, but from neighboring provinces? They are all well-known figures. How do you know? Know him? I don't know the person, but I also don't know the license plate number. Didn't you see that the license plate is from a neighboring province, and each license plate number is more impressive than the last? Is this kind of license plate number something an ordinary person can get? For a while, they were all attracted by the scene created by the Hui group. Seeing this, Lin Yu's expression became much more relaxed. Ever since he took over Hui, he has been suppressed by Black Dragon. Now his husband and son have all been captured by Black Dragon. He finally has the chance to fight with Black Dragon, and overall it seems that it is easy for him to suppress the opponent right at this moment. Boom, an ordinary old car was slowly driving towards us from a distance. This car was obviously more than 10 years old, but it was polished to a shine, spotless, and looked very different. Card pool, classic cars are also parked in front of the Hui project. An energetic old man in a tang suit walked out of the car. It was Mr. Lin. Seeing Mr. Lin appear, the leaders from the neighboring provinces who had gathered together to chat immediately rushed over. Mr. Lin is still in good health. Mr. Lin, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Let's have a good drink tonight, Mr. Lin. They all spoke with respect, and it was obvious that Mr. Lin held a very high status in these people's hearts. Mr. Lin's base was in the neighboring province, where the Lin group had a great influence. Even though Mr. Lin had vaguely planned to retreat behind the scenes, it did not mean that he had no influence. To this. Mr. Lin greeted them with a smile, at the same time that he turned around and glanced in the direction of the Black Dragon project, then said to Lin Yu, let's make the groundbreaking ceremony, something lively. Chapter 612, Xinjiang arrives. Tens of thousands gather. Want to build a city? Yes. Lin Yu waved her hand and ordered, prepare for the ceremony. Dozens of lion dancers appeared from behind, followed by 7 or 8 drummers. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, as the drummer frantically beat the big drum, dozens of lion dancers waved their hands wildly in front of the Hui group project. This immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience, and many people who had come to watch the excitement left the Black Dragon project area and headed towards the Hui group project area. Luoping, who was that old man? It seems like all these big bosses are coming for him. Yanhua, old Master Lin. I didn't expect him to come out in person. It seems that Brother Jiang has really pushed him to the limit. Jiang Wei, what is going on? What does Hui do? Is he starting a project today too? Is he working with Brother Jiang? He had been concentrating all his attention on Yang Shui for this period of time and had not paid much attention to He Long's affairs. He had no idea that He Long and Hu Wei had become so incompatible. Yan Hua, Luo Ping, they were too lazy to explain. Instead, Yang Shui said, "This is old Master Lin supporting Hu Wei. Hu Wei and Black Dragon are currently at loggerheads. It's obvious that Hu Wei wants to challenge Black Dragon today." Those big bosses were all invited by old Master Lin to support Hu Wei. Their intention is to directly oppose the groundbreaking ceremony of the Black Dragon project. Zhang Wei, how do you know? Yang Shui, I just wrote down what I heard occasionally. Of course, she didn't just hear about it occasionally. During this period, what she did most was to inquire about Black Dragon's situation. It can be said that her understanding of Black Dragon far exceeds Zhang Wei's, and is no worse than Yan Hua and Luo Ping. Yan Hua and Luo Ping looked at Yang Shui and then at Zhang Wei, and a hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes as Zhang Wei. It's really going to be wasted, but the two of them were reluctant to interfere. Interfering too much in love would only backfire. They looked towards the Hu Wei Group project location opposite again, deafening drumbeats, a lively group of lion dances, thousands of workers holding tools, many big guys are smiling. This scene is so magnificent that one can't help but feel shocked at first sight. Thousands of workers are working on this site. Is the Hu Wei Group serious about this? They're building a shopping mall, of course. With Mr. Lin personally making an appearance, it won't be long before Songjiang has another well-known shopping mall. Maybe the surrounding area will also become popular. It's a pity the soil is too loose, otherwise it would be more profitable to build a building around the mall. They kept talking about various things, while looking at the Black Dragon project with anticipation. Today was supposed to be the groundbreaking ceremony for the Black Dragon, but Hu Wei was doing this on the opposite side. They really wanted to see what would happen when Qin Jiang arrived. Could it be that the two groups are fighting here? Right at this moment, a young man standing on a mound pointed to the distance and yelled, here they come, oh my god, there are so many cars, boom, boom, boom." The deafening roar of cars gradually came from the distance, and countless people looked over. All I could see was darkness. All cars. There were so many vehicles that they couldn't tell how many there were. What shocked them the most were the large mechanical vehicles at the back. There were no less than 100 heavy trucks alone, and various other engineering excavators, cranes, bulldozers, etc. were connected together. This can no longer be called a convoy. It's a sea of cars, especially in the relatively open area, which makes it feel even more oppressive. Fuck. No? How many cars are there? Why are there so many heavy machinery vehicles? This fleet must have hundreds of vehicles, not counting the heavy trucks and large machinery. I thought Tiger Wei's appearance was impressive enough. Now I admit I was a little ignorant. The crowd of onlookers were all shocked by the appearance of the Black Dragon convoy. This feeling of oppression could not be described in words. Their hearts were constantly shaking. Not to mention them, even the Hu Wei Group was in commotion. The big bosses from the neighboring provinces could not help but be shocked when they saw the dense convoys coming from the opposite side. Good job, what a great guy. Lin Yu bit her upper lip tightly. Lin Lao Er's eyes widened. No? What is he doing with all these cars? Is it for a groundbreaking ceremony? Or a coronation ceremony? Originally, in order to support Hu Wei Group this time, Mr. Lin wanted Mr. Lin to recruit more workers and mechanical equipment to strengthen its momentum. Now compared with the Black Dragon Group convoy coming from the opposite direction, it is simply impossible to compare. Mr. Lin also frowned slightly. The news that he was going to help Hu Wei Group organize the groundbreaking ceremony did not spread. In other words, the reason Qin Jiang created such a big scene today was not because of his existence. Was he planning such a grand spectacle? All those machines? To establish his authority? To declare his status to Songjiang, the convoy was not moving fast, but the overwhelming pressure weighed on everyone's heart. It could be said that the moment the Qin convoy appeared, the entire audience's focus was on it, and those who were dancing the lions and beating the drums stopped. A few minutes later, card pool, as the 10 cars leading the way stopped, Fenglin, Shintianci and others got out from the front. Fenglin raised his hand and commanded, all transport vehicles, park in the open space to the left of the project. The large equipment vehicle was parked on the right side of the project, leaving the central stage for the groundbreaking ceremony. Wow, a large number of heavy trucks stopped on the left side of the open space. The next moment, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Bang! 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 The doors of the transport vehicles opened one after another, and a large number of men in workmen's uniforms jumped out. 10, hundreds, thousands. At the same time, Shintianci shouted loudly, Lunan, Shinkai, lead the workers of each team to line up neatly. Yes, yes. The middle-level managers of the engineering department began to make the workers who got off the car stand in a neat line. These workers were all cooperating workers with the engineering department and were extremely obedient to the leadership of Heilong.do. Whatever you are told, they didn't even dare to whisper to each other standing there. Nonsense. It's not easy to find a construction company that never delays paying wages these days. When they arrived, their respective foreman told them that today was a big day and they must not slack off, otherwise they would be fired immediately and not hired. Therefore, to ensure that they didn't lose their jobs, they stood straight, the formations were neat, and the uniform clothing was extremely oppressive. 66 is 36. 10 rows make 306. 10 teams vertically and horizontally make 3,006. 3 square formations, that's the number of workers. At this moment, a young man subconsciously began to count the heads according to the formation, over 10,000. Breaking voice, at the same time the same 4-character phrase popped up in the minds of others, tens of thousands of workers, 10,000 artificial sites. This, are they really going to build a city? Chapter 6:13, The Black Dragon's Power, Everyone's Envy, and Yang Shui's urge. This moment, everyone looked at the workers gathered neatly on the left side of the project site under the control of Shin Tianxi and other Black Dragon personnel, and then looked at the large amount of heavy equipment on the right side. They couldn't remain calm at all. Oh no? What does Qin Jiang want to do? Build a city? Get so many workers, just these workers' wages alone cost over 1,000,000 yuan a day. Add in food, machinery, construction materials, and so on. It costs at least several million a day, and at least 100 to 200 million a month. Can he even afford to pay them? He hired these people with his own money, right? He must have. For a moment, they all looked at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S, the core car of the Black Dragon team, in surprise. Even Mr. Lin and the leaders of the neighboring provinces could not help but look at it with a little surprise. 10,000 people's work, even in the eyes of these big guys, it is very rare that this young boss who has just risen from Songjiang can do such a thing. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, bang, Qin Jiang, dressed in formal attire and with an indifferent expression, walked out surrounded by countless Black Dragon personnel. He glanced at the direction of Huwei group opposite and saw that Mr. Lin and his group had no change in expression. Although Huwei was very secretive, Zhu Zhang had already guessed what he was going to do from his actions in the past 2 days. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang just exchanged a few words and ignored it, and the groundbreaking ceremony went on as usual. That's right. Today's grand spectacle of thousands of people working on the site wasn't a challenge to Tiger Power at all. It was something Black Dragon had always intended to do, and those people had even subconsciously guessed correctly. Build a city. Halong is about to build a city, Songjiang city that never sleeps. Soon, Qin Jiang and others came to the open space of the Black Dragon project under everyone's attention. At this moment, Qin Jiang stood on the steps in the center, with Sijou and Zhu Zhang on both sides. And the 6 big bosses of Black Dragon behind him, Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, Fenglin, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu, and Shin Tianxi. Further back, senior executives including Li Hao, Lunan, Zhang Qi, and Hou Huada on both sides and behind. Thousands of Black Dragon personnel in black formal attire stood upright. Left, tens of thousands of workers line up in an orderly manner. Right, hundreds of engineering equipment parked. No loud gongs and drums, no passion for lion dance. It gave people an indescribable feeling of oppression, and in this atmosphere, Qin Jiang and others in front looked even more domineering and majestic, which was simply beyond description. Ye gulp, gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva is endless. Is this the power of Songjiang's top boss? Isn't that too awesome? Why do I feel that as long as Qin Jiang waves his hand, no matter what is in front of him, it will be flattened? Being surrounded by thousands of people, how cool would it be to be there in person? Why didn't I go to a vocational college in the first place? I know that guy, his name is Zhang Qi. He was originally an ordinary college student, but because he joined Halong early, he drove for Brother Jiang. Now he has become a big boss. Look, he can even stand at the front of the team. As soon as these words were spoken, many young people looked in the direction of Zhang Qi. Relax, this man, who was about the same age as them, was just an ordinary person a year ago, but a year later he had become a big shot who could shake a whole area with just a stomp of his feet. Many more names were read out, although those people were not standing very close to the front. The onlookers still couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It should be clear that anyone who can show his face in such a big scene today may not be a big shot within the Black Dragon, but he is definitely a big shot outside. After graduation, the bosses at their workplaces cannot easily see him. This, how can one not be envious? More than a year, just over a year, 1 year ago, they were just ordinary people, bragging all day long, playing cards, eating braised chicken and having fun for a long time. 1 year later, all those who joined Black Dragon became very successful. The worst earn around 100,000 yuan a year, and the best have become unattainable bosses. However, these people are worrying about what job to find after graduation. Bang! Bang! Many young people clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, regretting that they did not go to vocational college to enter Halongjiang. There were also many young people who stared at those people in the Black Dragon team who brought them in. Look at me. I am the chosen one, joining the Black Dragon to become a leader. I brought dozens of younger brothers home for the new year. If any relative dared to say that I was not distracted from my work, I would slap him in the face. I am the boss. I drive a luxury car home for the new year. I don't know who dares to look down on my family. Wow, Yang Shui's eyes lit up as she watched the grand scene. Although she didn't have the same fantasies as the boys and didn't feel much about such scenes, it didn't mean that she didn't hear the conversations of the people around her. Those standing in the front were already big shots, with money and status. She looked at Zhang Wei. Which row will you be standing in then, Zhang Wei? Yang Shui, you are Mr. Qin's roommate. As long as you join Black Dragon, you will have a bright future and be promoted quickly. I see that Qin Jiang and his 2 companions are in the first row. Impossible. The second row is the first batch of roommates. Doesn't seem possible either. How about the third row? I will be satisfied if you can stand in the third row in the future. It's not too much to ask, Zhang Wei. He looked into the queue. Third row, it was Li Hao, Lu Nan, and others. These people are definitely high-level bosses in Heilong. After all, Zhao Shanhe, Wang Tao and others have long been the controllers of various departments, and each department is now very large. The specific details are implemented by people like Li Hao and Lu Nan, so they have real power in Heilong and have more opportunities to compete for serial numbers or even be ranked. Why was Zhang Wei supposed to be in the third row? He had no place in the fourth or fifth rows, let alone the third. Although he was Qin Zhang's roommate, Qin Jiang had only lived in the dormitory for less than a month. Furthermore, he wasn't good at talking. If he hadn't helped Brother Jiang last time, he suspected that Brother Jiang would have forgotten him. That's it, still not demanding? How high is high? But seeing Yang Shue's expectant eyes, Zhang Wei could only say, Xiaoxue, I'll try my best. It's too early to talk about this now. I won't graduate until next year. Let's talk about it after graduation. Yang Shui, what graduation? If you ask me, you should join Black Dragon now. You can grow up earlier if you join earlier. Don't delay for a year and let someone else take your good position. If you feel you're too weak to fight alone in Black Dragon, I'll join you if you can't. Then, just ask Brother Jiang to assign me a small leader. I'm not picky. I want room to grow. Zhang Wei, Yang Shui seemed to guess Zhang Wei's conflicted state of mind and whispered, look at how conflicted you are. The third row is not okay, and I can accept the fourth row, but I can't go any further. My man, Yang Shui, can't be worse than others. When Zhang Wei heard Yang Shui say that he was her man, he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 6:14. The big guys all gave gifts to Hu Wei, and Black Dragon was outdone. At this time, although Li Hao, Lu Nan, and others have long been accustomed to this kind of attention and envy, they are still feeling turbulent inside. A full emotion. He joined the Black Dragon. Follow Brother Jiang. It will be the best decision of their lives. The leaders of the neighboring provinces looked towards the Black Dragon with their eyes narrowed, and muttered to themselves, is this the Songjiang Black Dragon? He looks so domineering and full of vigor. No wonder Mr. Lin was forced to invite us here. This team is truly extraordinary, having built such a large business at such a young age. This person deserves more attention. They all spoke highly of Qin Jiang. To be fair, Qin Jiang is simply awesome in all aspects. Who can ignore such a person, especially Heilong's several business plans, which made them secretly amazed and called them genius. Night market, milk tea, none of them are original creations of Black Dragon. But only Heilong has made them achieve great results, especially the milk tea business has swept the country. In the past, various milk tea brands were all hiding in small places and developing slowly. Only now has Heilong built up the milk tea empire and attracted capital from all parties into the milk tea brand. Countless milk tea brands have taken advantage of the opportunity to rise to it. Can be said that Qin Jiang is not the founder of the milk tea empire, but he is the founder of the milk tea empire. Without him, it might take a long time for milk tea to develop to its current prosperity. Lin Yu was so angry that she almost exploded, looking at the big bosses who came to congratulate her group, and the Black Dragon group whispering to each other. She felt that the big scene she had worked so hard to create was crushed by Qin Jiang. As well as, she looked at the Tiger Power members behind her, who were looking towards the Black Dragon with fear. Grass, a bunch of losers. She came to Mr. Lin and said, Dad, please think of a solution. Old Master Lin frowned at Lin Yu's anxious expression. Instead of answering, he asked, when will Wang Wei come out? Lin Yu, he was about to be released, but he was detained again on suspicion of harboring firearms. Although Zhang Chong has taken all the blame, he is inevitably implicated. It will take at least a few months. Lin Lao Dad. What should we do next? Qin Jiang across the street is too arrogant. He didn't even come over to say hello when he saw you. Does he understand the rules of the underworld? Mr. Lin, rule, what are the rules of the underworld? Black Dragon, Hu Wei, and even the Lin family are already at odds with each other, and you still point your finger at each other to say hello. What do you have more than others? Old Master Lin didn't say anything. He came here just to boost Hu Wei's morale, so he didn't have much to say. He glanced at the bigwigs from the neighboring provinces. All of a sudden, the bosses understood. A big boss came out and said to Lin Yu with a smile, Fei Shui Group, I wish you a successful foundation laying ceremony for Tianwei building. This is a small gift. It's not a big deal. At the same time as the words fell, one side, several bodyguards came out carrying a jade Buddha. Wow, the crowd of onlookers suddenly became agitated. Although they didn't know what kind of jade it was, the size alone told them it was worth a fortune. It must be a gift worth at least millions. As this big boss came out, the other big bosses also came out and smiled at Lin Yu. The bodyguards handed over the gifts and shouted loudly, the Gao Group wishes the Tianwei building's groundbreaking ceremony a complete success and presents a copy of the Golden Silk Thousand Miles of Rivers and Mountains painting. Your Chong Group wishes the Tianwei building's groundbreaking ceremony a complete success and presents a purebred Tibetan Mastiff as a gift. One by one, the big guys revealed their identities and presented expensive gifts, with values ranging from several million to tens of millions. This scene attracted the attention of all the onlookers and they opened their mouths in surprise. This isn't some internet tycoon novel where hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars are involved. This is reality. Moreover, it was 2011, the economy had not yet fully taken off, and the internet boom was just beginning. Millions. This is an amount that most people cannot earn in their entire lives, let alone giving away millions as a gift, someone lamented. These gifts are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, right? They were received just by holding a groundbreaking ceremony. Hundreds of millions. What a terrifying number. Most listed companies probably can't even make this much in a year, yet Huawei Group received a gift of equal value in such a short period of time. The most important thing is that these gifts are not business income, but are entirely the owned assets and net profits of Huawei Group. Oh my god? This is really eye-opening. I could only see these things at TV auctions before. Is this how rich people live? Millions? That's 100 years' salary I'm giving away just like that. No. I'll take a picture and watch it later. Ordinary people were only amazed at the preciousness of the gift, while the big guys were considering other things. A million in gifts is nothing, but the people who sent the gifts were extraordinary. They didn't recognize them all just now, but now that they all introduced themselves, how could they not guess their identities? Each of them was a boss of the top group in the neighboring province. It was no exaggeration to say that these people could control half of the economy of the neighboring province. Now they all came to congratulate the Huawei Group. In addition, when delivering gifts, people were asked to call out the numbers loudly, which meant that they were definitely not there to join in the fun but to show their support for the Huawei Group. At the same time, it also announced to all forces in Songjiang, the Huawei Group has not collapsed, and that Mr. Lin is powerful. All of a sudden, the Songjiang boss's gaze changed as he looked in the direction of Huawei, and he was no longer as contemptuous as before. A tiger in dire straits cannot be bullied by them. The focus of the whole audience shifted from Black Dragon to Tiger Power. Whether it was the dazzling array of goods or the status of those big guys just now, Tiger Power became even more dazzling. Even the powerful Black Dragon on the opposite side was suppressed. It seemed that the Black Dragon was not as powerful as the Tiger when it came to receiving gifts. These Songjiang bosses were a bit embarrassed. They had just come to join in the fun, and few of them had prepared gifts. Even if they did, they were just ordinary items worth tens of thousands of yuan. Who would have the nerve to take them out in such a situation? That would not be a congratulation, but a slap in the face. Congratulations, please. This, now that I'm here, I feel like I'm slapping Qin Jiang in the face. Even if it's useful, I'll offend Qin Jiang for a moment. I felt very conflicted and stuck. For a while, everyone looked in the direction of the Black Dragon again, and when they saw that no one was giving them gifts, they all looked a little strange. Could it be? Is the Black Dragon just a facade? Unpopular? Can't even compare to the might of the fallen tiger? Will Songjiang's situation change again? For this scene, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and others looked calm. Zhu Zhang, Mr. Lin really invested a lot of money, but it's a pity that relying on outsiders to support him is just superficial. Qin Jiang, the tiger's might is now just a paper tiger. This old man Lin really doesn't want to give up the tiger's might, but he doesn't dare to stand on the stage completely. After all, he has no vitality. Zhu Zhang, I'm old. Although there is nothing wrong with Mr. Lin's cautious approach, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang still look down on it. Nothing else. Who made them young? The two of them didn't care about the show of power that Mr. Lin created. No matter how big the scene was, it was all just bluffing. How awesome you are can never be judged by how many people support you. Swish. Qin Jiang waved his hand, and Zhu Zhang was about to order the groundbreaking ceremony to begin, not bothering to confront him. Right at this moment, the one who brought the great gift to the Black Dragon is here. Chapter 615, Mr. Gu, a dragon sculpture made of 50 million pure gold. Look, someone pointed to the distance and said, another convoy. Everyone couldn't help but look into the distance and saw another convoy coming towards them. There were not many cars in the convoy, only about 7 or 8. In the front row was a limited edition customized Rolls-Royce, followed by 5 or 6 Maseratis. Main at the rear of the convoy followed a mismatched truck. Many big men narrowed their eyes slightly. With their knowledge, they could tell at a glance that the Rolls-Royce was of extraordinary value. It was definitely not something that a simple person could ride in. The car alone was worth tens of millions. What is the identity of the person sitting inside? Boom. The convoy stopped in front of the Black Dragon project site in full view of the public. Bang. The car door opened. Old man Gu walked out slowly with a cane, and Gu Chuan and Gu Xiaodong also came out of the Maserati behind him and quickly stepped forward to support old man Gu. Mr. Gu from Shangjiang Gu City Group. A big boss immediately recognized Mr. Gu's identity, Hong Kong, Gu Group. When the other big guys heard this name, even those who didn't know Mr. Gu looked serious. It's nothing special. A group worth hundreds of billions is worthy of serious consideration. Remember, this was 2011, and groups worth hundreds of billions were rare in mainland China. Speaking of apparent wealth, Mr. Gu is definitely one of the top individuals in mainland China right now. In the current environment of attracting investment, such wealthy Hong Kong businessmen are definitely guests of honor in the mainland. So Mr. Gu is a very important figure, and many bigwigs subconsciously go to say hello to him, not to mention making friends and becoming familiar with each other. It would also be good, so that they can develop in Hong Kong in the future. Wait. A big boss waved his hand. Didn't you see that Mr. Gu was obviously heading for the Black Dragon Group? Let's see what the situation is first. If we go in now, we might get into trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the other big guys also reacted and stood there looking in the direction of Mr. Gu to see what he was going to do. At the same time, some Songjiang bosses had their eyes flickering. As local bosses, they had heard that the Black Dragon Group seemed to have some relationship with Mr. Gu, but they were not sure at all. After all, Mr. Gu and Qin Jiang have not had any substantial communication so far. They just live in the same villa area and seem to have spoken a few times when they met. The crowd was also looking at Mr. Gu. Even if no one recognized Mr. Gu's identity, just looking at the flags of the motorcade, one could tell that he was no ordinary person. Now old Master Gu looked at Qin Jiang with a smile. Last time of the incident of Uncle Long falling from the building changed his opinion of Qin Jiang, but a business veteran like him would naturally not just look at the surface and use his connections to find out the details after returning. Knowing that Uncle Long fell from the building by himself, Qin Jiang is assisting in public security investigations. Everything is traceable and documented, so he thought even more highly of Qin Jiang, who was able to use the opponent's force to nearly kill Hu Wei and beat Long Fei to death. Qin Jiang was a man of excellent intelligence and skills. Such a young man was rare in any era, and since he had a close relationship with his family, how could he not seize him? Xiao Qin, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? Old Master Gu came to Qin Jiang and said with a smile. Qin Jiang remained silent. He was not surprised that Mr. Gu came, as he could naturally see what the other party was thinking, but he had no idea about Gu Chuan at all. But for the sake of his grandfather's face and because Mr. Gu had been friendly from beginning to end, he couldn't hit someone who smiled at him. Seeing Qin Jiang didn't say anything, Gu Xiaodong curled his lips and was about to make a sarcastic remark, but when he saw the expression of Si Jiudeng behind Qin Jiang froze. He subconsciously remembered the various battle records of the other party he had seen a few days ago and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Mr. Gu was not surprised. For ordinary people, being arrogant is a shortcoming, but for people like Qin Jiang, being arrogant is called personality. Snap. Snap, Mr. Gu clapped his hands. Immediately, bodyguards opened the door of the transport vehicle from behind. Wow, in an instant, there was a golden light. It was a dazzling golden light. Inside the back of the truck was a huge, dazzling golden dragon. It was a golden dragon. It was so dazzling in the sunlight that it was almost impossible to open your eyes. The golden dragon was 2 meters long and probably 10 centimeters in diameter. It was carved to look lifelike. Several bodyguards stepped forward and grabbed the base of the dragon, and they couldn't help but let out a low growl. Rise, rise. Trample. 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 He lifted the golden dragon with great difficulty and slowly walked towards Qin Jiang. The scene, everyone watching was stunned. Oh my god? What am I seeing? Is that dragon made of solid gold? Nonsense. Didn't you see those strong men struggling to lift it? It must have weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Even if you remove the solid wood base, it would still weigh several hundred kilograms. Do you have any idea how much a few hundred kilograms of gold costs? That should be gold-plated. The expressions of those big guys changed slightly. In the eyes of these bigwigs, it is impossible for such a big shot as Mr. Gu to be given a gift, just to be gilded. Mr. Gu's family owns a gold shop. Really, the next moment, Gu Xiaodong was seen under the gaze of old man Gu. Although he was reluctant, he could only stretch his neck and shout. Gu Group wishes the Black Dragon groundbreaking ceremony a successful completion and presents a pure gold, 300 kilograms of Jiangchu Tinlong carved ornaments. Lin Yu? All the bosses, onlookers, sigma, surprise face. What, pure gold, 300, Gene, when did the weight of gold become expressed in Gene? Isn't it always expressed in grams? What does 300 kilograms mean? 1 Gene equals 500 grams, 1 gram equals 300 yuan, 300 pounds, 300 and 515, 300 and 515, oh my god? That's a lot of money. Moment, someone calculated the amount of money. This gold is worth 50 million according to the market price. No. I'm talking about the bank's gold price. If you were to calculate it based on the market price, it would be over 50 million. That's it, that doesn't even include the processing fee. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent again. No one was talking anymore. In fact, they didn't know what they were talking about. A golden dragon made of 50 million pure gold? What did that even mean? No idea? They could only stare blankly. Even though the big guys looked slightly stunned, even though they guessed this possibility, they still couldn't remain calm. Unlike the expensive antiques they gave away, although the antiques were very valuable, it was not easy to cash them in. Gold is different, pure hard currency that can be converted into money in any country, any place, and any time. That is, Mr. Gu immediately gave Qin Jiang 50 million as a gift. This is outrageous, a local Songjiang tycoon murmured. No? My net worth is only 50 or 60 million. Is he sending me away with just this one move? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Chapter 616, Meng Family, Sending Helicopters, the third wave of people. Qin Boy. Old Master Gu looked at Qin Jiang and said, your grandfather and I have a lifelong friendship. You wouldn't refuse such a small gift, would you? Haha, Qin Jiang laughed and said, accept it. It would be a waste if you don't accept it, Mr. Gu. Then they saw him clapping his hands, and then everyone witnessed two people dressed as professionals coming to the golden dragon. They used something like a spray to spray the golden dragon, and soon the pure golden dragon turned into a black dragon. Although it was not as golden as before under the sunlight, it was more majestic and looked very domineering at first glance. At the same time, for words appeared under the base frowny face. Black dragon emerges from the river. No. Why did you spray it pure black? Are you worried that the golden color will be too eye-catching and attract people's attention? Are you stupid? Do you think you're just a small family? Are you afraid of being targeted by others? That's right. Hundreds of millions of cash flow into the Black Dragon Group's finance department every month. Who would dare to covet it? Besides, if you really want to be coveted, just give pure black. Why give gold first and then spray it black? It's obviously a high-profile gesture. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would dare to imagine it? Things worth tens of millions are just used as office decorations. TSK. This is the life of the rich. We dare not imagine. The onlookers gradually reacted and started to communicate, their words filled with shock. Damn, Linyu, what the hell is this damned old man Gu trying to do? What is this Qin Zhang to him? Why would he give him such an expensive gift after saving his life? You have to give it to me, but why did you have to choose today? You really want to go against my Huawei group, right? She didn't even consider that it was the Huawei group that was working against the Black Dragon, and some people couldn't see that they were black. Lin Yu murmured, fortunately, it's just Mr. Gu, and he only has 50 million? The gifts I've received, all added up, total over 100 million, which is more than his. She came to Mr. Lin for the second time. Dad, you said. Then someone shouted, look up there, there's a helicopter. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a large helicopter coming towards them. It was very low to the ground and soon everyone could hear the sound of propellers. Boom, boom, boom. After circling over the Heilong open space, the helicopter chose to land in front of the Heilong project site, where a piece of land had been leveled for the ceremony. The helicopter made a loud noise when it landed. Its body, which was several times larger than that of an ordinary helicopter, gave people a great sense of oppression. What's going on? That big shot is coming? He's coming directly by helicopter. This helicopter looks huge, much bigger than the one I saw on the Riverside Street before. It doesn't look cheap, it must be tens of millions, 10 million. A young man pointed at the helicopter with enthusiasm. 10 million can only buy a propeller. Do you know what kind of helicopter this is? Others, of course they don't know, they were just here to watch the fun, so what could they possibly know about helicopters? Besides, who would know about helicopters these days? They didn't come into contact with them on a regular basis, did they? The young man realized that not everyone was a mechanical enthusiast, and he immediately explained how this is Bell, a high-end brand of helicopters, worth over 100 million. It can carry more than 10 passengers and is equipped with a bathroom and an entertainment room. It can reach speeds of over 200 kilometers per hour and has a maximum range of 600 kilometers. It has a standard fuel capacity. He rattled off a bunch of data. The others stopped listening after hearing the price of over 100 million and stared blankly at the helicopter. A car worth over 100 million? Who is sitting inside? How big of a figure is he? Bang! The helicopter door opened. A nimble fat man jumped out from inside. He opened his arms to Qin Zhang with a smile on his face. Surprise. Fuck, Mengyu? Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he looked at the person coming down from the helicopter. The person who came was Mengyu. Cough, cough. An old man followed Mengyu down from the helicopter. Mengyu brought the old man to Qin Zhang and said, this is my brother Zhang. Qin Zhang, the Black Dragon boss, the one with great magical powers, the light of Northern Province. At the same time, he introduced Qin Zhang, brother Zhang, this is my grandfather's housekeeper and also the vice president of Meng Group. Hello, Mr. Qin. The old man smiled at Qin Zhang and said, today is a big day for the Black Dragon Group. Originally, the master wanted to come in person, but the group was really busy and couldn't leave, so he sent me to represent him. He bowed to Qin Zhang and shouted, Meng Group wishes Black Dragon's groundbreaking ceremony a complete success and presents a gift, a helicopter. Mengyu winked at Qin Zhang and pointed at the car behind him. Brother Zhang, this is the new car I got you. What's the point of running on the ground all day? Let's fly directly into the sky from now on. Dragons should fly, Qin Zhang. The moment he saw Mengyu get off the helicopter, he guessed the general situation. Although he did not blame Mengyu, he obviously felt guilty and must have told the matter to Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng also attached great importance to Qin Zhang, so in order to make up for it, he directly bought a helicopter worth hundreds of millions. This moment Qin Zhang couldn't help but sigh at how wealthy these big businessmen were. It could be said that the market value of a family group like the Meng Group was completely different from those of the technology groups and rising star groups. His hundreds of billions of assets are all real, and even after experiencing family chaos, his foundation is still deep. Although it is not as good as the Gu Group, it should not be underestimated. Qin Zhang, okay. He nodded in agreement without refusing. because he knew that Mr. Meng would not be at ease if he did not agree. Meng Yu would also feel uncomfortable inside. Sure enough, when they saw him nod, both Butler Meng and Meng Yuchuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The crowd outside was completely speechless, so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Come again, another gift, a helicopter worth hundreds of millions of dollars as a gift? When did money become so cheap? This is too fucking fantastical. Now, those big guys also look serious. If the big bosses from the neighboring province coming to give gifts to Huey really showed their full support, then now the attitudes shown by both the Gu group and the Meng group cannot be described as full support. They are simply old friends and allies, otherwise, even if they were rich, they would not give such a precious gift. Many bigwigs from neighboring provinces secretly complained, feeling that it was a bit unwise for them to come and support Huey. Lin Yu, Sigma, Old Master Lin also frowned slightly. Gu and Meng, this Qin Jiang is quite good at making connections. With the strong support of these two companies, his future business prospects are already very high. This kid really has the image of a business dragon. Lin Yu came to Grandpa Lin for the third time, and asked again with a bit of doubt, Dad. She couldn't help but look into the distance as soon as she said a word. After all, at the beginning, whenever she called Dad, people would come to cheer Qin Jiang up, which made her a little doubtful about herself. Fortunately, no one came this time. Father, look again, no one has come yet. Call, Father, boom, here comes the team again, a unique team. Chapter 617 Leaders come, present plaques. Lin Yu was sad and angry this time. The convoy wasn't large, nor was it a fleet of luxury cars. It was just a few ordinary cars mixed with a minibus. However, this minibus made everyone look startled. A coaster. How many people in Songjiang and even in the northern province can ride on this minibus and be escorted by convoys in front and behind? The convoy stopped in front of the Heilong open space under the gaze of everyone. The door of the minibus opened and several middle-aged men got out. In there was a familiar face, Wang Feng. Even though Wang Feng could only stand at the edge of the group, it was clear from the status of the others that the middle-aged men, led by Wang Feng, walked directly to Qin Jiang. Wang Feng introduced him. He is the founder of the Black Dragon Group and the leading young entrepreneur in the three northern provinces, Qin Jiang. At the same time, to Qin Jiang, these are the provincial leaders. Swish. Qin Jiang looked at the few people with his eyes narrowed slightly. These people were familiar faces in some programs of Northern Province TV station. They were the ones who could truly control the lifeblood of Northern Province. Several leaders smiled and said, You're truly young and capable. If all Northern Province youth were like you, Northern Province's economy would have taken off long ago. Young man, you are enterprising. Work hard and be bold. If you need anything, please let us know. The Northern Province will do its best to support you. The future belongs to you young people. As long as you follow the right path, you won't go wrong. Their words were not just compliments, but they truly admired Black Dragon. They even mentioned the Black Dragon Group more than once in certain meetings of senior leaders. The current environment requires attracting investment, developing the local economy and increasing GDP in order to stand out. Is it easy to attract investment? It's not easy. Especially given the geographical location of the three northern provinces, large companies simply won't relocate their headquarters there. At most, they'll establish branches or factories. Even if the GDP can be increased, it will be difficult for the northern province to stand out. At this time, local enterprises become very important. If the northern province had its own top-notch enterprises, or even Fortune 500 companies, then the effect will be to attract several times more investment, enhance the local reputation and be a major achievement. Therefore, the top leaders have already selected some promising local enterprises to support. The Black Dragon is inside. In addition, the kidnapping of Qin Jiang's sister also had an impact on attracting investment. After hearing that Heilong was going to hold a groundbreaking ceremony, the top leader decided to send people to support it. First, set the tone for attracting investment. This is the general policy and no one can interfere with it. Second, send a signal to all businessmen that Northern Province attaches great importance to business development. Third, the higher-ups recognize Heilong as a company and believe in its potential for future development. Qin Jiang, thank you, leaders. Heilong's current achievements are largely due to the support of Northern Province. Northern Province. It is the root of Heilong. It is under the leadership of these leaders that Heilong has achieved its current development. I will definitely visit a few leaders if I get a chance, but I'm afraid they might find me annoying. Qin Jiang looked at the leaders smiling at each other and acting with ease. This scene made Wang Feng breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Qin Jiang would only show his domineering side to these leaders and start arguing with them crazily, then a good thing might turn into a bad thing. Now it seems that he underestimated Qin Jiang. Although this boy was domineering, he was mature and could see through the essence of things. He knew what to say to whom in order to maximize his benefits. It sounds like nothing, but not many people of Qin Jiang's age can actually do it. Sure enough, several leaders smiled even more after chatting with Qin Jiang. He was different from the young entrepreneurs they had met before. Some were very arrogant and perfunctory, while others were very humble and spoke cautiously. Qin Jiang was the only one who could remain neither humble nor arrogant and act like a spring breeze. It was more sensory. Soon, several leaders exchanged a few simple greetings and then left. With their status, they could not stay for too long. Sometimes they came just to express their stance. Before leaving, they asked Wang Feng to stay as a representative. They also did not forget to have a few brief exchanges with Mr. Hu and Butler Meng, but they did not even look at or greet Mr. Lin and the other bigwigs from neighboring provinces. Mr. Lin, the leaders naturally wouldn't meet with those whose identities were extremely sensitive. As for those bigwigs from neighboring provinces, they were all local entrepreneurs from those provinces. The three northern provinces were still in a strategic cooperation state, so it was not easy for them to poach each other's talents, not to mention that they probably couldn't poach them. Finally, they took down a big leader's inscription from the car. Outstanding young entrepreneurs. Boom, Coaster turns around and leaves here. It took only a few minutes from the time he appeared to the time he left. Everyone was a little slow to react and some even subconsciously thought it was an illusion. However, the plaque of outstanding young entrepreneurs erected next to Qin Jiang and Wang Feng standing there reminded everyone that everything that had just happened was real. The crowd of onlookers did not cause any commotion. After all, to them, the arrival of these leaders did not have much impact. Instead, it was less impactful than Mr. Gu's King Long and the helicopters worth hundreds of millions given by the Meng family, but it is completely different for those big guys. They know that these leaders will not do anything without a purpose. Since they can come, it means that the higher-ups are optimistic about Black Dragon and have no plans to target him. Instead, completely indifferent and contemptuous of Hu Wei. This attitude reveals a lot of things, which these bigwigs cannot help but pay attention to and be surprised by. What's Black Dragon's background? Why are so many bigwigs supporting him at the groundbreaking ceremony? There was such a big commotion a few days ago, and Old Man Long even fell from the building, but he was completely unharmed. Could there be some hidden secret behind that incident? Otherwise, why would the security leaders attend the Black Dragon groundbreaking ceremony at this critical moment? Who was behind him? They did not know the truth of the matter. The public security was still handling the Longfei group case. It was only because of Mr. Gu's wide network of contacts that he was able to get some important information. Therefore, in the eyes of these big guys, the scene just now meant that Qin Jiang had a big boss behind him and was unfathomable. This pure sitting dragon, no wonder Hu Wei was defeated so miserably. Now it seems that even if Mr. Lin takes action, it may not be possible. Grass, Lin Yu slapped her lips. Am I really such a bad mouth? Whatever I fear will come true. What are these leaders trying to do? Why would they support him? Who is behind him? Father. She looked into the distance and found that no one was coming. She didn't dare to continue calling Dad and said, "Oh, what should I do, Mr. Lin? Hey, who is this? I'm your father. How could I have a daughter like you? Do you really think you're blessed with a mouth? Can you attract people just by talking? You're just stupid." He didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Yu, looked at Qin Jiang with a complicated look, and then strode directly towards him. Chapter 618, Don't Give Mr. Lin Face, the name of the city that never sleeps. North is seen once again. It attracted all attention. Dad. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly shouted twice and asked the bodyguards to catch up quickly, fearing a conflict. In her eyes, Qin Jiang was an extremely ruthless person. He even dared to throw Old Man Long off the building in the street. If anything happened to her father, Hu Wei would not be able to restore his glory in Songjiang, and he would probably die. Old Master Lin waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. It's someone else's big day, so we have to congratulate them if we happen to meet them. Lin Yu, but Lin Laoer, Dad. Mr. Lin ignored their shouting and directed Qin Jiang to go. Wow, many bodyguards quickly stepped forward to catch up with Mr. Lin, and Mr. Lin also rushed forward. Swish. Swish, the Black Dragon personnel stopped Mr. Lin with a cold look in their eyes. Stand back. Stand back. Lin Laoer, who are you two with? Do you know who my father is? It would be fine if Qin Jiang didn't come to pay his respects, but you dare to stop my father from coming in person. Mr. Lin, shut up. He looked towards Qin Jiang and bowed. The Lin group is here to pay a visit to the Black Dragon group. Bang, Zhu Zhang waved his folding fan. Swish. The Black Dragon personnel made way. Old Master Lin strode over and looked closely at the indifferent Qin Jiang in front of him, the smiling Zhu Zhang, the extremely powerful Sizhou, and Wang Tao, Jia Shanhe, Bai Lu, and others behind him. His eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. He seemed to see his younger self and his old brothers. No. This team was more complete, more energetic, and in peak condition than his original team. Unfortunately, there are only a few of his old brothers left, and he subsequently developed according to the family system. Even the old brothers who survived have mostly retreated to the second line. He didn't think it was a big deal before, but looking at Qin Jiang and his brothers, he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. Was my original choice really wrong? Also mixed in society. I don't know how much hardship I went through when I became as successful as Qin Jiang. I don't know how many old brothers I watched die or retire from the world. But Qin Jiang has not suffered any losses so far, not to mention the old brothers around him. Even his brothers under him have not suffered any losses. It's just fucking outrageous. Even a veteran like Mr. Lin has such emotion, so how can other people in the martial arts world be emotionless? Zhanghu, in the eyes of those big guys, it's all about fighting and killing. At least that's how it is in the initial stage of the rise. If you don't get promoted and make a name for yourself, no one will play tricks on you. This is almost becoming a consensus in the industry, but everything changed in Heilong. Qin Jiang led his brotherhood to conquer Songjiang and Bei province in just 2 years, and suppressed all the major underworld forces. The old brothers of the Qin family also grew up to become big bosses in Songjiang, but such a force has not experienced any personnel losses since its rise, Old Master Lin said to Qin Jiang. I've heard there's a black dragon in Songjiang. Seeing it today is truly extraordinary. I see that you have the appearance of a dragon. In the future, when you encounter wind and clouds, you will transform into a dragon. Your achievements will be limitless. Qin Jiang, you are right. Mr. Lin, Lin Laoer, Lin Yu, others, no? Anyone can tell that Mr. Lin is being polite. Shouldn't you be humble? Just agree? Haha, Old Master Lin laughed loudly and said, when Mr. Qin becomes successful in the future, don't forget my congratulations today, Qin Jiang. What does this have to do with you? Mr. Lin, Lin Laoer, you, Zhu Zhang, what do you mean? Black Dragon doesn't welcome you in this land. And you? Get out, the two of them didn't give Mr. Lin any respect at all, nonsense. Black Dragon, Tiger Power, and the Lin family have long been mortal enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. So why bother pretending to be polite? A head-on confrontation would be more satisfying. At the same time, it can also give the brothers below a little more power. Sure enough, after hearing their own brothers Jiang and Zhang criticize the Lin family for not giving them any face, all the Black Dragon members became even more excited, and each of them felt their backs straighten much more. Looking at Mr. Lin and the others across from him, they shouted, retreat, retreat. The loud shouts made Lin Laoer and Lin Yu look extremely ugly, and the Hu Wei brothers in the back looked even more panicked. They were already lacking in confidence when facing the Black Dragon's men, and now they finally had Grandpa Lin to support them, but now Grandpa Lin was attacked by the Black Dragon again. How could they not panic? Those big guys were extremely surprised to see that Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang did not give Mr. Lin any face at all. It's important to understand that this is a formal occasion. Under such circumstances, Mr. Lin's initiative to show goodwill should be treated with respect, but Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang didn't play by the rules at all. Instead, they did the exact opposite. I don't understand, it shouldn't be. When Mr. Lin heard what Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang said, his expression turned slightly grim, and he looked at them with a serious look. He did not come here to show goodwill for no reason but with a sense of justice. In this case, Qin Jiang only needed to reply with a few simple words to create a sense of equality between the two parties. So the fear of the Hu Wei brothers towards the Black Dragon will help them to resolve their emotions. If Qin Jiang's Wen Lao could be more friendly to him, an old veteran in the martial arts world, the situation might even be reversed. The Hu Wei brothers directly believed that even Qin Jiang had to respect Mr. Lin, and they had their support and were fearless, but unexpectedly. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang didn't care about the rules of the underworld, nor did they care about respecting their elders and chose to confront them head-on, or just beat him to death without mercy. General, a total general, even if Old Master Lin's departure now seemed like a sign of fear and loss of face for Qin Jiang, and if he chose to confront Qin Jiang, even if he was dragged into the water by Qin Jiang and could no longer act as a superior, it would only give the other party a bit of prestige. As for starting a war? Putting aside the fact that Black Dragon had a full complement of personnel today, who would dare to act presumptuously with Wang Feng still nearby, dilemma, Old Master Lin glanced at a big boss from a neighboring province behind him. The big boss from the neighboring province reacted and stood up and shouted, the time has come. We can't miss the auspicious time for the groundbreaking ceremony. Old Master Lin, you still have to preside over the Tiger Power groundbreaking ceremony. After hearing this, Mr. Lin took advantage of the situation to back off without even looking at Qin Jiang and turned back to the Hu Wei land area. Although he had an excuse to back off, he still lost some face. Soon the foundation-laying ceremony of Hu Wei was held, but everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the Black Dragon, and the big guys were no exception. They were surprised by Qin Jiang's domineering attitude, but at the same time, they were more curious about what the other party was going to do with this project. See you. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Laying the foundation, the ceremony was not complicated and consisted of laying the cornerstone, laying the red cloth, and several important figures filling the soil. The ceremony was over in just over 10 minutes, but everyone was still concentrating on looking in the direction of the Black Dragon. Just because there was a large bluestone slab covered with a red cloth, how could people not guess the name of the project engraved on the stone? And they might very well know what Project Black Dragon was going to do through the font on the bluestone slab of the next moment. Under everyone's gaze, Siyu Qin Jiang pulled back the red cloth, and two large characters appeared on the bluestone slab in everyone's sight. Frowny face north, Chapter 619 Entertainment City? Everyone speculates, Yizhe, Nike picked it up the north. Everyone was stunned when they saw the two big words on the bluestone slab. They really didn't understand what they meant. What's going on? The north? Is that the name of the project? What exactly does the project do? It doesn't sound like the name of a neighborhood, but more like a place name. Does that bluestone slab look like the kind of plaques on ancient city gates? He's not really planning to build a city, is he? For a moment, countless people looked at the bluestone slab and the two words on it and fell into deep thought, becoming even more confused. The north. Old Master Lin looked at the two words and muttered, what on earth is he planning to build? A massive artificial land. Such a large scale, the northern border? A city? Building a city? An entertainment city? Is Songjiang really lacking a large-scale entertainment city? If we really wanted to build one, it would be a multi-million-dollar project. Mr. Gu, looks like they really want an entertainment city? Given Songjiang's situation, it's certainly a good project. Gu Chuan, is it really just an entertainment city? This moment, many people couldn't help but guess that it was the entertainment city. Due to soil quality problems, this land cannot be used to build super high-rise buildings, but the entertainment city was barely built. Songjiang is also lacking in entertainment venues. The old entertainment venues were relatively simple and had outdated facilities, leaving them in a semi-abandoned state. If a large-scale integrated entertainment venue were to be built, there would be no shortage of tourists. According to the overall situation, a turnover of 100 to 200 million yuan a year will not be a big problem. Project, absolutely great project, but compared to those ordinary onlookers, many bigwigs couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Billion-level project, is it big? It's huge. Even for today's large corporations, it's the ultimate mega project, the core of the core, but their expectations for Black Dragon were too high. Black Dragon, who had built a billion-dollar project, was actually planning to build a billion-dollar entertainment city? This was just a little off. Of course, many big guys were disappointed but smiled on the surface. Songjiang big guys came forward to congratulate. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for the successful launch and foundation laying of his large-scale project. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for launching a billion-dollar project, the entertainment city. It's truly the big project Songjiang has been missing. Boss Qin is truly a role model for businessmen of my generation. With the establishment of the entertainment city, people in Songjiang and even the northern provinces now have another place to visit. It's all a public welfare project. While congratulating him, they asked in conversation whether Halum's project was actually a casino. Qin Jiang could naturally hear this but did not respond. He just exchanged a few simple words with the local boss. It's normal that these big guys can't figure out what project he is going to do. He is going to do the city that never sleeps project. The Tang Dynasty city that never sleeps, a benchmark for the South and later generations, had just been put into. Yuzhen had not become very popular. Moreover, it is a government project. Many people currently are not optimistic about the city's ability to attract money, nor do they know whether the city will be able to reach a peak of 600,000 tourists in the future, nor can they guess how much tourism traffic it can bring to the local city of the north. Qin Jiang named the Songjiang Never Sleeping City project, which is, as the name suggests, Northern Never Sleeping City. Qin Jiang, God-given. Shen Tianxi, here. Qin Jiang, from now on, you will be fully responsible for the construction site project. The finance department and the transportation department will assist you. If you have any difficulties, please report them directly to me. I have only one request. I want to see the northern city standing on Songjiang before the new year. Years ago, only about 3 months left. Is it difficult? Very big, but with unlimited resources and unlimited money supply, what else could he complain about? Besides, why would Brother Jiang be personally in charge of such a simple project? Shen Tianxi patted his chest and shouted, "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I guarantee that northern border city will stand tall on Songjiang before the end of the year. Otherwise, I'll give up my position in the engineering department." Snap. Snap, Qin Jiang patted his shoulder and said, "No need to issue a military order. I trust you." Shen Tianxi's eyes became more determined. 10 minutes later, Qin Jiang did not linger here any longer. Surrounded by countless Black Dragon personnel and with the congratulations of those big guys, he left in a luxurious convoy, with a helicopter circling overhead. Qin Jiang left. Naturally, there was no need for Mr. Gu and those Songjiang bosses to stay, but the bosses gave orders, always keep an eye on the Northern Territory project. Qin Jiang never plays by the rules. Even if it's an entertainment city, he might come up with something new. I just heard him say it seems like it will be completed before the new year, so keep an eye on it. Entertainment City, Northern Entertainment City? Why do I always feel like something is wrong? In the CAR.MR. Gu, Xiaochuan, do you think he wants to build an entertainment city? Gu Chuan, it's hard to be sure. The entertainment city is a good project, but it's not a particularly good one. The Black Dragon Group didn't start out as one of those famous entertainment cities, nor is it a major international brand. Naturally, it has less ability to attract tourists. Plus, Songjiang isn't a tourist city, so the daily visitor cap is a bit rigid. Even if it's done well, it's just a project worth hundreds of millions of yuan. For a company like Heilong, which is experiencing such rapid growth, this shouldn't be done. Honestly, it's not much better than a shopping mall, and it's not much of a deal for a company like Heilong, which doesn't need to transform at all. Old Master Gu also nodded and agreed with this. He had already somewhat rejected the entertainment city project. He analyzed from Qin Jiang's rise that the other party would most likely not build an entertainment city, but he didn't know what it was specifically about. It makes him even more curious about Qin Jiang. Think of this, he didn't hesitate to pick up the phone and dial Brother Qin. "It's me. I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to visit you. I happen to have some free time tonight, so why don't we have dinner together?" "Okay. I'll bring some wine and food then." "Okay. Brother Qin, let's meet at 7 p.m. Bang, hang up the phone. Old Master Gu looked at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, why are you looking at me? I'm not going. Old Master Gu clutched his chest and said, my heart aches. Oh. You can't even fulfill this one wish of mine. You won't even accompany me for a meal. What's the point of me living? Open the car door and throw it into the river. This way, one of you can inherit the family fortune, and the other can stop listening to an old man like me nagging you. It's all over. Gu Chuan is Gu Xiaodong. Old Master Lin did not stay long, although he failed to suppress Qin Zheng today and instead made him even more arrogant. Fortunately, his appearance also made those forces in Song Jiang dare not underestimate him. With the big boss from the neighboring province standing behind him, Hui's only enemy was Black Dragon, so he would not be pushed down by everyone when the wall fell. Periphery, inside a BMW, Yize looked at the bluestone slab in disbelief. Northern Territory. Is he also going to build an ice and snow entertainment city? No way. He's going to defeat me again. Brush. He subconsciously took out his phone. Secretary, did you throw away my Nike family uniforms? What? Really threw them away? Pick them up. Chapter 620, the excitement of the old brothers and the blueprint planning of the city that never sleeps. Let's go. Seeing that the main boss, Qin Zhang, and old man Lin had already left, the other bosses felt no need to stay. Today was all about witnessing just how awesome Qin Zhang was, and they needed to go back and digest it. Soon they left in their own cars. Lin Yu's face was grim. Damn it. Why do I always feel like these people don't take me seriously? Although the boss from the neighboring province came to congratulate her group, he never looked at her straight in the eye. When he left, no one greeted her. He acted as if he was only looking out for old man Lin. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Why? Is it because I'm a woman? I also played a role in building the foundation of Hui? Hui's decline is like this. It's unreasonable. She didn't know that the big boss from the neighboring province didn't just look down on Hui, but simply looked down on her, Lin Yu. Her best ability is to be a good wife in the early stages of tiger power, otherwise she is dispensable. Her greatest strength is her identity as the daughter of the Lin family. Without this identity, she can only be said to be nothing. After a moment, Lin Yu didn't want to stay here any longer. She always felt that the onlookers were pointing fingers at her, so she directly ordered Tianhu, you will be in charge of the construction site project from now on. Report to me if there is anything. She left without waiting for Tianhu's answer. She knew that Tianhu would not give her face either. Bang, after getting in the car, she stepped on the accelerator and took out her cell phone to make a call. Where are you? Come to the villa immediately. Yes. The villa, I feel empty. I need to be valued. In a hotel. San Yang looked at Lubo. Something, Lubo, well, it's a little urgent. Let's make an appointment tomorrow. Don't worry. Lubo, will take your money and guarantee that I'll get it done. I can't guarantee anything else. When it comes to paying a large sum of money to have a child, I, Lubo, am the absolute authority. San Yang, but how long does this take? Lubo, 10 days. The last 10 days. If you still can't get pregnant, I'll give you double the refund. Sanyang, you don't have to give me a double refund, but you have to stay with me for 3 months for free and be available whenever I call. Lubo, no problem. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Riverside. After watching Qin Jiang and others leave, Shen Tianxi looked at his old brothers such as Lunan, Chen Kai, and Su Quan. He said loudly, brothers. The battle for the engineering department and for the brothers of Lianhua Township has begun. This will be the most important battle. Only by winning can we gain a firm foothold in Songjiang. Otherwise, ask yourself if you have the nerve to continue. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of old brothers such as Lunan and Chen Kai became solemn. These old brothers from Lianhua Township have enjoyed extremely favorable treatment since they joined Black Dragon. A single separate promotion system. In a short period of time, the position has been equal to that of the veterans who have worked in Heilong for a year. Everyone knows the 2 major factions in the Heilong system: Vocational College Department, Lotus Series. Could one faction truly stand on equal footing with the other? And how much merit had they rendered to Black Dragon? Nothing, at least nothing major. The milk tea and night market existed before they arrived. The renovation work was also done for the milk tea brand under the management department. Their status was mainly established by Qin Zhang's promotion and the respect given by old brothers like Wang Tao, but they couldn't just rely on others' face to survive. Face is not given? It is earned. There was no chance before, now is the chance. Songjiang City that never sleeps, northern border. This was the engineering department's first independent, large-scale project. Given their status, they naturally understood how crucial this project was to Black Dragon. As long as they could successfully or even exceed the targets, they would have a firm foothold in Black Dragon. Everyone had to show their respect. Thinking of this, they looked at Shen Tianxi and expressed their opinions. Brother Tianxi, don't worry. I have to do my best for Lao Kai even if I don't eat or sleep, otherwise I will let Brother Jiang down. I can't let Brother Jiang down, just do it. Shen Tianxi, okay. Starting today, the senior management will work in 2 shifts and monitor the construction site 24 hours a day. The machines are working 24 hours a day, even if the workers are resting, the machines are still working. Light up the dragon lanterns for me on the construction site. I promise you all, Shintiansi, will not leave the construction site until the Northern Territory project is fully implemented. City that never sleeps. From now on. Eternal daylight. His eyes were full of determination. The city that never sleeps will be completed within 3 months. It seems like 3 months. But in fact, there are only 2 months left before the first snowfall in northeast China, which means that the main structure must be completed within 2 months, leaving 1 month for the interior construction. Disaster, very difficult, but he dared to issue the military order after careful consideration. The biggest advantage of the construction of the City That Never Sleeps project is that there is no need to worry about disturbing residents, noise and other problems, and there are no residential areas within a radius of 10 miles. Tread, Shintiansi shouted loudly without any nonsense, start. Tens of thousands of workers subconsciously followed suit and shouted, let's get started, let's get started. Under the command of Lu Nan and others and led by their respective foremen, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. It was obvious that after many drills, it could be seen that Shintiansi and other old brothers from Lianhua Township attached great importance to the project. Opposite, there are a lot of disturbances at the Huawei Group project site. Although there is no problem at Tianhu Town, it is a bit difficult to manage the project site. Now Zhang Wei and others watched as the 2 groups of bosses left, leaving only the bustling construction site. They couldn't help but come back to their senses. Today is truly an eye-opener. Is this the world of the rich? Gifts are worth millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. When will the number 100 million appear on a gift list? The Black Dragon is so majestic, Qin Jiang is so domineering and handsome. The tens of thousands of followers standing behind him are so impressive. We're both 21 years old, but she can chat and laugh with big bosses and easily receive gifts worth hundreds of millions. On my birthday, I have to scrape together money to buy a cake, and then get scolded by the dorm manager when I get home at night? Ordinary people don't know who wins and who loses in the games between the big guys today. What they see more are scenes that subvert their worldview. They are 3 times more shocking than what is shown on TV. Millions of jewelry, tens of millions of golden dragons, billions of planes, congratulations from the leader. Things that are out of reach for ordinary people are just gifts given to each other by the upper echelons. This, a corner of the heavenly palace. Yang Shui's eyes flickered slightly. The Black Dragon Group seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I wonder if Zhang Wei, a potential stock, can make it in the Black Dragon Group. He must be able to. He must be able to make it even if he can't. If he can't make it, I'll smear him to death. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Zhang Wei's arm, causing Zhang Wei to look a bit more excited. Black Dragon Team, Qin Jiang is writing a few words on the project book for the City That Never Sleeps, setting the tone and blueprint for its future development. Frowny face, icebound, Ming Dynasty, ancient city, embroidered uniform guard, flying fish clothes, embroidered spring blade, horse-faced skirt, phoenix crown and bridal veil. Enlightenment in Dragon Field, interaction between past and present, eternal daylight. And a sentence, youth has no price, the north is just under your feet. Chapter 621, the City That Never Sleeps. Profits, commissions, performances, and accommodation. Now Zhu Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the various words written by his brother Jiang on the project book. In an instant he understood the meaning of many words, but at the same time there were many that he did not understand. Bang. After Qin Jiang puts pen to paper, Zhu Zhang Dao, brother Jiang, these, Songjiang City That Never Sleeps has always been an important large-scale project proposed by Qin Jiang for the future development of Heilongjiang. In fact, no one knows what the end point of this project is, even Zhu Zhang only knows a little about it. After all, there is currently nothing to learn from the City That Never Sleeps. Qin Jiang was not surprised at all by this point. 2011, the Tang Dynasty City That Never Sleeps, which later became famous far and wide, was only in its initial stages of development. Although the name of the Tang Dynasty City That Never Sleeps had been decided and it was open for business, it had not yet made any waves. It would take several more years for it to become truly popular and to reach a large scale. Therefore, the Tang Dynasty City That Never Sleeps project was not well known even near the Western market, let alone the 3 northern provinces. The City That Never Sleeps. In the eyes of many people today, the name alone doesn't make much of a difference between it and an entertainment city. Qin Jiang pointed at the words in the project document and said, Songjiang City That Never Sleeps. This isn't some casino. It's a real city. It will be built entirely in accordance with Ming Dynasty architecture, combining the characteristics of northeast China's ice and snow and the imperial city of the Ming Dynasty during the Little Ice Age. Inside this city, visitors can wear Ming Dynasty costumes such as flying fish clothes, embroidered spring swords, horse-faced skirts, phoenix crowns and cloaks, to enhance the visitor experience. Various commercial streets and specialty snacks can be built indoors. Various ancient interactive entertainment projects can also be created in the commercial streets, using famous Ming Dynasty figures as backgrounds: Yu Qian, Wang Yangming, Zhang Zhuzhen, Su Xiaoke, Li Shizhen, Tang Bowu, Zheng Yi, Qi Jiguang. Here, visitors can take photos and check in as much as they want, experiencing the interaction with the ancients. It doesn't have to be too serious, it's mainly for fun. You can also incorporate some fun activities like the Tumbler Lady, feeding the imprisoned Xie Jin, and historical trivia. Qin Jiang kept recounting his plans for Songjiang's never-sleeping city, leaving Zhu Zhang stunned. He was incredibly intelligent, but many things had their limitations. This kind of impact from the future was hard to grasp all at once, but Qin Jiang's words were incredibly powerful. He even felt an inexplicable yearning for that kind of reality. A city that could travel back in time, how on earth did our brother Jiang come up with this? Moreover, this situation was not something that brother Jiang came up with recently, but brother Jiang had already had such a plan at the beginning of his rise. Brother Jiang had been preparing for this for so long. Of course. Qin Jiang said, these overall plans cannot be completed in one go. We need to proceed step by step. Zhu Zhang, then how can we make a profit? Charging admission? A city building this large would require over $1 billion in initial investment, so what's a reasonable price to charge? Qin Jiang, no admission fee. Qin Jiang is very clear that free is the most expensive. It is difficult to gain popularity by charging, while free can bring popularity faster and bring in far more than 10 times the traffic. It means having money. With the increase in traffic, even if the average consumption per person is only a few dozen yuan, the total amount will be astronomical. Zhu Zhang, no charge? Qin Jiang, yes. Zhu Zhang, are you still relying on commissions from the night market model? Relying on average spending to make a profit? How many people do you need to make a profit? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? A daily average of 100,000 visitors? Is that really achievable? 100,000, Qin Jiang smiled contemptuously, knowing that in the future, the city that never sleeps could have an average daily traffic of 600,000 people. Although the current tourism industry is not as developed as it was 10 years ago, and many things are simply unattainable, it is impossible for Songjiang city that never sleeps, northern border, to reach such a high flow of people. But 200,000, Qin Jiang is a little confident, and who says you can only make money by taking commission from sales. Although Songjiang city that never sleeps does not have the information development and economic development advantages of the Tang dynasty city that never sleeps, it also has some advantages of its own, and they are purely profitable advantages. Xinjiang, the profit of never sleeping city mainly comes from several parts. One part is the commission from store sales that you mentioned, the second part can be situational dramas, the eternal love of the Ming dynasty, the imperial guards, etc., to make money by collecting ticket sales. The third and most important part, accommodation. Brush. Xinjiang drew a circle around the edge of the project site. We've acquired 4 plots of land, and the combined area is quite large. Building an entire city would be a bit wasteful and unnecessary. So, in addition to a few main streets, we can intersperse them with BNBS. These BNBS will be managed by the Black Dragon Group. The accommodation fees alone will be astronomical. We can also provide various morning programs for residents of the ancient city, which will also boost consumption throughout the city. At the same time, we can also improve the accommodations by creating some unique courtyards. These courtyards can be named after famous Ming dynasty mansions and priced like presidential suites. Rich people will always have enough, these are not counting the profits from advertising, peripherals, etc. Zhu Zhang? As he listened to his brother Jiang talking about various ways to make money, his eyes became brighter and brighter. You won't know until you hear it, and you'll be shocked when you hear it. If it really becomes like they are making money, then it is simply robbing money. Is it really that outrageous? This plan is too awesome. A long time Zhu Zhang looked at Qin Jiang and said, great. Really great. Brother Jiang. You are a business genius. I am now completely confident in this project. It will definitely succeed. Zhang Qi, who was driving in front, had a slightly unsteady hand. It was the first time he had heard the detailed plan for Songjiang city that never sleeps. But precisely because it was his first time hearing it, he was stunned by the situation. Everything Brother Jiang said just now was eye-opening for him. Listening to Brother Jiang's words was worth more than reading for 10 years. The two of them looked shocked. Qin Jiang was not surprised at all. Nonsense, this is a project that combines the 3 most popular places in later generations, the Tang dynasty city that never sleeps, Lijiang, and Wuzhen. Qin Jiang also incorporates the unique ice and snow characteristics of the East into it. If you can't do this, there's no point in trying. Wait for the two of them to digest it for a long time, Qin Jiang continued. I'm talking about the plan. It will take time for the city that never sleeps to reach this point. This year's goal is to set up the team, make the main streets more prosperous, and build half of the residential areas. The rest can be completed slowly. This year's main task is to lay the groundwork, and next year will be the year of takeoff. By then, profit will only be one aspect. Bringing in hundreds of thousands, or even millions of tourists, will create a positive impression on Songjiang's economy. The Black Dragon Group's status will continue to rise, and you and I will be gilded with a layer of gold. A glimmer of light also flashed in Zhu Zhang's eyes. Yes, Qin Jiang didn't even realize that Songjiang Never Sleeps City had become even more popular than he had anticipated. Chapter 622, Bai Lu comes to the family banquet, and 1.5 billion investment? Not enough. 10 times, that night, in the Creek Villa. A family dinner was held by the Qin family and the Gu family. When Xu Zheng learned about this family dinner, he sent a message to Bai Lu in advance, just 2 words: come quickly. Therefore, when the Qin and Gu families just sat down, Bai Lu pushed the door open and came in from outside the villa. Swish. 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 Mr. Gu, Mr. Qin, and the others all looked at Bai Lu. Bai Lu also looked at the people in the room, especially Gu Chuan, who was arranged to sit next to Qin Zhang. His eyes narrowed slightly and his fists clenched inexplicably. Gu Chuan, it's this woman again. The other person appeared in front of Brother Jiang a little more frequently, which made her feel awkward for some reason, and unlike Lu Ruyan and Su Yuning, this woman is beautiful, capable, and has a good family background. She seems to have some connection to the Qin family. She's not stupid. Can she see that today's banquet obviously has a purpose? No wonder Brother Zhang would send himself a message in advance. For a moment, I felt a little wronged, but I didn't know why. Who is she? She's just the financial director of the Black Dragon Group. Who Zhang Gu eats with has nothing to do with her. Zhu Zhang waved his hand. Bai Lu. You came just in time. We are having dinner. Let's go together. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and ignored everyone's gaze as she walked to the seat between Qin Zhang and Gu Chuan at the table. However, since everyone was already seated, there was no vacant seat. What are you looking at? Bai Lu looked at Gu Chuan's arrogant aura and immediately felt the desire to fight. The gangster-like image that was almost gone from her body reappeared. She patted Gu Chuan's shoulder nonchalantly and said, "Didn't you see there were more people? Your butt is so big, move over a little." Gu Chuan, stunned, everyone else at the table was stunned. Anyone can see that something is wrong. It seems like Bai Lu was trying to assert her sovereignty. Old Master Qin was a little confused. No? Isn't this woman one of Xiao Zhang's men? Why does it seem like there's something wrong with their relationship? Could this family dinner be a mistake? Old Master Gu, Bai Lu. From the Bai family, it seems that she really likes Qin Zhang. Which girl wouldn't like the aura of this boy, the Bai family? No way. We can't give in to anyone else. One family's son-in-law is sought after by hundreds of families. There's no first come first served for this thing. Whoever gets it first gets it. Although the Bai family is very powerful and influential, they are not afraid of someone of Mr. Gu's level. Everything, it just depends on Qin Zhang's attitude. For a while, everyone at the dinner table subconsciously looked at Qin Zhang to see how he would react. Then, under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhang looked at Bai Lu and shouted, "Bai Lu! What are you doing?" "Ah, Brother Jiang, Bai Lu looked at Qin Zhang with a bit of grievance. "Qin Zhang, you are in your own home, why should you ask others to give way? Just bring a stool and come sit over here." Then he looked at Gu Chuan again. "You really don't have good eyesight. Move over there." Bai Lu, Gu Chuan, others, sigma degree, sigma, surprised face. "No, the bias is a bit too obvious, okay." Bai Lu jumped over to bring a chair, and Gu Chuan didn't say anything and moved the chair a few times to make an empty space. Bang! Bai Lu sat between Qin Zhang and Gu Chuan with a big smile on her face, but Qin Zhang just smiled faintly. Gu Chuan also smiled, and there was an inexplicable doting and inexplicable meaning in his smile. Let's eat. Qin Zhang didn't care about this so-called aristocratic family banquet. He just did it for his grandfather's sake. In addition, Mr. Gu's generosity today meant that he couldn't offend a smiling person. Haha, Mr. Gu, yes. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Let's eat, Mr. Qin, eat. For a while, the dinner table fell into an eerie silence. No one brought up the topic, and only the sound of Sijo's voice was heard. Hot. Gu Chuan took a bite of the squirrel fish and found it delicious. He turned the dish over to Bai Lu and said, "Do you want to try it, Bai Lu? What's going on? What's our relationship? You're trying to please me? Humph. Don't think I don't know your little tricks, useless. Bai Lu, don't buy this. It tastes really good, that's right." Bai Lu is also a foodie. Then the dinner table fell into a very strange situation. Apart from Sijo's whirlwind feast, Gu Chuan would occasionally recommend various delicious foods to Bai Lu, and his attitude was very friendly. Bai Lu's originally indifferent face gradually turned into a smile, and the two of them actually seemed to be getting along well. Until Old Master Gu coughed twice. "Today is the Qin and Gu family's family reunion dinner, and those who can attend are our family members. It can't be that Qin Zhang can sit down and have this meal just because of the gift I gave him during the day, right?" He deliberately said something to lighten the mood. "Qin Zhang, of course, yes. Mr. Gu, haha. You're such a jokester. You're so talented and humorous at such a young age. You have a bright future, Qin Zhang. I have to say that Mr. Gu is really cunning and has a thick skin that is hard to confront easily. Mr. Gu said, "That's right. As for me, I've recently observed the domestic market and am interested in the milk tea industry. Since our two families are old friends, I also know the value of your Black Dragon Group's milk tea industry. I plan to invest 1.5 billion yuan for a 40% stake. This will help Black Dragon Group overcome all difficulties in opening stores southward, and I won't be involved in any operational decisions." He offered very tempting conditions. 1.5 billion, 40% shares. In other words, he valued the two largest milk tea brands at nearly 4 billion. Is that a small amount? It's quite a lot, although the two major milk tea companies have a monthly revenue of over 100 million. After deducting various costs and expenses, the net profit is only half of that, and the annual net profit is only about 500 million. It seems that they can earn more than 30 trillion in 7 years? There is no need for financing at all, but don't forget that another important thing is to seize the market. If the two major milk tea companies continue to develop step by step without accepting external financing, it will take at least 2 to 3 years to expand across the country. However, during this period of time, the market will have been occupied by other brands. By then, the two major Heilong milk tea companies will definitely be in a passive position, and the good situation will be ruined. Therefore, the conditions offered by Mr. Gu are very generous, giving money but not requiring operating rights. Of course, Mr. Gu also has his own purpose. As long as Qin Jiang agrees, he can let Gu Chuan handle investment matters, and the two of them will have more and more contact time. By then many things also happen naturally. As for whether Qin Jiang was worth 1.5 billion. Yes. Absolutely. This grandson-in-law was impeccable in his eyes, the perfect candidate for the future Gu family business in mainland China. As for the Black Dragon Group? Ha ha. He didn't even take it seriously. It was child's play for the multi-billion-dollar Gu Group. Besides, in Mr. Gu's eyes, investing in milk tea is a sure win, and it is worthwhile no matter how you calculate it. Today, he is sure to win. Gu Chuan curled her lips. She was speechless about her grandfather's mysterious self-confidence. Based on her understanding of Qin Jiang, he would never agree to any crappy investment plan. Really, Qin Jiang looked at Mr. Gu and said, "Milk tea is a key project of the Black Dragon Group. How can we raise funds so easily?" Mr. Gu was puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Jiang, you have to pay more. Mr. Gu's smile remained unchanged. How much? Qin Jiang, 10 times. Mr. Gu, degree, how much more? Chapter 623, Rejecting Gu's investment and starting the franchise system. What? 10 times, Mr. Gu's eyes widened. 10 times, that is 15 billion, what kind of concept? Even the Gu Group couldn't easily come up with such a large investment all at once. In 2011, the mainland simply couldn't imagine such a large amount. Yet, Qin Jiang actually wanted him to spend such a large sum to buy 40% of the shares of two milk tea brands. Isn't it said he believes that the two milk teas are worth 40 billion? Joke, let's not talk about milk tea brands. How many groups in China have a market value of tens of billions after listing? Mr. Gu, are you kidding me? Qin Jiang, were you the one who joked first? He didn't think the two major milk tea brands were worth that much money now. He was just joking with Mr. Gu. Of course, if the other party really agreed to the investment, he would definitely agree without hesitation. 15 billion. Being able to stir up so many waves in this era will also allow him to advance the development plan of the Black Dragon Group a lot, but obviously Mr. Gu is not stupid. He would never agree to such an investment that gives money for free. 1.5 billion. This was the premium he offered to Qin Jiang himself, but unfortunately Qin Jiang was not satisfied with the figure. 15 billion was not enough to bring about a qualitative change for the Black Dragon Group at the moment. So, there is no need to give half of the Black Dragon Group's golden goose to others for 1.5 billion. Gu Chuan curled his lips without any surprise. He guessed that Qin Jiang would never agree to cooperate with his grandfather. Haha, Mr. Gu laughed again. If we can't cooperate now, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I believe Shao Qin has already made plans for the development of milk tea. If you need anything from me in the future, please feel free to ask. Our families are old friends, and I will definitely help you if you encounter any difficulties. Remember, the Gu family will never be your enemy. He spoke sweet words with a hint of meaning. Qin Jiang nodded calmly. The meal fell into silence again. Mr. Gu stopped talking to Qin Jiang and turned to Mr. Qin instead. Old Master Gu, Brother Qin, your descendant is truly a dragon. He will soar into the sky sooner or later. Old Master Qin, being a dragon has its advantages, and being a bug has its advantages. Even if the sky falls, you won't be crushed by it. Gu Xiaodong, Qin He, they felt inexplicably targeted, but didn't know what to say, so they could only turn their grief and anger into food. Gu Chuan, Bai Lu, right? Try this, it tastes good. What are your hobbies, Bai Lu? I don't even try to please you, Gu Chuan, Bai Lu. It was unknown what the two were whispering about in private. The banquet ended quickly, and Si Zhou ate most of the dishes, leaving no room for anyone else to linger and had to disperse. Ahem, Old Master Gu stood up with the help of a cane. Brother Qin, that's all for today. I'm not leaving Songjiang anyway, so we have plenty of time to get together. Then she looked at Gu Chuan and said, Xiao Chuan, leave me Qin Jiang's contact information. If you two have any business in the future, please visit more often. Gu Chuan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Qin Jiang also ignored it. Bai Lu, add me. I usually stay at the Black Dragon headquarters. If you need anything, you can find me. Brother Jiang. Brush. Gu Chuan took out his cell phone. A few minutes later. Mr. Gu and his family left. Brother Jiang, well, I'm just a shield today, don't think too much about it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Bai Lu looked at Qin Jiang and chose to leave immediately. Old Master Qin, Qin's father and mother, and Qin Wei's family also left and returned to their own rooms. Today's scene was a bit hard for them to process. First, that girl named Bai Lu seemed, well, Qin Jiang didn't show much emotion towards Bai Lu, and certainly not towards Gu Chuan at all. Second, they were a little shocked by the amount of money Qin Jiang and Old Man Gu were discussing. 1.5 billion, that's a lot of money. Qin Jiang wasn't satisfied, and asked for 15 billion. When did the unit of 100 million become so cheap? They didn't dare to listen any further. Upstairs, Qin Wei's wife said, "Father, that Old Man Gu is also a family friend. He is willing to invest 1.5 billion in Qin Jiang. Do you think it is possible to let him invest in our son?" "Not 1.5 billion, 100 million, no, 18 million will be enough." "Qin Wei, you're dreaming. Do you really think that old man wants to be friends with our family?" From beginning to end during the meal, the old man only had eyes for the old man, Qin Jiang and the others, and didn't even look at us. "Old friends, hee, you have to be of high status to be considered an old friend. Not to mention that I can't even talk to him. Even if I go and ask him, I can probably only find Xiaohe a random job. Instead, I'll expose the Qin family to the truth. Isn't that asking for trouble?" Qin Wei's wife, what should I do then?" "Qin Wei, the person who tied the bell must untie it, and I have to ask my nephew for help. The Black Dragon Group is so big that they can easily arrange some work for Xiaohe. Even if it doesn't work, they can arrange it for other places. I will put down my face and beg you for the next 2 days." Downstairs, only Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang and Si Jiu are left. "Qin Jiang, Zhang, you're pretty quick." "Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang, this is not good for you, right? I can see that you are not interested in Gu Chuan, so you let Bai Lu act as a shield." "Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang, you didn't agree to Mr. Gu's investment. He deliberately gave us a warning at the dinner table. It's obvious that he plans to invest in other milk tea brands to compete with us. Qin Jiang, he simply wants to show us how rapidly a milk tea brand can grow after receiving investment. He wants to teach us a lesson and then offer us a sweet treat to seek cooperation. This way, he can turn a passive position into an active one." "Xu Zhang, what a sinister old man, but he did this because he really likes you, brother Jiang. Why don't you just give in? Qin Jiang, you can follow me." "Xu Zhang, Qin Jiang, how is the franchise system planning?" "Zhu Zhang, we have already established a solid foundation in various places. Once we have a stable foundation, we can start promoting it. I believe that with the store manager apprenticeship system, 3-level commission system, and store competition system proposed by brother Jiang, it will definitely stir up a storm, and I think it will give Mr. Gu a scare. Join us." It was no longer a novelty in 2011. Some milk tea shops had already started franchising, but the results were not very ideal. Currently, franchising has not become a trend, and not everyone can afford the 200,000 yuan franchising cost in this era. Qin Jiang wasn't planning any ordinary franchise, but rather the all-too-popular Master Apprentice franchise system. The Master Apprentice franchise system would earn commissions from new stores, and even from their apprentice's grandson's store. This would encourage franchisees to frantically recruit new ones. Furthermore, with Shui Bingchang's low franchise costs and the integration of some classic franchise strategies from later generations, with proper publicity, the speed at which franchisees could snowball would be astonishing. Chapter 624, Mr. Gu invests in Baiwei Milk Tea and Gu Chuan invests in Ice and Snow Entertainment Center. That's right. Zhu Zhang pointed upwards and asked, "Qin, how do you plan to arrange it? To the cooperative group?" Qin Jiang was about to nod when he seemed to react and looked at Zhu Zhang. "Is there something going on in your family too?" Zhu Zhang spread his hands and said, "Every family has its own problems. My uncle wants to use my connections." "Qin Jiang, do you have a plan?" Zhu Zhang, "Yes." "Qin Jiang, tell me." "Zhu Zhang, it's a good opportunity to get them to the construction site. There's a lot of money to be made there, so they probably won't be able to hold on. If they dare to get involved, we'll kill them. Then we'll have a legitimate excuse to refuse other relatives." Qin Jiang couldn't help but nod. It is difficult to avoid relatives joining the group, and currently there are only rules on the surface, many of which are not written into the charter. To put it bluntly, there are no existing cases. So, if there are no cases, create them. According to what Zhu Zhang said, Qin He and Zhu Zhang's relatives were arranged to work at a large oil and water construction site. If they made any mistakes, they would be fired as a warning to others and never be hired again. This opportunity could also be used to tell others that their relatives had no privileges, let alone others. So, the people below also have more to say. It can also prevent the situation where senior executives have relatives in the Black Dragon Group in the future. As for whether Qin He and others can stick to their original intentions, if they can, then we can arrange a good cooperative company for them. Qin Jiang, okay, I'll do as you say. Gu family Villa de Jiu Chuan, I said he wouldn't accept the investment. Mr. Gu calmly drank a sip of tea and took out the project book from the drawer. It's okay if you don't accept it. Some things are not appreciated by young people if you just give them enough. It's good to dampen his enthusiasm. In his hand was an investment project plan with the following characters written on it: Baiwei Milk Tea Investment Project Plan. He had long guessed that a young and energetic Qin Jiang would be unwilling to accept his investment. He took the initiative to speak up today just to give it a try. If it succeeded, it would be better. If it failed, there would be a reason that he was willing to invest in Black Dragon for the sake of his old friendship, but Qin Jiang himself did not cherish it.mr. Gu picked up the phone and gave his secretary an order: sign a contract with Baiwei Milk Tea Group and hold a press conference tomorrow, prepare for a month, open 1,000 stores simultaneously, and march south to capture the market. Yes. The secretary answered the phone. Brush. Gu Chuan was stunned when he looked at the project plan. Baiwei Milk Tea. She is quite familiar with milk tea. Baiwei is one of the most famous milk tea brands in the 3 northern provinces, except for the 2 major milk tea brands, Bawang and Shui, under Heilong. It also has 300 or 400 stores, but its turnover is not as high as that of Heilong stores. Her grandfather, Gu Chuan, looked at old man Gu and said, "Are you going to challenge Qin Jiang to a duel? Aren't you afraid of hurting our feelings? Mr. Gu, what kind of emotions are needed in the business world? Besides, I'm just letting him witness the power of capital, making him understand that some things aren't suitable for steady progress but require preemptive market dominance. Once he realizes what's happening, he'll understand everything, and then we'll be able to talk. This can also be considered a lesson for him." Gu Chuan curled his lips. How could she not see that the old man was clearly provoked by Qin Jiang, feeling that the other party did not give him an elder face, and wanted to show off his capital power in front of the other party? Of course, she had to admit that this method was effective. With more than 1 billion in cash flow, Baiwei Milk Tea would surely be able to boost its popularity in a short period of time, and even seize the southern market. It was still unknown whether it would become more famous than the 2 major milk tea brands, Heilong, within a month or two. We really have to confront the Black Dragon Group. It seems. Gu Chuan murmured, my old man is really uncomfortable with Qin Jiang's criticism. In fact, it wasn't just Mr. Gu, even Gu Chuan felt a little uncomfortable. Yes. You became famous at a young age and started from scratch, so you have the capital to be proud, but she's not bad either. Why should you ignore her? And Bai Lu has been focusing on Qin Jiang the whole time, and has been indifferent to him. And no, you have to prove it yourself too for some unknown reason. She felt like competing with Qin Jiang, like a peacock vying for the spotlight. But how should we fight? Right at this moment, buzz, the phone in her pocket rang and the caller ID showed Yi Zhe. You mean, you plan to build an ice and snow entertainment city? Gu Chuan looked at Yi Zhe in a Pizza Hut with a twinkling eye. Right. Yi Zhe nodded. It's not exactly an entertainment city, but we're going to leverage the Northeast's unique ice and snow scene to create some snow and ice activities. I've looked into a lot of things we could do: dog sledding, a carousel, an ice slide, etc. A pass would cost just a few dozen yuan, and as long as tourists come, the flow is pretty good. We could also build a snack street in the entertainment city and perform some northeastern specialties. With investment in attracting tourists over the winter, the profit could potentially exceed 100 million yuan. The initial investment would only be tens of millions, so we'd be able to recoup our investment in the first year, and then it would be pure profit. He keeps drawing up blueprints for ice and snow projects, and one has to admit that his blueprints are remarkable. Ji Chuan's eyes lit up when she heard this. She felt that this was similar to the amusement park that Qin Jiang wanted to build. The most important thing was that the initial investment was not much, and if it was really built, the later income would be considerable. In some ways, it was even better than Qin Jiang's project. After all, the land cost alone for Qin Jiang's project was several hundred million, and coupled with the construction cost and other costs, it would probably be difficult to make a profit in 2 or 3 years. Ji Chuan, why are you looking for me? She analyzed that the initial cost of this project was nothing more than the cost of renting a section of the river from the government, as well as the initial purchase of equipment, personnel, development, etc. Even if the lease was longer, 10 or 20 years, the cost would only be tens of millions, which Yi Zhe should be able to afford. Yi Zhe got straight to the point. First, this project, you invest and I manage, is a cooperative project. Second, I will handle all the formalities, but I will use your Hong Kong identity. To put it bluntly, Yi Zhe was a little scared by Qin Jiang and didn't dare to spend his own money to transform into a physical business. What's more, he thought that the video website he was running now had more prospects and didn't plan to withdraw funds. In addition, he was quite interested in Gu Chuan's Hong Kong identity, which was very useful in the environment of attracting investment. Ji Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. I will give you 40 million in funds and will not participate in the management. Yi Zhe, sure. The two of them quickly exchanged some business details and decided to start construction immediately. Both Gu Chuan and Yi Zhe were eager to confront Qin Jiang. A few minutes later. Yi Zhe let out a long breath, nodded to Gu Chuan, and turned to leave, his eyes flashing with a gleam of brilliance. Qin Jiang. This time I want to fight you again. If I win, my inner demon will be gone. If I lose, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't spend a penny. Everything was provided by the rich woman behind me. Gu Chuan ignored Yi Zhe's thoughts. To her, a tens of millions of investment was just a casual move. Instead, she looked at Yi Zhe's back for a few seconds and finally asked the question in her heart. Mr. Yi, I'm curious why you always wear Nike clothes? And why do you always like to eat at Pizza Hut? Is there any particular reason? Yi Zhe. Chapter 625, Xinjiang's milk tea empire is declining? Yi Zhe, throw it away, time passes, time flies. Before he knew it, a month had passed since the first family friends banquet. During this month, Mr. Gu often came to see Mr. Qin to reminisce about the past and often stayed for dinner. He would also ask Gu Chuan to come and eat with her from time to time. Gu Chuan would also come a few times occasionally, basically choosing to come when Bai Lu was around. Within this month, Songjiang is relatively calm. Both the Heilong construction site and the Huwei construction site are progressing in an orderly manner, but the construction speed of the Heilong construction site is relatively fast. The Songjiang underworld is even quieter and more terrifying, and all forces have not yet recovered from Uncle Long's fall from the building. There are a lot of big moves in the mall. First, the dating software, Yuyu, created by a graduate student from Seoul University, received $30 million in Series B financing. The company was valued at 1 billion yuan, becoming a new technology upstart in the three northern provinces. Many people believe that its company has greater potential than Heilong Group. After all, the rapid growth of internet companies has attracted the attention of many bigwigs. Apart from anything else, the valuation alone is very scary. The founder of Songda even shouted the market value reached 5 billion within a year, market value of 10 billion in 2 years, listed on Nasdaq in 3 years. For a time, Wuliang was even more popular than Xinjiang, but it was unknown whether there was any force behind him to support him. Many bigwigs believe that in the new year, the position of chief young entrepreneur in the three northern provinces is likely to change hands. This is not only due to the strong rise of Yuyu's founder, but also due to the slightly sluggish business of Heilong Group. Bang! After the old man finished playing chess, he looked across at Wu Yu and said, "You're still willing to play chess with me? Aren't you worried?" "Wu Yu, what am I worried about?" The old man said, "The guy from Seoul University has successfully raised funds, and many senior officials in the college are promoting him, obviously intending to have him compete for the title of chief entrepreneur of the three northern provinces in the new year. By then, you won't be so powerful anymore. Wu Yu, we just raised some capital, and the valuation is 1 billion. That's just an estimate. The Black Dragon industry is truly substantial, with a total value exceeding 10 billion. What can he compare it to?" The old man said, "But you have to admit that the overall environment is shifting towards the internet. While it's not as noticeable in the north, many internet groups in the south are raising hundreds of millions of dollars, and many online portals have seen their market capitalizations increase tenfold or more since they went public. These companies have great potential. Plus, the Black Dragon Group has been a little off lately. What's going on with that northern border city he's planning to build? Do you know anything about it? It seems like they're building ancient buildings? Northern border city? What's going on? Is he going to build a film studio?" Opposite. Wu Yu also fell into a state of contemplation and did not answer. It was obvious that he had no idea what Xinjiang was doing. At first, everyone thought that Black Dragon might be building a large amusement park, but as ancient-style buildings continued to rise from the ground, many people are confused. "I found that something was wrong, but I didn't know what was wrong. I could only understand that Black Dragon was definitely not going to build an amusement park." The old man was puzzled. "You don't know either?" "Wu Yu, I believe Xinjiang would never do something without a purpose. He must be planning something big." The old man said, "All right. Let's not talk about that, let's talk about his core business, the two major milk tea brands. He was the one who started the milk tea craze, but instead of taking advantage of the favorable situation to raise funds and quickly capture the market, he retreated to the three northern provinces. Now, let alone the southern regions, even the three northern provinces are struggling to hold on to their territory. Baiwei Milk Tea has opened hundreds of stores in just over a month, becoming famous in the three northern provinces and even many areas of the south. Its popularity is almost catching up with Bawang Tea in Shuai Ice City, and its core market is almost falling apart." Wu Yu's expression was also somewhat grim. He was actually more concerned about Black Dragon's development than the old man. He also knew more clearly how critical Black Dragon's current situation was. It seemed like a raging fire, but in reality, the northern border city consumes too many resources. If the basic business of milk tea is closed, it will be easy for the bank to withdraw loans, and then the huge Black Dragon Group will collapse. In the same situation, it will be difficult for the new chief young entrepreneur in the three northern provinces to maintain his position. But what can he do? Looking for Xinjiang, it's useless. He knew Xinjiang's character well. This kind of person would not be influenced by the outside world at all. Even if anyone could influence his decision, he would not be able to do it to this extent. Could it be really young and frivolous? Could it be, is Jiang Lang really out of ideas? Well, the old man looked at Wu Yu and said, "You better think of a solution. If he only loses his position as the top young professional in the three northern provinces, it won't be a big deal. If he wants the entire Black Dragon Group to collapse, it will have a huge impact on your career. Wu Yu, wait a month. If he still doesn't make a move, I'll tell him I have confidence in him." The old man, "I don't know where you get your confidence from, Gu Family Villa.mr. Gu looked at Baiwei Milk Tea's financial statements and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. They've already established a firm foothold in the milk tea industry. In 2 or 3 months at most, they'll be able to compete with other milk tea brands, and they're planning to expand into the national market. Bang, he put down the financial report and looked at Gu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, why haven't you heard anything about Qin Jiang recently? He didn't say anything while we were eating just now, as if he didn't care about anything. What on earth is he planning? Gu Chuan, I don't know. But I always feel that he is going to make a big move. But I don't know what big move is it. Mr. Gu, a big move? A trump card? A trick? But sometimes a trump card is used too late and becomes useless. Where does he get his confidence from? It's not that Mr. Gu is belittling Qin Jiang, but it seems a bit naive for an emerging industry to not quickly occupy the market but instead slowly build up its trump cards. After all, who can guarantee that their cards will be a good thing? Every year, countless people think that their entrepreneurial projects and methods are awesome, but without market validation, they are all nonsense. Ji Yuchuan didn't say anything compared to Qin Jiang's milk tea trump card. She was more curious about the situation in Qin Jiang's northern border city. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out, so she picked up a book and left. Mr. Gu, where are you going? Gu Chuan, Xiaoxi Villa. Old man Gu was pleased, but he was startled when he saw the ancient book in her hand. It seemed that the girl named Bai Lu had mentioned this book yesterday, saying that it was rare on the market. And now his granddaughter was taking this book to Xiaoxi Villa? What was she going to do? Could it be? Old Master Gu said righteously. Xiao Chuan. Let me tell you, our family is a wealthy one with a long tradition. Besides, this is a new era in China, and the descendants of the Gu family must not be mistresses. Gu Chuan, office. Yize frowned as he looked at the pictures of the construction of northern city taken by the people below. What is he building? A city? This has nothing to do with an entertainment city. It seems I've gone a little crazy from thinking too much. I can't go on like this. I can't let Qin Jiang influence me. He picked up the phone and called his secretary over, throwing the Nike family bucket at him. Throw it away, secretary, throw it again? Chapter 626 Qin Jiangling, Fission Plan, Start, Creek Villa. Sijio was teasing Sangbiao. Where did you go to fight again? Isn't it enough for you to beat up all the cats in this villa area? Sangbiao, meow, Sijio, we can't keep fighting. Now we have food and drink, no one is threatening us, and no one will bully us. Sangbiao, meow. It jumped onto Sijio's shoulder, found a comfortable position and fell asleep. Sijio also fell asleep on the recliner, muttering, Xiaoran, we won't be bullied anymore. Xiaoran, we all have a home, we have parents, we have brother Jiang, we have relatives, and brother Jiang will take care of us. Sangbiao, gurgle gurgle. Later. In front of the tea table, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang looked at Sijio and Sangbiao, who were in deep sleep, and exchanged glances with each other, their voices much lowered. Qin Jiang, how is the Nightless City project? Zhu Zhang, progress is going very smoothly. Tianxi and the engineering team are living and eating on site and have already built the main street in general. The auxiliary streets are also being built at a rapid pace. When the ice really freezes, the exterior will be almost finished. Then we can tidy up the interior. The project should be completed around the Chinese New Year. Qin Jiang, okay. He didn't ask too many questions. Firstly, he believed Shin Tianxi could do a good job and that Zhu was steering the direction. Secondly, he wasn't considering fully launching the Songjiang Never Sleeping City project this year. His logic was to build the main structure this year, begin promotion early next year, and then become a major hit by the end of next year, giving him a buffer zone. As Zhu Zhang, old man Gu comes quite frequently, and we ignore him, which makes him very frustrated. However, capital is indeed powerful. He invested over 1 billion yuan and turned Baiwei Milk Tea, a second-tier regional brand, into a nationally renowned milk tea brand in just 1 month. Even if it's a bit exaggerated, it's still outrageous, and that UU Software founder has been giving speeches everywhere lately. Rumor has it he's coming to Vocational University to give a speech. He's clearly trying to compete with you, brother Jiang, for the title of top young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces. Friends, Qin Jiang's eyes flickered slightly as he remembered clearly that in his previous life, the software was not created by Song University students, but things have changed in this life. Apparently, his butterfly has flapped its wings, and many things cannot be done solely based on the memory of the previous life. He founded the Black Dragon Group and built it to such a large scale that it has influenced the national milk tea industry. The changes in the national milk tea industry have also led to slight fluctuations in other industries. Although there will not be major changes in the short term, there will be some minor directional errors. For example, this UU Software. But Qin Jiang didn't care. He positioned himself in this life as a person who would develop the country through industry. Software, dating app. It looks awesome and can get large-scale investment and skyrocketing valuations in a short period of time, but this thing is the internet bubble. Similar software in later generations, Shinshin, bye-bye, all of them lost their halo in a very short period of time, and even completely became dating software in low-income people. Although you don't care, competing with him for the title of chief young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces. No way, Qin Jiang gave the order, notify the Black Dragon Management Department, immediately initiate the fission plan. I want to see results within a month. Zhu Zhang, understood. Zhu Zhang left to convey the order. Qin Jiang came to Sijio, picked up the blanket and covered him with it. Then he looked at the sunlight outside and smiled, living in the sunshine. It's great. Outside world, no one knew that a tsunami unique to the milk tea empire was about to sweep across the world. South Zhejiang province, Hangzhou, there was a constant stream of people buying milk tea in front of the Shui Bingcheng milk tea shop. Many passers-by looked at the queue and wondered, a snowy night ice city? Why haven't I heard of it? A random brand? What are you queuing up for? When drinking milk tea, you have to choose a big brand. Isn't there Baiwei milk tea right here? There are thousands of stores across the country. It's a big brand, so I'll drink it. Yes. Let's go to Baiwei. If that doesn't work, then Chachai is also good. There are hundreds of shops there. Sure enough. I heard someone in the queue say, their milk tea is cheap, only 3 or 4 yuan a cup, and the taste is not bad. You see, the environment is also quite clean. What, $3 or $4? Many young people passing by stopped in their tracks. It should be understood that the main group of people drinking milk tea at present are students. In 2011, the cost of living was not high, and milk tea costing 7, 8, or even 10 yuan was not cheap for them. Now you can drink milk tea for only 3 yuan. Who couldn't help but stop and take a look? Then they saw more than a dozen shop assistants busy in a clean and tidy store. Each shop assistant was dressed neatly and their movements were very standardized. It didn't look like a small workshop at all. Suddenly, many passers-by joined the queue to try what the ice city on a snowy night tasted like. After they waited in line and bought their own milk tea, they found that it tasted very good. Although the packaging did not look as high-end as other milk teas, it was still cheap, right, and it's clean and hygienic. Someone couldn't help but sigh, why isn't there such a good milk tea shop near our school? If it did, I would drink it every day. It's only 3 or 4 yuan and I can treat it as a drink, someone else echoed. Yeah, I feel it's no worse than Baiwei milk tea. My girlfriend thinks Baiwei milk tea is a big brand and trustworthy, so she has to drink that. I believe that this Shui Bingcheng is so cheap and tastes so good, it will definitely become popular in the future. Not necessarily. These days, a restaurant that only sells delicious and cheap food can survive. On the contrary, most of them fail. Diagonally opposite, there happened to be a Baiwei milk tea shop where the queue was longer than that of Shui Bingcheng. The most important thing was that the unit price of the other party was higher than that of Shui Bingcheng, so the daily turnover was also much higher than that of Shui Bingcheng. The two stores were so close that they naturally had a bit of competition, so the two store managers often slandered each other secretly. Night, snap. Snap, Shui Bingcheng and Baiwei milk tea are all closed, get off work. The manager of Shui milk tea looked at the manager of Baiwei Bingcheng and greeted him with a smile, but the other party just nodded casually, then he turned around and left. He clearly didn't take the shop manager Shui seriously at all. He thought it was no big deal for a small, shabby milk tea shop to employ 20 employees. He had too much money to burn and didn't understand the concept of profit. Even if the milk tea shop was doing well, it would eventually go bankrupt. The Baiwei store manager curled his lips and said, Shui Bingcheng is said to be a big brand in northern province. It's cheap and tastes good, but they just don't know how to advertise. They rely solely on their low prices to attract traffic. On top of that, they employ so many workers. It's strange that such a small store can make money with only 20 people. Madness. Shaking his head, he hummed a little tune and left. The Shui store manager looked at the departing Baiwei store manager with a look of disdain. You know nothing. You ignored me today, but tomorrow I'll show you what it means to be out of your league. Snowy night. Fission is about to occur. Chapter 627 Franchise start. Snowy night fission. Hundreds of stores bang. Close the shop. Manager Shui turned around and looked at clerk number 20, who also looked at him a little confused. What, having a party? But isn't it company policy not to hold parties? It seems pointless to do these empty things. In their doubts, the store manager opened the cash register and pointed at the money inside and said, this is all the revenue for today. Guess how much it is? The shop assistants all said in unison, 1,005, 2,000. I also feel more than 2,000. Ahem, the store manager said, I'll just give you a number, 3,362 yuan. The shop assistants were a little surprised to hear this number, but not too surprised. They were all participants and knew how many times the sales could be made every day. The store manager continued, guess how much the milk tea sold today cost? Okay. I won't keep you in suspense. The ingredient cost is 45%, which means the gross profit margin is 55%, which is 1,849 yuan. After deducting the daily rent of 150 yuan and the utilities and machinery costs of 100 yuan, there is still 1,600 yuan left. After deducting these remaining costs, there is still your salary. You've all been working here for more than a month, so you should be able to see that 5 people are enough to run a store. Each person earns 60 yuan a day, which is 300 yuan for 5 people. Even with the promotion, it's still 400 yuan remaining profit, 1,200 yuan. 1,200 is our store's net profit for a day. At 1,200, many employees couldn't remain calm when they heard this number. They only made 1,200 yuan a day, which meant more than 30,000 yuan a month. This was more than 30,000 yuan in 2011, which had a great impact on ordinary people. These workers never thought that such a small milk tea shop could earn so much in a month, the store manager said. You all know that I'm the one who franchised this store. The initial franchise and tool store costs totaled less than 80,000 yuan. I can recoup my investment in 3 months, and the rest is pure profit. I can still make 300,000 yuan a year after miscellaneous expenses. Swish. 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 A large number of employees looked at the store manager in surprise and confusion, not knowing what the other party was going to say. The store manager said, I want to tell you about the opportunity to make money. You should know that although Shui Bingcheng is not well known in the south, it is a well-known brand in the north. It is the flagship product of the Black Dragon Group and has celebrity endorsements. And now there is an opportunity to make money in front of you. What opportunity? Someone couldn't help but ask. The store manager said, join us. Join Shui Bingcheng and become a store manager like me. The group is offering very favorable terms right now. There's no franchise fee for the first year, and you don't have to pay for materials up front. You can just pay for the first 3 months. All you have to do is prepare the rent, staff, and equipment costs. It's only about 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. Who wants to do it? What? Let them join. All of a sudden, many shop assistants were a little confused. For these working people, doing business was very unfamiliar and scary. What's more, most of the capable waiters had little money. 60,000, they can't get it out, but what the store manager just said completely attracted them. That's a profit of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per month, and the investment can be recovered in 2 months. Moreover, these things are not illusory, but they have seen and experienced them with their own eyes. This milk tea shop doesn't require much technical skills, but they seem to be able to do it. Immediately, several store clerks were interested and asked, Manager, can we really just do it? Business isn't that good, is it? The store manager said, what are you afraid of? I'm working here. You all know the specific procedures. Besides, if you have any questions, just ask me directly. I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm going to open a few more branches. How can I not do such a profitable business? But we don't know anything. How do we apply for a business license? How do we choose a store location? How do we recruit employees? What's the franchise process? The store manager said, I'll be fully responsible for helping you with the business license process, and it will be easier to recruit employees. 3-legged frogs are hard to find these days, but 2-legged workers are everywhere. How many college graduates from that crappy university have jobs? We can definitely recruit people at 1,800 a month. If you think it's too expensive, there are people who can take part-time jobs for students who haven't graduated yet, making 30 or 40 a day. It's more cost-effective. As for choosing a location, that's even easier. You know Baiwei Milk Tea, right? No matter where they open a store, you can just open one next to it. We have to admit that Mr. Gu has put a lot of effort into Baiwei Milk Tea. He specially brought in an elite team from Hong Kong to help Baiwei Milk Tea choose a location. The location of each store is based on various comprehensive considerations based on the flow of people. So, why bother choosing a new location for Shui Bingcheng? Just open it next to Baiwei Milk Tea. Bai Milk Tea, no? Are you polite? After just a few seconds of contemplation. Dry. I did it. I'm joining. 8 or 9 employees rushed out and said they wanted to join. Wouldn't it be stupid not to do such a profitable business? Good. The store manager nodded and said, then you should raise money as soon as possible. There are not many opportunities to make money, and there are not many good franchise locations. It's first come first served. I believe you will be the next millionaire. The employees were so excited by what the store manager said that they left clamoring to raise money. Of course, they are all clamoring to join now, but some are impulsive because of the passion the store manager has given them, while others overestimate their ability to raise money and may not be able to raise the startup capital. 2 days later, there were only 5 people officially preparing to join, and the store manager didn't lie and was really busy for them, running around, choosing a location, getting a business license, etc. Of course, he was not working in vain. It was all because Halung started the master apprentice system. These new stores opened under his guidance would belong to his apprentice stores, and he could take 2% of the monthly turnover of the apprentice stores as compensation. Furthermore, the apprentice shop can continue to recruit apprentices to open shops, and he can continue to take a 2% commission from the apprentice's shop. And then, there is no more. After all, the third level of fission and above is considered a pyramid scheme, and the Black Dragon criminal law system does not allow him to do so. It is very strict, but these are enough to drive the store manager crazy. With 2% for each store, once his disciples reach 10, it is equivalent to opening another store without spending any money, and he is guaranteed to make a profit without worrying about losses. Who wouldn't be attentive? At the same time, not just this store manager, Shui Bingcheng has recently opened hundreds of stores across southern China. Bawang Tea wasn't a part of this franchise, but all of Shui Bingcheng's major stores have adopted similar strategies, recruiting large numbers of employees ahead of time and promising them a smooth transition. Within just a few days, 300 or 400 Shui Bingcheng stores have sprung up in cities across the south, and they are all next to Baiwei milk tea. Chapter 628 Baiwei milk tea, Li Chang. I want to teach Xinjiang a lesson. All of a sudden, the mushrooming of snowy ice city stores across southern China has caused a slight turmoil in the milk tea industry. At the gate of a southern university. A few students who had just finished school were slightly stunned when they saw the new milk tea shop that appeared at the school gate. Snowy Night Ice City? I've never heard of this milk tea brand before. There's quite a long line. It doesn't look as glorious as those milk tea brands. Why are there so many people lining up? Is it good? In terms of decoration and store size, Shui Bingcheng does not have an advantage, and is even a little incomparable. The early decoration of Shui Bingcheng was very simple. The store could be opened by just painting a white wall on the front and laying tiles on the floor, and 20 square meters of store space was enough. Compared with other milk tea brands that often have an area of dozens of square meters and luxurious decoration, it is incomparable. One look at it and you can tell they are not on the same level. But when a few students approached the line and saw clearly the price of milk tea on the Shui Bingcheng sign, they were stunned. The price of milk tea at 3 or 4 yuan made them stunned. It was half the price of other milk teas. Moreover, although the Shui Bingcheng milk tea shop was small, the employees inside were dressed very appropriately, very hygienic. Every staff member wears transparent gloves and a transparent mask, and works on the entire assembly line right in front of you, which makes people eat it at first sight. Classmate, how does it taste? Someone asked a student who had just bought milk tea. It's delicious. The student nodded. Many students were tempted, but some still said, the small brand can't use good materials, right? But someone quickly answered him, this is not a small brand. When I went shopping these past 2 days, there were Shui Bingcheng stores on many streets. It is said to be a top brand in the north. It is also the founding brand of milk tea. After hearing this, the students who were a little hesitant no longer hesitated to join the queue. Brand, cheap, clean, health, this is a natural dish for students. It can be said that Shui Bingcheng was born for students, and students themselves are the largest customers in the milk tea industry. In addition, those who have just graduated and have little money want to drink the newly popular milk tea and had no choice but to choose the expensive ones. Now some of them have naturally turned to Shui Bingcheng. As a result, the sales of most Shui Bingcheng stores have remained high since their opening. At the same time, the collective operation of hundreds of stores has also created a brand effect for Shui Bingcheng. It may be a bit embarrassing for one person to sell milk tea of an unknown brand, but it would be normal for most people to buy milk tea from a store with hundreds of stores. This has been verified in the 3 northern provinces. In just 1 month, Shui Bingcheng became famous in the southern region, and the milk tea industry also noticed this rapidly rising milk tea brand, especially Baiwei milk tea. After all, the hundreds of new stores opened by Zui are basically next to Baiwei milk tea stores. Baiwei milk tea headquarters, the founding team sat in the office for a meeting. Chairman Yang Hui said solemnly, I'm sure you're all aware of the recent situation. Shui Bingcheng opened over 400 stores in just 1 month, and every one of them is located near ours. What do you think about this? One executive remarked, we went through so much trouble and consideration to secure a good location, and now he's opening right next to us. Isn't that pure scoundrel? A senior executive echoed, yeah. After spending so much effort, it's just to make things easier for him. Fuck it, the top management was very angry. They also spent a lot of effort in selecting the location for the new store. For such an emerging industry, they were completely crossing the river by feeling the stones. As a result, Shui Bingcheng was riding them across the river. It was outrageous, anger, very angry, but what could be done? Setting aside the fact that such actions were immoral at best, even if they were right, what could they do? They dared to cause trouble with Shui Bingcheng? Shui Bingcheng was a milk tea brand under the Black Dragon Group, and their headquarters were also in the north. Even though they were not in the northern province, they had heard of the name of the Black Dragon Group. There was no way they could get away with it. Finally, a few senior executives cursed and decided at the same time that they could not pursue the matter and there was no reason to do so. They could only deal with it as a normal business war. Ahem, a young executive coughed twice. The executives all looked at him with respectful smiles. It was no other reason. This man was the professional manager sent by Mr. Gu, Li Chang. Baiwei milk tea's rapid rise was inseparable from his various decisions. Even the top leadership team has been somewhat sidelined by Li Chang, and founder Yang Hui has almost become a mascot. First, the old man's investment in their team naturally did not give them as much preferential treatment as the Black Dragon Group, and they occupied the vast majority of shares and voting rights. Second, Li Chang has extraordinary means. He won over many senior officials in a short period of time, and the middle and lower levels below him are even more obedient to his orders. Li Chang said, don't worry, everyone. Shui Bingcheng being next to Baiwei milk tea won't have a significant impact on our business. We've always been in 2 different categories. Can you call something that costs 3 or 4 yuan milk tea? To put it bluntly, the profit from selling 100 cups of milk tea is enough for him to sell 300 cups. Don't worry about how it develops. Our real competitors are those high-end brands in the south that have been infused with capital. Shui Bingcheng can't really be considered a competitor. It's not that he is arrogant, but he really looks down on Shui Bingchang. In the eyes of elites like him, milk tea with an average price of 10 yuan can be considered a business. The gross profit margin of milk tea with a price of several yuan is too low, and profits can only be made by increasing sales volume. But is it really that easy to increase sales, and why are they doing milk tea? To become popular? To make money? It's more than that. At least for Li Chang, his goal is to push Bai Bei milk tea to the level of a listed company. On the market, you can cash out, only then can you truly make a huge profit. How much money can you make from pure revenue these days? How can you make a lot of money directly from going public? Moreover, going public means that the group has reached a higher level and the managers of the listed group are awesome. Li Chang, don't worry about Shui Bingchang. Continue to expand the store according to the previous plan. We're researching new milk tea varieties, and we're hiring the hottest celebrities to endorse our products. Money is no problem. Oh right, there's also the Spring Festival Gala. Find out about the brand promotion bidding for this year's Spring Festival Gala. I could participate. In his opinion, profit is not the key right now. The key is to make Bai Wei milk tea popular and well-known nationwide, the more famous the better, and then continue to expand the number of stores and influence. He is confident that within a year, Bai Wei milk tea's valuation can reach 10 billion yuan, and within 3 years, the milk tea company can go public. By then, Li Chang couldn't help but look towards Songjiang. Xinjiang, I'm not as good as you at dealing with the underworld, but I'm definitely better at business. I'll show Guchuan who the real business elite is. You were just lucky to be in the right spot. Only when the tide recedes will we know who's been swimming naked. Xinjiang, just wait, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chapter 629, Initial Display of Power and Speculation from All Sides. That's right, Li Chang is one of Guchuan's suitors. He graduated from Huaqing University at the age of 16, completed his postdoctoral studies at the age of 23, and went directly to a large investment bank on Wall Street. With outstanding performance in the bank, within a few years he was able to invest in projects independently and set up his own project team. Then, by chance he saw Guchuan at a banquet. Then, it was an extremely melodramatic love at first sight and crazy pursuit, and being ignored by Guchuan's contempt. He did not back down but quit his job and went straight to Hong Kong to join the Gu group. At this time, when he heard that Guchuan had some disputes with a young man in the mainland, he volunteered without hesitation. He planned to show Guchuan who was the business elite and who was the chosen one. Guchuan, I will make you look at me with new eyes. Both sides, the executives nodded when they heard his words. Okay, let's connect and see which celebrity is currently popular. Store expansion won't stop. We'll take turns watching over the front lines these next couple of days. The Spring Festival Gala might be a little difficult. I heard that Mauzi will also be advertising this year. Li Chang nodded. It's really hard to compete with Mauzi. So, let's focus on celebrity endorsements and come up with some good slogans. When he took over Bai Wei milk tea, he conducted a detailed investigation of the 2 milk tea brands under the Black Dragon Group and found that the real rise of the 2 milk tea brands was due to celebrity endorsements and slogans. Are you okay? If you are, drink Shui Bingchang. Not every milk tea is called Boan tea. We have to admit that these 2 milk tea slogans are very recognizable and magical. With just these 2 slogans, the 2 milk teas have become well known in northern China and are known to people of all ages. No problem, we'll have people come up with better. Several executives were very confident. In their opinion, it was just 2 slogans and it was too simple. Li Chang is different. As an investment genius who made his way through Wall Street, he doesn't quite understand how difficult it is to come up with a magical slogan that fits perfectly. He thinks every one of them can be used as a success story, so how can he just come up with it? Moreover, before the promotional slogan is created, people may think it is awesome, but it will be different once it is put on the market. He said, we can offer appropriate rewards. Tell the propaganda department that if they come up with a classic slogan, they'll receive a bonus of 300,000 yuan and a promotion. Yes. Yes. Several executives nodded in agreement. Li Chang then explained several key development routes and agreed with several key points. A nonsense. They'd already seen that Li Chang would be the mastermind behind the future of Bai Wei Group, so they had to align themselves with him to maintain their current position. As for Yang Hui, under the interests, we can only say goodbye. Even Yang Hui herself did not make any strong statement. She used to just want to make Bai Wei milk tea bigger and did not have such big ambitions. Now she just wants to cash out a few hundred million in 2 years and leave to achieve financial freedom. 100 flavors of milk tea, whatever happens, happens. Moreover, she is self-aware and knows that the reason why Bai Wei Group has developed so well is entirely due to the financial investment from Gu Group and the leadership of Zheng Cheng in front of her. If she interferes in the political power and seizes profits, it will cause the group to fall into internal strife. On the market, it will become more difficult and complicated, the amount she can cash out will become even smaller, and she might even be kicked out because she can't compete for power. It's better to do nothing than to do that. Gu's Villa.mr. Gu looked at the report in his hand and muttered, opening over 400 stores at once is a sign of strength. It looks like business is doing very well. But it's a bit late to take such a long time to start the push, and with the current market conditions for milk tea, opening only 400 stores at once is not very ambitious. Xiaochuan, what do you think? Guchuan, how do I watch it? Do I sit and watch it? The Black Dragon Group's funds are all tied up in northern border city. Building a large-scale facility like Guangdong requires a massive amount of capital every day. Even if the Black Dragon Group borrows over 1 billion from banks, there will still be a funding gap. It's simply not possible to open milk tea shops across the country all at once. Mr. Gu, you mean he used the money he earned from milk tea to open a shop? Gu Chuan, that should be the case. I can see that he attaches more importance to the northern border city. Neither of them considered the new Shuiyi Bingcheng stores as franchise opportunities. Franchise systems are currently uncommon in China, with costs often reaching 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, making them unattractive for most. Furthermore, many milk tea brands are currently being heavily capitalized and funded. With so much money on hand, it's hard to justify franchising. Currently, direct sales are the primary focus for many brands. That's what you do when you're short of money. Even if small brands franchise, only a few of them will do so occasionally. For example, Shuiyi Bingcheng opened hundreds of stores at once, so no one would want to franchise it. Therefore, when the information about joining the franchise spread completely more than 10 days later, many bigwigs were stunned. Jiyu Chuan changed the subject. Grandpa, have you figured out what he's going to do with that city? Old Master Gu was a little silent. He didn't care about Shuiyi Bingcheng suddenly opening hundreds of stores. First, he also has confidence in Zhang Chang. Second, he has more confidence in his own funds. Qin Jiang wants to devote all his energy to the milk tea industry, so he might be a little worried. The other party was obviously not that concerned about milk tea, but was very concerned about the newly built northern city. The hottest topic in Songjiang recently is Xinjiang really building a city, although only a small part of the city's main streets have been completed. The outline can be seen. The city, Old Man Gu muttered. What is he planning? Is he going to imitate some famous tourist towns? But compared to those southern towns with their singing birds and fragrant flowers, beautiful mountains and rivers, Songjiang is far behind. Just an ordinary city alone can't attract people. Themed. For a while. Mr. Gu and Gu Chuan both fell into deep thought. It wasn't that they were not smart enough, but there was really no successful precedent for the city that never sleeps project anywhere in the country. What's more, Xinjiang planned to create a trinity, a city that never sleeps, an ancient town, and a combined version of a scene reconstruction. Even if people in later generations saw it, it would be difficult to guess it in a short time. More than 2 people didn't know. The other big bosses also didn't guess it, and sent a large number of people to observe outside the construction site every day. After summarizing it over and over again, I can only conclude one thing: the architecture is an imitation of Ming Dynasty architecture, others, nothing. This further aroused the curiosity of the bigwigs, and countless bigwigs secretly inquired about it through their connections. Just when the Songjiang bigwigs, including Mr. Gu, were paying more attention to the never-sleeping city, a major earthquake was about to happen in the milk tea industry, which no one expected. Snowy Night Ice City exploded in popularity. Chapter 630 Promotion, Online Slogan Collection, Bawang Tea All-Star Endorsement. Creek Villa, Wang Tao, Brother Jiang. The hundreds of newly opened franchised milk tea shops in the southern region have all seen good sales. Although not as good as stores in the north, the overall profit per store is still over 10,000, and the survival rate is 95%. Does a single store make a profit of more than 10,000? Not much. It's slightly inferior to other milk tea brands, but don't forget Shuiyi Bingcheng's biggest advantage: it's cheap. And not only is it cheap, the initial capital investment is even cheaper. You can join a store with only 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, and you can get your money back in about half a year. The rest is pure profit. Even in 2011, you have to say, awesome. The survival rate of 95% is even more impressive. Of course, this is based on the low price per unit at Shuiyi Bingcheng, the current milk tea craze, and the perfect location for the franchise stores. Baiyi milk tea, woo. He's rubbing his hands against me. What a beast! As soon as these words were spoken, other senior executives such as Zhao Shanhe and Bai Lu were also shocked. Although they could not collect profits like the directly operated stores with hundreds of franchise stores surviving at the same time, they could still collect franchise fees and the most important material fees. Materials, we definitely cannot give it to franchise stores at cost price. The gross profit margin of a milk tea franchise store is only 55%, and the remaining 45% is material costs. The actual cost of the 45% material costs is only about 20%. In other words, as long as each franchise store sells a cup of milk tea, the Halong Group can make a net profit of 25%. Adding other profits from franchising, decoration, etc., the profit can basically be shared by the milk tea franchisee in half. Moreover, with so many stores, they can make money regardless of market conditions without having to invest any money. It's pure profit. Bang! Zhao Shanhe patted his head and said, "My lady, this franchise is awesome, guaranteed to make money." The others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, it a sure win, certainly, really. Who knows how many brands in later generations have made a lot of money by opening a franchise system, but it has caused hardship to the franchisees, who have been crying out in losses. Of course, Xinjiang does not intend to imitate the junk brands of later generations. He wants to learn from the brand with a very high survival rate, and most franchisees have made a fortune. Mishuet, not enough. Jin Jiang shook his head and was not satisfied with the data. Not enough. Wang Tao, Bai Lu, and others were puzzled. In just 1 month, the newly opened franchise stores have added millions of net profits to the milk tea department. Isn't that enough, Jin Jiang? Sales are too low, Wang Tao. A little bit. The sales of franchise brands in the south are not as high as those in the north. There is no way around it. The north is the base camp of Shui Bingchang, and its popularity cannot be described as high. In many stores, people never stop buying milk tea from the opening to the closing, but it's different in the south. There are already many milk tea brands there, and the competition for market share is very fierce. 100 flavors of milk tea, Yujiazha milk tea, color milk tea, etc. Shui Bingchang has done very well. Its main product, low-priced milk tea, does not directly conflict with the vast majority of milk tea brands in the south. It quickly opened up the market in the south, and with the rapid expansion of franchise stores, it has gained popularity. On the contrary, Ba Wang tea is the one that suffers. The hundreds of new stores opened in the south are all in a half-dead state. This time, the franchise expansion did not include it. After all, it is too difficult. The initial franchise fee required by Bawang is not the 70,000 or 80,000 yuan of Shui Bingchang, but at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. It is difficult for people nowadays to spend so much money to join a milk tea shop. Increase sales. How to increase it? Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, Bai Lu, and others all looked at Brother Jiang. They believed that since their brother Jiang said this, he must have a countermeasure. As expected, Jin Jiang said, propaganda? In the new era, good wine needs no bush. Even good garbage propaganda can be a work of art. As long as the propaganda is effective, even dog shit will be tasted. He knew too well how many brands in later generations had nothing at all but became popular overnight thanks to publicity. Everyone has a herd mentality. Publicity, Sun Yuan said. Brother Jiang, the publicity and entertainment department has been promoting Shui Bingcheng on the internet through various soft advertisements, and has also invited various celebrities under the company to do publicity. As the head of the publicity and education department, he would naturally focus on promoting the two major milk teas. Network, star, two-pronged approach, Jin Jiang, not enough. While overwhelming publicity can be effective, it's expensive and slow to show results. Effective publicity requires a key slogan. Key slogan, Wang Tao and others were slightly stunned. They certainly knew the importance of the key slogans. On Shui, Bingcheng and Bawang tea became popular overnight thanks to those two key slogans. Could it be, my brother Jiang has come up with another awesome slogan? Jin Jiang then said, Snowy Night Ice City is holding a 15-day online campaign to collect slogans for publicity. The first person whose slogan is adopted will receive a bonus of 1 million yuan, the second place will receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan, the third place will receive a bonus of 300,000 yuan, the top 10 will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and the top 100 will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. And launch the online voting system. The specific ranking will be based on the number of online voters. Cash distribution, no cheating. Everyone reacted quickly. The largest audience group of Snowy Ice City is students, and students are the most free-spirited group who love to join in the fun. In addition, the internet has just become popular, and many college students have their own laptops. At this time, soliciting slogans online and offering a large amount of money will definitely cause a stir among students across the country. Once the best slogan is selected and hundreds of people are given money to promote it, it will definitely cause an even greater stir, spending 3 or 4 million. It might be more impressive than spending tens of millions on advertising, and it's more relevant to the target audience. Yes. Sun Yuan said immediately, I'll start preparing when I get back and make sure the project is online tomorrow. Xin Zhang, it must be fair, just and open. No one can cheat or vote rigging. At least on the surface, it must appear that everyone is treated equally. When distributing money, you can ask local TV stations to report on it. Spending on marketing is nothing. As soon as the slogan is finalized, we'll have our celebrities shoot a promotional ad. We'll make sure the top-ranked slogan is released nationwide immediately. And on the day it's released, we'll give Shui Bingcheng milk tea a 2 yuan discount nationwide. Also, it's already cold, promote the first cup of milk tea of winter. Jin Jiang outlined a series of publicity plans. Below, Sun and Yuan didn't just rely on their brains, they also took out small notebooks to write things down, and the more they wrote, the more surprised they were. It's not just him. Wang Tao and others looked at their brother Jiang with even more admiration and were full of emotion. Really? Brother Jiang is omnipotent. Moment, Sun Yuan put down his pen and asked, Brother Jiang, what about Bawang tea? Is Bawang tea going to give up the southern market? Abandon the southern market, how is that possible? Jin Jiang, let the entertainment company go to Hengdian to shoot a movie. It doesn't matter what the movie is, the most important thing is to shoot it in Hengdian. I want all the stars in Hengdian to promote Bawang tea for me for free. Chapter 631, Promotional Methods. The era of comparing the worst, online selection begins. Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, Sun Yuan, and other senior executives were all stunned, not understanding what their brother Jiang meant. How is it possible to get all the celebrities to promote Bawang tea for free? How much money would it cost? Even in 2011, the endorsement fees of top stars cannot be underestimated. For a company of Heilung's size, hiring one or two is not a problem, but inviting all the Hengdian stars to endorse, that's the cost, not to mention that our own Jiang Gu said it's free. Could it be? Zhao Shan has said with a look of sudden enlightenment, Brother Jiang, you mean? He made a grappling gesture and said, no problem, I will personally bring some elite people to do it. Catch them all. If they don't give us publicity, we won't release them. Don't worry. I'll be cautious. As I was about to walk out, stop. Qin Zhang called him. Zhu Zhang also said, what are you going to do? Bringing people to tie up all the celebrities in Hengdian, do you know how big of a ripple that would cause? Who can handle that? This, Zhao Shan has stood there a little confused, Wang Tao and the others were also confused. Not to mention them, even Zhu Zhang looked at Qin Zhang with great confusion. He knew that his brother Jiang must have come up with some special plan again, but he didn't know what logic could make the stars promote their company for free. Widely, celebrities all have their own entertainment companies and their addresses are not in the north, so they are not afraid of the Black Dragon at all. Qin Zhang smiled slightly. Is it difficult to get celebrities to promote your campaign? Probably. But from another perspective, it seems quite simple, and you can achieve excellent results without even spending any money. He didn't need to use despicable publicity methods before, but now he can use it to quickly make the milk tea famous. Qin Zhang said directly, after our crew arrives in Hengdian, let the stars from Starlight Entertainment get to know the stars from other crews. It would be better if they don't have any connections. Then have them order free bawang tea for each crew and treat everyone to it for free. Let the paparazzi take pictures of celebrities drinking bawang tea. The more the better. Then, have the publicity department post all sorts of celebrity milk tea pictures online, using every angle to explain what kind of brand bawang tea is that has earned such celebrity trust. Remember not to use the Black Dragon Group's name. This kind of celebrity-driven campaign will definitely trigger an online frenzy. Bawang tea will quickly become a hit if it capitalizes on the trend. This, Wang Tao a sigma degree, Zhao Shanha, Delta, Bai Lu, no, is this okay? Just giving someone some milk tea is enough to get them to advertise. Is this how business works, Sun Yuan? But won't those celebrities be angry when they find out? They'll probably clarify. Qin Zhang didn't say anything. Zhu Zhang had already answered. What are you clarifying? Clarifying that they haven't drunk bawang tea, or clarifying that they haven't endorsed bawang tea? We didn't ask them to be the spokesperson in the first place. Zhao Shanha, we promoted. Zhu Zhang, what do you mean by we promoted it? That's called spontaneous publicity by netizens. What does that have to do with us? If those celebrities really dare to sue our Black Dragon Group, then we will sue them. Let's not talk about who will win this lawsuit, just think about how bawang tea's popularity will only rise as the battle continues. How good is a milk tea that would warrant a celebrity lawsuit? Furthermore, in this situation, not only will they waste time and effort, but they won't earn much money, and they'll likely lose popularity. After all, it's just a cup of milk tea. We didn't put it on a poster, we only promoted it online. Zhu Zhang didn't know Qin Zhang's plan at first, but he guessed the whole thing after Qin Zhang finished speaking. Qin Zhang nodded in satisfaction at this. This is the effect he wants. In this plan, the stars are just pawns, they can only passively accept it. Resistance will not have any effect and may even backfire. Is it despicable? Maybe, but this is how primitive accumulation of capital works. Compared with the rise of other capitals, Black Dragon's despicable tactics seem insignificant. Even years later, he can still brag about it and tell it as a joke. This is an era of worse than worse. As long as there is something worse, you will seem normal, right? This moment Zhao Shanha, Wang Tao, Bai Lu and others looked at their brother Jiang with a strange look of admiration in their eyes. Really, how does that sentence go? Being the boss makes you feel dirty. Brush, they looked at Zhu Zhang. His dick is dirty too. Time passes. South. In a third-year dormitory of the Department of Literature at Zhejiang University, several students were chatting enthusiastically. I'm going to do an internship next year and I don't know what kind of job I should look for. What kind of job would be suitable for me? That's perfect. Of course, I'll be a teacher. I've decided to go back to my hometown and teach at a high school. It's guaranteed income, plus I get winter and summer vacations. How cool! I plan to take the postgraduate entrance exam to see if I can become a university teacher or get a civil service position. I'm planning to write articles and become a screenwriter. I'm going to see if there's any work at a TV station. They fantasize about the future. Suddenly, a student looked at the young man who was staring at the computer and said, Xiaobai, what are you looking at so intently? Writing novels? Do you make money from writing novels? You write every day. What are your plans after graduation? Writing novels, that's not a legitimate career. Besides, the kind of fighting and killing stories you write are not literary at all. Xiaobai, what literary quality? I just want to make some money. Who said online literature isn't a good career path? Books like Xiao, Nine Dragons Pulling the Coffin, and Devouring the Stars are all very lucrative. I heard they make over $1 million a year. Million. Several classmates curled their lips and said nonchalantly, let's not talk about whether the millions he earned are real. There's no literature in that. Xiao Bai was too lazy to talk to them anymore. You don't understand. What kind of literature is that? It's just a behavior if people read it. Even the most profound literature is useless if no one reads it. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that anymore. Let me tell you about something I just saw. You know Shui Bingchang, right? That's the milk tea shop at the school gate. They're holding an online slogan collection campaign. It's an online voting system, and anyone who gets selected will get paid. Give money? How much? The roommate said nonchalantly. Xiaobai, first place gets 1 million, second place gets 300,000, and the top 100 will all get money. How many? Several roommates looked over in disbelief. 1 million, are you kidding me? That's bullshit. 1 million? That little shabby milk tea shop wouldn't be worth $1 million even if you destroyed it all. Xiaobai, it's not like they only have one store. They say they have thousands of stores across the country. It's a huge chain brand. I'm planning to give it a try. Besides, it's an online voting system, so even if I don't win, I can still just play around. Chapter 632, The Publicity is Hot, The Literary Student's Counterattack. Is this true? Let me take a look. One of the roommates came forward and looked at the webpage on Xiaobai's laptop, looking at the eye-catching words frowny face Snowy Night Ice City promotional slogan collection. Then came the following spontaneous comments: if you don't drink from the Snowy Night Ice City, your life will be wasted. I feel comfortable after drinking in Snowy Night Ice City. Which milk tea is best? It has to be Snow Night King. Roommate? That's it? What kind of people are they? Do they have any cultural level? They all look pretty bad. Come, let me show him my skills. He grabbed the keyboard and stepped forward. Milk tea, a new beverage of the 21st century. It stretches during mechanical processing, like a sleeping spirit waiting to be awakened. Noob, this is a call for simpler and more popular slogans. Roommate, isn't this common sense? I already understand it very well. If they still don't understand, it's their problem. Noob, okay? You can write the first 6 and last 4 digits of your ID card, your name, and the name of your school behind your slogan. If you are selected, we will contact you. Roommate, trouble. Despite saying this, he still wrote it all down as usual. He thought the $1 million prize was fake, but what if it was real? Even a few thousand or 80,000 yuan would be a considerable sum for him. Seeing him write, his roommates also joined in. However, these people, preening themselves as literary students, wrote slogans that were more grandiose than the last. What can I say? He seems to have literary accomplishment, and even takes milk tea to a new level, but I can't remember anything after watching it. Even most of them only mentioned milk tea and could not connect it to Shui Bingchang at all. The probability of this kind of advertisement becoming popular is very small. Even if it becomes popular, it will not boost the sales of Shui Bingchang. It is not targeted. In Xiaobai's opinion, it is not as prominent as the milk tea brand. Of course, it is suspected of plagiarism. Soon, my roommate finished writing all the empty slogans and left his contact information. One of my roommates asked, Xiaobai, what's your slogan? Let's take a look. Xiaobai, I haven't written it yet. Just as they were about to continue talking, there was a knock on the door. A young man looked at Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, your girlfriend is waiting for you downstairs. She said she couldn't get through to you on the phone and asked me to tell you to come down quickly. Xiaobai, it's broken. I forgot about my phone bill. I'll go downstairs. He was about to get up and leave, but when he looked at the computer, he seemed to remember something and typed a line of words. After the fight, he hurriedly left the dormitory. Brush. The roommates looked at the line he typed and saw that it read, Snowy Night Ice City, a little sweet, roommate, ____, no, a little sweet? What's a little sweet? How can milk tea not be sweet? This is your slogan for the whole time. That's too bad. One of my roommates said, Xiaobai has become stupid from writing online novels. Now his literary literacy is gone. One roommate agreed, that's not great. You're about to graduate, and instead of thinking about finding a good job, you spend all day researching online novels and these polling websites. He thinks he can still hang out like this after graduation. If he continues like this, his girlfriend will leave him. They felt extremely sorry for Xiaobai and thought that he had taken the wrong path and that his university education was wasted. At the same time, similar things happen in many university dormitories, but unlike the arrogant liberal arts students, other types of students mostly just join in the fun, using all kinds of weird slogans. No one noticed the sentence written by Xiaobai. The ice city on a snowy night is a little sweet. The voting rate was very high. Nonsense. Whose milk tea is not sweet? No. I have to vote for him, so that everyone knows that milk tea is sweet. Doghead, it's still interesting to see which milk tea is better, but this one is a bit sweet, so I vote for it too, you don't say. I feel that the milk tea in Shui Bingchang seems to be sweeter than others. In any case, Shui Bingchang has become popular. Whether it is to join in the fun or the attraction brought by various weird slogans, the Shui Bingcheng brand is becoming more and more popular. What to say, none of the promotional slogans in the top dozens of the list are serious. Among them, Snowy Night Ice City is a little sweet ranks first because it has the least words. Time passes. Before I knew it, another half month had passed. In half a month, the popularity of Shui Bingcheng in the online voting continued to rise and sales also increased significantly until the voting closes. First day. A small restaurant, social dormitory dinner. Xiao Bai was having dinner with his roommates and his girlfriend Xiaoho's roommate, preparing for the upcoming winter vacation. They were having a great time. Halfway. A middle-aged woman walked in and her eyes fell on Xiao Bai and his girlfriend Xiaoho. Xiaoho quickly stood up. Mom, why are you here? The middle-aged woman said. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have planned to go home. I was wondering why you said you wanted to work and study during the winter break and planned to spend it with him. Xiaoho, Mom, it's not like that. Xiao Bai also stood up. Auntie, it's not what you think. Xiaoho and that's enough. The middle-aged woman waved her hand. I don't care about your nonsense. She looked at Xiaoho and said, how many times have I told you not to fall in love before graduation? What do you know about love before graduation? How can you withstand the test of society? Xiaoho, Mom, our true love will definitely stand the test of time. Xiao Bai nodded, yes. Our bond is stronger than gold. My love for Xiaoho will last until death. Hee, middle-aged woman, don't keep talking about love when you're young. Do you know what love is? Love is more than just liking someone. It's a responsibility. Can you handle that responsibility? Xiao Bai, can I? Middle-aged woman, what's your major? Xiao Bai, literature. Middle-aged woman, what kind of job do you plan to get after graduation? How much can you earn a month? How long will it take to buy a house and a car locally? What will the monthly household expenses be after we get married? Have you calculated all this? It's not that auntie is being harsh. Xiaoho has been spoiled since childhood. It's fine for him to only talk about romance at school, but after graduation, you have to consider all the things I mentioned above. The child I raised with great effort is going to suffer with you. She can't stand the hardship and the prospect of a chaotic life together. It's better to part ways amicably. Xiaoho, come with me. Xiaoho, I'm not leaving. Xiao Bai, auntie, the middle-aged woman said, don't look at me like that, young man. I'm not trying to break you up, young man. Don't say I'm unreasonable. 3 years. Within 3 years, you must have a stable job and be able to buy a house in this city. You don't have to pay the full amount, just a down payment. I won't stop you two from continuing your relationship. Can you do that? Just when Xiao Bai was forced into a corner in the restaurant, outside. A student led 7 or 8 people to the front of the restaurant. The student looked at the leader of the group and said, Mr. Li Hao, the Xiang Bai, Xiao Bai, you are looking for is inside. Chapter 633, On-Site Award Ceremony, $1 million prize. Everyone is shocked. Good. Li Hao nodded, then let's go upstairs. The student leading the way said, are you really from that milk tea brand that wants to give you money? Li Hao, it's not about giving money, it's about giving him a bonus. He won first place in the online voting, so naturally we have to give him a bonus. This is the rule we set when we were promoting it. Leading student, no, is there really such a good thing in the world? Is that thing on the internet really real? He was very skeptical, but whether it was Li Hao next to him or the reporters with cameras following Li Hua, it was hard for him not to believe it. Could it be? It's really true. How much money might be given? Li Hao, let's go up. No matter whether that person is a winner or not, we will give you 100 yuan reward. As he said that, he led the reporters and others into the restaurant. The students on the way didn't notice that one of the Black Dragon personnel was carrying a suitcase. In the restaurant, the middle-aged woman looked at Xiao Bai and refused to give in. Since she was able to come, she must have investigated Xiao Bai's family background. He was very ordinary and even a little poor. Is this nothing? She wasn't really that snobbish, but after her investigation, she found that this man had no ambition at all. There are problems with the major I studied and I don't plan to take the civil service exam, but instead I want to write novels. Writing novels, is there a way out? Is that something presentable? Can I support my family with this? His daughter knew her own situation well. She had been pampered and used to being frugal since she was little. Although her family wasn't wealthy, they were still worth $1 million or $2 million might not be a big deal in 10 years, but now, it was still considered a well-off family. Their daughter Xiaoho simply cannot live a hard life. Once Xiao Bai really can't make money, their love will be hit by the daily necessities of life. By then, it will be a mess and a breakup is inevitable. Instead of that, it would be better to break up the relationship now. If the other party can really use this opportunity to reform and create a new world for himself, there is still a possibility for the two of them. Otherwise, it would be better to do it sooner rather than later. Xiaoho, I can't be away from Xiao Bai for 3 years. I can't live without him. I believe he can do it. He's got a contract for his book, and he's sure to make a lot of money in the future. Brush, the middle-aged woman looked at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to brag. Signing a contract. What was that in the online novel world? It was the lowest level of existence. What mattered was whether anyone read it, anyone watching. Yes, but it's very little. His monthly royalties are only about 1,800 yuan and it's not stable. This was not only because he had just entered the industry and did not know how to write, but also because the online novel environment was in its infancy. Even the top writers in later generations now earned very little and could hardly support their families, let alone him, a newbie. Middle-aged woman. Let's go, Xiaoho, Mom, the middle-aged woman said. Mom, what do you mean by mom? Come with me now. Don't force me. I don't want to slap you in public. I'm not forcing you to break up with him. If he can't even earn the money to marry you, how can he say he likes you and wants to marry you? Xiaoho, you have to believe in him. He's very capable. He often explains to me various social rules and underlying logic. He understands human nature very well. He can definitely make money. Pity, the middle-aged woman didn't believe it and went forward to pull Xiaoho, and Xiaoho hid behind Xiaobai to help her. Xiaobai was a little at a loss. He didn't want to let his girlfriend leave, but he had no reason to stop her. Although the other students on both sides were on good terms, it was difficult for them to interrupt and they could only stand there and watch. Xiaobai's roommates sighed inwardly, as if they had already guessed the situation, and at the same time, they were thinking about how to comfort Xiaobai later. It's okay. The world is so big, there are plenty of women, right? I believe you can do it. It's just a test set by my mother-in-law. Just complete it, just follow my instructions and take the civil service exam. If you pass, your mother-in-law will 100% be attracted to you. Right at this moment. Bang, suddenly, a group of people came into the restaurant. The student leading the way looked around the restaurant and saw Xiao Bai in the middle of the crowd. He said to Li Hao, he's Xiang Bai, a literature major from our school. The person you're looking for. Immediately. Li Hao led a group of people and strode towards them, attracting everyone's attention. Even the middle-aged woman who was about to step forward to pull Xiaoho stopped and looked at Li Hao and the others in surprise, especially the camera of the reporter following behind them. Ahead. Li Hao looked at Xiao Bai and said, you are Xiang Bai. Xiang Bai was stunned and nodded, I am. Li Hao, *** University, Department, ID card starts with and ends with, that's the information, right? Xiang Bai, yes. At this moment, he had already guessed a possibility, but he was very uncertain. Since the last time he voted, he paid attention to it for a while and found that his votes were very high. However, due to Xiaoho's matter and the upcoming vacation, he had not paid attention to it in the past 2 days. He was not sure what place he would be in the end. Li Hao, would you mind giving me your ID card for verification? Xiang Bai took out his ID card and handed it to Li Hao. At the same time, I thought to myself, or could it be? Are these people really from the milk tea company? Did you get a ranking? How many? Top 100? Top 10? One side. The middle-aged woman watched Xiao Bai casually take out his ID card with a slight pause. She quickly moved back and forth between Xiao Bai and Xiaoho several times, her mouth twitching. It's over. My cabbage has been taken. But before she could feel anxious, after checking the ID card, Li Hao looked at Xiao Bai with a smile and returned the ID card to him. Hello. Xiang Bai. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Hao, I'm from the Black Dragon Group, and I'm the deputy team leader of the Snowy Night Ice City online slogan solicitation project. The advertising slogan you wrote has received 10 million hits online, winning first place in this online election and receiving a bonus from the Black Dragon Group. I'll be distributing it today. Give money, a bonus. The middle-aged woman was a little stunned. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Bai a few more times, and then looked at Li Hao and others. Could it be that this group of people were hired by Xiang Bai to act for him? Xiaoho was also a little confused. Several of his literature roommates were startled for a moment, then they seemed to remember something. That slogan contest from last time? Xiang Bai had won first place? What was his slogan? Snowy Night in Ice City, a little sweet, this can get the highest click, and people actually come to this kind of prize-giving contest to get money. Bullshit. But just when they were doubtful, Li Hao waved his hand. Later, a Black Dragon staff member carried a suitcase and placed it directly on the table, then opened the box on the spot. The red banknotes inside also came into everyone's sight. Money. So much money, a whole bag of $100 bills. Chapter 634, The Shock of the $1 Million Bonus and the Losers Counterattack. My mom, they were just ordinary people and students, and had never seen so much cash in front of them, and the fact that such a large amount of money was a bonus for Xiang Bai shocked them beyond words. They want to know more. How much is this? The next moment. Li Hao cleared up their doubts. Xiang Bai, the 1 million yuan promotion bonus you received this time is considered incidental income according to Chinese law. And you need to pay 20%, or 200,000 yuan, in personal income tax. The Black Dragon Group has already paid this amount in advance, so the box in front of you now contains 800,000 yuan in cash, which will be yours to use as you wish. 800,000? Really give 800,000? Is this true? Everyone in the restaurant looked horrified, even the restaurant owner and waitstaff came over to watch the fun. Joke, the TV station came to interview the winning program and actually gave out a cash reward of 800,000 yuan. Fake? The middle-aged woman had this thought in her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. First of all, her arrival today was completely unexpected, and the other party could not have known about it in advance. There is no such thing as designing scenarios in advance. Can other things be faked? Can money be faked? The money in front of him is a full 800,000. It's not that he looks down on Xiang Bai. Even if the other party is really acting, he can't get so much money. In other words, everything is true. She just looked down on Xiang Bai for being useless, but then he turned around and participated in some promotional event and won an 800,000 yuan prize. 800,000 in 2011, it is enough to pay the full amount for a house locally, which is enough for ordinary college students to work hard for 10 to 20 years, and is comparable to half of the assets accumulated by their well-off families. And it still exists in cash mode. This moment, middle-aged women are a little dazed. Same. Xiaoho couldn't believe it even more. Although she just said that she trusted her boyfriend Xiang Bai very much, that was because of love. In her heart, she was actually a little pessimistic about online literature. She didn't believe what her boyfriend often said, that the future would be an era of novices, and that things that were too elegant would not be accepted by the world, but popular things would be easier to make money. But now, when she saw the 800,000 yuan in cash in the suitcase, her cognition was a little overwhelmed. It seemed that her boyfriend was right, that popular literature could make more money. Her boyfriend could get a bonus of 800,000 yuan for just a popular propaganda slogan. These. Xiang Bai couldn't remain calm when he looked at the money in the suitcase. Even if he was mentally prepared, how could he remain calm when he saw 800,000 yuan in cash in front of him? 800,000, enough to rewrite his life. With these 800,000 yuan, I can move forward smoothly with Xiaoho without any obstacles. Pa. He picked up a stack of money, feeling its cold touch, his heart aching as he clenched his fists. It turned out that my decision was right. Popular literature is the trend of the times. It is neither high-end nor not high-end. The simpler something is, the easier it is to spread and the more effective it is. Ahead. Li Hao continued, Student Xiang Bai, I really admire your talent. I heard you're about to graduate. Are you interested in joining Black Dragon Group? Black Dragon Group can offer you an internship-free position with an annual salary starting at 150,000 yuan, along with 5 social insurances and 2 housing funds, and other benefits. Would you like to join? What? Xiang Bai, others, sigma degree, wow, sigma, surprised face, winky face. Faced with the high-paying invitation from the Black Dragon Group, Xiang Bai was very surprised, and the others were even more surprised. Annual salary starts from 150,000, 5 insurances and 2 funds, no internship period required. These benefits have exceeded the employment prospects of most graduates from this school, not to mention the pure literature major, which has the lowest employment rate. It is extremely tempting. Xiang Bai was also a little stunned and didn't say anything. The middle-aged woman subconsciously asked, Can I ask what the Black Dragon Group does? She had only heard of milk tea and had no idea what kind of milk tea was called Black Dragon. Li Hao, the Black Dragon Group is headquartered in Songjiang, Northern Province. Bawang Tea and Snowy Night Ice City are both projects under the Black Dragon Group's management department. Xiang Bai participated in the event for the Snowy Night Ice City project. In addition to milk tea, the Black Dragon Group also has large entertainment companies, catering complexes, night markets, and so on. Oh, by the way, Heilong Group just invested $1 billion integrated commercial complex in Songjiang, the city that never sleeps. Milk tea, entertainment company, catering complex, $1 billion commercial complex. How can the Black Dragon Group be so large? With so many businesses, it must be a publicly listed company. I'm in. Xiang Bai agreed without hesitation. Why would he refuse such a generous offer? Besides, he had no intention of writing online novels full-time after graduation. In 2011, there were very few top writers who wrote online novels full-time, and they didn't make much money. But he gave up the online novel industry and planned to write online novels part-time while working hard for his dream. Good. Li Hao nodded. There will be someone specifically assigned to contact you later. You go ahead and do your work. I'm leaving now. There are other winners besides you, and I need to go distribute the prize money to them. Then he took his men away. Of course, the reporters and the TV interviewees did not leave. This kind of thing was already hot news, not to mention that Li Hao had given them a bribe in advance. Several reporters rushed over to interview. Hello, Xiang Bai. Can you tell me how you feel right now? Are you happy? Xiang Bai, can you please tell me why you wanted to participate in the promotional event? And what inspired you to come up with the slogan, Snowy Night, Ice City is a little sweet? What is its specific meaning? Student Xiang Bai, can you tell me how you plan to spend the 800,000 yuan bonus? Xiang Bai was a little flustered at first, but he quickly calmed down. Of course I'm happy. No one would be unhappy if they found out they had won $1 million jackpot. As for the slogan, I thought about it for a long time. It's easy to understand and can highlight the characteristics of Shueyue Bingcheng milk tea. Sweet. Very sweet. I also want to thank the Black Dragon Group. You've seen how honest they are. They gave out $1 million prize for just an online event, and there wasn't any shady dealings. My slogan was voted the highest by netizens, and I'm sure the other winners will speak out later. This alone shows that Shuyi Bingcheng is a trustworthy brand, and that the Black Dragon Group is a large-scale, powerful, and trustworthy corporation. He was not stupid. When he looked at the reporter, he guessed that the Black Dragon Group wanted to use this to promote itself. Is there something wrong? There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. As a vested interest, he is naturally willing to cheer for the other party. Finally, Xiang Bai said, as for how to spend this money, I plan to use part of it as a down payment to buy a house so that my girlfriend's mother can feel at ease. It can be said that the Black Dragon Group not only gave me money, but also gave me dignity, allowing me to complete a counterattack from a loser. Thank you. Middle-aged woman, I wish all the big guys a great counterattack in the future, and by the way, I want a free gift. Give Xiao Bai some motivation. Chapter 635, promotion launched, national explosion. That he was just short of calling me out by name. The middle-aged woman was speechless, but there was no ugly expression on her face. Instead, she smiled the moment before. Xiang Bai is a man who has accomplished nothing and has a bleak future. He is not worthy of being entrusted with loyalty, but now he has become a man with 800,000 assets and a stable high-paying job with an annual income of 150,000. He is definitely a man with great potential. This, in the eyes of the mother-in-law, this boastful Xiang Bai is very charming, even though he may be making fun of her. Ha ha. The reporter smiled and began to interview other issues. The four people he focused on were about the promotion of the milk tea and the topic of the 800,000 yuan bonus. He even had a sharp temperament and noticed that the focus had shifted regarding the middle-aged woman and Xiao Ho. After all of this, situation is very explosive in this era. 10 minutes later, the reporters left satisfied, and only Xiang Bai and his group were left at the scene. Wow, several roommates came over. It's not Xiao Bai. It's your somewhat sweet slogan that ranks first. No? You're not cheating, are you? How can such a slogan take first place? It sounds completely unliterary and rather a bit too simple and childish. They were very skeptical but had to believe it in front of them with the millions of cash. While asking Xiang Bai, they felt a little jealous and unbelievable in their hearts. Xiang Bai, the money is here, as you can see. Roommate, Xiao Ho also came over. You are amazing. I told you can do it. I am so proud of you, Xiang Bai. Yes, I can do it. The middle-aged woman also came over and looked at Xiang Bai in a much gentler tone. Xiao Bai, you don't mind me calling you that, right? Let me ask, what is the scale of the Black Dragon Group? He just said that it has too many industries. I don't quite understand. Xiang Bai, how should I put it? I don't know much about it, but among the industries he just mentioned, there are two major milk tea brands, Bawang Tea and Shueya Bingchang. I'm participating in the promotional campaign for Shueyuai City this time. It said that Shueyuai City has nearly 2,000 stores nationwide. Using this milk tea brand alone is worth hundreds of millions, and there are many in our city. As for the rest, I'm not sure. What? How many hundreds of millions is the milk tea brand alone worth? There are many kinds of high-tech products that Li Hao just mentioned, including some star companies. There is also that big project with $1 billion investment. This Chun Group, guaranteed, the middle-aged woman said. Xiao Bai, you must cherish this opportunity. It will be a chance to change your fate. Xiang Bai nodded. He knew very well that today was a turning point in his destiny, and he would seize this hard-won opportunity. Middle-aged woman, put the money in your suitcase and deposit it in a nearby bank. It's not safe to carry so much cash in your hands. Xiang Bai nodded, picked up the suitcase and looked at Xiao Ho. Middle-aged woman, Xiao Ho, come here. Xiao Ho, mom, the middle-aged woman said. What do you mean by mom? Come with me to find a restaurant and book a private room. This is my first time meeting Xiang Bai, and we're going to have dinner later. Xiao Ho, mom. Happy, the dinner was over soon and everyone left. Some went to save money, some went to book a restaurant, and some went back to the dormitory, but everyone had a completely different mood. Xiang Bai was excited, and unable to remain calm. He had begun to have all kinds of aspirations and fantasies about the future. Xiao Ho was surprised, expectant, and a little panicked. She was afraid that their relationship would become strained after her boyfriend became rich and capable, and she was even more afraid that her mother's actions would make her boyfriend sad. The middle-aged woman was much calmer. She was naturally happy about Xiang Bai's sudden rise to prominence. No one wanted to break up a couple, and it was naturally better for her daughter to have a good life in the future. As for whether Xiang Bai would change his mind and not want his daughter after suddenly becoming rich, she didn't care, and even thought it might be a good thing. Let his daughter see Xiang Bai's true nature in advance. His family is marrying off their daughter, not selling her. It's okay as long as the man's conditions are acceptable, but he won't let his daughter suffer any grievances. Of course, you can't indulge your daughter too much. Think of this, the middle-aged woman said. Ho ho, remember, you can be a little bit temperamental with your man, but don't go too far. You can't always use the same tactics you use with your parents at home. Your parents' love for you is unconditional because it's a blood relationship, but in a marriage between a man and a woman, no one is required to be selfless and unconditionally tolerant of the other. It might be okay in the short term, but it will cause problems over time. Xiao Ho, mom, I understand. The middle-aged woman said, I'm afraid you'll lose your temper, but if he wants to use his power to treat you badly, don't be too tolerant. Our family can support you. Xiao Ho, he's not that kind of person. Middle-aged woman, the boy looks okay, speaks well, and has good looks. He wears glasses and looks very gentle. But his name is Xiao Bai. Why does it sound like a dog, Xiao? At the same time, countless people have won prizes similar to Xiang Bai's. Heilong staff have personally distributed prize money to hundreds of people in schools across the country, with the smallest prize being 10,000 yuan, and others winning 100,000 or 300,000 yuan. Those winning over 100,000 yuan have even been covered by local television stations and reporters. This also costs a lot of money. That night, television stations across the country also competed to report on this publicity campaign. Overnight, it's popular. This incident went viral across the country, and countless Chinese people learned about the Shui Bingcheng money distribution incident through various channels. All the major online forums exploded. No? How come I never saw this before? Snowy Night Ice City slogan contest? First place, 1 million in prize money, to be distributed live? 1 million, this can't be fake news, there is no need to doubt it. The first winner is Xiang Bai, who was my classmate. Now the whole class is shocked. This is absolutely true. Besides, it is not only the first winner. There are hundreds of winners across the country, and the least amount is 10,000. This is absolutely true. Snowy Night Ice City is a bit sweet. If it can get first place, I can do it too. I regret not participating. I feel like I missed out on 100 million. When will Snowy Night Ice City have another event? I'll definitely participate as soon as possible. Snowy Night Ice City is a little sweet. How sweet is it? There is one downstairs from your house. Wait for me to go down and buy a cup to try and see how sweet it is. Upstairs, waiting for you. I'm back. Here's a gif of his milk tea. He's very hygienic, really sweet. I want to drink it too, but unfortunately there is no one near my school. Overnight, Shui Bingcheng milk tea is completely popular. Chapter 636, Crazy Expansion, 4,000 stores, extremely popular fire, very popular. This morning, as soon as the doors opened, every Shui Bingcheng store was filled with long queues. Perhaps at first, people were just following the crowd, but later on, the business was completely established with its cheap prices, clean and sanitary environment, and nationally renowned brand. Countless students thought of Shui Bingcheng first when they wanted to buy milk tea. What can I say? Compared with other well-known brands, Shui Bingcheng is much cheaper. Compared with unknown brands, Shui Bingcheng is a well-known brand and it doesn't taste cheap at all when you drink it. Therefore, in universities all over the country, you can see people occasionally saying Snowy Night Ice City. It's a bit sweet. Same of the Snowy Ice City franchise system has once again started a second fission. This time is much easier than the last time. Last time, Snowland Ice City only relied on low franchise prices to attract people. Now, not only is the franchise price low, but the business is booming. Although the average customer spending is low, the high sales volume is no less than that of big brands. In addition, the store managers of major franchise stores spare no effort to promote new franchise stores. A large number of new employees chose to join, and everyone could see that this was a sure win business. At the same time, large-scale franchising was completely impossible to digest internally, and external parties also knew that these newly opened Shui Bingcheng stores were franchise stores. Join us, 70 or 80,000, free training, you can be your own boss, and it is a popular brand. You can make money as soon as you open it. People who want to join in are endless. Many old franchise stores have so many apprentices and disciples that they can hardly remember their names. Bang! At the Shui Bingcheng store, the staff worked overtime until 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. The store manager was tired and his steps were weak, but he was full of energy and spirit. Not only because his store brand was popular, his business was good, but also because he had accepted many apprentice stores during this period, and some of the apprentice stores accepted more apprentice stores. This let him make money even when he lies down every day in his dreams. He calculates how much money he can make. How much? Anyway, it's like he's opening 3 stores himself. In other words, he has 3 more stores under his name without spending a penny, with absolutely no risk. Add to that a few more stores he's joining, and his estimated monthly net profit is nearly 100,000 yuan annual income, millions, a million. What does that even mean? It's hard to describe, how can I put it? He's been feeling dizzy for the past 2 days, even adding chicken thighs to his flat noodles for breakfast, too. He's just so willful. He yawned and walked slowly to close the shop. Just then, a young man came to the front of the store. Manager Shui waved his hand without even looking up. Well, we're closed. I'm really sorry, the material barrels have been cleaned out and we can't do any work. Come back tomorrow, etc. The young man said with a smile on his face, Old Chen, it's me. Yuan Dong, are you interested in a couple of drinks today? Yuan Dong. Old Chen, the shop manager of Shui, looked up at the young man in front of him. It was the shop manager of Baiwei Milk Tea across the street. Yuan Dong, let's have a meal. We see each other so often that we must be destined to meet. I'll treat you to a meal at the Yuan Lai Hotel next door. Do you think it's convenient? Old Chen thought about it and nodded, okay. He quickly closed the door, took out the car keys from his pocket and pressed the keys on the car parked on the side of the road. Then I saw the lights of the Mercedes-Benz C turn on a swish. Yuan Dong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lao Chen with a complicated expression. As a former opponent, he knew too well what Lao Chen's family background was like. It couldn't be more ordinary. Even if he couldn't beg for mercy by saying he was poor, he definitely didn't have much money. In his opinion, the other party was just lucky enough to join Shui Bing City and become a store manager. Asa store manager, he earned 6 or 7,000 yuan a month, and 8 or 9,000 yuan when things were good. It was definitely not low in 2011, and was even higher than most white-collar workers. He believed that Lao Chen's salary was definitely not as high as his, otherwise he would not have looked down on him like that. Yes. All his pride was shattered during this period. Snowy Night Ice City is on fire. The store expanded rapidly, and they even launched a promotional slogan campaign, which got everyone in the area talking about this milk tea. Its popularity has surpassed Baiwei milk tea, and business is booming, but he could barely accept these. But what he could not accept was that Mishua Bingchang was not directly operated but franchised. Join us, direct sales. The difference of two words, a world of difference. In other words, Lao Chen was not the employee he thought he was, but a franchise owner. Based on the daily sales of Shui Bingchang, he could roughly estimate that Lao Chen's monthly income was at least 30,000.30,000. That's really a lot. He later found out that it was very cheap to join Shui Bingchang. One could become a store manager for only 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. There was also a master-apprentice commission system, where the master could receive the salary from the apprentice's store. As far as he knew, Lao Chen had opened many apprentice stores, and each store received a commission of 2% of the turnover, which was basically equivalent to the net income of 3 or 4 stores. In other words, Lao Chen earned about 100,000 yuan a month. At first he didn't believe it, but looking at the Mercedes-Benz C in front of him, he had to believe it. After a moment, he came to his senses, his face firm, and he smiled without hesitation. He walked up to the Mercedes-Benz C and opened the door without any sense of disobedience. "Brother Chen, get in." Old Chen didn't say anything about getting in the car. To put it bluntly, he had become accustomed to it during this period of time. Snowy Night Ice City is on fire. The franchise system is also popular. In the past, he had to beg others to join him, but now others have to beg him to join. Although Shui Bingcheng implements a master-apprentice franchise system, not everyone can open a master store at present. The threshold for a master store is that the store performance has been in the top 3 of the local sales list once, or has been in the top 10 of the local sales list for 3 consecutive times. As a result, there are not as many stores that can actually recruit apprentices as imagined, which makes Lao Chen, one of the first to try it out, very popular and has been fawned over by countless people, including Yuan Dong. In the hotel, Lao Chen and Yuan Dong had a very friendly exchange. Old Chen didn't put on airs. He was a popular guy now, but he wasn't the only one. Besides, business was about making money through harmony and being kind to others. Yuan Dong was also very sensible and called him Brother Chen all the time, which was very friendly. Lao Chen, there's a good spot on the east side. If you gather enough money by tomorrow night, I'll call the higher-ups and guarantee that the spot will be reserved for you. If you're any later, there won't be anything left. Bang, Yuan Dong slapped the bank card in front of Lao Chen and said, "What tomorrow?" There's 90,000 yuan in the card. 80,000 yuan is the franchise fee, and the remaining 10,000 yuan is for Brother Chen's hard work. My attitude may have been problematic before, but from now on, Brother Chen, just wait and see what I do. I promise I'll hit you wherever I point you. Enough of the nonsense, I'll give you a little vortex. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and performed, show off. That night, Old Chen couldn't sleep. He looked towards the northern province and murmured, "Black Dragon, my lucky star." In just 2 weeks, the number of franchise stores at Shui Bingchang has exploded. The number of newly renovated stores alone has increased by no less than 2,000, and the total number of stores has almost exceeded 4,000. The emergence of a large number of stores has also made Shui Bingcheng even more popular. At the same time, the milk tea industry was also turned upside down, and all those who were ready to see Black Dragon's joke were dumbfounded. Chapter 637. Baiwei Milk Tea was surprised, and Zhang Chang responded, "Baiwei Milk Tea headquarters, general office." All the senior executives gathered together with gloomy faces, and the person sitting at the top was replaced by Li Cheng. Founder Yang Huiyue had taken sick leave at home earlier in the month, leaving Li Cheng to take full charge of all matters. Now Li Cheng's expression was also very ugly. "Tell me about the situation?" A senior executive said, "According to preliminary statistics, Shui Bingcheng has opened at least 2,000 new franchise stores in the past 2 weeks, and the number is still expanding at a rate of dozens per day." After these words were spoken, even though many executives had probably known about the matter for a long time, they still couldn't help but be secretly shocked. 2,000 new stores opened. What concept? Baiwei Milk Tea has been expanding rapidly for a long time, but currently has less than 2,000 stores. But how long had Snowy Ice City been around? A month? And over 2,000 new stores had already opened in less than a month. Together with the hundreds of stores previously opened in the existing stores in the 3 northern provinces, the number of stores has exceeded 4,000. This number of stores is also among the best in the national milk tea industry, but Shui Bingcheng achieved it in just a few months, even if there are reasons to join cheap. Even if there is publicity for the reason of the explosion of popularity, but it's still unbelievable. 1 executive cursed, "Damn it. Is online advertising really that effective? A few $1,000,000 is more effective than our tens of millions of dollars in advertising. These students are really just trying to get involved. There are only 100 winners, what does it have to do with them? Although he said so, he had to admit that this was the most awesome promotional method he had ever seen. The phrase Ice City on Snowy Night is a bit sweet had been promoted everywhere under the endorsement of celebrity Su Yuning. Even his children often said this sentence when they came home and asked to drink the milk tea. It's outrageous, a senior executive said. There's also a master-apprentice franchise system. The master can get commissions from the apprentice's store, and he can also get commissions from the apprentice's store. What's wrong? It's a pyramid scheme, one executive reminded. Under Chinese law, systems within the third level are not considered pyramid schemes but direct selling. Only those above the third level are considered pyramid schemes. Besides, they have physical stores and are very strict. Other executives, Li Cheng asked, what's the current situation at stores across the country? The executive's face looked a little grim. It's not good. People are uneasy. In the recent period alone, 40 or 50 store managers have been gone, and many of them have simply left their stores. Some stores have been forced to close due to lack of staff. I can't keep going like this. I'm afraid more store managers will leave with their employees. Do you think you should give us a raise? Li Cheng's expression was also grim. Increased salary. It's not easy to open this end, and once it starts, it's not easy to lower it later, but the current situation of Baiwei milk tea is very bad. The expansion of Shui Bingchang is not only stealing the milk tea business but also stealing people. Many store managers of Baiwei milk tea have done the same thing as Yuan Dong after seeing how much money they can make by joining Shui Bingchang. Resign, join us. They have a deep understanding of the industry and have ready-made employees so they can open a store directly. This also caused great losses to Baiwei milk tea stores, but there was nothing they could do about it. In this era, no one signs labor contracts, so resigning is the most normal thing. A long time Zhang Cheng said with a firm expression, I'll pass on the order today. Baiwei milk tea will soon implement a store manager commission system, and we're already working on the regulations. This move is to stabilize the morale of the store manager. He knows that if he does not give them benefits, more and more people will run away. As for the employees below, he does not care because the employees cannot cause any big waves. Good. The executive nodded immediately. Zhang continued, we can't stop promoting. If Heilong can create an online promotion, we can do the same. His prize is 1 million, and our first prize is 2 million. Go get it for me right now. Even if we can't become as famous as him, we can still get some of the benefits. Although this behavior may seem a bit cheap and trendy, we have to admit that it is definitely effective. Since it is effective, Zhang Cheng will not care about his face. This is his ethics as a professional manager, executive, I understand. Zhang Cheng, continue to apply for advertising on the Spring Festival Gala. Executive, if we take on all of these, the costs will be too high. Should we be more cautious? Although Shui Bingchang has captured a certain market share in the milk tea industry, it's not theoretically in the same market as us. There's a price difference. Our milk tea target audience is elite white-collar workers, so the decline in store sales isn't particularly significant. This has to be said, Shui Bingchang is a milk tea miracle. Although it has turned the entire milk tea industry upside down and attracted many people from milk tea shops to join, causing considerable impact on major milk tea brands, it has not caused any serious damage. After all, of the major milk tea brands have different target audiences. Currently, the mainstream target groups of major milk tea brands on the market are office workers and girls. The majority of customers at Shui Bingchang are students. It is more about converting people who did not drink milk tea before to drink milk tea. The price is not much different from that of soft drinks. However, there are still many college students who only drink high-end milk tea, especially those exquisite pig girls, cheap milk tea. It would be a bit embarrassing for them to hold it, not to mention office workers. It is understandable to switch from Starbucks to high-end milk tea, but switching to Shui Bingchang is shameful. Therefore, although the impact on other brands of milk tea is not small, it is not really a serious blow. It is just a bit of a talent grabbing that makes more milk tea brands busy. Certainly, everything is based on the current good economic situation. Li Chang, don't worry about money, one executive suggested. Why don't we open a franchise? This mentor-apprentice system is really good to know. Li Chang rejected the idea. Not everyone is suitable for joining. Unlike Shui Bingchang, which only requires 70,000 or 80,000 yuan to join, Baiwei milk tea requires a minimum of 200,000 yuan to join. Currently, Baiwei milk tea hasn't been well promoted, so even if we open the franchise, few people will join. It will only give people a weird feeling. Milk tea is a burgeoning industry, and Shui Bingchang is already well known. Whenever people mention cheap tea, they think of it. But what about high-end milk tea? There are so many varieties. So what we need to do now isn't to treat Shui Bingchang as our enemy, but rather those high-end milk tea chains, even Starbucks. It won't be too late to consider joining once we become well known. Remember what time I said? Below, executives took notes with pen and paper. Li Chang, first, slow down the pace of store openings, but choose each store location more carefully. Ideally, open next to a Starbucks store. The store should be decorated more upscale, and the staff should be good-looking, beautiful, with long legs. Second, build momentum. If you drink the 100th or 200th cup every day, you'll win a prize and get free milk tea. Third, he kept thinking of various coping strategies. Chapter 638, Mr. Gu was shocked and made additional investment. Xinjiang launched the All-Star Plan. Same other milk tea brands reacted differently to Shui Bingcheng's crazy expansion, which shocked them. Many milk tea brands have also launched franchise systems, but the effects are not very obvious. Instead, store managers often jump ship to work at Shui Bingcheng. Gu Family Villa's old Master Gu looked at the report his secretary handed over in astonishment, his eyes flickering. Franchise, mentoring, online promotion, stirring up a storm. I never thought he had this trick up his sleeve. I thought I overestimated him, but now it seems I still underestimated him. What a trick. The report in his hand detailed the successful history of Shui Bingcheng's franchise system, including the number of franchise stores in various regions and the trend caused by the publicity. Gu Chuan was equally surprised. She hadn't expected that before Northern City could even make a name for itself, Snowy Night Ice City would become so popular, leading to a surge in franchise stores. This online promotion was brilliant. It only cost a few $1 million, but it created a level of awareness that wouldn't have been possible even with tens of millions. Furthermore, they were the first to try it out. Especially the slogan, Snowy Night Ice City is a little sweet, which was being talked about everywhere in the streets and alleys. Milk tea. No matter which one is made, it's sweet, but when people mention sweet milk tea, they still subconsciously think of Shui Bingcheng. This is an awesome place. It can be said that this publicity has completely established Shui Bingcheng's position in the milk tea industry, and its popularity has widened the gap with other milk tea brands. Even if other milk tea brands want to follow suit, it will be difficult for them to achieve this level. By the way, it's a bit difficult. After hearing Gu Chuan's analysis, Mr. Gu nodded. The effect of online publicity is so good. It seems that we should pay more attention to it in the future. It is very valuable. Gu Chuan, of course. The 21st century is the internet age. Within 10 years, internet groups will dominate the world. Believe it or not, in 10 years at least 2/3 of the world's top 100 companies will be internet companies. Mr. Gu, maybe. But I still believe that industry is king. The internet is ultimately virtual and may rise very quickly, but it will also collapse quickly without the stability of the real entity. Of course, if you want to play with the internet, I won't stop you. Gu Chuan, he knew that veteran entrepreneurs like his grandfather would value physical entities the most and were destined to be left behind by the times, and Xinjiang, even though he uses online promotion as a means of publicity, his current business focus is clearly on the physical world. Physical investments are expensive and the results are slow. What good is that? The internet is the key, and that's where the sky's the limit. Old Master Gu was still holding the report. Xinjiang is smarter than I thought. It seems he had all this planned long ago. No wonder he didn't accept my investment. He clearly doesn't intend to sell his golden goose. He was really surprised by Xinjiang's move, which was beyond his expectations. He was prepared for the future and did not follow the public to introduce capital to expand stores. Instead, he came up with his own master-apprentice franchise system. Most importantly, his mother succeeded. The brand's reputation is completely established, brand stores are also opening, the market is also occupied. The most important thing is, the control of the company is still in his hands, without any loss. Xinjiang's move is very impressive in the milk tea industry and even in the business world. This method can be included in economics textbooks. Gu Chuan, this franchise system doesn't require any investment, yet it's profitable. Of course, he wouldn't sell his golden chicken for money, and he can still keep control in his own hands. I just wonder how someone like him, who started out as a gangster, could have so many business tricks. What's wrong with his brain? It's weird. Mr. Gu, come with me to the Creek Villa later to catch up on the past. Gu Chuan. At this time, Gu Xiaodong walked in and shouted, "Grandpa, Li Cheng is here and wants to see you." Mr. Gu was not surprised. Let him in. Soon Li Cheng walked in from outside, and his eyes fell on Gu Chuan and flashed twice. However, Gu Chuan just glanced at him lightly and then looked away, without paying any further attention. She has seen too many business elites like Li Cheng. Although they are handsome, talented, and capable, in her opinion, they are just SOSO. They cannot be compared with Xinjiang, who has average grades but can still fight his way up from the bottom. Li Cheng didn't linger on his gaze for too long. In his opinion, although women are important, career is more important. Without a career, women won't even look at him. Maybe Gu Chuan ignored him because he didn't make the byway milk tea well. He looked at Mr. Gu and said straight to the point, "Mr. Gu, I hope to use the second investment funds." Mr. Gu invested 1.5 billion in byway milk tea and invested all of it at once, and signed a bet contract. The first installment of 500 million yuan has been almost spent by byway milk tea, but according to the agreement, Mr. Gu will not invest the second installment until at least half a year has passed. Mr. Gu calmly drank a sip of tea and said, "The reason, Li Cheng, the sudden disruption caused by Shui Bingcheng has shaken up the milk tea industry. Byway milk tea must expand its influence, otherwise it will be relegated to the background among other high-end milk tea brands. We can't open 2,000 stores first and then invest more as agreed. I need more money to build my brand reputation. As for the reason, I am the reason. As long as Director Gu comes up with the second investment in advance, I can personally invest 100 million in Baiwei Milk Tea and sign an agreement with Director Gu. Blue Mountain Capital will soon release a new annual brand evaluation report, and emerging milk tea brands will definitely be listed separately. I guarantee that Baiwei Milk Tea will get the top spot in brand value. If it doesn't, I will resign and lose my personal investment funds. He said fiercely. Mr. Gu nodded, okay. He saw that Li Chang was really motivated, and he was very optimistic about the young man. He is very resourceful. Since he is like this, why not let him fight with Qin Jiang and see who will win. A few minutes later, Li Chang left the Gu family villa and subconsciously glanced at Xiaoxi villa as he passed by. Qin Jiang. Don't think you've won. Snowy Night Ice City is nothing. Baiwei Milk Tea is the real milk tea. I will defeat you. Gu family villa. Gu Chuan, Grandpa, do you think he can still win? Old Master Gu, don't underestimate him. It's no small feat to make it out of a ferocious financial district like that abroad. Besides, while Shui Bingchang has emerged as a rising star, it's not a complete competitor to Baiwei Milk Tea. On the contrary, Black Dragon's Ba Wang Tea is the real competitor, but Black Dragon's Ba Wang Tea is lukewarm. Do you think Qin Jiang still has some tricks up his sleeve, or has he already given up on Ba Wang Tea? Gu Chuan frowned and said nothing. Can Qin Jiang still use some tricks to make Ba Wang Tea popular? No way. How can he really give up Ba Wang Tea if he has so many classic trading methods? Creek Villa. Qin Jiang stood in front of the French window and listened to Wang Tao's report. There was nothing unexpected about the development of Shui Bing City. He gave the order, launch Overlord promotion plan, all-star endorsement. Chapter 639. Who imitates whom? Zhang Chao. No, clear. Xu Zhang nodded and went out to convey the order. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced outside and happened to see Li Chang passing by. Li Chang also saw Zhu Zhang. Eye contact. Zhu Zhang. Li Chang murmured, is the second in command of the Black Dragon Group, the actual executor, really young enough? He thought he was young enough, nearly 30 years old, but the other party was only in his early 20s, and in terms of net worth and status, he is no worse than him, and to some extent, he is even more powerful than him. Shake your head. Li Chang murmured, huh? It's just one, no. Two pigs standing on the vent of the wind. Just wait, he just left. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Zhang frowned slightly as he looked at the direction Li Chang left. Just now, he stood at the door of the villa and paused, looking at himself with an unnatural expression. Obviously, something is wrong. He said to Zhao Shanha, go find out who that person is and why he came to our villa area. Zhao Shanha nodded, okay. Vocational College. Wu Yu didn't even play the chess pieces, he was just very happy and looked like he was the happiest person. Opposite, the old friend said speechlessly, laugh if you want to, don't hold it in. Wu Yu, ha ha ha, old friend, Wu Yu, old you, let me tell you something. Qin Jiang is a man of ideas. How could he not know the importance of the Milk Tea Empire's territorial expansion? The reason he hasn't rushed to expand is clearly because he's been prepared for it. The mentorship system, online promotions, and a franchise fee of 70,000 to 80,000. TSK. How did he come up with that? He's truly my student, old you, an old friend. Couldn't help but curl his lips at Wu Yu's smug look, but he had to admit that Qin Jiang's publicity method for Snowy Ice City was amazing. He himself was an economics major and was naturally very sensitive to business practices, seeing things more deeply than others. Your student is not simple. He has invested most of his money in Northern City and can't afford to quickly expand the Snowy Night Ice City stores. Introducing capital will inevitably lead to a loss of some sovereignty, but now, by joining the uniform franchise at a low price, not only do we not have to invest money up front, but we can even collect a portion of the franchise fee. Most importantly, this system has allowed him to rapidly expand his store network. I heard it's now at 4,000, and the main thing is that there will be an even more rapid growth period in the future. We'll see, maybe next year his Shui Bingchang will break 5,000 stores, and in 2 years, 10,000. By then, he won't need any other companies. The Shui Bingchang milk tea brand alone will make him a nationally renowned entrepreneur. Wanian, what concept? There are only a handful of such people in China at present. Wu Yu, right, you're absolutely right. Ha ha. My vocational college can produce a nationally renowned entrepreneur, and at such a young age. Just tell me if I'm amazing at coaching students. Lao Yu, what does it have to do with you? But he only promotes Snowy Night Ice City, so Ba Wang Tea seems to be lagging behind. Is he planning to give up? Wu Yu, Ba Wang Tea and Shui Bingchang are fundamentally different. Shui Bingchang's franchise fee is only 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. This low fee is the key to its rapid expansion. Franchises for milk tea shops of Ba Wang Tea's caliber often cost 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, which not many people can afford. Old Yu nodded. The main reason is that Ba Wang Tea isn't very popular right now, unless Qin Jiang can come up with a more impressive promotional campaign to make it a hit. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu smiled but said nothing. He had great confidence in Qin Zhang, but not to the point of blind faith. The fact that Snowy Night Ice City had been promoted to this extent was already a miracle. If there was another, there aren't so many miracles, Lao Yu. From the current situation, Qin Jiang is undoubtedly the new chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces. I think those old guys at Songda are going to be really pissed off. Wu Yu, we have to piss them off. It's just a bunch of students coming up with a crappy dating app, and yet they're so pretentious. They give speeches at schools every day, and even come to the vocational college to give a speech. Look at our Qin Jiang. He's not as awesome as him, but he's still low-key and never shows off. Isn't he going to give a speech? I've already given him the green light and am just waiting for him to come. I want to see if he can open his mouth. Lao Yu, although I understand your feelings, but you said Qin Jiang is low-key? Bullshit. He is low-key? There is no high-profile person in Songjiang. It turns out that people love the house and the dog, Lao Yu, but I'm more curious about what he's built with his northern border city. It's such a big deal, it's not just a small city. How much money would it take for him to build something of that scale? 10 billion is definitely not enough. Wu Yu pretended to be mysterious and said, just watch and see. I guarantee you'll be shocked when you do. Lao Yu, TSK, why are you being so mysterious? You wouldn't know anything at first glance. Besides, it's not your business. Wu Yu, but he's my student. Lao Yu, Jingcheng, somewhere there was a long queue in front of the Shui Bingcheng store, and there was also a store diagonally opposite it, exactly Mishue Milk Tea. There was a man standing in front of the store, staring blankly at the Shui Bingcheng store across the street. It was the owner of Mishue Milk Tea, Zheng Chao. He founded his milk tea brand 10 years ago and has since worked hard to develop it. He now has branches in his local area and nearby cities, as well as some franchised stores, making him a second-tier milk tea brand. He once imagined that he could make his milk tea brand even bigger and stronger in the future. Yes, all this has changed in recent months. A brand called Shui Bingcheng suddenly emerged and became an instant hit. Franchise stores have skyrocketed across the country and the brand has become famous across the country. The most important thing is that the other party is on the same track as our brand, and also focuses on low-end and cheap products. In fact, many models are more novel and outstanding than his, and are completely enhanced versions of his. This let his brand business decline rapidly, while he was thinking. See you. A young couple passed by his store. Boy, Mi Shui. This is the popular milk tea shop, right? Let's go, girl. No. What are you looking at? That popular milk tea shop is Shui Bingcheng. It's obviously an imitation store. It sells a bunch of cheap brands and I don't drink it. The one across the street is the real one, you know? I hate these imitations the most. As she said that, she pulled the boy to join the long line at Shui Bingcheng across the street. Zhang Chao, what the hell? I'm a knockoff. I am the original one, okay? I have existed for 10 years. I am the old brand. Why, I always feel like I'm living in the shadow of a snowy ice city. Why does this brand have so many similar ideas to mine, or even better than I thought? No. Background music, snowflakes falling, chapter 640. Zhang Chao wants to join, Qin Zhang, let him see me. Zhang Chao, degree, confused, completely confused, but Zhang Chao was unwilling to give up. He murmured, no? I still have cards. I can still play. Obviously, he was unwilling to be suppressed by Shui Bingcheng, and he wanted to make a name for himself afterwards. He developed various novel milk tea routines, increased publicity, and personally fought on the front line, and then, the losses were even greater. Originally, he and Shui Bingcheng were on the same track, and Shui Bingcheng was very well known, and his name was very similar to the other one, so he, who was obviously a chain brand, was inferior to other small stores of unknown brands. Many people thought that he was a high-end imitation of Shui Bingcheng, and since the price was similar, naturally they would not choose him. As a result, his store business went from bad to worse. Not to mention expanding the store, many of his previous franchise stores closed down and joined Shui, leaving his brand in jeopardy. In the office, the brothers Zhang Chao and Zhang Pu kept smoking. Zhang Pu, we can't go on like this. We've almost spent all the money on our books. Marketing hasn't increased sales much, and it's actually caused many stores to lose money. If we keep going this way, we'll go bankrupt. Zhang Chao, I'm not willing to give up. After more than 10 years of business, the milk tea craze is finally here, and it's a great time to rise, but, why? Zhang Pu, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Shui Bingcheng is a brand under the Black Dragon Group. Although its milk tea brand was established a little later than ours, the milk tea craze was caused by it. Most importantly, many of its marketing strategies are really amazing. We have to acknowledge it. Zhang Chao, we have to admit it. If we don't, our hard work will be completely wasted. More than 10 years of hard work from you and me will be gone, and we might even starve to death. Zhang Pu, I know you're reluctant to part with the brand we founded, but at this point, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Chao, well, then, give it to him. I'll go talk to him in person. I've already arranged to meet with their person in charge. That day, Zhang Chao personally flew to Songjiang. He wanted to discuss cooperation with the Black Dragon Group. He wanted to transfer the Mishui clan he had painstakingly built into the Shuei Ice City. Songjiang. Brush, as the accompanying plane landed, Zhang Chao walked out of the airport and couldn't help shivering. It's so cold, it was winter. It has started snowing in the north and the temperature is very low, which makes him, a southerner, a little uncomfortable. Old Zhang, someone at the airport entrance shouted to Zhang Chao, here, old who. Zhang Chao immediately pushed his suitcase out and hugged the person who came. It was obvious that the two parties had a close relationship. After a few pleasantries, the two quickly left the airport and got into the car. In the car, Lao Hu looked at Lao Zhang and said, "This is your first time in the north, right? I'll take you around and show you the real northern scenery and the thousands of miles of frozen land." Zhang Chao, old Hu, don't worry about turning around. I'm here to discuss a cooperation. Old Hu laughed and scolded, I knew you wouldn't come to the north to see me if you didn't have business. Tell me. What's the deal? Your company is doing really well, so you've come to Songjiang to do business. Oh, and I remember you were making milk tea, right? It's all the rage right now. Are you taking advantage of that opportunity to make a fortune? Zhang Chao smiled bitterly. Milk tea is very popular, but it has nothing to do with me. In fact, it's even worse. Lao Hu, how do you say that? Zhang Chao, I won't hide it from you. I opened a milk tea brand that focuses on low-end and cheap products. It was already doing well, but recently Shui Bingchang suddenly appeared. He talked about the difficulties that the popularity of Shui Bingchang brought to Mishui. Lao Hu, you mean you plan to negotiate with Shui Bingchang and become their major franchisee? Zhang Chao, yes. Lao Hu, already have the intention or? Zhang Chao, we just started communicating. Old Hu had a complicated expression and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Zhang Chao realized something was wrong and asked, Old Hu, is there something wrong? There's something wrong with Snowy Night Ice City. Lao Hu, it's not Shui Bingchang that's problematic, it's the group behind it, the Black Dragon Group. Do you know anything about this Black Dragon Group? Zhang Chao, I heard it's a new group founded by a few students. The chairman, Qin Jiang, seems to be the leading young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces. Lao Hu, these are just superficial things. There are some underlying circumstances that you don't know. The Black Dragon Group is more than just a large conglomerate. It's a local tycoon, and Qin Jiang isn't just the chairman. He's the most powerful gangster in Songjiang. What? Zhang Chao said in disbelief, isn't he only in his early 20s? Lao Hu, is there a conflict? Zhang Chao, this, old Hu, I guess you wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you, don't underestimate the Black Dragon Group. When they first started, they were said to have extorted money from the nursing college with hundreds of followers. I won't tell you about the distant past, but just 2 months ago, Qin Jiang led a large number of people to besiege the Longfei Group and threw the chairman of the Longfei Group, who was also a gangster in northern province, from a building and killed him. Zhang Chao, so cruel? Is this true? Lao Hu, what's true or false? How could I lie to you? Everyone in Songjiang knows this. You should know that the most popular saying in Songjiang is, if you offend Qin Jiang, you will sink into the river tonight. Zhang Chao, Lao Hu, so it's best to avoid such groups, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. Hesitate. Zhang Chao couldn't help but feel conflicted. Leave, what awaits Michelle if she leaves will be destruction, and he will lose everything. Want to cooperate. He was also a little scared after hearing Lao Hu's introduction. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, no. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Old Hu. I can't miss this opportunity. I don't care what he does. I just want to do business with him. Besides, I don't plan to talk to the Black Dragon Group. I'll just talk to Shui Bingchang. Lao Hu, alright. You decide for yourself. Legends are just legends. Reality may not be that cruel. That day, Zhang Chao and Lao Hu had a simple meal to reminisce about the past but didn't dare to drink too much. The next day, they went straight to the Snowy Ice City. Qin Xing happened to be in charge of the headquarters that day. Qin Xing had been promoted to vice president of Shui Bingchang during this period. This was the first time Qin Xing encountered a major franchisee issue and he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. He called Wang Tao to report the situation and wait for his opinion. However, Wang Tao was reporting to Qin Jiang and knew about this. Zhang Chao, expand franchisee base, founder of Mishui Milk Tea. Qin Jiang sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed in thought for a moment, and said, let Zhang Chao come to see me. Wang Tao was stunned. Okay. Then he said to the person on the phone, Brother John wants to see Zhang Chao. Bang! After hanging up the phone, Qin Xing looked at Zhang Chao and said, Boss Qin heard about your joining conditions and wants to meet you, Mr. Qin. Xinjiang Qin, why did he see me? Was he dissatisfied with the terms of cooperation he proposed? Was he angry? Was he going to sink into the river? Was Zhang Chao, Chapter 641, Qin Jiang in front of the boss, the uneasiness an hour later, downstairs of Heilong Group. Zhang Chao was a little hesitant. Qin Xing looked at his expression and seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Zhang, this must be his first time in Songjiang. I'm sure you've heard some legends. Don't worry, those legends are completely false. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Formal company. Zhang Chao looked at the 2 rows of young men in black suits standing upright in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. It doesn't look normal at all, but what could he say? Since he was already here, he could only bite the bullet and follow Qin Ching into the Black Dragon Group. At the same time, I sent a message I had already edited in my pocket. Call me in an hour. If no one answers, report it to the police. That's it. As soon as I came in, Zhang Chao saw several young women at the front desk of the lobby on the first floor, all of them with smiles on their faces. The lobby on the first floor is generally spacious, with sofas for resting, and looks very formal. Most importantly, he saw many positive slogans on the wall: strive for progress, work hard, etc. Zhang Chao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he saw several young men passing by him. It didn't matter. The most important thing was that these young men had bandages on their arms and thighs, and one of them also had an inconspicuous scar on his face. Zhang Chao? No, what's going on? Aren't these injuries clearly from a fight? They look like Black Dragon personnel. He looked at Qin Ching. If I say they were hacked while doing their job, would you believe it? Zhang Chao, Qin Ching, if you don't believe me, look over there. Our Black Dragon company has rules and regulations. Zhang Chao looked at the wall and found a banner with Qin Ching's words written on it. Halong is a formal company. Zhang Chao became even more unconvinced after seeing this sentence. Which regular company would hang a banner with this on the wall? Why does it give people the feeling that they are trying to hide something? Now looking at the Black Dragon members who kept passing by, Zhang Chao felt that they were ferocious and evil, and subconsciously hid behind Qin Ching. The black-clad personnel bowed their heads and greeted Qin Ching. Sister Chang. Sister Chang. Zhang Chao, Sigma degree, no? You're also a big sister, swish. He subconsciously took 2 steps away from Qin Ching. She didn't bother to explain and continued to lead Zhang Chao upstairs. As soon as they entered the elevator, Zhang Chao saw a reading basket with 3 books in it: Chinese criminal law, Chinese civil law, Wuxia law encyclopedia. Zhang Chao inexplicably felt a little relieved. Fine. At least, there are laws in this place. Boom. Boom. Come in. Bang, Qin Cheng opened the door and led Zhang Chao in, saying, Boss Qin, I brought Zhang Chao here. Swish. 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 Several eyes fell directly on Zhang Chao behind Qin Ching. Zhang Chao, early 30s. He looks skinny and doesn't look like an elite at all. Seeing this, Zhu Zhang and Wang Tao withdrew their gaze as they could not find anything special about the other party. Only Qin Zhang's gaze remained on the other person for a long time. At this moment, he was the only one who knew that this man was a potential stock. In the future, the other party's brand would dominate the milk tea industry, open up the market with low prices, and open tens of thousands of stores, becoming the milk tea brand with the largest number of stores in the country. It is also the first milk tea stock and the favorite brand of franchisees. Basically, as long as you have a good location to open a Mishue tea shop, it is difficult to lose money, and the traffic is terrifyingly high. Unfortunately, all of this came from the previous life, and it is obviously impossible for the other party to achieve this again in this life and nothing else. The opponent's track has been occupied by Shui Bingchang, otherwise the opponent would not have come all the way here to see him. Zhang Chao on the opposite side felt an inexplicable pressure coming towards him as soon as he came in, and looked up to the front. 4 people, 3 of them sat on the sofa in a triangle shape, and a young man stood in front of them. That he didn't know any of the 4 people, but he could guess that the 3 sitting there were the backbone. The 2-meter-tall figure on the far right, dressed like a brown bear, must be the legendary warrior who defeated the Iron Wirefist Master, God of War, Seijo. The Black Dragon Group's strongest fighter, the legendary top-tier double flower red stick. Since Iron Arm Boy was captured and never seen again, the legend has it he died. It's just so amazing. The young man on the far left with a pigtail and a folding fan gave him a very sophisticated feeling. He seemed to be smiling at him, but he always felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if the other party could plot against him at any time. His identity was obvious: Little Zhuge, Zhu Zhang, the second in command of the Black Dragon Group, a legendary military figure. Finally, his gaze fell on the young man in the center, who was dressed in formal attire and half leaning on the sofa with an indifferent expression. There was no smile nor murderous look on his face, but just sitting there, he gave people the feeling that he was the focus, and people couldn't take their eyes off him. At the same time, when the other person's eyes met his, Zhang Chao felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. It was winter, but he was sweating on his back for no reason. He felt like being stripped naked and exposed to the sun. Horrible, what a terrifying young man. This moment he was in his early 30s and felt like a rookie when standing in front of the other party. The other party's identity is also about to be revealed at the leader of the Black Dragon, Qin Jiang. Zhang Chao, Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. Qin Jiang, don't be so reserved, sit down. He waved his hand to signal the other party to sit down. Although Zhang Chao was a little nervous, he was a man who had worked his way up from the bottom after all. After calming himself down a little, he sat in front of Qin Jiang and others. Bang, Zhu Zhan closed his folding fan and said, You plan to join Shui Bing City? Zhang Chao, yes. I also own a chain of milk tea brands. Now I plan to completely revamp these stores and add the Shui Bingcheng brand to them all. My store also has complete machines and employees. There is no need to do any preliminary preparation. I can open a franchise store directly by just changing the plaque. As he said this, he looked at Qin Jiang and the other two, and found that their expressions were very calm and there was no change. She continued, I need some preferential policies, such as discounts on franchise fees for my stores, and discounts on material costs since I purchase in bulk. At the same time, I need management and executive authority over the stores. The headquarters can send some management inspectors, but they cannot deprive me of my management rights. I also want the position of deputy general manager of a city. He continued to state his request, and after a moment, he looked anxiously at Qin Jiang and the other two, waiting for their response. He knew that the decision made by the three people across from him today could change the fate of the rest of his life. Chapter 642, Qin Jiang's friendship, successful cooperation, and what was lost. A lot of requests? Xu Zhang looked at him, but why did Black Dragon agree to these requests? Give me a reason. Zhang Chao, I can guarantee that I will bring more than 200 stores to Heilong within half a month, and these stores will be managed by me, which will also save the headquarters a lot of effort. He grasped the crux of the problem at the first time. Opening hundreds of franchise stores at the same time can only be icing on the cake for Shui Bingchang, but large franchisees can save manpower and material resources of the headquarters and are easier to manage. At the same time, it can also make a good start and attract the attention of other big bosses in the future, but it will also speed up the development of Shui Bing City and save more energy for the Shui Bing City headquarters. This is his trump card. He believed that any smart decision maker would choose to cooperate with him in this situation. As the first franchisee to cooperate, he can definitely get the greatest discount. Even though he firmly believed in this matter, he was still nervous. After all, the three people in front of him were not the leaders of Shui Bing City, but the directors of the superior group behind them. The three of them, the entire Shui Bing City only occupies a part, and they have no idea what their attitude is towards franchisees. Xu Zhang smiled faintly. How dare you ask for such a high price? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Chao felt a little relieved after a slight jolt in his heart. He knew that Xu Zhang said this because he was interested in cooperation, but he just had objections to the conditions he proposed. So, it's nothing more than giving up some benefits. Hope, don't make it difficult for him. But at this moment, Qin Jiang's voice rang out, yes. What can I do? Zhang Chao looked up at Qin Jiang in disbelief, even suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Qin Jiang looked at Zhang Chao and said, let's follow the cooperation method you just mentioned. Since you are the first large-scale franchisee of Shui Bingchang, your franchise fee will be waived for the first 3 years. Seriously? Even though Zhang Chao was mature and steady, he couldn't remain calm and looked at Qin Jiang with longing in his eyes. Qin Jiang, Wang Tao. Wang Tao, yes. Qin Jiang, you will go down and meet with him later. According to the draft contract he just mentioned, we can start cooperation. Wang Tao, understood. Qin Jiang, and not only can you join Shui Bingchang, I will also give you 50 Ba Wang Ti franchise discounts, still waiving the franchise fee and offering material discounts. Wang Tao will discuss the details with you. Overlord T. Zhang Chao was stunned. He was planning to join Snowland Ice City and had no interest in Overlord T, but looking at Qin Jiang, he didn't refuse for some reason, but nodded, okay. A few minutes later, Zhang Chao followed Wang Tao and Qin Xing out of the office in a daze, and it was obvious that he still hadn't reacted to cooperation. Is so smooth, is this normal? It can't be fake. But Wang Tao took him directly to the third-floor management department and drafted a contract according to what he had just said. After confirming that it was correct, he signed it on the spot and said to him, you've paid the price. Not only can you join Shui Bingchang, but you can also join Ba Wang Ti. Ba Wang Ti is going to be very popular soon. Just wait and see how you make money. Downstairs a bang, Qin Xing patted his shoulder, come back to your senses. Zhang Chao, Qin Xing, the contract has been signed, so what are you worried about? The management department's contract is one level higher than the one at Shuai Ice City headquarters. You are definitely special. Zhang Chao nodded subconsciously. He knew very well that the management department was the superior organization of Shui Bing City, and it was obvious that he was special that he could sign a contract with them. Qin Xing ignored his distracted look and turned away. Old Zhang, after hearing the news, Lao drove to the gate of Heilong Group and saw Zhang Chao standing at the gate in a daze, constantly shouting in a low voice. When Zhang Chao saw that it was Lao, he got in the car immediately. Boom, Old Zhu stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing Old Zhang's dazed look, he said with great concern, Old Zhang, don't panic. Black Dragon is only in Songjiang, not. Bei Province has a powerful hold on the world. Your home is not here. I'll take you to the airport right now. You must leave Bei Province immediately. You will be safe then. He kept looking back to see if anyone was following him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized no one was following him, but his body was still trembling slightly as he murmured, no, I have to hide too. I'll get a ticket and leave Songjiang with you. Luckily, I'm homeless and unemployed in Songjiang. I can hide away for a year or two and be fine. This car has been exposed today. I'll ask someone to sell it to me when the time comes. Zhang Chao was stunned. What are you talking about? He looked at the direction the car was heading and asked, where are you going? Lao Yu, the airport. Where else can I go? Zhang Chao, not going to the airport. I'm not leaving today, Lao Yu, don't act on impulse. I'm telling you, Qin Jiang is really ruthless. I don't know how you've offended him, but if you offend him, it's bound to be bad. He was able to leave the Black Dragon Group because he didn't want to see bloodshed in the company. Believe it or not, if you don't leave Songjiang today, I will have to fish you out from the bottom of the river tonight. Zhang Chao, no? What are you talking about? Lao Yu, what am I talking about? Of course I'm running away. Zhang Chao also came back to his senses and saw what Lao Yu was thinking. He said, Lao Yu, what are you thinking about? I haven't offended Qin Jiang or Black Dragon boss. Lao Yu, no offense. Then what was that expression on your face just now? Did you look distracted? Zhang Chao, I'm thinking about other things. Lao Yu, they didn't agree to your cooperation? I was so scared. I thought you had offended Qin Jiang. Do you know that my trouser pockets are full of sweat? Zhang Chao. He was speechless but knew that the other person really cared about him, so he couldn't help but patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it's okay. Lao Yu, I'm glad you're alright. Didn't we agree to only talk to the higher-ups at Shui Yibing City? Why did you go to the Black Dragon headquarters? Isn't that like walking into a tiger's mouth? Zhang Chao, after you said all this, I still want to ask you, why are you down there at the Black Dragon headquarters? Lao Yu, of course I was afraid you'd get into an accident, so I secretly followed you. Do you know that you didn't come down for such a long time? That I thought something had happened and wanted to report it to the police. Fortunately, you came down in time. Zhang Chao, thank you, Lao Yu. Not only Lao Yu, he himself suspected there was danger when he first went up. Lao Yu, don't lose heart, there is always a way out. If they don't cooperate, there are others who will. Zhang Chao, I didn't expect the cooperation to go so smoothly. It was really beyond my expectations. Lao Yu, if it fails, it fails. Wait, you said the cooperation was successful? It really was a success. Zhang Chao, yes. The cooperation is going smoothly, the contract has been signed, and the treatment is better than I expected. He shook the contract in his bag. Lao Yu, oh my god? I thought he'd be mad when you put forward the conditions, but I didn't expect it to actually work out. You're amazing. I said you were the most promising one in our class, and it turns out. I wasn't wrong, you're awesome. Even a ruthless group like Black Dragon can be dealt with. His future is limitless. Is the future limitless? Zhang Chao nodded subconsciously. Qin Jiang had offered him very generous terms for cooperation. He could use these to continuously expand his franchise stores, perhaps capitalizing on the popularity of Snowy Night and expanding his store count to hundreds, or even thousands. By then, perhaps it would be a blessing in disguise, and his assets would soar to new heights. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of emptiness within, as if something important had been lost. Chapter 643, Thoughts Come True, Crew Treats, what else are you thinking about? Lao Yu said, you said you had successfully cooperated with me, but you looked so sad that I was shocked. You must treat me tonight to comfort my wounded heart. By the way, tell me about what happened after you got there. Did you meet the Black Dragon bosses? Did you see the legendary God of War, 49? I heard he's 2 meters tall and can kill a bear with one punch. And then there's Zhu Zhang, who's said to be very clever but seems quite ruthless. And then there's Qin Jiang. Zhang Chao looked back through the car window at the Black Dragon Group building with a complicated look in his eyes, then shook his head to dispel his confused thoughts. Turning back to Lao Yu, he said, have a good drink tonight. I've been so tense these past few days and need to relax. Lao Yu, okay. Buzz, Zhang Chao's phone rang in his pocket, and Zhang Pu's voice came, are you okay? How's the negotiation going? We can hardly keep up with the franchise stores, so we can give up some of the profits. Zhang Chao, we've already negotiated. It's the best terms I could have imagined. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Group is giving us a lot of autonomy, waiving the franchise fee for 3 years, and reducing the initial costs of each store by 10%. Zhang Pu, who did you negotiate this generous offer with? Did he cheat you? Does he keep his word? Zhang Chao, Qin Jiang. Zhang Pu, who? Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, chairman of the Black Dragon Group, the legendary Songjiang guy. Zhang Chao, yes. Zhang Pu, why would he want to see you? We're probably not at that level, are we? What kind of person is he? Is he really just a student? They say he started out as a gangster. Does he have a lot of bodyguards with him? Zhang Chao, he's quite an extraordinary person. I can't quite figure him out, let alone him. Even Zhu Zhang beside him gives me an unfathomable feeling. With a person like that, and a team like that, it's not unfair that we lost to them. Zhang Pu, tell me about it when you come back. I'm curious, how legendary is that man? In the office is Zhu Zheng, brother Jiang. Why do you treat him so well? We don't lack franchise stores. He didn't quite understand why his brother Zheng treated Zhang Chao so well. It couldn't even be said to be preferential treatment, it was completely caring. But why was he caring for him? Does it matter? No. Zhang Chao is obviously just an ordinary small business owner. But from his conversation, you can tell that he is a capable person. Qin Zhang, 1,000 gold coins for horse bones. Let's use him as an example. Can we attract some big franchisees? Although franchising can quickly expand the number of stores, it is not without its drawbacks. It is very difficult for us to manage these chaotic franchisees, and it takes a lot of effort. Relatively speaking, large franchisees are much better. We only need to manage the large franchisees and let them manage the franchise stores below. Xu Zheng nodded. I have to say that while Shui Bingcheng has rapidly expanded to thousands of stores in a short period of time and has achieved immense popularity, I have also exposed many problems. Some franchise stores have lax employee management and failed to ensure uniform cleanliness and hygiene. Some franchise stores have even resorted to cutting corners to make more money, or have resorted to obtaining materials from other sources, even at a markup. As for bad attitude, fraud, and so much more. In response to this, the Black Dragon Group has also taken many actions. The management department has specially set up an inspection agency at the Shui Bingcheng headquarters to punish those stores that do not follow the rules. Warnings, fines, suspension of business, and even direct closures. These have indeed caused great losses to Shui Bingcheng, and it has also cost more energy. If it connects with large franchisees, the problems will be alleviated a lot. At least by strictly managing the large franchisees, they can save time, effort, and money in controlling them. Although he agreed with the decision in his heart, Zhu Zhang knew Qin Zhang well and felt that there was some deeper meaning behind it. Since Brother Zhang didn't say it, he wouldn't ask. Qin Zhang looked out the window with a flickering gaze. When he heard Zhang Chao looking for him, he was a bit dazed. Zhang Chao, the founder of Mishui. He could be said to be stealing his future achievements, which was why he was giving him such preferential treatment. It was nothing else. It was just karma. There were some things he didn't believe in, but his 2 lives had given him a little faith. But it was only a little bit. He wouldn't let the so-called karma blind him, nothing more than just a little emotional. Sijou looked at Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang smiled and said, "Let's go eat." Xu Zhang, it's time for Sijou to eat again. Sijou, hee. At the same time, while everyone's attention was focused on the frantic expansion of Shui Bingcheng, no one knew that an all-star free endorsement storm was about to unfold and Hengdian Baoan Tea is about to explode. Hengdian, click, the director said. Okay, intermission. Wow. The crew members breathed a sigh of relief, and several assistants quickly came to the main actors and put on their clothes. Sister Yuning, thank you for your hard work. Sister Yu, thank you for your hard work. The 2 female protagonists are Wang Yuning and Yin Yu. This drama is a TV series invested and produced by Star Entertainment. After the last incident, Yin Yu called Wang Yuning to explain the situation. Finally, at Wang Yuning's suggestion, she also chose to join Star Entertainment and even got a top contract. Nothing else. Some legends are better to believe than not. Yin Yu took Su Yuning's hand and looked up at the sky. Sister Ning, it's almost noon, we should go out for a walk. I heard there's a new crew filming a costume drama next door. They're all A-list stars. Let's go and get acquainted. Su Yuning nodded, okay. Then Yin Yu turned around and said to the director, "Director, we're going to go out for a while. Call me when you're about to shoot next." After saying that, he pulled Su Yuning away. Director, okay, go ahead. The male lead, Hua Ge, saw Su Yuning and Yin Yu leave, and his mouth twitched. He said indignantly, "What's going on? Do you have any professionalism? You're just strolling around mid-shoot. What's wrong? Do you think this is a vegetable market?" Assistant, Brother Hua, don't be angry, the male lead, Hua Ge, said. How can I not be angry? They don't even bother to act with me during their break. Don't think I don't know that they hang out with the big names from other crews every day and even treat those stars to milk tea every day. Do they think they can build connections just by doing this? Stupid. Connections depend on personal connections, your own abilities, acting skills, and status. They can't be acquired by treating people to meals every day. Assistant, yes. Yes. Brother Hua is right. He knew clearly that the main reason why Brother Hua was so angry was that neither Su Yuning nor Yin Yu had any communication with Brother Hua except for their scenes together. How could Brother Hua, who thought he was so handsome and was sought after wherever he went, accept this? As for professionalism, hee. Chapter 644, Brother Hua's dissatisfaction and fear. Brother Hua, assistant, why bother with them? You are the greatest teacher in our crew. They're just a little famous, and they're probably trying to curry favor with other big names to see if they can become famous. Brother Hua, then why don't you flatter me? Assistant, this, what else could it be? He must think your level is not high enough, but of course he can't say that. But how could Brother Hua not see that he was even angrier inside? He stood up and walked straight to the director. The director nodded when he saw the other party coming over. Teacher Hua, it's a good opportunity for you to come over and take a look at the footage we just shot. Is there anything we can improve? Brother Hua, director, I'm the only one watching? The director looked up at Brother Hua. What do you mean? Hua Ge, filming is everyone's business. It can't just be me, the male lead, who has to watch. If the female lead and the second female lead aren't there, we won't be able to communicate in time even if there are any problems. After hearing this, the director guessed what the other party was thinking. Sure enough, Brother Hua continued, "Director, I'm not saying you're too relaxed with Su Yuning and Yin Yu. Whenever there's a break in filming, you go out for a stroll instead of coming to listen to your talk about the scenes. You hang out with other crews every day, treating them to milk tea and chatting with them. Those who know you think you're filming them, while those who don't think you're filming another director's scenes." They shifted the conflict onto the director, and their words and actions clearly implied that the two of them looked down on the director. This was the art of language that he was good at. The most important thing in the entertainment industry was to be able to swerve. There was no need for him to argue with the two actresses. He only needed to say a few bad words in front of the director to make the director dissatisfied with them. The second male lead nodded when he heard what Brother Hua said. He also felt that Su Yuning and the others had gone too far. Just when the two thought the director would be angry, they found that the director's expression was unusual, not anger, but helpless. "Brother Hua, director, I know what you mean. But some things can't be judged by appearance alone." "Brother Hua, what do you mean?" "Director, don't you realize how rushed our production was?" "Brother Hua, a little bit." When he first received the script, he found that the time was very tight, so he went to Hengdian to start filming immediately after signing the contract. "Director, haven't you noticed that there aren't any overly intimate scenes in this drama, not even any kissing scenes? Is that normal in today's TV dramas?" Brother Hua, he also noticed that there were no kissing scenes in the drama, which was very unusual in 2011. During this period, Chinese-language TV dramas were influenced by foreign countries and became more bold. Kissing scenes have become standard. There are countless TV dramas that are even more daring. Compared with those TV dramas, what they shoot is simply a clean drama, with only the plot being very pure. Is this normal? It's very abnormal. It stands to reason that even if the screenwriter writes the plot very simply, the director will add a kissing scene on the spur of the moment. However, the director of this drama not only did not add any intimate scenes, but was extremely indulgent towards the two female protagonists. Obviously there is something going on. Hua Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. As someone who's been filming for years, he naturally thought of something and blurted out, "Investors? You're saying there are investors behind them? Is this another show to hype people up? The whole show is made for them." The director nodded, "Yes." Brother Hua, no wonder. He said the director was so indulgent towards him because of this. Investors have a very high status in the film and television industry. After all, they are the financial backers. No matter what era, whoever gives money is the boss. But even though he understands this, Brother Hua still feels uncomfortable. Snort, "Brother Hua, you think everything will go smoothly just because you have a financial sponsor? In the film and television industry, what counts is always the acting skills and fate. It's hard to make it with money alone. Such an unprofessional person will never rise to the top and will be able to quit the entertainment industry in a few years." He looked at the second male lead angrily and said, "Don't you think so?" "Second male, what does this have to do with me? Why are you bringing me up here? I can't afford to offend you, but I can afford to offend my investors. I can only grumble and keep silent." "Okay," the director spoke again. "Teacher Hua, you can complain to me, but please don't complain to anyone else." Brother Hua, "Humph, I'm not complaining, director, I'm not reminding you, I'm warning you." Brother Hua, "What do you mean? Investors are so arrogant. I can't even say a few fair words for them." The director looked around and said, "Keep your voice down." Seeing the director's expression was off, Hua Ge was startled and whispered, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong, director, what's going on?" Except for a few people, the executive director, assistant director, crew, and stagehands, all of this crew is from Starlight Entertainment. Su Yuning and Yin Yu are also from the same company, right? Brother Hua, so what? You scared me. What are they going to do if they hear about me? Complain? Ban me? Hua, haven't been in the entertainment industry for so many years for nothing. What's Starlight Entertainment? What can an entertainment company I've never heard of do to me?" He is not pretending but really has the confidence. He is signed to a large entertainment group and doesn't care about the small company Starlight Entertainment. If he is not in a low period and the script of this drama is not very good, he would not participate in the filming at all. To ban him, Starlight Entertainment can't do it. Director, Starlight Entertainment is nothing? But there is a group above Starlight Entertainment, Black Dragon Group. Brother Hua was stunned. Black Dragon Group? I've never heard of it? Is there such a group in the entertainment industry? Director, not from the entertainment industry. Brother Hua, if it's not the entertainment industry, what are you afraid of? What? A listed company? They have a lot of power. What? Black Dragon Group? The second male lead exclaimed. Swish. Swish, the director and Brother Hua both admired him. Brother Hua, why are you so startled? You know this group. The second male lead nodded. I know, it's a group in Northern Province. My family is from Northern Province. Brother Hua, is he famous? The second male lead nodded. Very famous. He looked around, checking no one was paying attention, and then whispered, the Black Dragon Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Northern Province. Although it's only been established for about 2 years, it's already valued in the billions. It owns a milk tea brand, a night market, an entertainment company, a commercial complex, and so on. Brother Hua's expression did not change. Such large groups were quite powerful and not rare, so they were not something that scared him, the second male lead said, that's nothing. The most important thing is that the Black Dragon Group is still a social group. The chairman of the Black Dragon Group, Qin Jiang, is known as the Black Dragon of the North, Xinjianglong. He is the top social boss in the northern province. Countless people who offended him were killed by Qin Jiang. That guy is so cruel. He said a lot of legends about the Black Dragon, which stunned Brother Hua and even the director Brother Hua. Is Qin Jiang so awesome? So ruthless? He's only in his early 20s. Wait. He suddenly looked at the director and pointed in the direction Su Yuning and Inu left, as if asking something. The director nodded. Hua Gu. Chapter 645, they are the most dedicated female stars I have ever seen, delivering milk tea to each crew reel? Brother Hua's eyes widened and he asked again. The director nodded again. It said that these two are Qin Zhang's men. It said. I don't know if it's true or not, but there's a legend that Qin Zhang threw a top boss from a building for Inu. Brother Hua, holy crap. Is this true? Is there no one to control him when he's so crazy? Director, who dares to? He has powerful connections. He just invested in $1 billion project in Songjiang not long ago, and the local leaders personally went to congratulate him. Brother Hua, then director, so, if you know something, don't talk nonsense. This isn't just an investor issue, it's a life safety issue. Forget about whether you can ever avoid filming in Northern Province. Just say that person is so powerful that he could even mess with you from 1,000 miles away. Brother Hua. Male second, he's really awesome, and he's still young and reckless. You absolutely mustn't offend him. Brother Hua, I understand. He is definitely not a stupid person since he has been in the entertainment industry for many years. He might be angry if he doesn't know something, but he will naturally not make stupid mistakes again if he knows something. The director nodded and said that he had to make some things clear to prevent Hua from getting into trouble that he couldn't resolve. Brother Hua, Director, what I just said. Director, what did you say? Aren't we just discussing the plot? What else is there to talk about? He also looked at the second male lead and asked, what did you hear? Male second, plot. Aren't we three just here discussing the script we just filmed? Brother Hua, I'll treat you tonight. There's a new hot pot restaurant next door that's delicious. A few minutes later, Brother Hua came back with a smile, and his assistant came up to him. Brother Hua. It's settled. You are the only one who is so merciful. Those two little girls are so negligent. How can they compare with Brother Hua? Don't look at Xiao Ning and Xiao Yu showing off in the crew, but Brother Hua, you will be criticized by the director for just one word. He thought that Brother Hua would definitely complain to the director, and with Brother Hua's fame and status and the performance of Wang Yuning and the other two, the director would definitely do something. Bang! Brother Hua gave him a big slap on the neck. Xiao Ning, you're the one who called her Xiao Yu. She's a famous star, so you should call her teacher, don't you understand? And what did she do wrong? What's wrong with going out for a walk during the intermission? That's totally normal. Didn't you see how dedicated they were during filming? Assistant, no, what's going on? He stared at Brother Hua, bewildered, not quite sure what was going on. But Brother Hua didn't even look at him. Instead, he glanced around at the nearby staff and raised his voice again. Teacher Wang and Teacher Ian are the most dedicated and talented people I've met in all my years of filming. They don't slack off during intermission, but instead go to other crews to observe the acting techniques of other veteran actors. Such people are worthy of my learning. And Teacher Wang and Teacher Ian are both very generous. They often treat our crew and others to milk tea. They are truly two refreshing voices in the entertainment industry. Assistant, Sigma, surprised face, what's going on? Are you possessed by a ghost? At this moment, the assistant even had the urge to slap Brother Hua in the face to bring him back to his senses, but fortunately his reason controlled him. Brush, Brother Hua didn't care about his assistant's expression. He only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the staff nodding secretly. Fortunately, luckily, I'm usually quite cautious. Even if I was dissatisfied with their behavior, I didn't show it too obviously. Otherwise, I really would have offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Tisk tsk. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Maybe there is a man behind that female celebrity that she can't afford to offend. The other side. In a certain crew just in the break time, Wang Yuning quickly stepped forward and said to the popular female star, Teacher Zhao, the filming is over. Your acting was fantastic. I wish I could have your acting skills someday. When Teacher Zhao saw Wang Yuning coming, he just nodded indifferently. Wang Yuning didn't care about it and kept greeting other actors in the crew. At the same time, he said, "Well, it's my honor to observe the filming of all of you seniors. Today, I'd like to invite everyone to drink milk tea. Please don't mind." As he spoke, the Black Dragon staff had already entered the crew with a large amount of prepared bawang tea. "Send it to everyone you meet." The crew members were not polite about this. Nonsense. Who wouldn't drink for free these days? Even the actors did not refuse. You should not hit a smiling person. Besides, Wang Yuning is a second-tier star. It was a bit cold that day, so drinking some hot milk tea was very comfortable. Therefore, they all accepted it. Even the biggest star in the entire crew, Teacher Zhao, picked up a cup and drank it slowly. The director of our crew said, "Teacher Wang, you are almost becoming our crew's milk tea supplier. We have to get used to it. If you don't come, we won't be able to adapt." Wang Yuning, haha. What's there to be uncomfortable with? As long as you want to drink, I will deliver it to you every day. She exchanged a few brief greetings with everyone in the crew and said a few nice words to the director. Then he turned around and left the crew to go to the next one. See her leave. The crew was discussing, is Wang Yuning really rich? She comes to the set every day to give her milk tea. What do you think she's after? What's the point? Isn't it obvious? I'm trying to curry favor with Teacher Zhao and the director, hoping to get their support and land a good role. Ha ha. You think too much. What good can a cup of milk tea do? You really think that opportunities can be obtained by drinking a cup of milk tea? How childish and ridiculous. They criticized Wang Yuning while drinking milk tea, and it was obvious that they strongly disapproved of her behavior of delivering milk tea to them all day long. The entertainment industry is a realistic place. I want a film, especially good drama, so if you're not a talented and already famous actor, a top star. If you're not a well-connected person, you can get in touch with investors, or at least you can get some secrets from the director. That's it. It's not 100% certain to be captured. I don't know how many girls are willing to sleep hard just to get ahead, but in the end there are no good scripts. The really popular ones are always those actors who can resist the box office. A cup of milk tea, bullshit. Who would give you a chance because of a cup of milk tea? I can only say that Wang Yuning is too naive. Teacher Zhao finished his milk tea and threw it into the trash before saying, "The world is going downhill. Actors these days don't focus on how to act well, they only focus on taking shortcuts. How can shortcuts be so easy? If a girl like this is allowed to make her mark in the entertainment industry will be a mess. Director, drink quickly, and then we can shoot the next scene." No one noticed that in some corners, people were holding small cameras on their chests and filming them drinking bawang tea. Chapter 646, Warning to Inu, Change of Crew's Attitude. At the same time, the other crews were doing the same thing. Wang Yuning and Inu split into two groups and kept moving between the various crews, frantically delivering various milk teas. Of course, they also faced the same comments, smiling on the surface, but calling people idiots in their hearts. There are even rumors among the crews. I heard there's a new northern production crew next door, and the female lead there is pretty rich. I've been getting a little tired of milk tea lately, not to mention it's delicious on a hot day. Those two women are so stupid, they think a few cups of milk tea can buy them an acting opportunity. Hee, a certain film crew. You guys drink first. I'm leaving first. Inu waved to the people in the crew and left for the next crew. Director, welcome back next time. Just when she was halfway there, etc. The male assistant director of the crew stopped Inu halfway and said, "Teacher In, I have something to say to you." Inu was stunned. "You said?" The assistant director looked around and said, "You don't have to give me milk tea like this anymore." Inu, why? Assistant director, what's your purpose in sending milk tea? Inu didn't say anything. Purpose, to be honest, she is still not sure what the purpose is, but her superiors require her and Wang Yuning to go around the crew and deliver milk tea during this period of time. Assistant director, are you pursuing acting opportunities? You're currently in the second or third tier, with relatively low national recognition. You need a major drama to elevate your status, so you're a bit anxious for success. Inu, I don't understand what you are saying. Assistant director, I've said it before. Giving milk tea once is just a formality to make people familiar with you, and people won't have a particularly bad impression of you. But you're wandering around all the crews in Hengdian, giving milk tea every day will only backfire. What are the crews saying about you and Wang Yuning now? I won't tell you anyway, they're really unpleasant. This will only reduce your chances and even get you scammed. Inu, being tricked? Assistant director, right. You don't know that many people have been targeting you too recently. I can't say much, but be careful these days. Be cautious with anyone who offers you acting opportunities or asks you to discuss scripts or auditions. Always bring an assistant or bodyguard with you and don't be alone with anyone. Anyway, let's just leave it at that. Inu looked at the assistant director with a complicated look. She was no fool to be able to make it in the entertainment industry. She could hear the implicit meaning of the assistant director's words, which clearly warned her that someone had bad intentions. It is very likely that she is using the excuse of giving her a good script or an acting opportunity to engage in unspoken rules. Even from what the assistant director said, those are most likely pure unspoken rules. To put it bluntly, her actions in the past 2 days have given people the feeling that she is eager for success, as if she can do anything to get an acting opportunity. So some people have bad intentions and think that she is easy to deceive and want to play a trick on her. Yinyu, why are you telling me this, assistant director? You don't seem like the type to do anything to get an acting opportunity. I think you're a little too naive, so I want to give you a warning. Okay, I have something else to do. Let's go. Yinyu, what's your name? Assistant director, my name is Yu Hao. I'm just a small assistant director, you don't need to remember me. Yinyu, thank you. The assistant director waved his hand without answering. After returning, the director was discussing Yinyu, the fool, with the leading actor, and they both said that she would definitely be deceived. Yes, little did they know that a week later, their reputations would reverse dramatically, and they would become thieves in the eyes of Hengdian celebrities. On the way, Yinyu reunited with Wang Yuning. Yinyu, today I sent gifts to 6 film crews, 4 of which received bawang tea, and the other 2 received other drinks. Wang Yuning, I'm similar to you. I sent gifts to those big crews, but all I send is bawang tea. That's right, the milk tea the 2 of them delivered to various crews these days was not entirely bawang tea. There were also some other brands mixed in, but of course bawang tea was the main one. Yinyu, finally it's done. Wang Yuning, yeah, I've been sending milk tea for almost half a month. If I continue, I'm sure people will laugh at me. Yinyu, Sister Yuning, why do you think the higher-ups want us to deliver milk tea? And every day? Wang Yuning, propaganda. Yinyu, but these celebrities are all so powerful. Will they give us free publicity? Those cups of milk tea were worthless and we drank them all and forgot about them. Who would take it seriously? Wang Yuning didn't answer. In fact, she was a little confused about this promotional method. Although most celebrities in Hengdian have drunk bawang tea, none of them have given it overly high praise. Is bawang tea delicious? It tastes very good, but it's not so different from other milk teas that it's indescribable. For most people, the difference is not that big. Therefore, the probability of getting these celebrities to promote themselves on the self-media hot search software by just giving them milk tea is almost slim. But why spend such a cost? They even went so far as to set up a special crew in Hengdian to shoot the film. Yinyu, Yuning, do you think it's possible that the higher-ups made a wrong decision and didn't understand it? Wang Yuning shook her head. No, this matter was decided by Director Qin himself. There must be a reason. Yinyu looked at Wang Yuning in surprise. Yuning, you said you had nothing to do with Director Qin, but you knew something like this? You're exposed. It should be clear that the drama they are currently filming is a project of Starlight Entertainment, which is affiliated with the Xuanyu department. Xiang only knows that this matter is the policy of Xuanyu's subordinates. Even their department director is not aware of it. Now that Wang Yuning knows that this matter was ordered by Director Qin himself, how can he let him think too much? Wang Yuning, it's not what you think. Our boss told me by accident. Yinyu, as long as you let me hold your thigh, whatever you say is what it is, I won't say anything more. Wang Yuning, soon the 2 returned to the crew. Wang Yuning, I'm sorry, director. We may have been out for too long and delayed everyone. Yinyu, I'm so sorry, how about I treat everyone to dinner tonight? How about hot pot? Wang Yuning, don't worry, today is the last time we go out. We won't go out again. Yinyu, yes. It won't affect the filming progress in the future. The 2 are also aware that people in the crew would be dissatisfied with their going out every day, so they hurried to ensure that it would not affect the filming progress. In the past, the director would just say it was okay, but this time, before the director could even open his mouth, Brother Hua rushed out, it's okay, it's okay. Even though you're so busy, you 2 still managed to go out and learn from the various crews during your personal breaks. What a remarkable achievement. You're truly role models for our generation. We should learn from you, don't we? As soon as these words were spoken, director? Male 2, damn. You are quite good at showing off. What's the matter? You are good at bragging about yourself, but they also praised it. Of course, I can't even learn enough from you 2 teachers, so how can I blame you? It would be a blessing for me as a director if my crew could be as dedicated as these 2 teachers in the future. You can go out anytime you want in the future. We can just work overtime, which is not a big deal. We absolutely cannot delay your opportunity to study abroad. Wang Yuning, Sigma, surprised face, Yinyu, equals smiley face. Chapter 647 Franchisee Gathering. Brother Chan, I know Mr. Li Hao let me explain this in 2 ways. Just when Wang Yuning and Yinyu were frantically promoting bawang tea on the set, the other side. In a hotel, several people were gathered together. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, but none of them seemed to have any appetite. Their brows were furrowed. What the hell is going on? They're giving us franchisees a quota. Each franchisee can join 5 bawang tea branches for free? Isn't that ridiculous? Not so good. I saw the details they sent. It costs 200,000 to franchise a bawang tea shop, and there are all sorts of requirements for the storefront, renovations, and so on. Even though they offer a discount of waiving the franchise fee and providing credit for the initial supplies, it still costs over 100,000, enough to open 2 stores in Shui Bingchang. The key is that I don't even know what this overlord tea is. Do you know? It's said to be a product of the same group as Shui Bingchang. I've inquired around and it seems the business isn't very good. It's not well known, just a very ordinary brand. It only has a little reputation in the north. He quickly told the information about Bawang tea. Hearing this, the others looked even uglier. They were the franchisees who had joined Shui Bingchang in the early stage. They had made a lot of money by joining Shui Bingchang and receiving extra benefits from taking in apprentices. However, they suddenly received a notice from their superiors yesterday. They had obtained the quota for the Bawang tea franchise, and those who planned to join would be given news and some preferential treatment within 3 days. That's why this dinner happened. Someone was speechless and said, "What can we do? Joining is not allowed, and not joining is making trouble." Someone nodded in agreement. Not bad at all. They are in the early stages of their careers and have just accumulated assets, which is a time when they are full of ambition. Now we have absolutely no hesitation in asking them to continue to join Shui Bingchang, and they are all doing so. You can join Bawang tea. They don't see any possibility of making money at all. There are many competitors similar to Bawang tea in the south, not to mention Baiwei milk tea, which is one of them. Each milk tea company is desperately competing for the market, but none of their sales are particularly high. At this time, it is profitable to operate directly, but franchising is completely different. Join us. The material cost is more than double the cost, which means that their franchise stores will naturally have 20% to 30% less profit than directly operated stores. Add to that the initial product costs, marketing fees, store fees, handling fees, etc., and the profit will be even lower. This does not include the hidden fines, activities, etc. that will cause the store to lose profits. To sum up, for Bawang tea, which has a very high average order value, it will basically not make any profit as long as the sales volume does not increase. At this time, another franchisee said, "Yesterday I went to several Bawang tea stores in our city to check out their sales. Each store sells an average of about 200 cups, with daily sales between 2,000 and 2,500. After deducting 25% of the daily material costs, I'm left with around 1,500 to 1,800. After deducting 300 for rent, I'm left with 1,200 to 1,500. After deducting the initial renovation and machinery costs, and depreciating over 3 years, I'm left with 100 per day. I also have 5 employees, with a daily labor fee of 500. And then there's all the miscellaneous utilities and so on, so I'm left with only 600 to 800. As soon as these words were spoken, the other franchisees looked even uglier after doing mental arithmetic. Make money, is it not a bad profit? At least 600 yuan a day, 20,000 yuan a month, and more than 200,000 yuan a year. It has to be admitted that the emerging milk tea brand is really making a lot of money in the current era, but they all know that all this is based on the profits of directly operated stores. Join us, the cost must be at least 20% of the material cost, which is 400-500. After deducting this cost, the profit is only 200 to 300, and the monthly profit is only 6,000 to 9,000. A store that costs 200,000 in the early stages. A store that needs to employ 5 people, a store with a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. The profit is only a few thousand yuan per month. No one would do this business. What's more, with the seniors at Shui Bingchang as a comparison, a Shui Bingchang store's initial investment is less than half of Bawang tea's, yet its monthly profits are doubled? Is this a difficult choice? Very good choice, but why are they gathered here? It's because they're afraid of being bullied by the Black Dragon. The higher-ups said nicely that they would give them quotas and it was voluntary for them to join, but they were afraid that not joining would offend the higher-ups and cause trouble for them, and even in the future they would not approve their plan to open a Shui Bingchang franchise store. Old Chen. One franchisee looked at Lao Chen and said, "You are a veteran, do you know any inside information?" Brush. All the franchisees looked at Lao Chen with expectation. He was indeed a veteran and one of the first franchisees of Shui Bingchang in the south. He was also the first franchisee of stores in the city to accept disciples. Now he has joined 6 Shui Bingchang stores and has more than 30 stores under his disciples. Old Chen looked at everyone's expectant gazes and shook his head. "Don't look at me, I also heard about it for the first time yesterday." The franchisees couldn't help but feel depressed. Old Chen changed the subject. "However, after receiving this news, I immediately inquired with the higher-ups, and they said, this is indeed a completely voluntary benefit for franchisees, and there will be no repercussions for those who do not intend to join. It's all voluntary, welfare, no further action will be taken." One franchisee was confused. Is this a benefit? This, that, is Lao Chen really doing this voluntarily? Are you really not going to pursue it? Are you, the person above me, reliable? Is his rank high enough? Is the level enough? Old Chen sneered, picked up his phone, opened the address book, and showed everyone the name at the top. Li Hao. Some franchisees were confused. Li Hao, who is he? One franchisee was shocked. It's Mr. Li? One franchisee was puzzled. Mr. Li? That Mr. Li? I've never heard of a Mr. Li in Shui Bingchang. A franchisee explained, Mr. Li Hao, it said he's the deputy commander of the Snowy Night Ice City promotion project. You haven't heard of him because it's the lowest title. His position is higher up. He's the head of security and foreign affairs for the Black Dragon Group, and a senior member of the management department. If you really count, his rank is higher than the person in charge of the Snowy Night Ice City headquarters. What? His status is higher than that of the person in charge of Shui Yibing City. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at Lao Chen again. If they had initially looked at Lao Chen with respect, now they were filled with awe and disbelief. The other party actually had the phone number of such a powerful figure and could contact him immediately. This represents a lot of meaning, so for a while, they all flattered him. "Oh, my brother Chen, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have this relationship? You should take the main seat." I was saying that we were all as anxious as rabbits just now, but brother Chen was as steady as a rock. It turns out he had it all planned out. Brother Chen is the most impressive among us. He will definitely become a big boss in the future. Chapter 648, Joining Bawang Ti. Will this be popular? They kept flattering brother Chen and invited him to the main seat, their attitudes extremely respectful. After all, they were just ordinary people who had only risen to prominence after joining Shui Bingchang. Snowy Ice City is a top priority for them, and now that brother Chen has such a network of connections, how can they not curry favor with him? It will definitely be useful in the future. The most important thing is that everyone is fawning over you, but you are not. This will make you look different and you might get targeted. The expressions on their faces grew more enthusiastic. "Hurry up and pour some wine for brother Chen." A franchisee said, "This wine is not good, give me Mauzi." Mauzi. "Come, brother Chen, let me fill it up for you." At one time, there were many people picking up food for brother Chen, pouring wine for him, and even performing on the spot. Even under the instigation of several franchisees who were brother Chen's disciples, brother Chen had become the leader and decision maker of their group. Of course, he also continued to ask about the Black Dragon Group's attitude towards the Shui Bingcheng franchise. "Alright." After finishing a few drinks, brother Chen waved his hands and said, "I know what you're worried about. Aren't you worried that if you don't join Bawang Ti, you'll be in trouble? You're worried that there will be restrictions on joining in the future. Don't worry about these points. President Li personally told me that if you don't join Bawang Ti, you won't be punished. There will be no restrictions on you continuing to join Shui Bingcheng in the future. In fact, the more stores you join, the more benefits and discounts you will receive. To put it bluntly, the headquarters prefers large franchisees." Listen to this, the franchisees breathed a sigh of relief. "Just don't make things difficult for me. I wish I could continue to join Snowy Ice City." What they do most now is to watch their income increase day by day, and then once they have enough money to open a store, they will immediately join another one. There are even cases where franchisees borrow money from relatives and take out loans from banks to open a store. As the saying goes, the bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. They are very optimistic about the current market. The only thing they need to worry about is that nothing unexpected happens at the headquarters in Shui Bingchang. This is why they gathered here so eagerly. They only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that brother Chen had a guarantee from President Li, but brother Chen changed the subject and said, "There must be a reason why the higher-ups define this as a welfare benefit, so I will form an alliance with several Bawang Tea stores. As for you asking me to open one each, I will talk to the higher-ups again. This way, we can absolutely guarantee that everything will go smoothly. You don't have to worry about being framed or missing out on this benefit." The franchisees looked at each other. "Join one. The cost is less than 200,000. Although it wasn't a small amount of money for them, it wasn't unacceptable either. Moreover, as brother Chen had said, it would be hard to feel at ease if they didn't join any of the companies. Now that brother Chen was leading the charge, they only needed to follow suit and join one. Even if problems arose, brother Chen would be there to support them, and they could just wait and see. Besides, the law does not punish the masses." They nodded. "I'll listen to brother Chen and join one. I'll listen to brother Chen too." Brother Chen's words must be effective. Soon all the franchisees agreed with brother Chen's decision and continued to show their loyalty to him. 2 hours later, the party is over, everyone left, and Yuan Dong called a designated driver in advance to help brother Chen get into the car. "I also came to the co-pilot seat." "Brother Chen, Yuan Dong, didn't you drive here too? Why are you taking my car? Why don't you call a designated driver?" "Yuan Dong, it's troublesome to get a designated driver here. I can go back with you and pick up the car tomorrow. Otherwise, it's hard to park at my house." Brother Chen looked at him meaningfully. How could he not see that Yuan Dong was clearly worried that he had drunk too much and wanted to send him off? Of course, whether he was really worried or just expressing his worry was unknown, but some things are one thing to know, but when you do them, it makes people feel very comfortable. "Yuan Dong, brother Chen, how many Bawang tea stores do you plan to join?" Brother Chen, 4. Yuan Dong was shocked, not because he was surprised that brother Chen had so much money. Although they had not completed the initial accumulation, they had borrowed a lot of money from the bank thanks to the several stores under their name. 2011, the era of overall economic upturn, loans are still relatively easy. He was shocked as to why brother Chen would join 4 companies. Wouldn't it be better to join 8 or 9 Shui Yibing cities with that kind of money? Could it be? He looked at brother Chen and brother Chen. "Don't look at me, it's not what you think, but I really am optimistic about Bawang Tea. Look forward to Bawang Tea." Yuan Dong is even more confused. "Brother Chen, I'm different from you. I was one of the first franchisees to join Shui Bingchang. It was President Li who talked to me personally. When I joined, Shui Bingchang wasn't even popular yet. President Lee told me at the time that it would be a hit in less than 2 months. It was his words that inspired me to join. At that time, I was penniless and relied entirely on loans. He seemed to be telling about his experience of joining Shui City with great emotion. When I spoke to Mr. Lee yesterday, I heard the firm tone in his words again. He said Bawang Tea is bound to be popular, and it won't take more than a month. They said this is really a benefit for our franchisees. If we miss this month, the franchise fee will definitely increase a lot next month. And opening first will definitely benefit from the times. I thought about it all night yesterday and decided to do it. As he spoke, he began to snore. Yuan Dong's eyes kept flickering in front of him, and he couldn't tell whether what Brother Chang said was drunken talk or what he really meant. Bawang Tea, will it really become popular? Half an hour later, Yuan Dong sent Brother Chen home and walked back slowly. The cold air blowing on his face made him feel more energetic. Damn it, it's the same for one family or two families. We might as well go all in now. Even if we don't make any money, we won't lose money either. We can also get some publicity from the top. Let's do it. On the bed, Brother Chen rubbed his head as he watched Yuan Dong leave. Of course, he was not just optimistic about Bawang Tea. The reason why he said those words at the party today and what he said to Yuan Dong was that he was planning. As long as these people opened a Bawang Tea franchise store under his leadership, the higher-ups would definitely pay attention to him, and he would be able to stand out among franchisees across the country. Even if he had to pay compensation, he believed that the higher-ups would compensate him in Shuibing City, otherwise it would not look good if it got out. As for making money, not to mention, not only will his several franchise stores make a lot of money, but the other franchisees nearby will also follow his lead while making money. At that time, his status will soar, and he will become a regional franchise spokesperson from a small franchisee. The invisible benefits are countless. The most important thing is that no matter which direction this matter develops, he will not suffer any particularly big losses. Then, how could he not gamble? That's it. Brother Chen muttered, how will Bawang Tea become so popular again? Why will it become so popular? Another round of online promotion? Is it really coming soon? Will a miracle happen again? Chapter 649. Zhang Chao and Zhang Pu are excited and worried. Mishui, Zhang Chao and Zhang Pu were sitting in the office. The secretary at the front was reporting the situation. All our stores have replaced their Snowy Night Ice City signage, and our employees have followed the assigned professional standards. Sales have skyrocketed since the replacement, and some stores are even experiencing a surge in orders and material shortages. The secretary put 2 reports on the desk. Zhang Pu was the first to pick up the report and look at it. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. Good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row. They were obviously surprised by the data in the report, which recorded that the sales volume was 3 or 4 times that of the previous stores. Although the profit of franchising is lower than that of direct operation, the commission of large franchisees like them is less than that of ordinary franchisees. To be honest, the profits of each store have more than doubled, so how can we not be happy? Zhang Pu, Shui Bingchang is really popular and has a strong brand effect. The store has such high sales that we basically have no free time during the week. The lunch and dinner orders are bound to be overwhelming. Zhang Chao nodded. The marketing of Snowy Night Ice City is truly amazing. The phrase Snowy Night Ice City is a little sweet has become a household name and is now a household name. Those brands later imitated him, but their performance was still far inferior. Furthermore, the crazy fighting images of his branded dolls also boosted brand awareness. These factors combined made him a huge leader in milk tea brand recognition, unstoppable. It was a truly powerful combination. Zhang Pu, yes. Zhang Chao, we are recruiting temporary workers from college. The labor cost is not high. For those stores that have a lot of orders, we will add temporary workers to help out during meal times. Although long queues will make the store look busy, the customer experience will be very poor. Secretary, understood. Zhang Chao, staff members must continue to be strictly controlled and must abide by the Shui brand's implementation regulations. Anyone who violates the implementation regulations will be fired immediately. Secretary, yes. The secretary continued, the Bawang Tea franchise store is almost finished with renovations. The equipment has been moved in and it will be open in a few days. The staff is also fully prepared. Zhang Chao, okay. Zhang Pu looked a little uneasy. Why do we need to join so many Bawang Tea stores? 50. The initial cost alone is several million. This money would be great to use to join Shui Bingchang. Did Qin Jiang insist on giving you a quota? He felt uncomfortable the first time he heard Zhang Chao say that Qin Jian was going to franchise 50 Bawang stores for them, but in that situation, he couldn't say anything. He thought that even if they agreed, the implementation was another matter. They could franchise 50 Bawang Tea stores, but they didn't say they had to franchise all at once. In his opinion, it was normal to spend a year and a half slowly, and the reason was very sufficient. Site selection is difficult, staff training is difficult, renovation is difficult, etc. They're all excuses anyway, but Zhang Chao just happened to launch the Bawang Tea franchise project right after he came back, and within a short period of time he was able to set up all 50 stores. It was outrageous. Zhang Chao, no quota. Zhang Pu, then we can't delay it for a year or two. Zhang Chao, people say that Bawang Tea will be very popular soon. If we wait any longer, there will be no discounts. Zhang Pu, but the cost is too high. How long will it take to recoup the investment in 50 Bawang Tea stores? 3-5 years. That's complete nonsense. We might even lose money. Zhang Chao, you still want to take all the good things for yourself? We're already enjoying enough support. Zhang Pu, but we are also the first major franchisee. Zhang Chao, Shui Bingchang has no shortage of franchisees. Zhang Pu, how do we get the money? Now that Shui Bingchang is so popular, we must expand our franchise stores, but the money in the account is almost gone. Although they have made a lot of money in recent years, most of the money was spent on expanding stores, and the money in the account still came from the milk tea brand promoted by Shui Bingchang. Now Zhang Chao uses the money to open a Bawang Tea store and replace the signboard of his own store. They seem to be in the limelight, actually. I'm so poor, of course. The daily milk tea turnover still brings in a lot of money, but they can't wait for the long-term benefits, so Zhang Chao also knew that. Time was of the essence. Now was the best time for Shui Bingchang to expand its territory. Delaying would only allow other franchisees to seize the market. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Make an appointment with the head of bank for me." Zhang Pu, want a loan? There are risks. Zhang Chao, risks and opportunities coexist. Zhang Pu couldn't help but complain again. It would be great if we could open one of those Bawang Tea franchise stores. Zhang Chao, he didn't explain anything, but he still believed in his heart that these Bawang Tea stores were not a quota. Regardless of Qin Zhang's tone or the tone of Wang Tao, the head of the management department, they all said that Bawang Tea would definitely be a hit. People of that level had no reason to lie to themselves, and they didn't need the millions of dollars they had. During his time in Songjiang, he had inquired about the details of the Black Dragon Group. They were really rich. It was said that Qin Jiang would spend millions of dollars on clothes every time he went to the mall. There was no need for them to set up a scam for a small follower like him and meet him in person to get him to join the franchise just for his pitiful franchise fee. Bullshit, it doesn't make sense at all. In other words, in the eyes of Heilong's top management, Bawang Tea will really become popular soon. How did it become so popular? Publicity. What kind of publicity can make a milk tea brand popular? He fell into deep thought. As someone who has been in the milk tea industry for more than 10 years, he knew too well how difficult it was to market an emerging brand. He had tried many methods but failed. Not to mention that even if he had capital invested in big brand high-end milk tea, there was no one who had successfully marketed it. They are all scrambling to grab market share and use scale to create brand effects to achieve publicity purposes. Marketing, all done so. Basically, they rely on a large number of stores and invite some celebrities to endorse their products to increase their popularity. Will the classic promotion of Snowy Night Ice City reappear? Most likely not, right? But there were some things that he found hard not to believe. Not to mention that the classic marketing case of Snowy Ice City was right in front of him. He realized that the entire Black Dragon Group was a legendary company. From its establishment to just 2 years ago, it had produced countless classic marketing campaigns, each time exceeding everyone's expectations. Black Dragon Night Market, 2 major milk tea slogans, etc. Even though his professional ethics told him that the possibility of such a case occurring was extremely small, his subconscious told him that Black Dragon was likely to create another legend of a long time. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. However, he had no idea that the popularity of Bawang Tea would explode even faster and more dramatically than he had anticipated. This also made him feel fortunate that he hadn't delayed and seized the most profitable opportunity. Chapter 650, Bawang Tea Promotion Launch. Beloved star, you have to pay more. Black Dragon Group, a propaganda and entertainment department. Sun Yuan looked at his subordinates with stern expressions and said, "This is a war without gunpowder." The Bawang Tea promotion plan is a key project of the Black Dragon Group and was chosen by Brother Jiang. The most important link to the project's completion lies in your hands. Do you have confidence? Have. The subordinates shouted loudly. Okay. Sun Yuan said, "Start the Overlord publicity plan. If it succeeds, I will personally commend you in front of Brother Jiang, and all rewards will be given. Even, Brother Jiang might meet you in person." As soon as these words were spoken, the subordinates looked even more excited. In their eyes, Brother Jiang was like a god. Being received by Brother Jiang was an unparalleled honor. Moreover, being received by Brother Jiang meant that their path to advancement was opened again. They once again assured Brother Yuan, "Just wait and see. We have discussed and planned this matter many times. For such a big thing, we have deduced all possible errors and omissions. It would be so easy to become famous if something like this were to break out. Speaking of which, Brother Jiang is really awesome." They ensured that the plan could be carried out and did not forget to brag about Qin Jiang. When they first heard about the promotion plan for Bao Wangti, they were stunned. It turned out that promotion could be done in this way. He's simply a gangster. They also have great admiration for Brother Jiang. This is not the first time that Brother Jiang has come up with such an awesome publicity plan. They firmly believe that they can go further by following Brother Jiang. Sun Yuan, let's get started. Wow, the subordinates sat in front of their computers without wasting any time, opened their respective QQ messages and sent messages in large numbers. At the same time, Sun Yuan personally supervised. The Black Dragon Group is currently in a phase of crazy expansion, and its 6 major departments are somewhat competing with each other. Needless to say, the management department is in charge of the Black Dragon Group's hottest projects, Bao Wangti and Snowy Night Ice City, and is also a top department in the Black Dragon Group Engineering Department. We are currently constructing the most important project of the Heilong Group in the future, Songjiang City that never sleeps. It has many outstanding features and will be a great achievement once it is completed. Finance Department, under Bai Lu's leadership, the group's funds are clearly understood, and there will be no problem as long as there are no mistakes. Department of Transportation, with the help of transporting materials for milk tea, we have rolled out large-scale transportation business all over the country. It is said that we have recently started planning to accept and deliver national transportation orders. Perhaps we will soon grow into a large-scale transportation express brand security department, putting aside the fact that their main job is to safeguard the group's security. The recent incident involving the Longfei Group was the most important one involving the security department. Zhao Shanha personally took action to suppress Ah Fei, who was about to launch a surprise attack on Brother Jiang, and he was in the spotlight. So among the 6 major departments, the publicity and entertainment department is the least popular. Its subsidiary Starlight Entertainment is not very popular. Although a few celebrities have increased their popularity through advertising, it has little impact on the size of the Black Dragon Group. It only made some contribution to the Snowy Night Ice City promotional event not long ago. But it's still not enough. Sun Yuan murmured, the propaganda department needs to organize a large-scale event to catch up with other departments. In a rental house, a young man immediately checked his computer QQ and saw a message in a group. Frowny face. Spread the message, send it to all major group chats, 3 yuan per chat group, and can be spread to the Stars fan group for private chat. The price is good and first come first served. Under several photos of celebrities holding Bawang tea, along with a caption, holy crap. My idol, celebrity, has been drinking this milk tea for 3 or 4 days straight. What exactly is this milk tea? Is it this good? Does anyone know what brand it is? Waiting online? The young man curled his lips and said, this is obviously to promote this milk tea brand. TSK, the price is great. Wait, isn't this my Mibao? His eyes fell on the third photo, which looked like a young and beautiful female star holding a cup of milk tea with a smile on her face. Mibao, the most popular stars at the moment, he is a fan of this star, even a half-crazy fan. He joins the fan group to complete tasks every day and supports Didi crazily on the internet. Right at this moment, Didi, the group owner, tagged him, I remember you were a fan, right? Are there any celebrities you follow in this group? You should have a fan group, right? Chat with them one-on-one. Then, send your photos and edited messages to that fan group and you'll get a hefty reward. Xinghui and Chasing Light, a few wealthy groups want me to betray my Mi Bao. Impossible. Mi Bao is very important to me. The most I can do is copy and paste this message to other normal groups. Group owner, okay. Remember to answer the group message. You can continue to answer. For every 3 replies, you will receive an additional 3 yuan reward. But remember, in the same group, each person can only post about one celebrity. You cannot post about multiple celebrities repeatedly. This was Sun Yuan's request. Although this type of publicity is relatively new in this era, it will still be noticed if it is too obvious. Posting only one message to each group of people can avoid this kind of thing, avoid ineffective expansion, and save publicity costs. Starlight and Light Chaser, there are so many rules. Others responded, receive. They quickly forwarded the information to various groups one by one. This is what they do, Water Army. Although it is not a well-known term in this era, it has become quite large and has been taken seriously and utilized by some companies. These people are the Water Army raised by the Publicity and Entertainment Department. They have normal jobs, maybe they are housewives, students, part-time workers, or otakus, and they usually do their own things, but as soon as they receive news from the Propaganda and Entertainment Department, they will turn into the most elite Water Army. These days, if you work well as a Water Army, you can easily earn around 1,000 yuan a month. $1,000. For most ordinary people in 2011, it was definitely not a small amount. Many people want to do it but have no way to do it. This is also the reason why they are so obedient to the Publicity and Entertainment Department. Money is hard to make these days, and it is even harder to make money on the internet. There is a high possibility of encountering scammers. There are not many internet companies like the Publicity and Entertainment Department that can pay money on time and in a trustworthy manner. Half an hour later, snap. Xinghui and Chaser finished typing. Done. This will earn me 200 or 300, which is much better than working part-time. It's enough for me to lie down for another 10 days or half a month. Boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door and a loud woman's voice outside. Open the door, pay the rent. You still haven't paid the rent on time? Open the door quickly. After a while, the knocking stopped and a voice came again. I'll give you 10 days. If you don't pay the rent, you have to leave immediately. If you don't open the door by then, I'll pry it open. Starlight and Light Chaser, after struggling for a long time, he opened QQ and sent a private message to the group owner. How much can I get for posting in the Meebao fan group? Group leader, didn't you say that Meebao was very important to you? Starlight and Light Chaser, yes. Very important. Dear Star, you have to pay extra. Group owner. Chapter 651, Violent Propaganda, Star Chaser's Madness, and the Bandwagon Effect. Group leader, okay, as long as you do it well, adding money is a small matter. The better the results, the bigger the bonus. Xinghui and Chasing Light, okay, send me whatever you want to send, but don't slander my Meebao. Group owner, just posting. Paparazzi have been secretly photographing our Meebao drinking milk tea for several days straight. Is this milk tea really that delicious? Does anyone know what kind of milk tea it is? Starlight and Light Chaser, after thinking for a moment, he didn't refuse and directly copied and pasted the message, then sent it to the exclusive group chat for Meebao fans along with a photo of the product. Suddenly, a large-scale discussion occurred in the group. Our Meebao is so beautiful. She looks stunning no matter where she goes. Has Meebao joined the crew again? It looks like she's filming a costume drama. I'm really looking forward to the finished product. They all look so beautiful while drinking milk tea. From the photos, it seems like they're all drinking the same milk tea. Is this milk tea really that delicious? What brand is it? Does anyone know what kind of milk tea this is? I want to drink it too. It's the same milk tea my honey baby has. Ditto, does anyone know? Curious. For a while, they started discussing the appearance of the secret treasure and what was photographed. In the end, without any lead, they all talked about milk tea. The photos posted by Xinghui and Chasing Light all showed people holding milk tea, which made it hard for people not to pay attention. So naturally, people are curious about how delicious the milk tea is that can make their idols drink it continuously for many days. In addition, there is currently a milk tea craze sweeping the country, so many people subconsciously drink it. Soon someone said in the group, I know this milk tea brand, it's Bawang tea. Yes. It's Bawang tea, it seems to be their national style series. Bawang tea? What kind of tea? Why haven't I heard of this brand of milk tea? National style series, are there different series for milk tea? Why haven't I heard of it before? The man continued, there's this brand of milk tea right next to my house. Unlike other milk teas, this one has many different series. The Chinese style series is really good. I've tried it a few times and I'm a bit addicted. I feel uncomfortable if I don't drink it every day. Is it a big brand? A chain store? I don't want to drink small brand milk tea. Same question, why don't I see it usually? Ditto. The man explained again, it's a big brand. It is said that there are many stores across the country. Otherwise, Meebao would not drink it. Someone quickly chimed in, yes. It's a big brand. There's a new one that opened near my house recently. The decor is really nice, and you can tell it's not just any ordinary milk tea shop. I didn't take it seriously at first, but now that Meebao was drinking it so enthusiastically, I'm going to buy a cup tomorrow to try it too. Listen to this, others in the group also echoed, yeah. How could the milk tea that Meebao drinks be a small brand? It must be a big brand, with guaranteed quality. No, I want to drink Bawang tea too. I want to keep the same rhythm as my Meebao. Sisters, what are you talking about? I'm already on my way downstairs, wait for me, I'll go down too. All of a sudden, the group kept flashing messages about going downstairs to buy Bawang tea. Although many of them were just following the trend, a large number of people did actually go downstairs to buy it. 10 minutes later, someone posted a photo of himself holding a cup of Bawang tea in the group, and then a chain of photos appeared and attached the language. The Guofeng series is really delicious, worthy of being my Meebao's carefully selected. It's awesome, this is my first time drinking Chinese-style tea. I didn't know milk tea could be this good. Then what about the milk tea I drank before? Awesome, delicious, Meebao's choice. At the beginning, everyone may just follow the trend, but soon they start to compete with each other. When this fan group is relatively active and others are posting photos of milk tea, you will appear very different if you disappear. Therefore, a large number of people who did not go downstairs to buy Bawang tea at the beginning also choose to go downstairs to buy it. Of course, some people choose to use their superb PS skills to pass the test. This, Starlight and Light Chaser, Sigma, surprised face, no, so the people who introduced Bawang tea and those who jumped on the bandwagon early on must be dragging their feet, right? Are there so many shills in the group? What happened to everyone else who went crazy and bought everything after just a few words about it? Are they crazy? Are they just following the trend, but watching the photos constantly appear in the group? He sighed helplessly, and then made the same decision as everyone else, going downstairs to buy Bawang tea. There was no other way. He still had to be an active fan in the future, so how would he speak if he didn't fit in now? Grass. On the way back with the bawang tea, I couldn't help but complain. I haven't earned a penny yet, but I still spent 10 yuan to buy milk tea. The National Style series is really expensive. The cheap ones are more than 10 yuan, right? The ones that Mi Bao likes to drink must be expensive, wow. Not to mention that the taste is really good, hee, so I'm not being unfair to Mi Bao. On the contrary, I'm helping her promote her favorite milk tea and supporting her. Yeah. I'm really a sincere bee. A nickname given to a celebrity by fans of a particular celebrity, which became very popular around 2011. At the same time, similar things were happening in various celebrity groups and on major forums and websites. Various photos of people holding bawang tea were being promoted crazily, and with some people actively introducing it, the words bawang tea soon appeared in the eyes of countless people. The milk tea that is loved by our own celebrity idols naturally attracts the attention of many fans. Even it's much more crazy than I imagined. After all, compared to what other stars eat and wear on a daily basis, most fans can't afford it. But milk tea? How much can it cost? For just a dozen or 20 yuan, you can drink the same product as your celebrity and keep up with the star-chasing trend. Which fan wouldn't do that? A large number of fans crazily joined the group of people buying bawang tea and posted photos on various websites, intending to declare that they also drink the same product as their idols. However, this made bawang tea even more popular, allowing people who were not fans to see so many celebrities drinking bawang tea. The websites also spread the word about how awesome and delicious the bawang tea Chinese style series is. Then curiosity will arise, and many people will choose to spend $12 to try it. Then some people will think that the milk tea is good or upload photos to various websites to show off, and follow the trend to attach words that it tastes good for a time, directly forming a vicious circle of rapid growth. The more people see it, the more curious people become. The more curious people become, the more people buy it. The more people buy it, the more people post photos, a perfect closed loop. Soon, this popularity is not limited to celebrity groups and ordinary online forums. It has also skyrocketed in popularity on some top portals and even hit the major trending search lists. Chapter 652, Hot Search Group and Zhang Cheng's Layout. A coincidence, a hot search group. Downstairs. I in the coffee shop. Zhang Cheng looked at the man opposite him and said, "A Kuan, right? Can you do what I say?" Kuan, of course. If you want to talk about other things, I may not be able to do it, but I still have the power to make trending searches. As long as there is a little bit of popularity, I can push you up. Zhang Cheng, okay. He handed over some photos. The first photo, it is a picture of a currently popular female star wearing a baseball cap and queuing to buy Baiwei milk tea. I don't know what the angle is, but although the female star is wearing a baseball cap, her delicate face is perfectly captured. The second picture, it is still a picture of the female star holding Baiwei milk tea and smiling. The third picture, the queue continues on the second day. Zhang Cheng, I'll have the paparazzi release a few photos to generate buzz online, and then hire some people to fan the flames online. The rest is up to you. Kuan, no big deal. It's definitely difficult to push you to the top of the trending search list for no reason, but there is absolutely no problem with a photo of a popular star secretly buying milk tea. It's completely within my authority. That's good. Zhang Cheng handed over a brown paper bag and said, "There's 200,000 yuan in here. If you can get this to the top of the trending searches, I promise to give you another 200,000 yuan later." Kuan, boss is generous. The two briefly exchanged follow-up details, and Kuan left and quickly walked into the hot search building in front. In the building. A large number of staff members kept typing on their computers, checking the temperature from time to time. In the office, the leader in charge of hot searches was resting on the table, constantly recalling last night's drinking party in his mind. Kuan came to his workstation leisurely, looking at the others who were busy working and curled his lips. A herd of cattle and horses. All you know is to keep your head down and work hard. How can you ever spend that meager salary? You're just sitting there with a golden treasure bowl but don't know how to take the treasure. You really think you can get promoted just by working hard? Nonsense, it doesn't matter these days, you just have to be rich. Kuan patted the cowhide bag again. 200,000, it's enough for these oxen and horses to work for 2 years, but I can easily get it. Otherwise, I can buy a house and a car. These people can only work hard and never get promoted. He looked down at the leather bag and reluctantly took out 5 stacks of paper from it and wrapped them in newspaper. Then he quickly took the newspaper to the leader's office. Boom. 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 Come in. The leader looked at Kuan, who came in with sleepy eyes. Kuan, what's going on? Nothing. Kuan waved his hand and said, "The content of the newspaper delivered today is quite good. Please take a look." He handed the 5 bundles of banknotes wrapped in newspaper to the leader and said in a flattering manner, "Boss, look at my promotion to supervisor." Snap. Snap. The leader touched the newspaper, looked at Kuan and smiled. "Don't worry, I can tell whether this person is good or not just by feeling the thickness of the newspaper. You are really good. Next time I recommend someone to the higher-ups, I'll definitely put you first. Don't worry." Kuan continued to smile apologetically. "How long will it take next time, boss?" Leader, soon, a few minutes later. Cohen walked out of the boss's office with a grim expression and said, "Bah. You only know how to make empty promises. If I can't give birth to a supervisor within 3 months, I'll show you how I'll get back at you." In the office, the leader casually put the newspaper into his briefcase and said, "Huh? If I promote you to supervisor, who will give me money? Do you think I don't know how much you've taken in bribes? There aren't many people so young who dare to take bribes like that. I have to keep you. If you really get promoted, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause? I might even be implicated." Wait, snap. Snap, he patted the newspaper again. This kid can give me so much. Could he have sold the #1 trending search? Downstairs, Zhang Cheng quickly got into a Bentley, and a very elegant girl was sitting in the passenger seat. If a passerby saw the girl's appearance, they would definitely recognize her on the spot. She is a popular star, you sure. He is also the protagonist of the photo that Zhang Cheng took out. Zhang Cheng, I'll have the paparazzi post the photos and stir up public opinion. Half an hour later, you can publicly respond. Just say you once tried Baiwei milk tea and thought it was really good, but you didn't want your agent to tell you, so you sneaked out every day during your free time to queue up to buy it. He quickly organized Yushir's public relations language. That's right, after continuous publicity failed to produce any results, Zhang Cheng was so angry that he didn't sleep for several days. His deep thinking led him to come up with a better publicity plan. Instead of having a celebrity endorsement, it would be better to pay celebrities to secretly buy their Baiwei milk tea, and then have a third party disclose it, which would have a better effect. To this end, he specially paid for a heavyweight celebrity to appear. You sure, no problem. Zhang Cheng, I'll have the company pay you the final payment tomorrow, and I guarantee it won't be less than a penny. You sure, I believe you. You're very smart. I think this strategy will work. Promotional planning, it is unknown whether some publicity plans can become popular. No one even thought that many plans would become popular before they became popular. But some plans are completely different. For example, Zhang Cheng came up with the idea of letting celebrities secretly buy milk tea and use a third party for publicity. She had great potential to become popular at first glance, so what she said just now was not a compliment. As for why she wanted to use this announcement, nonsense. These days, there's no risk involved in endorsement deals, and the money is good, so who wouldn't take one? Although many brands have approached popular stars to work with them, not all brands will accept the offer. Many brands will face many restrictions and high penalties if they want to work with them, which is completely different from the cooperation with Baiwei milk tea. This is not an endorsement. It can only be said that it is a publicity cooperation, a one-time deal, and there will be no breach of contract in the future. Her original popular personality is very suitable for it. Moreover, Zhang Cheng's professional elite aura was very attractive to her, and she was impressed by him the first time she met him. For celebrities in the entertainment industry, a young and wealthy potential stock like Zhang Cheng is definitely attractive, and Yushir is no exception. Unfortunately, Zhang Cheng had no interest in her. Not to mention that he was pursuing Gu Chuan. Even if Gu Chuan was not there, Yushir would not be considered by him. Why Yushir? Let's go, Zhang Cheng, go to your place. Yushir, it's a bit fast. Zhang Cheng, no. Everything has been agreed upon. All that's left is to wait for things to develop. 20 minutes later, Zhang Cheng drove away from Yushir's residence, leaving Yushir alone in the wind. Returned to residence, Zhang Cheng fell asleep exhausted, muttering, "Tomorrow, I'll show Black Dragon who's the king." Don't think you're the only one who's good at publicity. Zhang Cheng isn't bad either, not bad either. Chapter 653, Baiwei milk tea promotion, instant fall. Overlord emerges 2 hours later. Zhang Cheng's order was carried out, and the photos he had people take of popular star Yushir secretly queuing up to buy Baiwei milk tea began to spread wildly on the internet. 3 hours later. Yushir personally responded on the trending website, and as a result, a large number of fans followed suit. 4 hours later. Cohen sat in front of the computer and typed calmly, directly promoting the Baiwei milk tea incident to the top of the trending search, and then he leaned back in his chair and rocked leisurely. We ordinary people are so happy today. Just when he was happy, sudden, there were simultaneous exclamations from both sides. Oh my, this celebrity drinking milk tea has become so popular so quickly, it's too much. What kind of milk tea is this that tastes so good? Do celebrities drink it every day? Is this popularity fake? Fake? Cohen was startled and opened his eyes like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Are you kidding me? What's fake? Isn't it normal for a popular star to drink milk tea every day? As soon as these words were spoken, the other staff members couldn't help but look at him. Cohen, what? Is this abnormal? This kind of behavior of a popular star secretly drinking milk tea is bound to go viral. Even if it becomes the #1 trending search, it's normal. Others, none of them confronted Cohen. After all, they all knew that he had a good relationship with the leader, but some people still said, it's normal for celebrities to get angry when they secretly drink milk tea, but this is too outrageous, it's all over the trending searches. Cohen, if it's on the trending search, then it's on the trending search. Yushir has the appeal. Yushir, the staff were stunned. Someone asked, did Yushir also drink this Bawang milk tea? Why didn't I see it in the picture? Someone commented, there are probably too many celebrities drinking Bawang tea, and there aren't enough trending searches to mention it. Someone asked, what brand is Bawang tea? Why haven't I heard of it before? Bawang tea, not enough trending searches, Akun, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, etc. What are you talking about? I told him directly that something seemed to be wrong, and without giving it any more thought, I immediately looked down at the computer. The next moment, he just stood there with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Then he saw that the hot search that he had just secretly pushed to the first place, you sure secretly bought milk tea, has been changed. Hotshot. The Hangdian crew drank Bawang tea for 3 consecutive days, and even the best actor in the crew was drinking it. What, Cohen, that's not right. I clearly gave him the first place, so why would he be pushed down, unless, he looked at the first trending search suffix, and sure enough, there was an explosion after the title. Burst. This means that this topic has been discussed by too many people on the hot search website in a short period of time, which has triggered the website's hot search mechanism and directly pushed it to the top of the hot search. Cohen, I just promoted Baiwei milk tea and now you're promoting Bawang tea, and you're even inviting a hotshot. It should be clear that in the entertainment industry, the status of female stars is inherently much lower than that of male stars. Currently, the majority of star chasers are girls, and girls are naturally more willing to chase stars of the opposite sex, so male stars are more valuable and have more publicity than female stars. Damn, Cohen muttered, isn't it just a pretty boy celebrity drinking milk tea? How can this be a big deal? You're crazy. But this hot headline won't last long. I'll bring Baiwei up to the top later. As he was thinking about it, he subconsciously glanced down a few times, then was completely stunned, with his mouth open and speechless for a long time. In the field of vision, the following hot searches are frowny face 3 times award-winning actor Cuckoo drank Bawang tea on set and didn't even want to film the TV series anymore. Singer Virgo is currently filming, not doing her job, and drinking Bawang tea every day. How delicious is this Bawang tea? Why has it become a favorite of Hangdian celebrities? Looking at 7 or 8 hot searches in a row, they are all about Bawang tea, and each one is related to a popular and hot star. Going down, you can also see various searches about Bawang tea every now and then, the same style as celebrities, Chinese style series, and so on. Nima. Cohen was extremely speechless. He suddenly realized that the Baiwei milk tea hot search that he had forced to do with his authority was only ranked 10th, and there were signs of an unstable decline. Damn, Cohen, what's going on with Bawang tea? Where did it come from? And why did you choose milk tea? Isn't this a complete clash with Baiwei milk tea? As an employee of a hot search company, he knew very well that these hot searches were definitely related to the company behind Bawang tea. I never thought, Cohen muttered, I thought Zhang Chang was smart and generous enough, but I didn't expect there was someone smarter and more generous than him. How much did it cost to invite so many celebrities to drink this Bawang tea? What the hell? I'm speechless. He turned to his colleagues and said, hurry up and check what's going on with this Bawang tea. Why is it so popular? Is there a loophole in our system, other colleagues? Shouldn't you have just said it was normal? Did you really change your mind so quickly? Cohen ignored these people's thoughts and lowered his head to operate the computer again. He once again hacked into the company's loopholes and used his authority to improve the ranking of Baiwei milk tea. Although it is impossible to move ahead of those with the explosion label, it can at least rank in the top 5. Office, Didi. The leader who was resting on the table suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the computer warning in disbelief. Then he also saw the exaggerated hot search of Bawang tea, which basically dominated most of the hot searches. Leader, what the hell? Are you kidding me? Why are there so many celebrities promoting Bawang tea? I wonder if they'll approve of it. Wait. Could it be that Cohen? He's crazy. How much did he charge? Doesn't he know that such a big commotion will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups? No. I have to distance myself from him, otherwise if he finds out about me, I'll be finished. Think of this. He immediately picked up the phone and reported to his superiors, yes. Boss. Today, that Cohen offered me a bribe. I pretended to accept it and see what he was going to do. I didn't expect Cohen to be so crazy, manipulating the trending search list and creating so many explosive headlines. He must have hacked into important permissions on the company's website, okay? Leader. I understand. I'll do it right away. He hung up the phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Almost. I heard from my superiors that this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. I managed to escape a disaster in advance. But he had no idea that this thorough investigation revealed that the trending searches for Bawang tea were completely normal. Instead, they accidentally discovered that Baiwei milk tea bought trending searches, and the next day they sent Cohen to jail. Chapter 654, Franchisees shock, businesses coming. Morning. Bawang tea store. Brother Chen was on patrol, and franchisees such as Yuan Dong followed him. They all looked a little unnatural. There was no one in front of the Bawang tea store. Although it was not the best time for milk tea sales, it shouldn't be so bleak. Brother Chen, Dong, how are the sales of your 2 stores? Yuan Dong, the daily turnover is over 1,000 yuan, but we only sell a little over 100 cups. Most of them are ordinary milk tea, and the unit price is not much higher. Brother Chen, don't panic. It's impossible for a store to become popular right after it opens. People nearby are not familiar with the milk tea brand Bawang Tea. Although he said this, he knew in his heart that it was not the case. When Shui Bingcheng first opened, the business was not bad, and the other big brands of milk tea were also doing well, only the Bawang Tea business is a bit sluggish. The competition in the milk tea industry is really fierce, and there are many well-known milk tea brands nearby, such as Baiwei Milk Tea. Many people buy Shui Bingcheng if they want to drink cheap milk tea, and buy those big brands if they want to drink expensive ones. In their eyes, Bawang Tea belongs to the miscellaneous brand series. To be honest, if they hadn't joined, they wouldn't even know that there is a brand called Bawang Tea. One franchisee said, Brother Chen, Bawang Tea's promotion is a bit weak. Just relying on a male celebrity to say, not every milk tea is called Bawang Tea, and he's a second or third tier celebrity, is not enough. The slogan is great, but the promotion is so weak that most people haven't heard of it. When do you think the publicity will be complete? A franchisee echoed, yes. Isn't it true that joining Bawang Tea gives us benefits? With this level of sales, let alone benefits, we can't even make back our original investment. One franchisee complained, oh. I could have used this money to join 2 snowy night ice cities. One franchisee retorted, don't panic. Maybe the promotion for Bawang Tea hasn't even started yet. Let's listen to Brother Chen. Brother Chen glanced at the franchisees. How could he not hear the hidden meaning in their words? They were clearly trying to figure out if he had any inside information, but he didn't have any. But can he say it? To speak out at this time would only lead to a loss of prestige. To maintain his image, he could only say, don't panic, everyone, the promotion of Bawang Tea is coming soon, and I guarantee it will scare you when it arrives. Franchisees, really? Brother Chen, why would I lie to you, Yuan Dong? Brother Chen, let's talk about when the promotion starts. Do you think we should do something ourselves first? Bawang Tea mainly promotes the Chinese style series, but the Chinese style series is really a bit expensive. How about we sell it at a discount to see if we can increase our popularity and attract more people? Brother Chen, no. The price is regulated to be the same nationwide, and no unauthorized price adjustment is allowed. Although he knew that Yuan Dong was thinking about himself and wanted to see if this method could be used to relieve the pressure, but he couldn't let these people do so. Not to mention whether it would be effective, it would definitely disgust the higher-ups, which would be very detrimental to his plan. One franchisee said, I think Yuan Dong is right. Since the promotion hasn't started yet, it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to increase sales ourselves. Besides, if we sell at a lower price, we won't make much money, and the headquarters won't lose anything. Brother Chen, if I say no, then no. Doing so will disrupt the market and affect headquarters' publicity plans. One franchisee asked, what exactly is the headquarters' promotional plan and when will it be released? Brother Chen said firmly, it will be soon. He was a little nervous, as he had no idea about the promotional plan. He only heard Li Hao say that Bawang Tea was about to become popular, and the promotional plan was just his guess. He also knew that these franchisees seemed to respect him very much, but everything was based on the energy components he said, so he could only choose to hold on. It seems, Brother Chen murmured, I'm going to ask Mr. Li tonight. If I don't reveal any information, I guess these franchisees won't give up. I hope it doesn't collapse. Both sides, the franchisees still intend to get to the bottom of the matter right at this moment. Huh, is there business? A franchisee suddenly said, pointing at the Bawang Tea store in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a girl quickly coming to the front of the Bawang Tea shop. Girl, is this Bawang Tea? The kind that Wang Sukai, a celebrity, drinks. The clerk was stunned. I don't know who you're talking about, but we're called Bawang Tea. Would you like to buy milk tea? We specialize in traditional Chinese tea, and the price list is right in front of you. Chinese style series, the girl's eyes lit up slightly. That's right. She pointed to the most expensive item on the price list and said, give me a cup of this national style drink, normal sugar, hot. Clerk, equal smiley face. Do you really want the national style series? Ma'am, this cup of Chinese style milk tea costs 28 yuan. You see, it's no wonder she was so shocked. The national style series is the most expensive in the store, so people who come to buy milk tea will either turn around and leave after seeing the price list, or choose other milk teas. But the girl in front of her wanted to buy the most expensive one in the national style series, 28 yuan milk tea. 28. For many workers, this is half a day's salary, which is ridiculously expensive considering the current price of milk tea, which is just over 10 yuan. They are all priced the same as Xing Muk, but Starbucks is a nationally renowned brand that produces high-end beverages, while they are just an ordinary tea brand that has just emerged. She really suspected that she had heard it. Wrong, girl, yes, that's what I want. Don't you have it in your store? Shop assistant, yes. She worked quickly. The milk tea making process is not complicated and takes less than a minute to complete. When he handed the milk tea to the girl and took the cash from her, he was still a little confused. Opposite, the girl took the milk tea and took a quick sip. Wow. Is this the Chinese style milk tea? It really tastes special. No wonder my Wang Sukai likes it so much. No. I'm going to take a picture and send it to my fan group so they can see that I can drink Xiaokai's milk tea too. Click, click, she picked up her phone and started taking selfies like crazy. Seeing this, the clerk holding the money was even more confused. Not only were the other employees in his store shocked, but even Brother Chen, Yuan Dong, and others who were observing the store from a distance were a little surprised. A girl seems to have bought the most expensive cup? The exclusive Chinese-style series of bawang tea. Yes. And he seems to like it very much. Is this flavor of milk tea really delicious? I've tried it and it's just so. I guess he's just a customer who likes to try new things. As soon as these words were spoken, the other franchisees nodded in agreement. These days, as long as a new brand comes out, no matter how expensive or outrageous it is, there will always be people who try it and there will always be people who like it. However, these are not enough to support a brand, but just when they were about to leave, just see. Chapter 655, Crazy Orders, queues in front of the door. Yuan Dong pointed into the distance and said, "Hey, 2 more people came, and they also seem to be heading for bawang milk tea." Brush, everyone subconsciously looked again and saw that there were really 2 girls heading straight for bawang tea. Then they saw the same scene as before. The 2 girls asked the clerk if it was the bawang tea brand, and seemed to say something else. Then they ordered 2 cups of the most expensive National Style Series milk tea respectively. What's going on? The franchisees were all amazed that 3 cups were sold right under their noses in less than 3 minutes. I guess it a lot, not much. But the price is high. It can be said that the gross profit of just 3 cups of bawang tea is comparable to that of selling dozens of cups of shui bingchang. All of a sudden, all the franchisees looked at Brother Chen with suspicion. They obviously thought that these 3 girls were probably hired by the other party. They didn't have to think that way. It was just that for a brand with no reputation, 3 girls suddenly came up and ordered the most expensive milk tea. Is that reasonable? It's unreasonable, Brother Chen, no? Who are these 3 girls? Who hired them? Why are they all looking at me? You don't think I hired them, do you? He even thought that these 3 girls were hired by someone else to buy bawang cha-cha, but he really couldn't guess who else would hire someone to buy bawang tea except himself. Yuan Dong, he won't do that. Other franchisees? They won't do that. So, myself, Brother Chen fell into self-doubt and began to wonder if he had hired someone while sleepwalking last night. One franchisee has already spoken up. Brother Chen, we all treat you as our big brother, but it's no fun if you do this. We're not stupid. We can tell real customers from fake ones. Besides, saying just a few won't help. Brother Chen was about to speak. Fuck. Yuan Dong roared again. There are more people, so many people. Are the franchisees speechless? What? Brother Chen hired more than 3 people. There were other people too, but when they looked over, they were stunned to see that in just 1 or 2 minutes, 5 more customers lined up in front of the bawang tea store, and the milk tea they ordered were all from the Chinese style series, which was not the most expensive, but also the high-priced one. After getting the milk tea, these people took photos of the milk tea. This scene made the franchisees more convinced that it was a shill, and that they must have taken photos to get a kickback for checking in. But before they could ask, after a few people bought milk tea, the line not only did not decrease, but more and more people gathered to join the line. The line is getting longer and longer. Soon, there are dozens of people, no? Is it such a big deal? The franchisees were a little stunned. It was not cheap to hire dozens of people, just to put on a show for them or to market the popularity of bawang tea to attract customers. Brother Chen was also stunned. Where did these people come from? Hired? No. These franchisees in Yuan Dong would not spend a lot of money to hire people to queue up to buy milk tea. If they really want to, they must hire people to buy their own stores. The one in front of them must be their own. They definitely won't. These people didn't hire themselves, so there's only one truth: they're really clients. After thinking about this truth, Brother Chen's brain seemed to freeze and he was unable to react at all. After all, yesterday, the store was deserted and sales were struggling. Today, dozens of people suddenly showed up in line to buy milk tea. Are you kidding? What a joke. Is it fake? Are you dreaming? But there are so many people queuing in front of me, they really exist. What's going on? Could it be? Brother Chen's eyes narrowed as he thought of a possibility, and remembered what Li Hao had told him. Bawang tea is going to be popular soon, although he still had some doubts as to whether the people queuing in front of him were really customers or people hired by the bawang tea headquarters. Either case represented that the publicity of the bawang tea headquarters had begun to take effect. Thinking of this, he straightened up involuntarily, and his expression changed from doubt to calmness. Franchisees, what's going on with you? Hiring so many people just to make things look good? You seem quite proud of it, Didi. A franchisee's phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? You said our bawang tea store is overwhelmed with orders, and there are hundreds of people lining up, really? You're kidding me. Okay, I'll send someone to you right away. At the same time, other franchisee phones also started ringing. What? The bawang tea store is overwhelmed with orders and is short of supplies, right? Okay, I'll send it to you right away. You want to buy all the traditional Chinese style series, right? Okay. I'll use all the materials from the traditional Chinese style series. If you don't have enough change, I'll have someone go to the bank to exchange it for you. I can't wait. Please ask someone to go to a few nearby stores to make up the difference. I can give you a discount." After a while, they hung up the phone and took a long time to come back to their senses. Their eyes turned from speechless to awe when they looked at Brother Chen. That's right. It's they are not stupid. If the store in front of them has a huge increase in orders, it is very likely that it is the people hired by Brother Chen, but the surge in orders in their own store is definitely not caused by Brother Chen. Besides, based on their understanding of Brother Chen, he cannot afford to hire so much money hiring thousands of people? And all of them bought high-end Chinese-style brands. How much would that cost? It made no sense for them to do that. So, this proves that the orders were really a hit. One franchisee said, "Hey, look, this. I was saying that Brother Chen must have a reason for being so confident. Look, isn't the result here? Orders have exploded. I'm sure Brother Chen had anticipated this. Tell us something, your connections are incredible, so what's going on? Did the higher-ups take action? We're a bit confused." Other franchisees echoed this. "Yeah, Brother Chen. What's going on? Let's be prepared, right? Otherwise, if you don't understand the materials, you'll end up with nothing or nothing to use." This, Brother Chen, please tell me. Brother Chen was speechless. How could he not hear that these people were asking whether it was the people hired as a publicity stunt by Bawang Tea headquarters, or some other situation? They could prescribe the right medicine so that they could know how long the hired people would be employed for and how much materials they would need to prepare. They shouldn't prepare too much and then waste it if they don't use it. Or maybe Overlord Tea is really as popular as Snowy Night Ice City, then they have to make other plans. This Brother Chen could understand but didn't explain. In the eyes of these people, he seemed unfathomable, but in reality, he knew nothing. His mind was completely blank. How did it become so popular? How would he know? When he was at his wits' end, suddenly, a younger generation asked, do you know of any Bawanka milk tea brands nearby? That's the one Wang Hongtao drinks. Chapter 656, Hot Search Effect, Continued Popularity, Franchisee Craze Bawang Tea? Brother Chen pointed forward and said, "There's a Bawang tea shop over there. I think that's what you mentioned." The girl looked at the direction he pointed and saw that there were indeed many people queuing at a store called Bawang Tea, so she was about to go forward. Wait. Yuan Dong stopped her. "Well, let me ask you, why are you looking for Bawang Tea? What did Wang Hongtao mean just now?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other franchisees also stared at the girl with curiosity, wanting to see her reaction. They believed that their eyes could tell whether the girl was hired or had other reasons. The girl rolled her eyes. "No? Don't you guys use the internet? You don't even know this? Know what?" Yuan Dong looked puzzled. The girl took out her phone and opened a photo in the group chat. "Look, Wang Hongtao is drinking this milk tea on the set, and he has been drinking it for many days in a row. I must try the milk tea that my idol drinks." Yuan Dong and others were stunned when they saw the photo of the famous star Wang Hongtao holding Bawang Tea celebrity endorsement. Bawang Tea Group invited Wang Hongtao to be the promoter of milk tea. These people came for the star, yes. Of course, hiring a popular star will definitely bring about a sales surge. I can't help but feel a little lonely inside, because they know too well that hiring a popular star to create a sudden surge in sales will not last long, and most people will become indifferent after trying it. But the next moment the girl said, "Not only Wang Hongtao, but also Ma Tianyu, Zhou ****. She rattled off 7 or 8 celebrity names in one breath. There are many more. These celebrities all drink Bawang tea on the set. It must be something special if so many celebrities drink it. I want to try it too. If I don't queue up now, I might not be able to buy one today." The girl ran away and joined the team, leaving Yuan Dong and others standing there in a daze. Is it just Wang Hongtao? Many other big stars are drinking Bawang tea on set. Really? Swish. 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 Several franchisees picked up their phones to check. These days, there are not many mobile phones with search capabilities, and it is difficult to read news on mobile phones. They don't have the habit of reading news on their phones, let alone join any messy group chats, so they are not aware of the online storm caused by Bawang tea. Now they personally checked and immediately found some important information. The internet is already full of photos of celebrities holding Bawang tea. There are also a lot of comments below. What kind of Bawang tea is it? It must be delicious since so many celebrities drink it. I want to buy a cup for myself. What to buy? The taste of Bawang tea is perfect, much more stylish than other milk teas. What? Anyway, all kinds of news on the internet forums are filled with Bawang tea, occupying more than half of the space. Oh my god! Yuan Dong exclaimed. Trending searches, 8 out of the top 10 are about Bawang tea. Others immediately opened the hot search. Sure enough, they saw that the top 10 were basically all celebrity titles with Bawang tea. Hot search, the hottest and most talked about online apps right now. None of them are top celebrities, each causing a national sensation. But what do they see? The top 10 are almost all about Bawang tea. One franchisee said, "I just saw at least 20 or 30 celebrities holding Bawang tea, including some of the most popular actors and actresses." Is Bawang tea really that wealthy? How much does it cost to have so many celebrities endorse it? One franchisee said, "It's not a matter of money anymore. Some stars are hard to come by even if you spend money." For top stars, endorsements are not just about money, but also about the value of the products they endorse. Endorsing low-end products will lower their own status. This can be seen from the fact that major milk tea brands have not invited the most popular stars. Now Bawang Tea has done it, and not only has it done it, but it is even a bit outrageous. Others can't invite even one, but they can invite a large number of them. It's really unbelievable. If we didn't know that trending search software cannot fabricate information and that information on the internet is also difficult to fabricate, we would all suspect that what we saw was fake. When we learned that it was true, we would be even more shocked and more aware of how big an impact it would have. The popularity brought by a popular star will soon fade away, but the effects brought by so many big stars may form a trend, and as long as they can catch the trend, they will definitely make a fortune. It's like a windfall. They looked at Brother Chen again. At this moment, Brother Chen stood there without saying a word, looking even more unfathomable. Brother Chen, you must have known about this a long time ago. The publicity is too strong. You are really able to keep your composure. You are my real brother from now on. I will hate you wherever you point your finger. Just treat me as your real brother. Get out of the way, Brother Chen. Can you see if I can still apply to join the Bawang Tea franchise? I'm only joining one, and it's not enough. I want to join 3, no. 5. Other franchisees also agreed to expand their franchise, and some even threatened to sell everything they had to open 10 franchises. I used to join one franchise out of fear of being harassed by those above me, but do I regret it now? Why be so foolish as to join only one? Wouldn't it be more profitable to join more franchises? Bawang Tea is completely different from Shui Bingchang. Its unit price is very high, especially Bawang Tea's most popular national style series, which is even more expensive. 1 cup, it's comparable to 4 or 5 cups in Ice City on a snowy night. More profits too. As long as they can take advantage of this explosive trend, the number of sales every day will be the same as that of Shui Bingchang. The profit is 4 or 5 times or even more than that of Shui Bingchang. It is truly a treasure trove. Now, Brother Chen, who was once again surrounded by the crowd, looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected the promotion for Bawang Sha to be so intense. It seemed his bet was right. He knew from the looks in the eyes of the franchisees that the franchisee's prestige was completely established. From now on, he is the manager of Bawang Tea and Shui Bingchang, and having so many franchisees will also allow him to get more attention and even promotions. He shouted, "Stop. Everyone, stop talking. Listen to me, what you need to do now is to run each Bawang Tea store well. No problems can occur, especially hygiene issues. The higher-ups are strictly checking." The franchisees nodded in assurance. Brother Chen, as for continuing to join the Bawang Tea store, I will apply to the higher-ups. That kind of discount is definitely gone, but I will try my best to get something else. Franchisees, Brother Chen is awesome. We'll just wait for Brother Chen's words. From now on, I will fight wherever Brother Chen points. I will be your soldier. Soon, all the franchisees left to check their own stores. Even though they heard it over the phone, they still felt uneasy without seeing it with their own eyes. Original place. Brother Chen looked at the bustling crowd in front of the Bawang Tea shop and said, "This is truly an era full of opportunities. I've finally caught my own chance. Black Dragon, from now on, this is my direction. I will follow him step by step to the top, the highest point." Chapter 657, The Phenomenal Explosion of Popularity. The Zhang brothers are shocked. One side, Yuan Dong said, "Brother Chen, thanks to your guidance, I have also joined 2 Bawang Tea stores. Otherwise, I would never have been able to catch up with this trend. I am so grateful. From now on, Brother Chen, if you need anything, just let me know what to do." Brother Chen, why are we talking about this when we're all on our own? Yuan Dong was deeply moved. He had no idea that even Brother Chen was completely unsure just a moment ago, and that these franchisees were just pawns for him to curry favor with his superiors. Any questions? No, this is how the world is. There are no good or bad people, only hardworking people trying their best to climb up. 2 hours later, the queues were much shorter after dinner time, so Brother Chen took this opportunity to ask the store to make 2 cups of the most expensive Chinese-style series, one for him and one for Yuan Dong. Slurp. Yuan Dong took a big sip and said, "Wow. No wonder so many people buy this series, it's really delicious." It turns out that being expensive has its advantages. Slurp. He took a few more swigs of Brother Chen also took a few sips and nodded, "Yeah. Bawang Tea tastes better than other milk teas." People nearby who had just bought milk tea also said, "How can milk tea that my celebrity loves not taste good when I drink it every day? This Bawang Tea must be made with good ingredients. Only real ingredients can give it such a good taste. I've decided that when I'm tired from work, I'll drink a cup of Bawang Tea instead of Xingmaku. Everyone says that Bawang Tea is delicious. Is it really delicious? It's quite delicious. The national style series made by Bawang Tea has a lighter flavor, which is a little different from other milk tea series. It tastes elegant and comfortable, but to say that it is qualitatively different from other milk teas is nonsense. In fact, each has its own merits, but people tend to follow the crowd. So many celebrities drink this milk tea, and everyone else who buys milk tea around them says it's delicious, so they mentally suggest that bawang tea is good. After buying the milk tea and drinking it, as long as the taste is good, they subconsciously assume it lives up to its reputation. This is the scary thing about the herd effect. That's why Qin Zhang planned to use this kind of despicable means to promote the reason. It really works very well. Once a certain trend is formed, even if it's shit, there will be people who think it's good, not to mention the bawang tea, which is not bad to begin with. Fire, it's completely popular. It's not just bawang tea in this place. The online promotion method is nationwide. Newly opened bawang tea stores in various places are all experiencing long queues. This phenomenon has led more people who don't know the situation to inquire about the situation and then join the queue, and then praise bawang tea for its delicious taste. In a short period of time, bawang tea appeared in the vision of countless people. Many people carried a cup of bawang tea to work and kept telling their colleagues about the situation. It can be said that the three words bawang tea are everywhere across the country, both on the internet and in reality. Fire, a phenomenal hit, and it is still rising exponentially. As for the Byway milk tea promotion that asked you Ling to secretly queue up, it was completely drowned out by the explosive popularity. Moreover, after the subsequent internal investigation of the hot search group and the arrest of Akuan, Byway milk tea was removed from the hot search. Many of you Ling's fans spread the word and called Byway milk tea the king's tea. Then, his fans also joined the queue. Snowy Night Agency headquarters Zhengchao and Zhengpu are studying future development plans at Zhengpu. The loan we applied for from the bank has been approved. I've already had people scout out the addresses of various stores and we'll start renovations right away. We'll be working on Snowy Ice City. I've calculated that this money will allow us to open at least 300 stores, and the profit will be. He was talking incessantly, but Zhang Chao didn't say anything. Zhang Pu frowned. You're not planning to run bawang tea again, are you? Impossible. The fact that you started 50 bawang tea shops last time was already outrageous. It was enough to give Qin Zhang face. Zhang Chao, when I met with Director Qin, I heard that he wanted us to be the distributors of the bawang tea and Zui Bingqing brands. Now that we're planning to expand to 300 Zui Bingqing stores, but we're not expanding to just one bawang tea store, it's a bit unreasonable and also seems to be giving Director Qin a hard time. Zhang Pu, face. He still needs face? Isn't 50 families enough? You've given him enough face. Zhang Chao was about to say something. Bang, the door was pushed open and the secretary rushed in. Director Zhang, President Zhang Pu, why are you so clumsy? What happened? There's a problem with the bank loan. Secretary, the loan is fine. Zhang Chao, something happened at the milk tea shop? The secretary nodded and shook her head. Yes, something happened, but is it a good thing? Zhang Pu, good news? Sales at Shui Bingchang have increased again. Secretary, it's not Shui, it's bawang tea. Sales at all 50 of our bawang tea stores have skyrocketed. There are long lines of customers in front of every store, and they're all buying the most expensive National Style series. Are we almost out of stock? Bawang tea is a big hit, completely a big hit. What, Zhang Pu? Are you sure you're talking about the bawang tea store? Not the Shui Bingchang store. The secretary nodded and took out a report. This is my rough sales report for stores in various regions. Swipe. Zhang Chao took the report and Zhang Pu leaned over to take a look. Both of them stared at the contents. The sales volume in less than half a day was so outrageous that it was unbelievable. Zhang Pu, how is that possible? How many people would need to buy at this rate? Unless there's a constant queue. The secretary nodded. Yes, there has never been a shortage of people. Zhang Chao, what's going on? Secretary, the two CEOs, just look at the trending searches on your phones and you'll know. Hot search. Zhang Chao and Zhang Pu were both stunned. Both of them were entrepreneurs in the early stages of their business. Naturally, they would not usually read trending searches, nor did they have the time to read them. Naturally, their timeliness was not as high as that of netizens. These days, many people still rely on television for news. Then the two of them opened their phones and looked at the trending search software, and saw rows of trending searches for bawang tea. This, Zhang Chao, Zhang Pu, the two exchanged glances, each seeing shock and disbelief. To have dozens of top celebrities endorse bawang tea, creating a direct milk tea effect, was something they couldn't even imagine. The price tag was ridiculously high. How much would endorsement fees from so many top stars be? It was indescribable. They know that some big stars will not endorse milk tea brands at all because they think it is cheaper. Currently, milk tea can only be regarded as a rising star product. It is attractive to ordinary stars, but top stars don't even look down on it. They only care about high-end luxury brands that can increase their own value. Even according to the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, it will become difficult for them to endorse high-end products after endorsing such affordable products. Zhang Pu, how did he do it? Did he resort to some ruthless tactics? He made a gesture as if he was going to do something ruthless. Zhang Chao. Chapter 658, Demonstration at the Workplace, Xinjiang, fuck him be ruthless, how is that possible? Zheng Chao vetoed it, saying that if there were any threats involving too many top stars, public opinion would be in an uproar across the country. There are a large number of entertainment companies behind these stars, and many of these entertainment companies have complicated backgrounds. Threats, bullshit. But Zheng Chao did not say what Zhang Pu said. In fact, he did not know how to do it if it was not a threat. As for Qin Jiang sending people to invite them to drink milk tea in public and secretly film them, they had never thought about it. This kind of extreme and outrageous operation has not appeared yet. It is completely different from the stars in later generations who are alert not to eat or drink any labeled products in public. Now the stars are very naive and don't know the dangers of the world. A long time, the two stopped thinking about how Bawang tea had achieved its success and started thinking about future development plans. Zhang Pu, if it's a massive hit, another Bawang tea store could be as successful as 5 or 6 Shui Bingcheng stores, and management would be much simpler. It's a very suitable option in the long run. Zhang Chao, yes. It's very suitable. Zhang Pu, well, why not use the loan money to join the Bawang tea franchise? Zhang Chao? Zhang Pu, why bother with Snowy Ice City at this hour? Hurry up and stake out your claim. Zhang Chao, no, didn't you just say that? Don't just go after Snowy Night Ice City. Things are changing so fast now, professional face changing. Zhang Pu is still analyzing. If the situation continues to develop, the number of franchisees of Bawang tea will increase dramatically. We should join in as soon as possible, take advantage of the first bonus period to earn more money, and expand the market scope. Zhang Chao, no. Zhang Pu, why not? If we don't join right away, the good spots will be taken by others. Zhang Chao, I still say the same thing, we must become more than just a Shui Bingcheng franchisee, but a franchise company. We must diversify in the future, not just Bawang tea, but also more brands, and even more than just milk tea brands. So, whether it's Shui or Bawang, we will still follow the established plan to franchise in proportion. Zhang Pu was silent for a long time, then nodded and said, I'm listening to you. You're doing the right thing. Zhang Chao, okay. He looked at his secretary and said, help coordinate with the staff at each store to ensure a good control of the supply chain. Check which series are selling best. Report to me promptly on material availability, and I'll provide the supply. Large franchisees have their own large material warehouses and can reserve large quantities of materials in advance. At critical moments, they can ship directly locally without having to apply to higher authorities. You can also better seize key opportunities. Zhang Pu, we need a large quantity of goods from Black Dragon? Zhang Chao, I can handle it. Zhang Pu, Boss Qin really gives you face. Franchisees from all over the country are booming, the stores are bustling with activity, and everyone is jumping for joy. Most of them are franchisees of Shui Bingcheng. They joined Bawang tea due to quota issues. They thought it was just to give an explanation to Heilong, but they didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. Besides, this storm also made more people see business opportunities. After a short period of research, a large number of franchisees frantically submitted franchise applications to Heilong, so many that the Songjiang Hotel was fully booked. Northland Songjiang Vocational College, many students were walking around inside, and the school was filled with an overall relaxed mood as the winter vacation was approaching. A student asked in surprise, it seems like there are so many people in our school today? Where do they come from? He pointed at a group of people walking hurriedly in one direction. Many of them were obviously not vocational college students. After all, the temperament of vocational college students is still easy to recognize. Many of these people can be seen as students from key universities with a scholarly air. A student explained, you don't know? The student said, what do I know? The student explained, Zhang Xia is going to give a speech in our school auditorium. I guess these people are from other schools and are here to listen to the speech. Most of them are Song University students. The student, Zhang Xia? The Song University student and the founder of UU Software, right. His app is pretty good. I used it to date 2 girls. But it's terrible when it comes to exposure. I heard his company is valued at hundreds of millions. That's incredible. We're both students, so how come he's so capable? What's so good about it? No matter how powerful he is, he can't be as powerful as our brother Jiang. That's true, but I'm just staying here anyway, so I might as well go and take a look. Many vocational college students also went to watch at that time. There were not many opportunities to join in the fun, and the most important thing was that they saw many beautiful girls from other schools and did not want to miss the opportunity. In the auditorium backstage, a young man in a suit and tie was adjusting his clothes. It was Zhang Xia, founder of UU Software. Song Jiang is currently a hot young entrepreneur and a star on Shuefu Road who has given more than 10 speeches in just 2 months. His secretary said to the side, Mr. Jiang, there's no need for us to come to the vocational university to give a speech. Zhang Xia, didn't you tell me that I should come to the vocational university to give a speech? It was you who applied for it. Secretary, things are different now. Back then, we were at the peak of our popularity, while Black Dragon was on the decline. Who could have imagined that his Snowy Night Ice City milk tea would become so popular in such a short period of time? Now, his speech at vocational university will be ineffective, and he can no longer use Qin Jiang as a stepping stone. At the beginning, the secretary encouraged Jiang Xia to come to the vocational university to give a speech, intending to use Yu Yu's rising momentum to crush Heilong. That would be very helpful for Jiang Xia to become the new chief young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces. But who could have imagined that Black Dragon would launch an extreme counterattack? He felt that the current timing was completely wrong. Jiang Xia, in just 1 month, the vocational university has already sent me 3 inquiries about my time. We've already applied, and if we don't come, wouldn't it seem like we're guilty? His Snowy Night Ice City is very popular, but now is the era of the rise of the internet. Yu Yu has unlimited potential in the future and may have the opportunity to compete with Xin for the leading position. So I have to come. I want to tell everyone that I, Jiang Xia, am not afraid of any challenge or anyone. What about Qin Jiang? Not to mention that he hasn't been in school for a long time. Even if it were me, I would still want to meet him. Canteen Qin Jiang, Sizhou, Zhu Zhang, and others walked out. Sizhou burped and touched his stomach to indicate that he was full. Wang Tao, why is it so lively over there? What's going on? He stopped someone and asked. The man was about to say something when he saw Wang Tao's face. He was shocked when he saw Qin Jiang and the other 2 behind him. His face was even more stunned and his body trembled slightly. Jiang, brother Jiang, brother Zhang, brother Sizhou, they are going to listen to the speech, Jiang Xia's speech. Qin Jiang and others listened to his general account of the situation. Swish. Zhu Zhang looked at Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, someone is coming to our base camp to protest? What should we do? Qin Jiang, what to do? Kill him. Chapter 659 Jiang Xia's speech. Qin Jiang arrives. Who? Sizhou clenched his fists. That's Xia, huh? I'm going right now. I guarantee I'll beat the shit out of him in 3 punches. Zhu Sheng, Qin Jiang, huh? Let's go. He strode towards the auditorium. Zhu Zhang turned to Wang Tao, speaking at a steady pace but with an invisible pressure. Notify everyone that brother Jiang is going to give a speech, you know? Wang Tao understood and took out his phone, typing rapidly in the pin group chat, his tone firm. Attention everyone. Brother Jiang is giving a speech in the Jita auditorium. All Black Dragon brothers in the Jita and surrounding areas, immediately. Immediately. Drop everything you are doing and rush to the auditorium as quickly as possible to assemble. Be sure to arrive on time. I repeat, be sure to arrive on time. Auditorium venue. There were already quite a few people sitting inside, half of whom were students from other schools, mostly from Song University across the street. After all, Jiang Xia is the star student of Song University. No? The vocational university auditorium is too shabby. The chairs are so narrow. A person who just got promoted to the 3rd level is just like this. He can't compare with Songda. That's right. Songda can produce a tech upstart like senior Jiang Xia. How can a vocational university compare to that? I would never have gotten into such a crappy school if senior Jiang Xia had given a speech otherwise. There aren't many vocational students here and they don't know anything. They don't know if this is their only chance to meet a big shot like senior Jiang Xia. That is, students from Song University have a strong sense of superiority when communicating with others. In their eyes, vocational university is not even up to par. They do have this in mind. Song University is ranked among the top 3 in the northern province, while vocational university, is far behind. What are you talking about? A vocational college student retorted. What's wrong with our vocational college? What do you mean this is the only chance to meet the big boss? Do you think only Song University has the big boss? We also have brother Jiang at our vocational college? As soon as these words were spoken, other vocational college students also echoed it exactly. Brother Jiang is the top young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces. Where's your Jiang Xia? We can see brother Jiang every now and then. Who wants to see you, Jiang Xia? Let's go, let them have fun. At one point, many vocational college students got up and left. See this, Song University students also retorted. That was last year's ranking. This year, our senior Jiang Xia will definitely take 1st place. Senior Jiang Xia built his business on technology and is a rising star in the tech industry. Don't you know what your brother Jiang relies on? Is this entire company illegitimate? If you want to leave, go ahead. They won't understand senior Jiang Xia's speech anyway. Vocational college students fight back. Hee. Black Dragon is a legitimate company. What the hell do you know? What's this new tech thing? It's just a chat app, right? Just a bunch of nerds having fun. Wow. A large number of vocational college students left directly, and many seats in the venue were vacant again. The front row, there were many vocational college leaders sitting there. They heard the arguing behind them, their faces varied, and they whispered to each other, "We can't fight." No. The security department is watching from behind and can stop it in time if anything happens. What do you think Jiang Xia is doing here giving a speech at our school? Is he going to show off to him? Keep your voice down. I heard the principal personally invited you. Swish. Everyone shut up and looked towards the middle seat, where Principal Wu Yu was sitting. Wu Yu's expression was also a bit complicated. When Yu Yu software became popular, Jiang Xia kept applying to come to Jide University to give a speech, but he suppressed his response. Later, when Shuiyi Bingchang became popular, he took the initiative to invite the other party to come in order to embarrass the other party. He thought the other party would pretend that he didn't have time to come, but he didn't expect that he would actually come. This, Wu Yu frowned slightly. It seems I've underestimated Jiang Xia. It turns out anyone who makes it big is no ordinary person. If he succeeds in his speech at the vocational university, his fame will surely increase, and he might even gain a bit more prestige. But what if he doesn't succeed? Should the students cause a commotion? That would only make the vocational university a laughingstock. He was in a state of turmoil and couldn't help but sigh once again that the young people of today really shouldn't be underestimated. He also wanted to have Qin Jiang come to meet the king, but he was afraid that Qin Jiang would cause too much trouble. Right at this moment, above, the time has come. Jiang Xia appeared in front of the podium in his suit and tie. His face froze when he saw that most of the seats below were emptied. In the past, the venues at other schools where he gave lectures were always packed, but at a lecture at a university like vocational college, the seats were less than half full. However, he quickly composed himself and said into the microphone, "Hello, vocational college students. I'm Jiang Xia, the founder of Yu Software. First of all, thank you to the leaders of vocational college for inviting me, and secondly, thank you all for coming to listen to my speech." As soon as these words were spoken, there was immediate applause from below. Snap. Snap. Snap, snap. Snap. Snap, and the loud shouts, "Senior Jiang, I love you, Student Jiang, you are the most handsome, I want to give birth to a baby for you, huh?" The applause and cheers continued for a long time, and one had to admit that Jiang Xia was very charming, young and rich, good-looking and tall, the perfect boyfriend. After a minute or two, the sound finally died down as Jiang Xia continued to press his hands. Jiang Xia said, "Don't get excited, everyone. I'm just one step ahead of you. You are all the pillars of the country and will definitely catch up with me in the future. Okay. Now let's start with the theme of my speech today: technology changes life." Below. Wu Yu's expression turned slightly grim. Rhythm. Jiang Xia has such a great rhythm, very suitable for public speaking. This kind of person is really charming and makes people willing to listen to him, and high-end and atmospheric things like technology are a big plus in public speaking. Just as Jiang Xia was about to start his lecture, Wu Yu was hesitating whether to send someone to call Qin Jiang outside. Suddenly there was a burst of noise. A large number of vocational college students were seen filing in from outside, several times more than those who had left before. After coming in, these people quickly took their seats and soon the venue was almost full. This made Wu Yu's face look even uglier. The students at Songshan University were both extremely excited and filled with disdain. Huh? What are you pretending to be? Why don't you come to listen to the speech? Jiang Xia was stunned when he saw the college students rushing in, and then a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He then asked, how could no one be watching a speech like this, a rising tech star with a company valued at billions? He thought it seemed the vocational university leadership had miscalculated the timing, and if word of such a lowly tactic got out, it would be embarrassing. He was filled with contempt for the vocational university's actions and said loudly, "Welcome, new students. You've arrived just as my speech has begun. Technology changes our lives and our future." 2011 was a year of rapid technological advancement. As he was speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The many newly arrived university students below didn't listen to him at all. Instead, they all looked towards the entrance, as if waiting for something. Chapter 660. Qin Jiang's contempt. Brother Jiang is awesome. What's going on? Jiang Xia subconsciously stopped talking. Other people in the venue also noticed something was wrong and looked towards the entrance. Soon they saw a lot of people pouring into the venue. However, unlike these students, they were all wearing black formal clothes. After entering, they did not choose seats, but quickly made way to the sides and stood respectfully. The students at Songda University looked at each other in confusion, completely unable to understand the situation. A look of understanding flashed across the faces of the leaders and students of the vocational university. As expected, this kind of pomp and circumstance has almost become the exclusive symbol of that person's appearance. Here we come, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Several young men in black suits strode into the venue. The first three young men, with pigtails on the left side and folding fans in their hands, gave people a sense of elegance. This look might be out of place on ordinary people, but it looked very natural on this person. On the right is a young man with an extremely burly build. He has a fierce look and a scary face that makes people dare not look directly at him. However, even with such unique features, the two could not conceal the brilliance of the indifferent young man in the center. The two people on his left and right were just like foils. The three people are Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Xizhou. Qin Jiang's footsteps struck the silent venue like a heavy hammer. The Black Dragon members standing solemnly on both sides lowered their heads even lower, and in unison, they shouted in awe from the bottom of their hearts, "Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang!" Qin Jiang just nodded casually, his eyes piercing through the crowd and looking accurately at Jiang Xia on the podium. In his previous life, this person's name didn't exist, and even Yu Software was unheard of. I imagine it was his stirring up of the political scene in the three northern provinces that attracted the attention of key universities, allowing Jiang Xia to capitalize on the momentum of Song University's support. Such individuals emerging to prominence through chance are hardly surprising. How many so-called bigwigs rise to prominence only to a fleeting gust of wind, then vanish, leaving them with nothing? A chat app? No, more accurately, a low-level dating app. What future does it have, even if there is? So what? A dare to show off your power on his territory? Trample. 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 He walked step by step towards the podium, and the university students who were sitting with him were completely excited. The enthusiasm was instantly ignited, turning into a tsunami of cheers. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is awesome. The cheers far exceeded the sound of Jiang Xia's appearance. There was simply no comparison. Now, Song University students also looked at Qin Jiang with horror. Is he Qin Jiang? He's really elegant. The guy with pigtails next to him is pretty handsome too. He's just as domineering as the legend says. Is this the billionaire? A vocational college can also produce such a person. Keep your voice down. Don't worry about your life. It's okay to offend the vocational college, but offending this person, it's a matter of life and death. They looked at Qin Jiang with eyes full of awe. They could not care less about vocational university, but they could not care less about Qin Jiang. No matter how many shameful things the other party had experienced, they had to admit that the other party had become a legend in Songjiang, both in society and in the business world. Wu watched the figure approaching the podium, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He's here after all. I guess there won't be any major chaos, right? Even so, he forced himself to remain calm and whispered to the office director beside him, "Send in some more security." "Office director," I groaned inwardly, "adding security around this gentleman? If things get really chaotic, who'll dare to stop them? Who'll dare to intervene?" But I could only bite the bullet and nod, "Yes, principal." Inwardly, I prayed frantically, "Ancestors, please don't let anything happen. I really can't take the blame for this." On the podium, Jiang Xia watched Qin Jiang approach step by step, feeling a suffocating feeling like a mountain pressing down on him. His heart was pounding like a drum, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his palms. Qin Jiang? Coming for me? Impossible. It's just a speech. Is it that serious? Not really, at his level. However, when Qin Jiang's cold gaze swept over him and locked onto him as he approached, Jiang Xia's composure began to crumble like a paper fortress. He's coming. What does he want? Does he think my coming to the vocational university is a provocation? Is he going to attack me right there? Is he crazy? The president and the leaders are all down there. I'm still the face of Songjiang University, a rising star in technology. Who in Songjiang would dare to touch me? I must be overthinking, but no matter how I comforted myself, the fear and panic that penetrated my bones could not be shaken off. Hold on. Jiang Xia, hold on. You're a rising star in the tech industry. You're not afraid of him, or Qin Jiang. Hold on. The moment Qin Jiang stepped onto the podium, Jiang Xia finally used up all his strength to suppress his surging emotions. He forced a calm smile, took 2 steps away from the microphone, and extended his hand, trying to show his composure. "Mr. Qin, I've heard a lot about you. You use software, Jiang Xia." This scene, many vocational college leaders nodded secretly. It is worthy of Songda's determination that is very rare. The students at Songda University were even more excited at dialogue between kings. A historic moment for Songjiang. Senior Jiang Xia is so handsome. His aura is just as strong as Qin Jiang's. Quick! Take a picture. 2 stars shining brightly. This is definitely a scene I can brag about later. Countless mobile phones were raised instantly to record this once-in-a-lifetime moment, especially the reporters standing in the front row who were shaking with excitement. However, as everyone's attention was focused on the hands of the 2 kings about to meet, Qin Jiang didn't even pause, not even glancing at Jiang Xia's outstretched hand, as if it were just an obstructive mass of air. Sijou, who was following him, glanced sharply at Jiang Xia with his brown bear-like eyes. His cold voice, like the scraping of iron, carried an unquestionable command: "Get out." The sound is not loud, but it makes people's heart palpitate. The smile on Jiang Xia's face froze instantly, his mind went blank, and his body uncontrollably and subconsciously staggered 2 steps to the side to make room. Qin Jiang's figure was like this, with an indifference that crushed everything. He walked past Jiang Xia, who was standing stiffly in front of him, as if no one was around. From beginning to end, his gaze never stayed on Jiang Xia for a moment, as if the other party was just an insignificant speck of dust, not even worthy of diverting his gaze. Thoroughly, absolutely, without reservation, contempt. Jiang Xia's outstretched hand was still awkwardly hanging in the air. The smile on his face disappeared, leaving only disbelief, paleness, and humiliation. He stared at Qin Jiang's back, his pupils shrinking violently due to extreme anger and shame. An unprecedented sense of coldness and humiliation instantly overwhelmed him. The corners of Wu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Song University students. The whole place was in dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. After a brief moment of shock, the vocational college students erupted in an even more frenzied roar that practically blew the roof off their heads. Ah, fuck. Brother Jiang is awesome. This is what we call domineering. See? Brother Jiang is awesome. The pride of vocational university. Chapter 661, Extreme Insult, Xinjiang's dominance. Dead silence. The entire auditorium fell into an eerie silence, as if the pause button had been pressed. Only Jiang Xia's heavy breathing and his slightly trembling hands hanging in the air told of his extreme humiliation. Xinjiang stood steadily in the center of the podium. He didn't even look back at Jiang Xia, who was standing stiffly behind him. Ahem. Xinjiang cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry some kind of magic, instantly penetrating the solidified air and reaching everyone's ears clearly. The sound was calm and peaceful, but it struck everyone's heart. He turned around and glanced at the PowerPoint presentation on the big screen. Technology impacts the future. Technology? Ha ha. An app that started out as a hookup app is worthy of talking about technology. A tech upstart is worthy of talking about technology. These words were like a bomb dropped on a calm lake, making the whole audience boiled. After all, if Xinjiang was just despising Jiang Xia just now he is completely firing a shot in the face. Even, just fuck him to death. Oh my god? Brother Jiang is too cruel? He belittled Yu in front of so many people. I think what Brother Jiang said is right. The Yu app is mainly for dating. It's not up to par. What kind of tech upstart is this? He still stands there in front of Brother Jiang, unable to raise his head. Song da. It's just like that. For a while, vocational college students shouted, Brother Jiang is right. Brother Jiang is awesome, Brother Jiang, so domineering. The students of Songjiang University felt their blood boiling, and they felt like they were being slapped in the face. Normally, these gifted students would have lost their temper, but today was different because the one who criticized them was the legendary man from Songjiang. They had no confidence in front of him, and no matter how uncomfortable they were, they had to hold it in, and they have to admit that the Yu app currently contains some hidden activities that are not open to the public. This thing is done secretly and will not have much impact on Yu software. In the era of rapid technological development, many software will experience similar situations when they rise, but if something is not weighed, even 1,000 gold coins will not be able to buy it. Xinjiang put the Yu software under the sun and waited in front of everyone. Refute, can't refute it, I can only hold on and hold it in. At the same time, the hands of several reporters in the front were unsteady as they were holding the cameras. They had heard that Jiang Xia was going to give a speech at the university, so they came over to take some pictures and ask a few questions later. These journalists are doing their jobs, assigned by the higher-ups, due to their connections at Songda. It was just a formality. Similar situations had happened many times in other schools. No one was even willing to do this kind of interview internally. There was no topic at all and no bonus would be earned. But who would have thought that an extremely bland speech could make a big splash? The legend of Songjiang, Xinjiang, showed up in person and despised Jiang Xia and questioned Yu software in public. It was simply explosive news. They seemed to have seen the bonus beckoning, so they all grabbed the camera and pointed it at Xinjiang and Jiang Xia, afraid of missing any exciting scenes. Boom, these words resonated like thunder in Jiang Xia's ears. His carefully crafted image as a tech elite was shattered by Xinjiang's casual words. And with such a crude yet precise characterization. The immense humiliation and panic made him tremble all over, almost unable to stand. Hookup app, tech upstarts? Not worthy. You. Jiang Xia seemed to hear people mocking him constantly, and he felt panic, fear, terror, and anger. As the saying goes, the extreme of fear is anger. This anger had suppressed his fear of Xinjiang. He stared at Xinjiang as if he wanted to eat him. Xinjiang, what are you talking about? What gives you the right to say I'm unworthy? I'm the founder of Yu software. Within a year, I brought Yu software to its current level of 10 million registered users, with an average online time of over an hour per person. It's also the top and most promising chat software in the country. How could I be unworthy of this upstart tech company? How could you, Xinjiang? I can. Jiangxia, oh, Xinjiang, what makes you say my Yu app is a hookup app? What evidence do you have? Can't you just look at everyone else as dirty just because you're dirty yourself? You have to be responsible for what you say. Now, Xinjiang looked at Jiang Xia, who seemed to be out of control, with an indifferent expression, as if he was looking at a clown. Evidence? Xinjiang told Zhu Zhengdao, contact the relevant department leaders and tell them that I, Xinjiang, have reported Yu software for being involved in pornography and harboring filth. Request that the relevant departments conduct a thorough investigation. Jiangxia, he looked even more panicked. His family knew his own business and he had an idea of the morality of his software, something about existence, and quite a few, however, in order to expand the number of registered people as quickly as possible. Not only was it not stopped, but it was even somewhat condoned. In this era, it was not a big deal and no one cared about it. But these were all based on the premise that no one took it seriously. Once Qin Jiang, a big shot in Songjiang, reported this by real name, the higher-ups would definitely investigate. So, the problems will be exposed, but now UU software cannot withstand the exposure to the sun. All of a sudden, he said with a bit of a stern tone, Qin Jiang, are you going to fight me to the death? Are you the only one who will report me? Qin Jiang, you are worthy. Jiang Xia, aha, he was almost driven crazy by Qin Jiang. He wanted to go up and duel with Qin Jiang, but his reason stopped him. He could only stand there with his fists clenched, his face flushed with anger. This, Qin Jiang ignored it completely. Why was he here today? To give a speech? No. He came to tell everyone, vocational university is his territory, to tell everyone that he will not accept any challenges, and to tell his brothers that following Brother Jiang is the best way to go. Anyone who dares to show any claws to him, kill them all. The underworld and the shopping mall, past life, present life, although they are two different tracks, there is not much difference in essence. How can there be no wild spirit? As for whether doing so would make Jiang Xia bear a grudge, or whether it would give other business tycoons a bad impression of Heilong, it doesn't matter. The business world never shows any mercy. What a good impression. What is the saying that harmony brings wealth? Why don't you create enemies? What? Ha, bullshit. Which of those rising giants in later generations made their fortunes through peace and harmony in their early days? Which one didn't fight their way through life? Enemies. In the business world, there are no enemies. As long as you're strong enough, as long as you can bring profit, then you're a friend. If you're afraid of offending others, just go home and nurse your children. In his previous life, Qin Jiang was not afraid of offending people. In this life, I'm not afraid anymore. There are many people who hate Qin Jiang, so what is Jiang Xia? What we need is a burst of momentum. Chapter 662, Overlord T Fire brings shock. Qin Jiang speech. Qin Jiang. Jiang Xia looked at Qin Jiang with bloodshot eyes and said, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Just look at me. How did the Black Dragon Group start? Who in Songjiang doesn't know it? Xu Zheng, how did you get started? Jiang Xia, do you still want to hide what you did? Everyone knows it. Xu Zheng pointed outside, then go ahead and sue me. I didn't stop you because your legs are on your body. Jiang Xia, how could he not know that Heilong had a powerful background and connections in the public security field? The last time he caused such a big commotion and threw Uncle Long from the building, he was still safe and sound. He sued? What could he sue for? Jiang Xia, don't think you're superior. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just that Shui Bingcheng milk tea is popular? This is completely a special case. There are so many high-end milk tea brands on the market now, and the future of the market will belong to high-end milk tea. Sooner or later, the small milk tea shop Shui Bingcheng will be eliminated by the times. Do you have the ability to make Baoan tea afire? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Jiang's expression was even more disdainful. Sijio didn't even look at him. Zhu Zhengza laughed while waving his folding fan. Ha, you're still talking about the new tech elite? You dare to say that internet technology is the future? You didn't go online today? Jiang Xia, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Zhu Zheng pointed to the large screen behind him. A Black Dragon staff member had already changed the PowerPoint presentation. As Zhu Zheng pointed his folding fan at the screen, several images appeared. Pictures of huge queues appearing at Baoan tea stores, pictures of countless people smiling while holding Baoan tea. The pictures also mark the city locations of each milk tea shop. Without exception, they are all in the south, and as the pictures keep changing, more and more companies are shown, and it is roughly estimated that there are hundreds of them. What? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. First, there was no idea that Baoan tea had opened so many stores in the south. Second, everyone knows that Shui Bingcheng is very popular across the country, but Baoan tea does not sell well in the south. But what do they see? Is the Southern Overlord tea shop also so popular? Judging by the pictures, the queues are comparable to those at Shui Bingcheng. Is this true? Isn't it said that Baoan tea isn't popular in the south? Why are so many people buying it? Are all the rumors false? Are you really not aware? Baoan tea is booming in the south, isn't it? Most people were shocked by the sudden popularity of Baoan tea, but some people who go online every day knew that Baoan tea had already become a hit last night and was drunk by countless celebrities. Wu Yu is stunned. What's going on? I remember Baoan tea wasn't popular in the south. Why are so many people buying it? He was very concerned about Heilong's development in the south, and naturally knew that Baoan tea faced too much competition in the south and its sales volume had not increased, so it basically had no reputation. At least that's what he'd heard a few days ago. But how could so many people be lining up to buy it in just a few days? It's even more popular than the Baoan tea store in Songjiang. He looked at the office director. The office director shook his head. I don't know either. I'll go and find out. Wu Yu, let's see first. The reporters looked much calmer as they watched the scene. Last night, they all knew something about the celebrity Baoan tea incident, but since none of them had a particularly good reputation in the media, they hadn't been assigned to report on the Baoan tea incident. Instead, they were sent to the vocational university to give a speech and interview. Unexpectedly, they encountered a major event as a blessing in disguise. Qin Jiang, chairman of the Heilong Group, personally promoted Baoan Tea, which became a huge hit and was an absolute hit. Impossible? Jiang Xia looked at the situation on the screen with a look of disbelief. Fake? You must have photoshopped it. Zhu Zhang, photoshopped? It seems you really don't read trending searches. He pointed to the big screen behind him. Wow, the picture once again appeared on the hot searches of major websites, and every hot search picture was filled with topics about celebrities drinking Baoan tea, and it firmly occupied the top few spots. Jiangxia, no. Impossible. How could it be possible? Can pictures be faked? Trending searches definitely can't be faked. Why do so many celebrities drink Baoan tea? Is it such a lavish expense? How much does it cost? Qin Jiang ignored Jiang Xia and looked at the countless vocational students below. Today isn't a speech, it's an alumni reunion, he said. To my fellow vocational university students, you may have felt inferior, not worked hard enough, or taken the wrong path in the past, but that doesn't mean your life is ruined. Life is very tolerant of mistakes, and vocational university can also produce outstanding graduates. I, Qin Jiang, will be your dream maker. Those who have nowhere to go after graduation can come to Heilong. As your senior, I will definitely make room for you. In Black Dragon, you won't face any discrimination based on your academic qualifications, nor will you receive any unfair treatment. You have a complete promotion system here, and you can earn an annual salary of 100,000, 500,000, or even 1 million. Even if you make sufficient contributions, you can earn Black Dragon stock and become a shareholder of Black Dragon. My brothers, Qin Jiang. You are my direct descendants, and I favor you more than students from key universities. You will be the backbone of Black Dragon's future. His words resounded loudly throughout the meeting hall. Wow, countless vocational college students clenched their fists and their blood boiled. Yes. Their vocational college was just a third-tier university, and there was no comparison with top universities like Songda. But what's the problem? They have Heilong and Jianggu. As long as they graduate, they can join Heilong's top group and will not be discriminated against. They have a bright future. What about Songda? Even if there is a Jiangxia, what can it do? Songda students don't benefit from it. Qin Jiang did not look down on them at all. He treated them as classmates, alumni, and even brothers of this. Who can stand it? Their eyes were red as they looked at Qin Jiang, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to die for a friend. The students of Song University looked unhappy. They did not want to admit it but had to say, they were a little envious of the employment prospects of vocational college students. Although as students of key universities their employment rate was guaranteed, it was not easy to work hard. In addition, they looked down on vocational college students because their employment rate and employment prospects were no worse than theirs. There will inevitably be a sense of disappointment, and they really didn't benefit from Jiang Xia's influence, so it was a bit strange for them to cheer for the other side now, and it was even more complicated to see Jiang Xia standing on the podium with a dazed look on his face. What can I say? There is a little bit of demystification. Instead, Qin Jiang, standing in the center of the podium, became radiant and charming. Wu Yu couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. Qin Jiang, you are indeed worthy of being my student, aren't you? Office director, are you a student? What did you teach him? But she had a big smile on her face. Everything is possible today because of the principal's leadership. Chapter 663, Quadruple Benefits. Qin Jiang's generous move. Listen to this. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. The reporters were snapping photos nonstop, feeling that tomorrow's headlines had already been booked. Wow, the venue was filled with noise. Tap. This sound made Jiang Xia take another step back, his body a little unsteady and his face flushed. Nothing else, it was because what Qin Jiang said was the truth. The other party's existence brought a lot of dividends to vocational college students, but he did not bring any substantial profits to Song University students. His intuition told him that after today's speech, his prestige in Song University would probably decline rapidly in the future. He could not accept this, but he did not know how to refute it and could only stand there in a daze. Qin Jiang continued, I'm here today for 3 reasons. The first is to donate 30 million to my alma mater, Vocational University of China. 20 million will be used to build a new library, and the remaining 10 million will be used to install air conditioners in all dormitories and classrooms, so that all vocational university students can be free from the scorching heat. Wow, countless vocational college students below shouted even more crazily, Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is mighty and domineering. Brother Jiang, the eternal God. Some students even stood up excitedly, raised their hands and shouted at the top of their lungs. It was no wonder they were so excited. Not to mention the library, the air conditioner was a must-have for all students. Although the summer in the north was short, it was really hot. It was extremely painful to attend classes and sleep in that kind of weather. After all, there is basically no ventilation in the classrooms and dormitories, and they are like a furnace. They reported this to the school more than once, but the school naturally would not agree. Currently, not to mention vocational colleges, even top universities basically have no air conditioning except in the dormitories for international students. Install air conditioning. It is estimated that it will gradually become popular after 10 years, but Brother Jiang said that he would give them the massage soon and they would be able to use it next year. How could they not be excited? The Song University students looked even uglier, as even their dormitories had no air conditioning. At this moment, their sense of superiority over vocational college students no longer existed, and they even felt a little envious. Qin Jiang continued. Secondly, this year's graduates can directly join the Black Dragon Group. They will be recruited without taking an entrance exam and receive focused training. After 3 months, they will be assigned specific department positions based on their performance. Wow, the students who were about to graduate were also in an uproar. Although being a vocational college student had a great advantage in interviewing for the Black Dragon Group, it was not a 100% guarantee of getting in. Even if they could get in, it might not be the department they had chosen. However, Brother Jiang personally selected them to be the key personnel for training, which was definitely a great opportunity for them. After, there is definitely a bright future ahead in Heilong, Qin Jiang continued. Third, Black Dragon will soon hire 3 5-star chefs to join the school cafeteria, and the Black Dragon Group will provide another subsidy to the cafeteria. Meals will be half price, so that students can eat well, drink well, and learn well. Wow! Oh my god? A 5-star chef? I've never eaten a meal cooked by a 5-star chef. Will be able to eat meals cooked by a 5-star chef in my lifetime. No. Not just eat them, but eat them every day in the future. This job is worth it. Can I not go home during the winter break? I want to live in the cafeteria and eat in it every day, and celebrate the new year there. Woo woo. This scene. Are the students from Song University next door jealous enough to cry? No, a 5-star chef? Is that really necessary? They can tolerate the installation of air conditioners, but they really can't tolerate the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Song University is famous for its low prices, but the taste is also very ordinary. Now the cafeteria of Jita University is not only not expensive, but also employs 5-star chefs. Is there any justice left in the world? Degree. Amid the excitement of the working college students and the envy of the Song University students, Qin Jiang continued. Fourth, there's still a week left before school closes. During this week, working university students can get free milk tea at any Shui Bingchang or Bawangcha store with their student ID. There's no limit on the amount, you can drink as much as you want. Vocational college students, Song University student, they admitted that they were extremely jealous and couldn't help but be jealous because the benefits for vocational college students were too high. It's ridiculously high. Compared with these benefits, they feel that Songda University is not attractive, and vocational university is more awesome. Okay. Wu Yu couldn't hide his smile. My students. These are my students. They know how to give back to their alma mater. They are truly the pride of the vocational university. With so many benefits, vocational universities will definitely become more popular and rise in school rankings. Plus, the employment prospects for graduates are so promising, so it seems that vocational colleges can raise their admission scores next year. A good school should act like a good school. At least the score range should show something. Otherwise, why would good students apply to vocational colleges if the admission score gap is so huge? We need to give them a step up. Office director, the reporters were stunned. The benefits Qin Jiang just mentioned are not small numbers. Is he really so rich and willful? He spends tens of millions on just one speech, so what? His money comes from the wind. These reporters didn't realize that for Qin Jiang, money was like the wind. The popularity of Shui Bingchang and Bawang Tea attracted franchisees from all over the country to flock to Songjiang. The initial franchise fees alone made him a lot of money, and the subsequent material profits of each store were even more astonishing. Moreover, these were all pure profits and he didn't need to spend a penny in the early stage. In other words, the 2 major milk tea brands officially entered the new track and no longer had to invest the total net profit of each month in new stores. It can be said that every day a huge amount of money will be added to the accounts of the headquarters of the 2 major milk tea brands, but there are not many places where the money needs to be spent. Qin Jiang has never been a miser. He believes that money should be spent by everyone and happiness should be shared by everyone. Furthermore, the library and air conditioning had been promised to Wu Yu a long time ago, and since vocational university had helped him so much, he naturally wanted to repay it. The canteen is used to win people's hearts. Those who eat his food will remember his favor, and his position will make the direct base camp more stable. Compared with this, the profit of the canteen is not worth mentioning. All graduates of this year are required to reserve more outstanding talents to cope with the crazy expansion of the 2 major milk tea brands in the upcoming Songjiang city that never sleeps. As for treating guests to milk tea. How much would that cost? Even if each student drinks 2 cups a day, the cost is only tens of thousands of yuan. Considering Qin Jiang's net worth, even if he treats everyone for a year, it can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. So the words just now seemed to promise a lot of benefits, but in fact they were nothing. Now, Qin Jiang looked at the excited vocational students and Song University students below and gave his final speech. Remember, you are all my Black Dragon's reserve talents. The Black Dragon's gate is always open to you. I, Qin Jiang, will be your strongest support. After saying that, he just put down the microphone and left. Chapter 664, Qin Zhang's dominance, Zhang Xiao's fainting, and reporters' carnival trample. Trample, Zhu Zhang, Sizhou and others quickly followed Qin Jiang when they passed by Jiang Xia. Zhang Xiao's eyes were red, his whole body was trembling, and his fists were clenched, looking like he had been beaten by society. He stared at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang looked at him, and their eyes met. Zhang Xia subconsciously withdrew his gaze and lowered his head. Qin Jiang's expression became even more contemptuous. He found that he had overestimated the other party. No wonder he had never heard of the other party's name in his previous life. It seems, he is just a pig standing on the vent of the wind. Such a person is destined to never become a real boss. Compared with him, Yi Zhe is the elite, or the Li Cheng whom he has never met is also better than him. Talk about money, Zhang Xia may have more than those two, but in terms of potential, those two are far superior to him, and they have a better chance of reaching the top in the future than him. Shake your head, Qin Jiang gave his evaluation. You can't do it. After that, he walked down the podium without caring about Zhang Xiao's expression. Original place, Zhang Xia lowered his head, his mind filled with three words: I can't, no. Why can't I? He sat slumped on the podium as if all his strength had been drained away. Boss Jiang. Seeing this, the backstage assistant rushed over to support Zhang Xia, his face full of worry. Boss Jiang, are you okay? Boss Jiang, do you want to call an ambulance? Do you want to call the police? Do you want to shut up? Zhang Xia scolded the assistant. Why call an ambulance now? Let the world see how useless Zhang Xia is. He couldn't stand being hospitalized after being scolded by Qin Jiang. If this gets out, how will Zhang Xia develop in the future? Report to the public security. Even more nonsense. Putting aside Qin Jiang's background, he never hit me from the beginning to the end. If I just mocked him and went to report it to the police, Qin Jiang would not only be safe, but he would become an even bigger laughingstock. No, he wouldn't allow this to happen. Although Qin Jiang looked down on him, he was quite capable of taking advantage of the situation. He knew that he had to remain calm at this moment, first relax his base camp and then think of a corresponding strategy. At Zhang Xia, go back first? Assistant, going back? Going back to the villa? Zhang Xia rolled his eyes. At this moment, he was a little envious of Qin Jiang for having a subordinate like Zhu Zhang. He couldn't help but say angrily, go back to Sangda. Ah, okay. The assistant nodded quickly and helped Zhang Xia walk down the podium. The reporters watched Qin Jiang walk down from the podium and rushed over like cats smelling fish, but were separated by the Black Dragon personnel and couldn't help but raise their microphones. Boss Qin, do you think UU Software is involved in pornography? Are you really planning to report it under your real name? Boss Qin, did you hire all those celebrities to promote Boang Tea? Could you tell us how much it cost? Boss Qin, do you really look down on CEO Jiang, the founder of UU Software? Do you two have any personal grudges? They want to be the first to get the news. Pity, Qin Jiang didn't even look at them as they continued to walk out. Zhu Zhang said coldly, Brother Jiang doesn't accept interviews. Reporters, they looked at the overbearing Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang's cold eyes, and the Black Dragon personnel blocking their way. Even though they wanted to continue asking questions, they kept their mouths shut and did not dare to ask any more. Nonsense, Qin Jiang and Heilong. They're not celebrities. If you want to interview them, just interview them. They are the uncrowned kings. Facing Qin Jiang, their title was of no use. Everyone knew that Qin Jiang had absolute power in Songjiang. If ordinary reporters like them really offended him, they would be drowned. Breaking news is important. But life is more important. Therefore, he could only stand there blankly, not daring to take another step forward, or even to ask. Countless vocational college students in front looked at Qin Jiang coming over and shouted enthusiastically, Brother Jiang is invincible. Brother Jiang, I live for you, I'm crazy for you, I'll bang my head against the wall for you. Brother Jiang, we are all your direct descendants. When I graduate, I promise to join the Black Dragon and become a Black Dragon brother. For a moment they turned into fanatical fans, even patting their chests to express their loyalty. This is the charm of speech. Qin Jiang's speech completely turned vocational college students into loyal fans. IT will continue to ferment and spread. Riri Zhang Xia was supported by his assistant and walked out. Those reporters who did not interview Qin Jiang all had their eyes light up when they saw Zhang Xia, and they rushed towards the two without hesitation to stop them. Swish. 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 A large number of microphones were pointed at Zhang Xia. Mr. Jiang, what do you think about UU Software's involvement in pornography? Can you explain it to us? Mr. Jiang, President Qin thinks you're unworthy of being a tech upstart. What do you think? And what do you think of the explosive popularity of Baoan tea? Mr. Jiang, as the pride of Song University, can you tell us what benefits you have brought to Song University? Mr. Jiang, please say something. Waves of questions and topics were thrown at it crazily. Zhang Xia, benefit, what could he say? He was completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. He just wanted to get back to Songda as soon as possible and then slowly think of a plan. I couldn't help but wave. The assistant hurriedly said to the reporter, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang is not accepting interviews today. Come on, let us go, let us go. He tried to push away the many reporters in front of him and lead Jiang Xia away, but how could the reporters move aside? Qin Jiang and the others didn't dare to ask for fear of being drowned, but they are not afraid of Jiang Xia at all. The other party is nothing. What if I offended him? With such explosive news right in front of me, how could I return empty-handed? They blocked the road tightly and continued to ask questions, and the topic became more and more provocative. Mr. Jiang, you came here to give a speech. It's not right for you to leave without saying anything. Yeah. Tell us how technology is changing the future. Will it be changed by pornographic software? Boss Qin said that to you? Are you very angry? Are you planning to do something? Jiang Xia's face turned even darker, and he said coldly, I don't want to say anything today. Get out of the way. The reporter had no intention of giving way and kept asking questions, as if he would not give way unless Jiang Xia said something. Jiang Xia felt even more sad and angry. Why were these reporters so frightened by Qin Jiang's words that they stood still and dared not move? But when it was his turn to personally reject these reporters, they turned a deaf ear to him. Why, since Jiang was born, why did Qin exist? Reporter, Mr. Jiang, please look at us. Mr. Jiang, why are you rolling your eyes? Jiang. Shit. Mr. Jiang is dead. See you. Jiang Xia was so angry that his eyes kept rolling back, and he leaned back, closed his eyes, and died on the spot. Well, wrong, fainted. Assistant, oh my god, Mr. Jiang, please call an ambulance, please get out of the way, get out of the way. This moment Qin Jiang, who was surrounded by people in front, formed a sharp contrast with Jiang Xia, who collapsed to the ground in the back, who was strong and who was weak. It goes without saying, flash sale. Chapter 665, the dust settles. Jiang Xia, just a small favor, get out of the way, get out of the way, the assistant said anxiously. Hurry up and help me. Unfortunately, those reporters did not dare to stop him, nor were they willing to help. It was because they did not get any important information. They did not dare to hate Qin Jiang and could only blame Jiang Xia. Vocational college students were naturally even less willing to help. Even Song University students were a little distracted by Qin Jiang's topic and felt that they had not benefited from Jiang Xia's help, so subconsciously no one stepped forward to. In the end, it was the vocational college security guard who came forward to help carry Jiang Xia out. Fulfilling his duty, the vocational college student scoffed, you dare to compare yourself to Brother Jiang. People faint in front of Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is the legend of Song Jiang. Jiang Xia is nothing. He is not worthy of having the word Jiang in his name. Who gave him the guts to give a speech at a vocational university? He must be so stupid now, he can't even find the rhythm when he cries. Vocational college students began to mock him. Although Song University students felt uncomfortable, they really couldn't say anything in such a situation. It was because their senior Jiang's performance today was really unpresentable. Outside, Zhu Zhang curled his lips. You are quite good at pretending. Qin Jiang, he can't leave in this situation unless he pretends to be unconscious. He is quite clever. Zhu Zhang, then about the report on him. Qin Jiang, real name. Zhu Zhang, understood. He knew clearly that Brother Jiang intended to use Jiang Xia as a chicken to intimidate the monkeys of other companies. The title of young entrepreneur from the 3 northern provinces was still very attractive. Songde obviously intended to train Jiang Xia to compete with Qin Jiang for this honor. It would have been nothing originally. The bad thing is that he often tries to take advantage of Black Dragon and step on him to get to the top through marketing. If this situation is allowed to continue, there will definitely be people who will follow suit, and then it will easily undermine the morale of Black Dragon's brothers. This is something Qin Jiang absolutely cannot accept. Brother, it is his greatest asset for rebirth, and he cannot ignore the provocateurs when his brothers are expecting him. It must be killed with thunder and lightning to deter people. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Xia for being stupid and just bumping into the gun. Soon the people in the venue also left one after another. The vocational college students left the venue excitedly and quickly spread the news. What are the various benefits provided by Brother Jiang? What is Jiang going to admit this year's graduates without taking the entrance exam? What about Brother Jiang forcefully suppressing Song Da? Jiang Xia, the students of Song University, left feeling a little dejected. Their pride had been completely shattered today. The sense of superiority I once had seemed to have disappeared, and I even felt that vocational university was no worse than Songda University. Unemployment vocational college graduates can join Halong Group, and the employment prospects of key universities are also optimistic. On life, their school cafeteria doesn't have a 5-star chef on treatment. They don't even have air conditioning or free milk tea, and all these vocational college students can enjoy just because they have Qin Jiang. But why? Their school also has a senior named Jiang Xia. Why don't they enjoy any benefits? No. This is not fair. A Song University student said, this matter needs to be discussed. Senior Jiang Xia is where he is today thanks to Song University's support. He should give back to his alma mater. Don't you think? Many people echoed, yes. He should also give back to his alma mater. He doesn't ask for much, just enough to match the benefits of a vocational university. That's not great. Can Songda be worse than a vocational college? We need to fight for our own benefits. I also support him giving welfare. For a while, they have already begun to feel indignant and are planning to question senior Jiang Xia in the school to fight for their own benefits. This is something that students at top universities are good at. Outside, bang, the security guard helped the manager carry Jiang Xia to the car, and then left without paying any attention to what the assistant said. Nonsense. While working at a university, he must take care of his responsible unit, but he has no obligations beyond this scope. Assistant, no? You can't leave. I can't move him by myself, you have to wait and help me. The security guard pointed at the other party and said, the security guards of Sungda are right across the street. You should look for them. I'm just a small security guard from a vocational college. I can't compare with those who graduated from your top universities. Let's go. Obviously, he also had a very bad impression of Jiang Xia, or he was also a staunch Black Dragon faction member. These security personnel also enjoy various benefits from Black Dragon. Although they are not completely devoted to Black Dragon, they are definitely very respectful and friendly to him. Jiang Xia. If it is not their duty, who will care about someone who wants to step on Black Dragon to get to the top? Hey, the assistant cried out in despair a few times but found no effect. Seeing Jiang Xia about to pinch his Renjong point again, he said, Boss Jiang, you must not die. If you die, what will happen to my salary this month? Jiang, has come back to life, shut up. Jiang Xia suddenly opened his eyes and scolded his assistant, Boss Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Xia, nonsense. Have you ever seen anyone get pissed off to death in real life? They're just pretending. Assistant, Jiang Xia, stop looking. Let's go around the school first and then go back to Sungga through the back door. Assistant, okay. Jiang Xia turned back to look at the vocational university campus, Xinjiang. Today's insult will be avenged tomorrow. Just wait for it. What are you looking at? Do you really think Xinjiang is so awesome? Who can he win over with just a few small favors? Assistant, it should be useful. I think the college students in the conference hall are going crazy. Jiang Xia, what do you know? That's all procrastination. It's 2011 now, who's short of money for food? The cheap cafeteria is useless. What are you going to do after graduation by joining Heilong? Be a waiter for him? Install air conditioners? How long does the hot summer in northeast China last? Treat people to milk tea, even cheaper. In just a few words, he belittled the several benefits Qin Zhang mentioned as nothing. Assistant, he wanted to say it was not cheap. This treatment was a little tempting for him, a graduate, not to mention students. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Heilong Baoyuan provided two major benefits, which were the two most important to students. Certainly, does he dare to say anything in rebuttal? No, besides, he also knew that Jiang Xia was angry, and that his family was very rich and he had lived a life of luxury since childhood, so he might not care about these small benefits. Boom, he started the car and prepared to set off. Jiang Xia wasn't going to let him go and asked, don't you think these little favors are cheap and useless? Assistant, sudden, there were thunderous shouts from the vocational university, Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is invincible. Brother Jiang is so domineering. The sounds came in waves, and he could hear them clearly even outside the campus. Jiang Xia, assistant, I won't tell you, just listen to it yourself. Chapter 666 Wu Yu, I suffer a little loss as his mentor, extreme face change. Jiang Xia, I don't want to listen to anything. Let's go, assistant. He didn't dare to resist and could only step on the accelerator and leave. Principal's office. Wu Yu walked in leisurely, unable to hide the smile on his face. TSK, what a beautiful day, the sun is so round, and the air is so fresh, just look at all the greenery. I've always said Xinjiang is a great kid, donating a library, building a cafeteria, and installing air conditioning. He's definitely a lucky star for vocational university, the office director in the back said. The principal is right. It was all thanks to the principal's insight that he promoted Mr. Qin. Wu Yu, that's not the case. It's mainly because he's working hard and has his own abilities. Although he feels good about himself, he is also a sober person. When Black Dragon was just established, he provided certain help in terms of support and assistance. At that time, everyone regarded Black Dragon as a supported enterprise by vocational university, just like the current status of Songda and Yuyu. However, with the passage of time, the Black Dragon group expanded rapidly, especially Shuiyi Bingcheng and Bawang Ti were all very popular. The massive increase in franchise stores every day will surely take the Black Dragon group to a higher level, already has the strength to go public. At this time, Heilong has long ceased to be proud of being a vocational university. On the contrary, the vocational university is proud of the Black Dragon. Bang, Wu Yu sat in his office chair with a smile on his face. The office director said, Principal, I've already checked out the Black Dragon group's Bawang Ti, which is incredibly popular. As you can see from the trending searches, the Black Dragon group has spent countless dollars getting all of Hangdian's top celebrities to collectively promote Bawang Ti, creating a direct fan base. It's said that Bawang Ti is incredibly popular everywhere, and it's even more popular online, becoming a national topic. It's safe to say that Boang tea is absolutely the most popular and well-known milk tea right now, bar none. He handed over his phone, which contained all kinds of hot searches and key information. He must be amazing to have been able to find out the whole thing in such a short time. In fact, this matter had already caused a sensation on the internet. It was hard to miss it if you didn't go online. Certainly, all this actually happened this morning. To put it bluntly, it was only popular for no more than 10 hours. Otherwise, even if they were not online, they would have heard some rumors. Good, very good. Wu Yu couldn't help nodding as he looked at the various trending searches. I told you he was capable. I didn't believe anyone who said he was going to give up Bawan tea. Look, it's true. Office Director, Principal, you are wise. Wu Yu, prepare an application for the vocational college to establish a postgraduate entrance examination center. Write down all the advantages of the vocational college and its improved systems, and embellish them appropriately. Office Director, Principal, aren't you a bit too hasty? The school just got promoted to a university and you're already setting up a graduate program? Although vocational colleges have been upgraded to undergraduate institutions, many majors are still at the junior college level, and undergraduate subjects only account for a small half of them. The most important thing at present is to upgrade the remaining junior college subjects to undergraduate subjects as much as possible. Now that those technical colleges have not been promoted, the principal is planning to apply for a graduate program. It's really wishful thinking, Wu Yu. Writing an application doesn't mean you're going to get approved right away. You're just submitting it to see how they respond so you can prepare for your next application. The office director breathed a sigh of relief. Just prepare ahead of time to gain experience. Okay. I'll get to it right away. And principal, when do we plan to apply next? Wu Yu, next year. Office director, what? Next year. Wu Yu, yes. Next year. We must apply for it. Office manager? No, am I crazy or is the principal crazy? A newly upgraded third-tier vocational and technical university plans to apply for a graduate program within 2 years. This is outrageous. It's really outrageous to open the door to something outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Who gave the principal the courage? Qin Jiang. Wu Yu naturally noticed the office director's surprise, and he also knew that this was a very difficult task. No. It can't be said to be huge, but it is comparable to climbing to the sky. But no matter how difficult it is, it must be done. That's all. All this happened because the boy was going to graduate in the middle of next year. Current students, graduate alumni, it seems that there are only a few differences in terms, but the essence is very different. It is precisely because of the presence of Qin Jiang students that the vocational college has received a lot of support. Not to mention anything else, the employment rate alone is what many universities dream of. Qin Jiang is here. The graduation rate of vocational colleges is guaranteed. Qin Jiang is not here. Who can say for sure? At that time, it will probably just depend on the relationship between the two. The office director came back to his senses. Principal, you are worried about Qin Jiang graduating the year after next. Wu Yu nodded. The office director said, there's no need to worry. I see that Qin Jiang has feelings for the vocational university. The senior executives under him all graduated from our vocational university. Even if he graduates, it won't have much of an impact. The main problem is that applying for a research position is too difficult. Wu Yu, short-sighted. Alma mater. Putting aside the fact that these two words can bind a person's emotions for years, just believe it or not, when he graduates, those prestigious universities will rush to offer him a graduate degree. By then, he'll have an alma mater. One is his alma mater, a third-tier vocational university, and the other is his alma mater, a key 211-level university. Who do you think he will support when the time comes? Both alma maters are his direct descendants, so which school students will he favor? The vocational university's only advantage must not be lost. The office director also reacted. Yes, Qin Jiang will not be completely unable to go to school after graduating from them. He may be lured away by other schools. At that time, the vocational college may turn the initiative into a passive one, or even make wedding clothes for others. In the future, when people mention Qin Jiang's alma mater, they may only mention the key university he went to later. So, it's really important. The office director gritted his teeth and said, no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Not tomorrow, I will go home tonight and write a report overnight. No matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Wu Yu, don't worry too much. Even if we can't get the research site, we can still apply for a pilot site. We won't recruit too many students, just one to start the experiment. At worst, I can be the instructor myself. Office manager, is this also possible? Wu Yu, what can I do? For the future of vocational university, I can only reluctantly serve as a mentor again. Office director, degree V, shameless. When the two of them were discussing something, there was a burst of noise outside, but because of the window, the two patients could not hear clearly what was being shouted. Wu Yu, what's going on? Yelling and shouting in school? This is disgraceful and cannot be tolerated. The office director came to the window and opened it, and then waves of voices came in easily. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is awesome. I'm banging my head against the wall for Brother Jiang. After hearing this, Wu Yu could not help but guess the cause and effect. His angry expression immediately disappeared and turned into laughter. Look, how enthusiastic the students at Vocational University are, and how popular my future student, Qin Jiang, is. Office Director, Epsilon Dash, ring and equal to. Chapter 667 Qin Jiang holds a real name meeting. Jiang Xia is abandoned office director. Yes, very enthusiastic. Wu Yu, alright, go down and prepare the application documents. If anything comes up, please report to me immediately. Office Director, okay. After he left, Wu Yu smiled and took out his phone. Hey, Lao Yu. Come out and play a few games. Lao Yu, I'm not going. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, old man. Isn't it just your student Qin Jiang's Overlord T that's on fire? Are you trying to show off in front of me? No way, I'm not going. Wu Yu, Lao Yu, nothing else, I'm hanging up. Wu Yu, don't. How could he let Lao Yu hang up? He was just at the peak of his desire to share. At his level, he didn't have many friends. If he didn't show off in front of Lao Yu, he would feel uncomfortable. What was missing? As the saying goes, if you are powerful but don't pretend, you will feel uncomfortable. Lao Yu, don't say anything. Wu Yu, tell me what you want. Lao Yu, I remember there was a calligraphy piece by Mr. in your study. The brushwork was quite good. Wu Yu, I begged for that with great difficulty. Lao Yu, forget it, I'm busy. Wu Yu, you're so cruel. Come on. Lao Yu, that's great. Don't worry, I can listen to you talk all night. Do I have to say that your student really surprised me? And in my opinion, it's impossible for him to invite so many celebrities. Many of them basically don't accept advertisements, and it's even more impossible for him to do so without connections in the entertainment industry in other provinces. Wu Yu, I guessed it a long time ago. He must have set up a plan secretly. He naturally had a certain understanding of Qin Jiang. He was an eyewitness to the last meteor shower incident. After seeing those trending searches, he immediately guessed the general possibility. Lao Yu, that's why I say he's quite capable, able to do all this. However, all the promotion is currently happening online. Bawang Ti hasn't actively promoted it either online or offline. I can only say it's unethical, not illegal. It's an unethical but very effective marketing method. This method will definitely be included in textbooks in the future, and it will probably change the lifestyles of celebrities in the future. Great. Really great. I'm even more curious about how his northern city is promoted. Wu Yu, then why don't you see whose student you are? Lao Yu, okay, let's talk when we meet. That day, those reporters went back and reported the incident with exaggerated details. Frowny face. Heilong Group Chairman Qin Jiang will personally report UU Software for pornographic content. UU Software founder Jiang Xia was frightened unconscious by Mr. Qin, and his life or death is still unknown. What's this new tech upstart? It's nothing more than a pig riding the wave of popularity with its dating app.to generate buzz and headlines. These reporters added emotional weight to Qin Jiang's words. While UU Software was criticized as worthless, Heilongjiang Qin Jiang became a shining figure, working for the benefit of students, and the two milk tea brands went viral for a moment. The whole country is flooded with hot searches for Bawang tea, and in Songjiang, the hot searches are flooded with Qin Jiang and Jiangxia. Things are evolving quickly. Bang. The leaders of Song University were so angry that they slammed their hands on the table. How ridiculous. Does Vocational University really take Songda University seriously? Students went to their lecture hall and were knocked unconscious. What are they trying to do? They also say that UU Software is involved in pornography. Do you have any evidence? What is the basis for saying so? Qin Jiang is becoming more and more arrogant. He thinks he can really cover the sky with one hand in Songjiang. Report UU, you're like a crow landing on coal, only seeing the blackness of others but not your own. Anyone in the country has the right to report you, but he doesn't. All the leaders of Songda University were very angry. Some even shouted that they must get back at Qin Jiang and let him know how powerful they were. Report. Actually, they haven't reported Heilong yet. Isn't that guy's identity as a gangster even more irregular? When they were angry, Buzz, the leader who was sitting in the lead but not speaking, heard the phone vibrate in his pocket. He picked up the phone, looked at the caller ID, and made a face to the others. Brush, complete silence. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard a slight scolding from the other end. What's going on? Why is the software made by Jiang Xia in your hospital related to pornography? It involves pornography. This can't be done. That can't be. The supervisory department has called me to tell me about this. Heilongjiang Chairman Qin Jiang reported him for pornography. The higher-ups are taking it very seriously. I guess they've already started a preliminary investigation, and they'll launch a full investigation tomorrow. I don't care what's going on with his software. I just want to say that Jiang Xia is just a student at Songshan University. It's great for students to start their own businesses, and the university supports them, but their businesses have no connection to the university. Do you understand? I understand. UU Software is not a school property and naturally has nothing to do with us. Okay, that's it. Bang. The call was hung up. All the leaders were staying in the office. Nowadays, telephones are basically not soundproofed, so they could basically hear the content of the call and understand the meaning. What do you think? The leader who answered the phone looked at the others and said, the other leaders said, the academy supports students starting their own businesses, but that doesn't mean we support students breaking the law. If UU app is not clean and is censored, that's a matter of market operations and has nothing to do with us. If Zhang Xia really broke the law, then there's no need for us to keep him in our school. These leaders decided Zhang Xia's fate with just a few words. They would not protect him or defend him, and if the company founded by Zhang Xia really has legal problems, then he will be fired. Certainly he needs to be able to get through this safely and everything will be the same as before. Anyway, just 3 words, non-stick pan. 10 minutes later, the meeting is over. Big and loose, UU office building. Zhang Xia sat in his office chair. Furious. Qin Zhang, just wait and see. Don't think you can rise to the top just by creating 2 milk tea brands. Technology is the future. Don't look down on me because I am young and poor. Ding-a-ling, the phone on the desk vibrated. Bang, he hung up. Ding-a-ling, the phone vibrated again. Bang, he closed it again. Ding-a-ling, who is it? Are you sick? Zhang Xia picked up the phone angrily. Boss Jiang, something's wrong. The audit department is here to check our equipment system information. What? Zhang Xia stood up with his eyes wide open. How could that be? Did Qin Zhang really report it? Did he really want to get me? No. Was it really that serious? Just because I gave a speech, calm. Zhang Xia forced himself to calm down and whispered, let them check. Tell the people in the company that we are the software platform. We don't usually check customer chats and we don't know what they are talking about. Do you understand? Don't panic. We are not directly involved in anything. He hung up and immediately called the school leader, but the voice on the other end was, sorry, your call is currently unavailable. Chapter 668, Zhang Xia seeks help, encounters obstacles everywhere, and is intimidated by the words Qin Zhang. Bang, Zhang Xia hung up and called the second leader, but the line kept coming. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable, which made him vaguely aware of something wrong. He looked at the assistant and asked, is there any meeting with the school leaders today? The assistant shook his head, I don't know. Zhang Xia tried a few more calls but still couldn't get through. His expression became more and more ugly. In the past, his calls were always answered immediately, but now no one answered at all. He was not a stupid person, so he naturally guessed that there was something going on, and it was most likely related to the investigation of UU Software. In the end, I had no choice but to call a deputy director who I was on good terms with, and this time the call went through Zhang Xia. Lao Lu, what's going on? Why isn't the boss answering my call? Deputy director of the office, Zhang Xia, I won't hide it from you. I'm sure you've guessed it. Qin Zhang really did report UU Software for pornography under his real name, and the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. The school leaders just held a meeting. I don't know what the meeting was about, but after the meeting, the leaders instructed that from now on, UU Software will only be a company founded by Songshan students. As soon as these words came out, how could Zhang Xia not know that he was abandoned? Zhang Xia said angrily, they abandoned me right after the incident. Do they believe what others report? A few days ago, they swore that I was the future star of Song University, and now they are like this. Do they have so little confidence in me? The deputy director of the office didn't reply. They know about your performance at the vocational university, and that Qin Zhang, well, he does have a certain degree of intimidation. That's all I can tell you, and I can't help you. The rest is up to you. If you can really get through this, Song University will still support you in the future. Zhang Xia, fuck. Beep, Zhang Xia, fuck, a bunch of old men, they only use people to move forward and not to move backward. Damn, assistant, boss John, what should we do? Zhang Xia, I don't know what to do. It's okay. They probably won't be able to find anything in a short time. Do you really think that only the school leaders are behind me? My Jiang family is not a pushover either. He took out his phone again and called home. His family was not an ordinary one. They were a well-known family in a southern province, South. In a villa, several middle-aged men were chatting and laughing. If the locals saw this, they would definitely be surprised, because these men were all economic tycoons in the local area and were related through 2 or 3 generations of marriage, forming an economic alliance. They were definitely powerful in the local area. Lao Jiang, the chat software your son created in the north is very popular and has a high valuation. It's said they're both valued at $1 billion. They'll surpass you and me in less than 2 years. We are all old, the future belongs to the young. The internet, which we all look down upon, has allowed young people to easily make 1 billion yuan. How many years did it take us to make 1 billion yuan? More than 10 years. The shortest it took Jiang Zemin was probably 10 years younger. The internet is truly a vast blue ocean. It's a pity that you and I have been rooted in the real economy for too long and cannot transition. We can only wait for the next generation. They all praised Jiangxia, although there was a sense of flattery in his words. It was obvious that he had really changed his view on the internet. Especially with the example of Jiang Xia, he had already decided in his heart that letting the younger generation participate in the internet trend was better than inheriting the family business honestly and conservatively. Haha, President Jiang, okay, stop praising that guy. The valuation is all fake and can't be compared with real industry. He might be finished at any time. Although he said this, the smile on his face betrayed him. Of course, he is also often proud. If a kid in his early 20s can build a company with a valuation of 1 billion, even if the valuation is inflated, even if there is support from the school, even if, it's still awesome, others said, Brother Jiang, you're such a joke. How can such a big company be ruined just like that? The disciple surpasses the master. Brother Jiang, let's make a bet. If he doesn't reach a market value of 2 billion within 3 years, I will take your surname, just as they keep flattering. Ding-a-ling, when Mr. Jiang's phone rang, he picked it up and smiled even more. That kid of mine called. It seems he hasn't forgotten me as his father. Ha, he answered the phone with a smile, but the smile quickly vanished. What did you say? Your company is under investigation. Someone reported your company by real name? Who? Qin Jiang. Who is Qin Jiang? The milk tea seller? Didn't your school leaders come forward? You didn't answer the phone. Okay, don't worry, Dad will find a way. The Jiang family is not that easy to bully. He hung up the phone with a very grim look on his face. Others couldn't help but frown and said, Brother Jiang, what happened? Is Jiang Xia in trouble? Report? Report what? Brother Jiang did not hide anything. These people were his old friends and had formed an alliance of interests long ago. He told them everything about the difficulties Jiang Xia encountered. Real name reporting. Pornographic content. Qin Jiang? Why does this name sound familiar? I think I've heard it from someone before. Wait, isn't he the founder of the recently popular Bawang tea in Shui Bingchang? Yes. It's him. When did Jiang Xia have a grudge against him? And he even reported him under his real name. Brother Jiang, it is said that it was because I went to give a speech at a school, and the other party thought it was provocative and reported it. As soon as these words were spoken, public outrage. What the hell? He's too lawless. He really thinks our Jiangxia is easy to bully, and he's playing house like a child. That's right. We don't have to worry about trouble if we don't take the initiative. Sanjian, right? I have someone. I have some connections there. I'll make a few calls and I promise to get this matter resolved in Jiangxia. They confidently took out their mobile phones and started contacting people. Brother Jiang also nodded. That would be troublesome. They are all our own children, why bother? A half-grown kid reports him at every turn. Who does he think he is? No, Jiang Milk Tea dares to bully us. As they talked, several people took out their cell phones to contact their connections in the north. At the same time, Brother Jiang also took out his phone to contact others. Everyone was very relaxed and calm, but their expressions became more and more ugly as the calls went on and nothing else. All the connections I thought I had made were useless at this moment. Those people had been so enthusiastic when I first received the call, but after hearing about the situation in Jiangxia, especially the name Qin Jiang, they all became vague, and some even hung up the phone. No, I can't do this. You should find someone else. Qin Jiang. I dealt with him? Are you kidding? I can't swim? You should find someone else. Oh, by the way, I didn't receive your call today. I don't know anything. If his software doesn't involve pornography, he might not be able to survive. If his software does involve pornography, then it's completely beep, beep. The busy tone of the phone kept ringing in the villa. Chapter 669, Connections are useless, out of reach, and unable to win. What? Several people looked at each other while holding the phone, and saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They could not understand why those people's attitudes changed drastically after hearing the word Qin family. After all, although Qin Jiang is very famous in the local area and his various legendary events are known to everyone, his influence in the northern province is much smaller. Almost no one outside the northern region knows him. They are even less aware of him as he is thousands of miles away from Songjiang. They subconsciously think that he is just an entrepreneur with some ability. Something's wrong. 12 out of 10, there's definitely something wrong. What exactly does this Qin Jiang do? Why are those people so scared when they hear the name Qin Jiang? I just asked you and you didn't tell me. Their respective connections were actually just drinking buddies. After hearing that they had offended Qin Jiang, they didn't dare to have any connection with him and didn't dare to say anything more. They just hung up. Brother Jiang also looked depressed. He thought for a long time and called someone again. It's me, Jiang Lao-san. Old Jiang. A laugh came from the other end. Why did you think of calling me? What's the matter? Brother Jiang, do you know Qin Jiang? Who? Qin Jiang. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose several times, then turned into a question. You offended him, I guess so, fuck. You're awesome. It's okay, I'm hanging up now. Brother Jiang, no? I said that it's okay, it's obvious that I need your help, but he knew even more clearly that Qin Jiang was probably not a simple person in Bei province. Brother Jiang, don't hang up, I just want to ask you something, and I'll give you 1 million later. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Let me make it clear first that I will only say what I can say. I'm sorry for what I can't say. As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Jiang and the rest of the people in the villa were silent. They had been in the business world for a long time and had a lot of experience. Naturally, they could hear the inner meaning behind other people's words. Just a few words revealed that the person opposite was very afraid of Qin Jiang and didn't dare to say too much when it came to money. What exactly does Qin Jiang do? Are all the milk tea drinkers so awesome these days? Brother Jiang didn't waste any words. Do you know the UU app? No. Brother Jiang, my son founded it. Jiang Xia is your son. Brother Jiang, yes, fuck. Can't help. Hang up. Brother Jiang, don't keep hanging up the phone. I didn't ask you for help, I just want to know the whole story. You don't know yet? Your son is truly amazing. He should just run the company well. With Songda backing him up, who can do anything to him? But he's courting death by stepping on Qin Jiang to get to the top. Every time he gives a speech, he mentions the Black Dragon Group, and even gives a speech on their territory. He roughly talked about the situation between UU Software and Black Dragon Group during this period, as well as his speculation about the grudges, and also gave a general account of the origin and rise of Black Dragon Group. I'm telling you, Black Dragon Group's Qin Jiang personally reported the UU Software for pornography, and the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. Everyone can see he's serious about this. No one in Songjiang dares to help, and no one dares to go against Black Dragon on his behalf. As far as I know, Songda University doesn't care anymore. Now we just have to wait for the results of the investigation. If his software isn't pornographic, Songda University will probably protect him. What you should be most worried about right now is not the situation of his company, but his own safety. Qin Jiang has said that. I'm afraid that if he's really fine, something bad might happen to him. That's all. You can figure out the rest yourself. Bang, hang up the phone directly. Beep, silence, the great silence, silence, such silence. The whole villa was eerily quiet. Everyone sat there without saying a word. Brother Jiang had just turned on the speakerphone and they had just heard what was said on the phone. This content gave them a complete lesson. Qin Jiang, early 20s, second-year undergraduate student, founder of Black Dragon Group, founder of Shui Bingchang and Ba Wangti, the big boss whose billion-dollar project has just been launched, a social boss in northern province, with tens of thousands of followers under his command. People chant. Qin sank into the river. Every one of these words was familiar, and each one, taken individually, was astonishing. Yet, now, they were all attributed to one person. How could this be possible? How many legendary young men could achieve such a feat? Compared to this young man, Jiang Xia's achievements seemed unremarkable. After all, a virtual network, fake valuations. 1 physical route, thousands of stores. A long time. Someone asked, what should we do? Qin Jiang seems pretty ruthless, right? Someone said, that's not the case. Even if he is crazy, we are in a society ruled by law now. He can still, someone said, didn't you hear what was said on the phone? He just threw a rival boss off a building not long ago. Jiang Xia should have just been studying and running a company, so why would he mess with someone like this? And he's someone with connections, so we can't do anything about him. They no longer spoke with the confidence they had not long ago. Judging from the recent phone calls and the information they received, Qin Jiang's status in the northern province was very high and his connections in the northern territory were all top-notch. Even if such a person were to compete with them in the same region, it was still unknown who would win or lose, not to mention that they were in completely different regions. Their methods seemed so pale and powerless in front of the other side, and they were completely helpless. Finally, everyone looked at Brother Jiang and shook their heads. The meaning is clear, can't beat him, there is absolutely no way to fight. What could they use to fight? Even if they mobilized all their connections and all their relationships, the effect of reaching the northern province from such a long distance would be greatly reduced. They would probably suffer an even more devastating defeat and even bring disaster upon themselves. Brother Jiang also understood the situation. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his cell phone and called Jiang Xia. Friends building. Jiang Xia stood there and yelled, does Qin Jiang think I'm so easy to bully? Do you think I, Jiang Xia, can only rely on Songde? I have people behind me, too. My father is, my uncle is, my third uncle is. With each person he mentioned, his back straightened a little more, and his tone became increasingly impolite. I originally planned to compete with him as an entrepreneur, but he actually played dirty tricks on me. Then don't blame me. I'm fucking revealing, I'm a rich second generation. And, my father and several uncles have assets totaling tens of billions. I'm afraid of Qin Jiang's strength. He spoiled me. Assistant, do you believe I can turn defeat into victory? I'll make a comeback. Within a month, I'll make Qin Jiang look at me with new eyes. He'll even smile when he sees me. Assistant, right at this moment. Dingaling, looking at his father's caller ID, Jiang Xia said, listen, my dad will definitely solve it. Said. He turned on the hands-free mode directly. Chapter 670. Jiang Xia's despair, turning himself in, there is no way out. Immediately the assistant pricked up his ears and began to listen. As Jiang Xia's assistant, he more or less knew that Jiang Xia's family had a strong background, but he didn't know what kind of background it was. However, the titles Jiang Xia just mentioned were very intimidating. Vice President of some Chamber of Commerce, what is this Commissioner so-and-so? It sounded impressive and showed his status and ability. Looking at the assistant's expectant eyes, Jiang Xia's expression became more confident, and it almost dispelled his fear of Qin Jiang, but the next moment, his father's voice came from the phone. Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, I'm here. Dad. Are you done? Jiang's father, let me ask you again, does your software involve pornography? Jiang Xia, Dad. What do you mean? I asked you to deal with Qin Jiang, not to question me. Jiang's father, I'm asking you if you're involved in pornography, not asking you to refute me. Jiang Xia was stunned. How could he not hear that something was not right in his father's words? He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Dad. We just developed chat software. We don't control what other people talk about. Jiang's father sighed. No one knows his son better than his father. Besides, he has been working in the business world for so many years, how could he not understand the rules? The software may not involve pornography on the surface, but it definitely condones it in secret, and may even cooperate passively. It doesn't look like a big deal, but if we really want to take it to a serious level, it is not impossible to impose fines, question people, or even detain those responsible. Moreover, this incident has a great impact and may cause UU software to be despised by the public and lose its popularity. The most important thing about a chat software is chatting. It's okay to use some loopholes to attract customers in the early stage, but if the customers are defined as having loopholes, then the software will never be popular. Even if you know the problem clearly, you can't do anything about it because it's out of reach and there's nothing you can do about it. Father Jiang sighed again. Jiang Xia, Dad, what's going on? Jiang's father, listen to me, don't go anywhere, just stay in your office. Don't try to stop the inspection agency. Let them investigate everything. Wait until the results come out. Jiang Xia, Dad, what do you mean? It was Qin Jiang who deliberately took revenge on me, and not only did you not help me, you also told me to wait in the office. Father Jiang, so what should we do? We don't know who Qin Jiang is, don't you know it yourself? Jiang Xia, he was not a fool, and his eyes widened when he heard the fear and helplessness in his father's words. Jiang Xia, Dad. You said that even our family's power can't kill Qin Jiang. Jiang's father interrupted him. It's not that he can't be killed, it's that he can't be killed at all. To tell you the truth, your uncles and I have just contacted our contacts in the north. Qin Jiang. He has deep roots in Songjiang and his background is unpredictable. Even if we mobilize all our energy, it will be ineffective and may even backfire. We can't defeat Qin Jiang. If we dare to take action, we are afraid that we will be affected. Most importantly, you will be in danger in Songjiang. So what you need to do now is not to retaliate, but to think about how to get out of this crisis and whether you can get UU software back on track. Jiang Xia couldn't hear his father's words on the other end of the phone. His mind was filled with thoughts like, we can't defeat Qin Jiang, and we can't afford to offend him. Will you be in danger in Songjiang? How could it be possible? His family background, which he was so proud of, was of no use to Qin Jiang. Even his own life was in danger. No, isn't it said that 10 years of hard study are not as good as 3 generations of business? Why did he come to me? The other party didn't even study for 10 years, but he was already as good as 3 generations of businessmen. Is this reasonable, unreasonable? Jiang Xia, then what should I do? Father Jiang, just stay here quietly, wait for the news, I will inform you as soon as possible. Jiang Xia, beep, the office was dead silent as the busy tone came from the phone. Jiang Xia and his assistant didn't say anything. A long time, Jiang Xia said, my dad is a modest man. Although he says that, he's probably already started to exert his strength. It's just that they're a little hesitant to act when I'm in Songjiang. Are they still afraid of me? What danger can there be for me? You think I'm just a white guy? I'm a well-known young entrepreneur with a company valued at billions. I'm afraid of him? I'm not afraid of a thing. You go down first. If the inspection team has anything else, please feel free to contact me. Assistant, degree V, you are really good at pretending, but when you take money from others, you will naturally be nodded by a smiling face. Boss Jiang is still capable. He quickly left the office and then heard the sound of the door being locked from inside. Assistant, oh winky face, you call this fearlessness and unafraidness? If you had the ability, you wouldn't have locked the door. You wouldn't have cried in there. His expression kept changing, and his intuition told him that President Jiang might not be able to overcome this crisis. It seems we need to find a way out. Right. I can't go down the same path with Jiang Xia forever. Now that Black Dragon isn't paying attention to me, I'm afraid I'll miss out and get caught too. Anyway, I don't have anything to do this afternoon, so I can find a few companies to apply for so that I can transition seamlessly. As for President Jiang, I just need to do my job. In the office alone, Jiang Xiao's expression could no longer remain calm, and he was trembling all over. Don't panic. Don't panic. Black Dragon is nothing. Even if Qin Jiang is so powerful, how dare he kill people in Songjiang? He seems to really dare. T to the power of T. Time passes. Before I knew it, the night had passed. Boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door. A while, sitting on the chair, Jiang Xia suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. The ashtray on the table in front of him was full of half-smoked cigarette butts, and he looked much more haggard. Boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door and the assistant's voice continued, Boss Jiang, the inspection team wants to see you. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xia opened his mouth several times but didn't reply. Instead, he took out his phone and prepared to call his father again. However, Jiang's father called before him, and he answered immediately. Jiang's father said, Son, your case has been determined. The software is non-compliant and contains pornographic content. Although the software wasn't directly involved, you are the responsible person for the software. Turn yourself in immediately to the local authorities and explain that you just learned about the software flaw and are reporting it. I can help you avoid detention. Jiang Xia, but the inspection team is outside. Jiang's father, what? You better find a way to leave quickly. If the investigation team talks to you first and you confess the situation, the investigation will be greatly reduced. Qin Jiang is making efforts and you will probably be detained for a few days. Buzz, Jiang Xia's mind buzzed. Lock up for a few days, it was totally unacceptable to him. Leave, he looked towards the door. Boom. Boom, there was another knock on the door. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xia, swish. Swish. Swish, he looked around for other ways out, and finally fixed his gaze on the window. Chapter 671. Jiang Xia jumped off the building and was intercepted halfway, asking for benefits. Boom. Boom, hearing the increasingly rapid knocks on the door, Brother Jiang's face turned grim and he rushed directly to the window. Since the Yu building was provided by Sangda, and the technology company itself did not need too many employees, his office building was 3 stories high. Bang, Jiang Xia opened the window and looked down. Of course I didn't dare jump down directly. The height of 3 floors can kill people. Fortunately, there was a place where the air conditioner outdoor unit was placed outside, and there was a platform diagonally opposite the air conditioner. Jiang Xia stood with 1 foot on the air conditioner outside the window, looking at the ground below and feeling dizzy. No, if you slip and fall like this, you will definitely die, fall to death, detained. How to choose? It's not difficult to choose, brush. Just as he was about to retract his foot, he suddenly heard the assistant's voice coming from outside again. It stands to reason that Mr. Jiang is inside. I wonder if something happened and he should break the door open. Immediately. A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Bump. What toy? Jiang Xia, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, banging the door. If you really want to punish yourself, it's just that someone is hooking up with someone on my app. What does it have to do with me? Even though he thought so, he knew that he must not fall into the hands of the other party. Fines and detention are 2 completely different concepts, and they will have a huge impact on his future entrepreneurship. Think of this. He fiercely suppressed his inner fear and said, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I can do it, I'll do it. Tread. He stepped on the air conditioner outdoor unit and then jumped hard to the platform diagonally opposite. Bang. His entire body half fell onto the platform. Call. Jiang Xia took 2 deep breaths and heard the noise coming from the house diagonally opposite. Without thinking too much, he quickly rushed down the stairs outside the platform and ran out of the school along the path. If he remembered correctly, there was an inspection agency opposite the school. This time, the school holidays are coming soon. Even a university like Sangda, which has a strong semester atmosphere, has become relaxed, with many students wandering around the campus and chatting with each other about their plans for the next semester. At the same time, the most talked about topic was naturally what happened yesterday when Qin Jiang publicly disparaged Yu Software's Jiang Xia, that Qin Jiang is really too arrogant. He doesn't even take our Sangda seriously, but speaking of it, senior Jiang Xia really can't compare. Let's not talk about anything else, just the benefits. Qin Jiang has brought so many benefits to the vocational college, and what about us? We haven't borrowed any benefits at all. I heard some students have already complained to the school. Since Jiang Xia is receiving support from the school, he should give back. His company's valuation is so high, so what if he just gives us some? As soon as these words were spoken, many students nodded in agreement. It would have been fine if there had been no comparison in the past, but now there was the precedent of vocational colleges. Seeing that students from vocational colleges who were not yet from the 3rd-tier universities could eat cheap and delicious meals, enjoy air-conditioned rooms, have a good place to go after graduation, and even drink milk tea for free, how could they be willing to accept this? Right at this moment, someone pointed ahead and said, Look, see if that person running towards us is Jiang Xia. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, I saw Jiang Xia running in this direction in a hurry, even a little disheveled. What's going on? Everyone was a little confused and didn't understand the situation, but they quickly reacted and rushed forward to block Jiang Xiao. Senior Jiang, the food in the school cafeteria is terrible. Can you take charge of improving it? The food at that third-tier university is better than ours. Senior Jiang, you can't let us eat worse than them. And air conditioning. School dormitories need air conditioning too, but libraries don't need it. But we can still build a swimming pool. Senior Jiang, say something. Jiang Xia, what did I say? I'm a senior, not a turtle in a wishing well. If you want to make a wish, go to the temple. The canteen was also renovated, air conditioning installed, and a swimming pool was built. What? I owe you that. Of course, these words were just constantly flowing in his heart. On the surface, he just said indifferently, let's talk about this later. I have something else to do. Get out of the way first. In the past, these students would definitely move aside when they saw him speak, but things were different now. The news that he was yelled at and frightened to death by Qin Jiang had already spread, and these students' fear of him had long since disappeared. Even this statement aroused their anger. Why? How did Jiang Xia rise to prominence? Was it simply the school's support? But after their rise, they not only didn't give the school any feedback, but also showed absolutely no concern for students like them. Who can accept this? Someone directly said, Jiang Xia, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by talk about it later? Ask yourself, how much support did your school give you in establishing your UU app? How much do we respect you? Wherever you give a speech, we will support you. But now we need your help, and you're being so reluctant. Don't you even consider us as your students? What do you think of us? Others echoed, yeah, Jiang Xia. Without Sungda and our support, what are you? Now we ask for such a small benefit, and you are not willing to pay? Entrepreneurs aren't that stingy. Look at how generous Qin Jiang is, and then look at you. He's worth 1 billion yuan, and this little money is nothing to you, and your company doesn't even hire graduates from our own school? You only hire people from other schools. You don't consider Songda your alma mater. You are so ungrateful and you are destroying your friends. They were really angry. They had to know that what students liked to do most was to fight for their own rights. They subconsciously thought that it was normal to ask Jiang Xia to contribute money and effort to the school's welfare. Jiang Xia's refusal attitude was unacceptable to them. They no longer talked about senior Jiang Xia, and the words they said became more and more harsh, even turning into questioning, accusations and even scolding. Jiang Xia's expression became even uglier. A drop in the bucket. Compare with Qin Jiang, bullshit. He estimated the company's value at 1 billion yuan, but valuation is just valuation. UU Software has not raised funds many times, and the total amount of money in its account is less than 100 million yuan. It takes a lot of money for a technology company like this to accumulate customers in the early stages. The number of Song University students is much larger than that of vocational students. If he wants to do the same, the initial investment will be at least 100 million yuan, and he simply does not have that much money. As for recruiting Song University students, Song University is a key university, but computer science is not its strong point. His company really lacks talents in computer science, so naturally it will not recruit people from Song University. As for recruiting other types of people, his technology company does not need many people, and even if it wants to recruit, it will not recruit many people. It is impossible for it to recruit everyone like Halong. Besides, why does he need these people to tell him what to do? Qin Jiang said that he could only endure it, but these people were nothing. Jiang Xia said with a cold expression, I don't need you to teach me how to do this. If you want to make a wish, go find the school leaders. I'm not yours, get out of the way. Chapter 672, Jiang Xia got into a car accident and Li Cheng fainted on the spot. Get out of the way, is it possible? Seeing his expression, the students were not afraid but became even more angry and shouted, we're just discussing normal demands. What's with your tone now? Qin Jiang still treats his fellow students as brothers, but what about you? What do you think of us? No wonder Qin Jiang said that about you. Now it seems he was right. You are not worthy of being a rising star in the tech industry. You're such a stingy person, Jiang Xia. You guys, you want to compete with Qin Jiang? Who gave you the courage? I heard your software is pornographic. It's a shame for Songda to have a senior like you. You're just someone who started a hookup app. What's so great about you? You'll be arrested sooner or later, Jiang Xia. He was so angry that he was shaking all over and was about to say something right at this moment. Suddenly, several people shouted from behind, Jiang Xia is just ahead. Stop. Jiang Xia, where are you standing? The assistant brought 5 or 6 inspection department personnel to chase after him. After knocking on the door and hearing no movement from inside, they broke the door open and found that the office was empty and the window was open. It was obvious that the other party had jumped out of the window, so they immediately issued an arrest warrant. The assistant was scared. He wanted to lead the team to make a contribution. As Jiang Xia's confidant, he guessed that the other party jumped onto the platform to escape, and they rushed in time. The assistant even saw Jiang Xia's back, that's why it came up so quickly. Stop. Don't run. What would Jiang Xia equal smiley face so fast? Without a second thought, he madly rushed out of the crowd, pushing anyone he saw, his eyes bloodshot. Get out of here. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. He absolutely did not want to be caught at this critical moment and detained. What a terrible thing, he wants to surrender himself. With his family background, the most likely thing he will get is a fine. Think of this. He was even more furious. It's all Qin Zhang's fault. If he hadn't reported it with his real name, the authorities wouldn't have taken such a strong stance. Wait, he was just thinking about it when people rushed out of the campus. On the way, there is a lot of traffic and people flowing, but Jiang Xia didn't care about all this and rushed out without hesitation, without even looking at the traffic lights. Stop. Oops. It's dangerous. The staff chasing behind them changed their expressions drastically, and others also shouted anxiously that it was dangerous. Ahead, Jiang Xia, danger, it would be dangerous if I stopped. If I am arrested by you, what awaits me is detention. Although a few days of detention is nothing, how can I, a rising star in Jiang Xia's future technology, have a criminal record? This will be a shame in my life, only a fool would stand. At this moment, I seemed to see an inspection department at the next intersection after crossing the road, and his fine was right in front of me, just as he was fantasizing. Beep beep, the shrill horn sounds reached Jiang Xia's ears. He couldn't help cursing inwardly. Fuck her, is she sick? Is she in a hurry to reincarnate? Pressing chicken feathers, at the same time, he subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, and then his pupils widened, and in his vision, car, bigger and bigger cars, boom, card pool, bang. Jiang Xia only felt that he was flying for an unknown period of time before he fell to the ground. He fell into a state of complete unconsciousness, and bursts of screams kept coming into his ears. There was a car accident, people flew away. That person seems to be Senior Jiang Xia. He can't be dead. There's so much blood, help, ambulance, what's the number 120? Buzz, he had tinnitus in his ears and the sound became increasingly weak. Let me explain this in two ways. While Qin Jiang was crushing Jiang Xia, the other side. Li Chang was woken up from his sleep. Boom. 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 He pushed open the door and saw the female assistant looking at him anxiously. Mr. Li, something big has happened. Hot search, Li Chang said calmly, don't panic. The sky won't fall, isn't it just milk tea that's trending? Assistant, Mr. Li, do you know? Li Chang, yeah. I asked someone to do it. Assistant? Is she confused? Is she doubting her life? When did Mr. Li become so capable of hiring so many celebrities as endorsements? Is Mr. Li sick? Why is he promoting Boan tea? Could it be that Mr. Li is an undercover agent planted by Boan tea and Baiwei milk tea? This doesn't make sense. How could Mr. Li be an undercover agent? Even if he didn't care about Mr. Gu, he would still be in Gu Chuan assistant. I don't understand. Mr. Li, you don't need to understand, as long as you execute. There are many things that others cannot understand. Changing your perspective can lead to better promotion. Assistant, better publicity. How did it spread? Now the sales of Baiwei milk tea not only did not increase but decreased even more seriously, while Boan tea was extremely popular. She really did not understand what was going on. As Li Cheng's trusted assistant who had known him since the foreign financial street, she knew that Li Cheng had a bet with Mr. Gu, and if he made the bet like this, he would definitely lose. Could it be? What an undercover. Li Cheng ignored her expression and said, tell all the stores below to be sure to capitalize on this wave of traffic. Have the publicity department contact a few popular celebrities to see if they can negotiate deals with them. Have them privately line up to buy milk tea and continue promoting the business. The heat can't stop. Assistant, still promoting it? Li Cheng, of course. Baiwei milk tea has finally become popular, so of course we can't stop promoting it. Assistant, Baiwei milk tea? Isn't it Bawang tea? Bawang tea, Li Cheng, what are you talking about? What's the matter with Bawang tea? He suddenly felt a little uneasy. No way, assistant, Mr. Li? You don't know? You just trended on the internet. Didn't you say you were the one who did it? Li Cheng, what's the trending search for Baiwei milk tea? Assistant, how can Baiwei milk tea be trending? The trending searches are all about Bawang tea, because Baiwei milk tea was promoted for a very short time. It was removed from the hot search list not long after it was posted. By the time Baiwei Group reacted, they had no idea that they had also been on the hot search list. If Baiwei milk tea itself is in such a state, one can imagine what others are like. What? Li Cheng's face changed drastically. He quickly took out his mobile phone to search the internet, and then he saw that Bawang tea was everywhere in the hot searches, and there was no trace of Baiwei milk tea at all. This, how could he invite so many celebrities? No. I understand. He didn't invite them, he was a scoundrel. Damn it. How could he be so shameless? With his wisdom, he immediately guessed the general possibility. And their promotional methods are exactly the same as mine. No. They're simpler and more violent than mine. They don't even spend any money, they just directly cover my plan with trending searches. Damn it, heaven doesn't help me, heaven doesn't help me. Since Li was born, why was Jean born? Puff. Chapter 673, Li Chang, I lost. Hung Dian goes crazy, bang. Even if Li Chang had seen the world, he could not accept the shock of such a thing. His eyes rolled back, pulled over. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Don't scare me, Mr. Li, please don't let anything happen to you. The female assistant rushed up anxiously and kept pinching him. Seeing that he was not conscious, she gave him artificial respiration without hesitation. At the same time, she took out her cell phone to call an ambulance. The anxiety in her eyes could not be hidden at all. It was obvious that she really cared about Li Chang, nothing else, just 2 words, love. Perhaps to Qin Zhang, a person like Li Chang is nothing, but to the female assistant, she has witnessed the entire trajectory of Li Chang's rise. His high spirits and vigor are legendary, and she has taken good care of him in his career, so naturally she develops admiration for him. Otherwise, she would not have returned from abroad with him. Li Chang woke up. Call. The assistant wiped his mouth and looked at the sober Li Chang with tears in his eyes and said, You scared me to death. I thought you were angry to death, just like Zhou in the Three Kingdoms. Li Chang, he felt the wetness on his lips and glanced at his assistant, who looked slightly embarrassed. However, as a seasoned businessman, he quickly recovered and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. The female assistant said, Boss Li, we still have a chance. Bawang tea has sparked a bigger milk tea craze. We should take this opportunity to promote Baiwei milk tea. At least compared to other milk tea brands, Baiwei milk tea has a solid foundation and the backing of the Gu family. Li Chang did not answer. Yes, there's still a chance. Maybe it will happen to Baiwei milk tea, but not to him. He lost the bet. He knew that with the public opinion trend triggered by the star, Bawang tea would definitely become popular all over the country, at least for a few months, and would definitely have a first mover advantage in the rise of this milk tea market. According to the annual milk tea brand report of Blue Mountain Capital, Bawang tea is definitely ranked first. This, no doubt. About it, Budweiser milk tea may have a chance to overtake others in the future, but it has nothing to do with him anymore. He lost completely. But he refused to accept it. He had been doing everything within the rules, but Qin Zhang's methods went beyond them. Despicable. I guess all the celebrities in Hengdian are going crazy right now. A long time out. Li Chang sighed deeply and said, Go, call the senior executives of Baiwei Group and tell them I need a meeting. Good. She thought Li Chang had come up with a solution and nodded to inform him. Just as Li Chang thought, when various hot searches appeared, Hengdian exploded. Hengdian, early in the morning, the crews were already busy. Filming was extremely expensive every day, so they started work very early. A large number of stars were in place and chatting with each other while being put on by makeup artists. Sudden, an assistant exclaimed, Sister Lan, you are on the trending search. Ahead, superstar Lan Yueguang wasn't surprised. She was one of the most popular stars at the moment, so being on trending searches was perfectly normal. She said calmly, So what? I've been on so many trending searches this month. Are you making such a fuss? Assistant, no. Sister Lan. This trending search of yours is weird, sister. Are you endorsing Bawang tea? Bawang tea, Lan Yueguang, what Bawang tea? I don't endorse tea. Although Su Yuning fed him Bawang milk tea for many days in a row, he didn't care about the brand at all. He just wanted to warm himself up, so he didn't know what Bawang tea was. Brush, the assistant handed the phone directly to Lan Yueguang. What? Lan Yueguang's eyes widened. What do you mean I can't put down Bawang tea and can't go a day without it? What the hell is this Bawang tea? When have I ever drunk it? How can this be written as if I absolutely must drink it? Those reporters are the same. They're pushing this kind of thing to the top of the trending search list. They're crazy. Who bought this trending list? It's the Bawang Tea Company's fault, and where did this photo come from? As soon as these words were spoken, several celebrities who were putting on makeup nearby couldn't help but say, You've obviously been used by Bawang Tea Company to gain publicity. I guess some paparazzi have taken pictures of you. Who made you angry? Ha ha. This is the trouble with fire. We veteran actors don't have this trouble. Ran Zhao's assistant continued, Sister Lan, it's not just you. There are many other stars. In our crew alone, there are Uncle Chen Lang, Teacher Gua, Sister Wang Fei, Chen Lang and the others, who were just smiling and joking, all changed their expression slightly. They quickly took out their mobile phones and started checking. At this moment, since it was 6 o'clock in the morning, they got up and ran to the crew to put on makeup, so they were not familiar with the hot search news. People in their industry naturally had a lot of hot search software. They opened one and saw all kinds of news about Bawang tea. Of course, they were included in it. Chen Lang, what do you mean even people my age like to drink milk tea? I'm not even 50. Wang Fei, what do you mean by Bawang tea being light? It's the queen's secret to maintaining her voice. Isn't my voice naturally good? Why do I drink 3 cups every morning? Why do I drink Bawang tea every day? They were furious when they saw the news on the trending searches. Normally, being on the trending search list is a happy thing for them. After all, it means they are well known enough. However, this trending search was in collaboration with a milk tea brand. The main reason is that this milk tea brand is not the brand they endorse, but they are using it to market it crazily. What are you doing, scam, Chen Lang? This is clearly a premeditated propaganda campaign. We're not the only ones affected. Look at the people linked to the trending searches, and other celebrities in Hengdian are suffering similarly. Teacher Ho, Su Yuning, that's her. No wonder she was so crazy about sending us milk tea a few days ago. I thought she was trying to curry favor with us and get an opportunity, but I didn't expect that she was secretly playing this trick. Teacher Wang, how can this be? I'm going to go find these two girls right now. Teacher Gui, they must have received benefits from Bawang tea, but they are using us to curry favor. What a good idea. We must find them, Chen Lang. People like this don't deserve to be stars. They must be banned. They have evil intentions. Director, I thought these two little girls were inexperienced, but I didn't expect them to be fooled by him. Assistant Director, I didn't expect them to come up with this plan. However, after this incident, it will be difficult for them to move forward in the entertainment industry. I just don't know how much Bawang tea paid them. All of a sudden, all the stars stood up without even putting on makeup and headed straight for Su Yuning's crew. At the same time, not only their crew, but also the stars of other major crews saw the news about themselves in Bawang tea on the trending search. They were extremely angry and rushed to Su Yuning and Yin Yu's crew without hesitation, cursing. Chapter 674, Even the stars can't sue, so admit defeat. Black Dragon's double flower red Dan, come out, Su Yuning, Yin Yu, you two little girls dare to use me as a pawn, come out. These stars kept shouting outside, but when they arrived at the crew, they were dumbfounded. The entire crew had already left, with no one there, which made them even more angry. Teacher Wang, sure enough. These two guys have tricked us. They openly tried to curry favor with us by giving us milk tea, but secretly used us to make money. Now that the truth is out, they feel guilty and just run away. A veteran actress said, I never thought I could be played by someone so cheaply. I really can't believe it, a veteran actor said, we can't just let this go. We have to pay the price. Call the agency right now and sue that Bawang tea for compensation. If I don't bring down Bawang tea, I'll be wasting my time. They contacted the entertainment companies behind them. At first, the entertainment company was also very angry and immediately said that it would conduct a thorough investigation and let the legal department step in. However, during the investigation, it was discovered that although Bawang tea was the ultimate beneficiary of this incident, the official Bawang tea had never come out to publicize it from beginning to end. It's all fueled by netizens, even though anyone can see that these netizens must have some secret means of Bawang tea, but they don't do it openly, which means that Bawang tea is a passive income, bona fide third party. So, they simply can't win the lawsuit. What to sue? People say, there is no publicity in itself, everything is voluntary on the part of netizens, and there is nothing you can do about it. Moreover, if a lawsuit really goes ahead, the popularity of Bawang tea may increase again, and the popularity of these celebrities may decrease. If Bawang tea adds fuel to the fire, it may be portrayed as petty, and their commercial value will be greatly reduced if they sue over drinking milk tea. Most importantly, they'd learned that the Black Dragon Group was behind Bawang tea, and they'd also learned about Black Dragon's status in Northern Province, its position as a top social force. Not to mention whether they could win the lawsuit. Even if they did, how much money could they recoup? If they were to go head-to-head with Black Dragon, they wouldn't have to do business in Northern Province anymore, and their celebrities wouldn't have to plan to film there anymore. It's not appropriate no matter what, so even if you are reluctant, you can only swallow your anger and accept the fact. What? Teacher Wang said with a look of shock, you said forget it. You can't sue and you won't win. No? Why? It's too easy for them. Who? Black Dragon Group? If I want to film in the north in the future, I can't sue them. I feel so frustrated, and what should we do next since this incident has already happened? I'm clearly the victim, yet you're still accusing me of, okay. I'll never accept anything from anyone outside again. I won't even eat. I'll starve to death. Bang, she hung up the phone with a grim expression on her face. Although she was unwilling to criticize her leader, she knew that this was the only way to deal with the matter. There's a lot behind Bawang tea, can't sue, the agency didn't dare to sue. They could only accept the loss. She wasn't the only one, several other big stars also received warnings from their companies immediately. You can't win the lawsuit, you can't sue either. At the same time, they were warned to be careful about what they eat and drink on the set in the future, not to accept food or drink from others unless necessary, and to tear off the logo if they must eat. After the stars hung up the phone, everything was silent. No one speaks, no one knows what to say. He knew he was being tricked and came here to seek justice, but not only did he not get any justice, he was repeatedly told by the company behind him to be more cautious in his conduct. It's fucking outrageous, snort. Teacher Wang snorted coldly and turned away. Naturally, other stars would not stay and get angry. At the same time, as this incident continued to spread and expand its influence, the entire entertainment industry changed. Major entertainment companies required their stars to pay attention to trademark issues. It can be said that this incident made stars cautious about trademarks in advance and played a role in promoting the development of the industry. Outside, Heng Dian-dai and the nanny Car.Su Yuning and Inu listened to the stars' shouts from behind and looked at each other in silence, confused. They were completely stunned. Who could have imagined that the Overlord Tea Club would be promoted like this? It directly dragged so many celebrities into it. Routine? No. You can't call it a routine, it's just despicable. Inu, Yuning, is this kind of publicity legal? You don't even pay the endorsement fee. Su Yuning, I didn't ask them to be the spokesperson. It was completely a spontaneous action of netizens. Inu, spontaneous behavior? Do you believe it? Su Yuning, legal letter. Inu, they won't sue, will they? They won't sue us too, will they? Su Yuning, we were just treating them to milk tea. If they were secretly photographed, they should go find the person who took the photo. If it's a spontaneous act by netizens, they can sue the netizens. It has nothing to do with Bawang Tea headquarters, let alone us. Inu, that's too cruel. Those celebrities wouldn't think that way. Luckily we ran fast, otherwise we'd be in trouble if we got blocked. Layman definitely wouldn't give up. Su Yuning, she had no idea that those stars would come to make trouble, and she could understand those people. Being used as a gun is unacceptable to anyone. Even she herself found it a little hard to accept the promotion of Bawang Tea. But what could she do? Inu, Sister Yuning, I'm afraid it's going to be hard for us to survive in the entertainment industry after this incident. I wonder if the higher-ups are going to treat us as sacrificial lambs. Su Yuning didn't say anything about a victim. Maybe she could see that Bawang Tea could gain huge profits from this matter. Compared with these profits, her and Inu's star career was nothing. It was not worth mentioning. Buzz, her phone suddenly rang, and her pupils widened as she looked at it. It's Teacher Chen. Su Yuning, don't answer. Turn off the phone. Inu, okay. Su Yuning also took out her cell phone and turned it off. Then she looked towards Heng Dian in a daze. Inu, what are you looking at? Su Yuning, I want to remember this place. She felt that after this incident, the two of them would be ostracized in the entertainment industry and lose their economic value. Then, there will be no more movies for them to shoot. Heng Dian, this holy place of her dreams might very well be the last time she will visit it in her life. Inu seemed to have realized something and looked towards Heng Dian, her eyes revealing reluctance. But neither of them expected it. After this incident, not only did the two of them not sink in the entertainment circle, but with the support of Heilong, to be precise, Qin Jian casually provided several variety show ideas and film and television plans to the propaganda and entertainment department. They thrived in the entertainment circle. Those stars who hated them today also had a 180-degree change in their attitude. At the same time, the two were later awarded a title. Frowny face Black Dragon's double flower red stick in the entertainment circle. Dan. Chapter 675. Li Chang, get some attention for me. Li Chang resigns. Baiwei Milk Tea headquarters. Li Chang was sitting at the top, with other senior executives sitting on both sides below, all with unhappy expressions. The previous popularity of Shui Bingchang did not have a big impact on them, but now that Bawang Tea has also become popular, it has had a huge impact on them. Overlord Tea, 100 flavors of milk tea, these two brands are already competing brands. As Bawang Tea becomes popular, the number of its stores will increase dramatically, and the number of people buying milk tea will increase. At the same time, the sales share of Baiwei Milk Tea will decline, which is definitely a disaster for them. But after all, a few days ago, I was still dreaming that Baiwei Milk Tea would become the first high-end milk tea stock, but this dream may very well be shattered. Who can remain calm? Who came up with this propaganda method? It's too simple and crude, just brute force. I'm just curious why those celebrities would cooperate with him to promote Bawang Tea. How much does this cost? The senior executives were very confused. It was not that they had not thought about using celebrity publicity, but no one had ever thought of inviting so many celebrities. Currently, the major milk tea companies do not have such foundation. Li Chang said, no money spent? All senior executives, Sigma, surprised face, no money spent, how is that possible? How could his Black Dragon Group be so prestigious as to allow those celebrities to endorse their products for free? Li Chang saw their confusion and said, they should have used some means to get Bawang Tea to the Star Cruise, and then have someone secretly take photos and promote it online. What? This is also allowed? Isn't this pure infringement? You created this kind of scene without the star's authorization. Aren't you afraid of suing him so obviously? If this kind of thing is exposed and stirs up online public opinion, aren't you afraid of being scorned by everyone? Li Chang, infringement? Infringement of what rights? Didn't you see that all the publicity was spontaneously generated by netizens? Bawang Tea has never promoted the same milk tea as celebrities. When it comes to takeout, it's all various traditional Chinese style series. As for celebrities suing, I'm even less likely to do so. With no evidence, it's highly unlikely they'll win. Furthermore, if a lawsuit were to take place, it would likely only fuel Bawang Tea's fame and further escalate. Most importantly, don't forget where Black Dragon came from. Those entertainment companies are unlikely to become enemies with Black Dragon over such a small matter and completely abandon the northern market. They'll most likely just suffer a loss in silence and accept it. A senior executive suggested, why don't we just expose this and try to stir up some public opinion online to see if we can dampen his level of rage? Li Chang shook his head and nodded again, the chances of suppressing it are slim. The fact that they were able to mobilize such a large-scale online propaganda campaign proves that the Black Dragon Group has the means and layout to operate online. They probably already have a response strategy. But you're right, we should try our best to save the situation. The propaganda department should post the whole story online, try to stir up public opinion and create negative news for Boang Ti, yes. The senior executive in charge of publicity nodded, then Li Chang looked at the other senior executives and said, I'll tell you a few key points. Please take note of them. First, the marketing department will immediately start preparations. Baiwei Milk Tea will also launch its own unique Chinese style series. The head of marketing nodded. Li Chang. Second, the propaganda department will prepare a large number of puppets. I remember that Boang Ti always had puppets standing guard at the door. Let our puppets fight Boang Ti, and fight like crazy. You don't even need to be near a Baiwei Milk Tea store. Just go to any place that sells Boang Tea and get it. Head of the publicity department, okay. Li Chang. Third, the finance department doesn't need to be afraid to spend money. They can allocate funds to the propaganda department to hire online trolls to spread rumors that Boang Tea isn't as good as Baiwei, that Boang Tea is a knockoff of Baiwei, that Boang Tea is a sub-brand of Baiwei. Feel free to be a bit ridiculous, finished. Li Chang looked around and said, anyway, I just want to say one thing, take advantage. Take advantage of Boang Tea's popularity as much as you can. Do it without any limit. Since you can't have the first bite of the crab, then follow the first bite and eat its meat. Eat as much as you can. Do you understand? The senior executives nodded immediately, understood. No one objects, they still have great faith in Li Chang. Although he has not been in charge of Baiwei Milk Tea for a long time, he has taken Baiwei Milk Tea to a higher level and taught them a lot of experience in managing a business. They feel that following him is very promising. This isn't. When they were at a loss as to what to do about the Boang Tea explosion, Li Chang had already come up with a solution. Boom. How reliable, call. Li Chang took another deep breath and said, I'm announcing one last thing. Come in. Bang, the office door was pushed open. See you, Yang Hui, founder of Baiwei Milk Tea, walked in and the senior executives were stunned. Ever since Chen Cheng took over Baiwei Milk Tea, the founder Yang Huiche has retreated to the second line. What is the other party doing here? Li Cheng quickly gave his answer. I will resign as the executive CEO of Baiwei Milk Tea from today. Baiwei Milk Tea will continue to be managed by Chairman Yang Hui. All the senior executives were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? They all abandoned the chairman of Baiwei Milk Tea and surrendered to Li Chang. And now Li Chang tells them that he quits. What are you playing? What nonsense? A new emperor appoints new ministers. They have all changed their allegiance. Could it be that they should come back now? A senior executive looked at Li Chang and said, crooked? Why? Aren't you looking at it properly? Li Chang, I didn't make Baiwei Milk Tea the first milk tea brand to be listed, so I'm not qualified to be here anymore. A senior executive said, Mr. Li, you're already amazing. Even if Boang Tea becomes a huge hit, Baiwei Milk Tea might still surpass it under your leadership. Baiwei Milk Tea is also thriving, with high sales in our stores, surpassing other high-end milk teas. Boang Tea is just starting to become popular. Keep going. As long as you persevere, we can't say for sure who will win or lose in the future. Li Chang shook his head. Maybe Baiwei Milk Tea will have a chance to stand out in the future, but I don't have time. No time. The senior executives were very confused. They were not aware of the bet between Li Chang and Mr. Gu. Li Chang stood up without any further ado and looked at Yang Hui. I will personally discuss this with Chairman Gu. From now on, Baiwei Milk Tea will be handed over to you. I'm leaving, said. He went outside without hesitation. Wait for me. The assistant quickly caught up. Original place. Only the Baiwei executives were left dumbfounded. Even Yang Hui couldn't help but feel mixed emotions as she watched Li Chang's departing back. She couldn't accept it when Li Chang kicked her out of the core team. It's not that she hadn't thought about taking the position back if she had the chance in the future. But now that she really got the position back, she felt a little sad. Even someone like Li Chang couldn't handle this position, so could she, a lucky entrepreneur, really handle it? What will happen in the future? Afraid, it will only get harder. Chapter 676 Crossroads, Car Accident, Yizhe, Li Chang, Jiang Xia senior executives, they were completely stunned as they watched Li Chang leave. What are you playing, big brother? Are you really leaving? It's okay if you leave, but what will we do? Did you surrender in vain? Then they looked at Yang Hui with more complicated eyes. A senior executive stood up and said, Director Yang, you are finally in good health. We at Baiwei Milk Tea are waiting for you to take charge. Without you in charge of the group for this period of time, we feel uneasy. You're finally back. Come and sit down. We're waiting for you to make the next arrangements. However, faced with their overtures, Yang Hui simply said calmly, do everything according to Li Chang's arrangements. Senior executives, Yang Hui, wasn't what I said clear enough? The senior executives responded, clear, very clear. Shall we do it right away? Yang Hui left without even looking at them. Point 1 is, she thinks it will be difficult for her to take over Baiwei milk tea for too long. The period when Li Chang is in charge of Baiwei milk tea has made her see the gap between herself and professional managers. She understands that not everyone can control a large group, so she believes that the higher-ups will definitely send another professional manager. Second, I really don't want to pay attention to these fence-sitters. Instead of arguing with them, I'd rather study how to stabilize the business left by Li Chang. Outside, Li Chang got in the car and said to the female assistant who was catching up with him, "You don't have to follow me anymore. You're free." Assistant, if you don't follow me, where are you and I going? Li Chang, go wherever you want. I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to your card as your severance pay. Assistant, I don't want money, I just want to follow you. Li Chang, I will not stay in China, I will go abroad, and I am going to do something big now. Assistant, I'll follow you wherever you go. Li Chang, no need. Finished. He stepped on the side accelerator and headed towards the airport. He is going to Songjiang, he wants to find Qin Jiang. He lost in the battle for the milk tea mall business, but he was not convinced. He lost not in his ability but in his style. The other party's publicity was completely despicable, which made him feel very uncomfortable that he wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to find Qin Jiang, he wanted to tell him, despicable people can't last long. He wanted to tell him that he would come back to fight him again. He wanted to personally make harsh remarks in front of Qin Jiang. Childish? Maybe, but who isn't a young man full of vigor and vitality? Later, seeing him like this, the assistant felt that something bad was going to happen. She had been with him for many years and knew his character very well. In this situation, even if she accepted her fate, she would still feel relieved. Could it be? Her expression changed slightly and she immediately stopped a taxi, catch up with the car in front. The taxi driver's eyes lit up slightly. Girl. You want to catch an adulterer, right? Don't worry. I'm known as the Southern Road God. I'm here to make sure you catch this adulterer. Female assistant, taxi driver, hold on tight. Hoo, boom, boom, boom. Songjiang got in the office. Yize looked at the news on the hot search with a complicated expression. He had rarely tried to learn about the Black Dragon during this period, but the information poured into his field of vision uncontrollably. Now Bao Wang tea is even more popular on various search engines. It's impossible to invite so many celebrities at the same time. Yize said, it's obvious that they're using the same trick again, but this time they're going to be even more ruthless than last time. All stars. Such shameless tactics. It suits your personality. There's no official mention of Baowan tea on these trending searches, and Baowan tea hasn't promoted itself in a way that would prevent celebrities from suing. This is consistent with your cautious approach. Although the method is a bit despicable, I have to admit that the effect is simply amazing. This moment Yize couldn't help but admire Qin Jiang. He found that the other party could always come up with a series of classic methods. These methods seemed so when pushed from the back, but when pushed from the front to the back, really awesome. Qin Jiang, Yize, fortunately, I am far away from you and not on the same track with you, otherwise I would really be uneasy, and you have a new enemy, Jiang Xia. I just don't know how long he can withstand your attacks. He also knew about the feud between Qin Jiang and Jiang Xia, especially yesterday's speech incident and Qin Jiang's real name reporting incident. It seemed that he was completely in the stage of watching the show. Yize, fight. If you can really defeat Qin Jiang, or even let him suffer a little, I will always be there to help you. A short rest gave him renewed confidence. Of course, he did not ask to completely defeat Qin Jiang, but only to suppress him in some aspects, or to see Qin Jiang suffer losses, so that he could get rid of the demons in his heart. In fact, he wanted to forget Qin Jiang and never contact him again, but the other person's figure would always appear in his mind inexplicably. Shake your head. Yize didn't think about it anymore. Let's go out and get some fresh air. The fight between me and Qin Jiang won't last long. He went downstairs with his car keys and called his nurse girlfriend, Yuma, let's go. I'll take you to a Western restaurant today. I know a new steakhouse that's really good. Yuma, the female nurse who saved Yize and gave him artificial respiration, appears in chapter 407. Time receipt. In front of the gate of Song University. Intersection. Li Chang was held tightly by the female assistant. It turned out that the female assistant couldn't catch up with Li Chang, so she bought a ticket to Songjiang and chased him all the way, and got stuck between Songjiang University and Vocational University. Li Chang, let go. The female assistant said, I won't let go? You can't go. I heard that Qin Jiang is a gangster, very ruthless. You really can't go to him and say such harsh words to his face. You will suffer losses and it will be dangerous. Li Chang, I'm not saying anything harsh. I'm telling him the truth. He's just a jerk and won't let me speak. Assistant, didn't you say that people who talk big are useless? Didn't you say you wanted to go back abroad to develop? Why don't we go back now? Once you've developed well abroad, we can come back and then we can crush the Black Dragon. Li Chang, if you don't speak, your thoughts won't flow, the assistant said, but you're not understanding me. I heard that Qin Jiang is always drowning people in the river or throwing them from buildings. If you really go to his house, your life might be in danger. What should I do if something happens to you? Li Chang, what's there to be afraid of? In the 21st century, I'm talking to him in broad daylight, explaining the truth. What can he do? Sink him into the river? Throw him away? It's just a legend. I don't believe it. But the female assistant held his hand tightly. In front of them was the vocational university, and not far away was the Black Dragon building. There was a car driving not far ahead, and Yize was talking to UMO about the special features of the steak they were going to eat, with a bright smile on his face. Yes, just when Li Chang was about to push the female assistant away, just as a smile appeared on Yize's face. Ahead, intersection location, boom, bang. A huge crash and the sound of brakes reached my ears. Chapter 677, Car Accident Scene. Everyone was shocked. Qin Jiang is so cruel. Boom. The loud noise stunned everyone, and they subconsciously looked in the same direction. There, a car braked to a stop. In front of the car. A figure spun in the air in a parabolic shape for many times and then fell heavily to the ground. Bang. Make a loud noise. Well, the fallen figure struggled hard to get up but failed, and fell heavily to the ground, his life or death unknown. There was a car accident, someone died. Oh my god, this person flew away. He spun so many times in the air and then crashed to the ground. There was blood all over the ground. He couldn't be dead, could he? This collision sent him flying about 7 or 8 meters. Screams rang out one after another. It is difficult for anyone to remain calm after witnessing such a car accident. Everyone stopped walking and the cars on both sides also stopped, causing traffic to come to a standstill. Swish. Swish, several figures were standing not far from the fallen figure. They were Assistant Jiang Xia and the inspectors. The identity of the person who was just hit by the car is self-evident. Jiang Xia, he was in a hurry to get rid of the inspector and ran a red light, but was hit by someone who couldn't brake in time. Assistant, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, he was about to rush forward. The inspector watched him and said, "Don't get close to him. He's not in a good condition for anyone to mess with him. Call an ambulance, go to the second hospital. It's closer and has the most experience treating this kind of car accident." They looked very unhappy. Even if it was normal for Jiang Xia to have a car accident while being chased by them, many things would be hard to explain. The most important thing was that the problem with UU software was not serious. It was just a fine and a maximum of half a month's detention. Now, it seems that Jiang Xia's life may be in danger. How can they not be anxious? Bang, the car door opened. A trembling man came out from inside. He looked at Jiang Xia lying in a pool of blood in front of him with a pale face. No. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. He looked around at the onlookers. You all saw it. He ran the red light. I was driving normally. Well, I have insurance. I didn't run away. His death has nothing to do with me. You guys think, right, there's a law about this. His speech became a little incomparable for a moment, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. The onlookers didn't look down on it. No matter who encounters this kind of car accident, the parties involved will panic. In the car. Was stunned. Wow. He lowered the window and looked out, vaguely catching sight of Jiang Xia lying on the ground in front of him. This guy is really unlucky. Why didn't I see clearly whether that car just ran a red light? The person next to him echoed, "It seems like the light just turned green, but maybe it was a red light, but it was definitely speeding. Look at how far that person has flown. If he doesn't die, he'll be miserable. Oh my god, you really need to be careful when you go out." Judging from his clothes, he's obviously a wealthy and prestigious person, and yet, it's true how unpredictable things are. They discussed the situation quickly. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Oh my god? Isn't this person Jiang Xia?" Yes. It's him. Someone was confused. Jiang Xia. Who is Jiang Xia? The man explained, "Jiang Xia, you don't know that Song Jiang has just become a rising tech elite, the founder of UU Software." Someone exclaimed, "Wait a minute. I heard he had a conflict with Qin Jiang yesterday, and it caused a big commotion at the job fair." As soon as these words were spoken, all the car owners in the audience fell silent for some unknown reason, and for a moment they all had a very bad idea. Same. Yize was also stunned. Jiang Xia, the person in front was actually Jiang Xia, the upstart tech person who had just been against Qin Jiang. He thought that he could fight Qin Jiang, but now he was lying in a pool of blood in front of him, his life or death unknown. It's hard not to make some associations. After all the lessons from the past, Uncle Long, Yize, could it be, Yuma, what's going on? Yize, nothing, he didn't intend to let Yuma know too much. Sometimes it's better to let the other party maintain good intentions. Once you witness too much of the evil in the world, it will be difficult for your own life to be particularly comfortable. Where are the people? It's rare to be confused. The more people know, the more uncomfortable they feel. Just like Yize right now, his heart is in turmoil. Opposite. On the sidewalk. Li Chang also stood there in a daze. He was hit harder than Yize because Jiang Xia fell only 3 or 4 meters in front of him. He could even see Jiang Xia's lips moving with difficulty to say something, and the blood on the ground. The female assistant was so frightened that she let go of his hand and screamed in a low voice, someone is dead." Li Chang, not dead yet, female assistant, but it seems that it is not working. Jiang Xia, you are the one who was dying. Your whole family is dying. I think I can still save you. Li Chang, his shoes are still on his feet, so there should be hope for him to survive. Female assistant, shoes? What does it have to do with shoes? Li Chang forced himself to blink a few times to calm down his shocked mentality. After all, he was a man who had seen the world, and although he was shocked by the car accident in front of him, he was not stupid. Car accident, it is not an uncommon thing. Even if you have not seen it with your own eyes, you have seen similar things in various news reports. Shake your head. He planned to take advantage of his assistant's distraction and go directly to the Black Dragon Group building to achieve his goal. Yes, just at this moment. As the two sides exchanged views, isn't this Senior Jiang Xia? Oh my god? Is it really him? He was in a car accident. Isn't he the founder of a software company? He usually has a driver when he travels, so why is this happening? I heard that he had a conflict with Qin Jiang yesterday when he was giving a speech at the vocational university. Today, could it be? No way, this is too cruel. Why not? Aren't there enough legends about that guy? Besides, Jiang Xia had a conflict with him yesterday, and today he was hit by a speeding car while crossing the road. Who can believe you saying it's all coincidence? Do you believe it? I don't believe it. It seems that Qin Jiang is really as cruel and ruthless as the legend says. Even Senior Jiang Xia's existence has been ruined. We little Karamis must be in even greater trouble. We must not offend him. The exchanges caused exclamations from the people nearby, and they all obviously associated the incident with Qin Jiang. Li Chang, female assistant? Chapter 678, rumors confirmed, Qin Jiang did it. Everyone is scared. Gulp. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. The discussions among Song University students frightened many onlookers, including Li Chang and his female assistant. If it was about someone else, they might just treat it as a legend, but this was about Qin Jiang, the man Li Chang was going to find. Li Chang's voice was filled with disbelief. He is really so lawless? He doesn't even bother to cover it up? He had a conflict with you yesterday and he was hit today? And no one cares? Soon, someone nearby explained to him, no way? This is too cruel. If he's so arrogant, won't the higher-ups do anything about it? Who dares to intervene? I heard he has connections above him, and his background is so powerful, how else could he become the boss? It said that there were two people Qin Jiang disliked who were arrested and killed by the security forces. It collapsed. The energy is so great. The female assistant was completely panicked. Qin Jiang is even more ruthless than I thought. No, he is much more ruthless. This guy was hit just because he had a conflict with Qin Jiang. What if our own President Li really went to Qin Jiang to provoke him face to face? She seemed to have seen the scene where Li Chang found Qin Jiang and was thrown off the building by the other party. No. The female assistant shook her head violently. We must not let this happen. Nothing can happen to President Li. She subconsciously wanted to hold on to something for support, but found that her hands were empty. Click, it's over. Her heart trembled twice. She was so shocked that she actually let go of Li Chang's arm. She subconsciously thought that Li Chang had taken the opportunity to slip away to cause trouble for Qin Jiang. Her face turned pale with fear. It's over. Mr. Li is dead. He can't die. She raised her foot to chase him, mumbling non-stop, but just as she raised her foot halfway, she suddenly stopped. Mr. Li, you didn't leave. Li Chang was still standing there, not moving at all. The female assistant grabbed his arm tightly as if grabbing a life-saving straw. Mr. Li. You scared me to death. I thought you. I beg you, can you please not go to Qin Jiang? Really? I beg you, please promise me. Her voice was filled with tears. Li Chang responded calmly, yes, okay. The female assistant continued to plead, as long as you don't go to Qin. Wait, what did you just say? Okay. Li Chang affirmed, yes. The female assistant was incredulous. Really not going? Li Chang, I'm not going. You're right, if you have Green Mountains, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. He's just a reckless man, there's no need for me to argue with him head on. The female assistant was relieved. Mr. Li, you're wise. You've finally come to your senses. I knew you were someone who could accomplish great things, and you wouldn't argue with a reckless man like Qin Jiang. It won't be too late to come back and deal with him when we're more powerful. Li Chang, how could he be so relaxed? He was clearly terrified. For humans, it is instinctive to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. He was confident but not narcissistic, and certainly not foolish enough to go for it even though he knew Qin Jiang was deadly. The most important thing in finance is to leave room for maneuver. Otherwise, one misstep can lead to a complete loss. This time, he was desperate for quick success and a desperate gamble to impress Gu Chuan, which led to his expulsion from the milk tea market. The lessons of the past are still before our eyes and we must never make the same mistake again. Wenwu. The security patrol car and ambulance arrived, and the medical staff quickly lifted Jiang Xia onto a stretcher. Just before he was loaded onto the car, the assistant clearly heard Jiang Xia muttering two words repeatedly, Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang. It was obvious that Jiang Xia, in his dying moments, also believed that this sudden disaster was the work of Qin Jiang. The medical staff were confused and asked loudly, who is Qin Jiang? Is he a relative? Is he at the scene? Where are his family members? Assistant, his family is not here, I am his assistant. Medical staff, then follow the car. Now the people on both sides of the street, upon hearing the medical staff's words, all had expressions of as expected. Look, they were saying Qin Jiang was inextricably linked, even the people involved were talking about it. If some had been skeptical before, the medical staff's words practically confirmed the rumor. Who could not believe it now? Wrong, there was one person who didn't believe it, the driver. He stood there speechless, his lips trembling. He didn't know anything about Qin Jiang or Qin Hai. He was just driving normally, but he didn't slow down at the intersection. The police officer came forward and asked, "What's your situation?" The driver, waking up from his dream, frantically defended himself, "It's unfair. I was just driving normally, and who knew he'd run a red light and come hurtling across the street? I couldn't stop at all. It's his fault. Security, is there a dashcam in the car?" The driver shook his head in frustration. No. In 2011, dashcams were not standard equipment in cars, and many people did not install them to save money. The security officer frowned and instructed his colleagues, "Go check the nearby surveillance cameras to see if they can find any footage from that time." The driver cried, "You must find out the truth. It has nothing to do with me. Traffic security, your vehicle needs to be temporarily detained, and you need to come back to the team to cooperate with the investigation." Several traffic police officers left the scene with preliminary investigation results and the driver, while the remaining police officers evacuated traffic. Call, Li Cheng let out a long breath and walked towards the vocational university. Female assistant, degree, where are you going? You just said you weren't going. She immediately rushed forward and grabbed Li Cheng's wrist tightly, fearing that he would disappear if she let go. Li Cheng patted her head soothingly. Don't panic. I'm not going to cause trouble for Qin Jiang. I'm going to explain the situation to Mr. Gu. Even if I, Li Cheng, want to leave, I have to do it openly and honestly. I can't do it secretly. Do you understand? The female assistant felt relieved. You scared me to death. Li Cheng's face regained some of its former composure. Don't worry, this little blow won't break me. I, Li Cheng, never lacked the courage to start over again. The female assistant smiled. Well, I believe you. The other side. I in the car. Gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning slightly white. He's getting more and more ruthless. Have I let my guard down too much? He glanced down at his clothes, his eyes stern. No, I must be vigilant again. I wasn't the one in trouble this time, but who knows what will happen next time. Boom. He started the car but did not continue driving forward. Instead, he turned into the left lane. Yuma was puzzled. The road ahead will be open soon, so there's no need to go the long way, right? Yizhe said in a low voice, I'm not going to take a detour, I just feel that today is not a good day to eat steak. Yuma, then, what to eat? Yizhe said decisively, Pizza Hut. Yuma. At this moment, click. Click. Click, the gates of the vocational college slowly opened. Xinjiang's iconic luxury fleet drove out, instantly capturing everyone's attention once again, and the crowd's roar reached a crescendo. Chapter 679, Xinjiang leaves, Yizhe retreats, Li Cheng bows his head for a while. Someone pointed at the Xinjiang convoy and said, It's Xinjiang's convoy. It's definitely him. It's definitely him. They say that frequent criminals will return to the scene of the crime to watch. Look, he's out. Is this the boss? In his eyes, upper-class people like Jiang Xia are just killing and robbing. You can say Xinjiang's appearance made everyone present more convinced of their speculation. Even though Xinjiang often appeared during normal times, it was difficult not to associate his sudden appearance with certain aspects at the critical moment. Yizhe couldn't help but brake subconsciously and looked at Xinjiang's convoy coming from the direction of the vocational university. Xinjiang, you are still so domineering and like to show off so much. Li Cheng stood there and looked at Xinjiang's motorcade with a twinkling eye. Is this the legendary Xinjiang? Every time he goes out, he has to ride in a motorcade so high profile. What is he thinking? Doesn't he know that being too high profile is not good? But he had no idea that the current scale of Xinjiang's motorcade is already as low-key as possible. He would be even more speechless if he saw the motorcade that Xinjiang had appeared in the past. Boom, the Black Dragon convoy drove out of the large area and came to the road, but was also blocked by the congested road. Is Zhuzhang, what's going on? Buzz, Zhang Qi immediately took out the walkie-talkie and asked, soon, everything about what had just happened was transmitted from the intercom. This place was the road in front of the main gates of Songda University and Vocational College. The scene just now was witnessed by many security guards on duty, including the students at the gate, so it was not difficult to know. Finished. Zhang Qi couldn't help but glance at his brother Jiang in the rearview mirror. It was obvious that he was a little suspicious that it was related to brother Jiang. Zhuzhang, Jiang Xia? Hit by a car? He couldn't help but glance at Xinjiang. Xinjiang frowned and shook his head at Zhuzhang. Those guys are really unlucky. They got their fortune by taking crooked paths and getting involved in pornography, and now they're getting their comeuppance. Xinjiang, I guess the investigation team was so anxious that they were almost panicking. When people panic, they make a lot of mistakes. Zhuzhang, it's still not stable enough. He became famous at a young age and lacks experience. He's still a little off. Xinjiang, it's quite different. The two of them had a lower opinion of Jiang Xia, but is Jiang Xia really that much worse? No. Even if his success was due to the dual support of the Times and Sangda, perhaps seizing this opportunity proves that he is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bring UU software to the heights it is today. He is still a remarkable person, but these are only relative to ordinary people. When facing people like Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, the difference is huge even, from a certain level, it is not worthy of being considered as an opponent. Wow, the rear window was lowered, but this time Qin Jiang did not look outside, leaving only a cold profile to everyone, cold, ruthless, overbearing, all kinds of momentum emanated from Qin Jiang, making everyone who saw him swallow their saliva. This moment, Qin Jiang sitting in the car, Li Cheng standing on the road, Yi Zhe is preparing to eat. Pizza Hut, Zhang Xia was taken away by ambulance, they appeared at the same time and place. Yi Zhe, who had the most complicated fate in his previous life, had a smoother life. On the contrary, Li Cheng and Zhang Xia, who had nothing to do with him, were more miserable than each other, and some were even in danger of their lives. To this, Qin Jiang didn't feel any waves in his heart. Rebirth, he wouldn't care so much. If he thought about changing other people's fate, he would feel guilty and uncomfortable. So, what the hell is rebirth? To Yi Zhe, Li Cheng, Zhang Xia, and even more people whose fate became miserable because of him, he could only say this is fate. Qin Jiang, let's go, to the construction site in the northern border. Zhang Qi, okay. His tone was full of excitement. In fact, Zhang Xia has been stirring up trouble in Songjiang during this period, and he often gives speeches on the topic of Black Dragon. This made the Black Dragon brothers extremely uncomfortable. After all, in their eyes, their Django was invincible. What was a Zhang Xia? How could he dare to compete with their Django for the title of the top young entrepreneur in the 3 northern provinces? But due to the Black Dragon rules, they couldn't really do anything to Zhang Xia, so they could only hope that the higher-ups would take action. But after waiting for a long time, the higher-ups were extremely indulgent towards Zhang Xia, and even allowed him to give a speech at Jita University. This makes them very uncomfortable, just when they were feeling extremely frustrated, Brother Jiang took action and directly suppressed them forcefully. A casual speech made Zhang Xia faint on the spot. The enthusiasm of the Black Dragon brothers rose several degrees that day, and today they were going to kill them physically. This time, the remaining discomfort in the Black Dragon brothers' hearts also disappeared. Boom, the Black Dragon convoy left on the newly evacuated road. Boom, Yi Zhe stepped on the accelerator and said, "No. I met this evil spirit today and everything went wrong. The metaphysics book I bought says it's not suitable for eating out." Brush, he looked at Yuma. "Well, let's go to my house." Yuma, wow, asterisk to your house? Yi Zhe, yes. Let's go to my house. You haven't been there yet. My house is quite interesting. We can eat Pizza Hut at home, and I also have Nike clothes at home. Yuma, what does this have to do with that? Yi Zhe, don't you like animals? I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Yuma, degree V, guess whether I believe it or not. It's not that I can't go with you, but can you tell me why you're so abnormal and always want to eat at Pizza Hut? And wear Nikes, Yi Zhe, I'll tell you about this slowly when we get back. Yuma, now that Li Cheng watched Qin Jiang's motorcade pass in front of him. Through the half-lowered rear window, he looked directly at the man who had once been his imaginary rival in love, his business competitor, the shameless man who had defeated him with such despicable means. Qin Jiang brush, as if sensing Li Cheng's burning gaze, Qin Jiang also glanced at Li Cheng, and their eyes met. Sizzle. It was as if an arc of electricity appeared in the air. Li Cheng only lasted less than 2 seconds before he subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to continue looking. At Qin Jiang overbearing, contempt, invade everything, it was the first time he had seen such an aggressive look in someone his own age. No. Someone younger than him. It reminded him of the business tycoons he had seen in foreign financial districts, but how is that possible? Qin Jiang is just a social boss in a small place in the mainland. How can he be compared with those business tycoons who influence the global financial situation? The two are not in the same league. At this moment, Li Cheng couldn't help but hear a voice in his heart. I can't make an enemy of this person. I absolutely can't. Otherwise I will face disaster, a disaster of life and death. I must stay away from him.